The story began inside the inn, where Gale Hamilton was busy taking notes on how to improve their party. Suddenly, the party leader called him over and apologized, informing him that they were ending his contract there. Gale was surprised. The leader continued, informing him that, as of that day, he was booted from the wolf pack. Later, they were all gathered around a table. Gale scratched his head as the leader demanded his attention and told him to listen. Cush Bilbor, a paladin, bluntly informed Gale that he had been fired. Gale barely had time to process the words before the reason for his dismissal became the subject of ridicule. Melissa, a light fighter, laughed and grabbed Gale's face, making fun of him, until Luke, the thief, told her to leave him alone. Melissa continued teasing Gale, offering to make him feel better one last time. Norris, the black mage, snickered at the situation, implying that Gale should have realized his days were numbered. Gale stood up and protested, asking them to give him a second because the decision had come completely out of nowhere. Cush blinked in disbelief, questioning whether Gale truly had no idea why they were firing him. Gale reflected that it had been 3 years since they had formed the party. During that time, he had been crafting cursed items to help them while they were still low rank. He could not say that he understood the reason for his dismissal. Cush mocked Gale for being so slow to realize the situation. He pointed out that Gale was a curse crafter, considered the worst support job ever. All Gale could do was debuff monsters with his one-time cursed junk, and otherwise, the party had no need for him. Gale also had the lowest level in the party, remaining stuck at level 31. Gale acknowledged that Curse Crafter was not a mainstream job, but insisted that his items had helped them complete many quests without breaking a sweat. He could keep the curses light for them, and with the right priest or talisman, he could even dispel them. His creations were not all consumable, either. To demonstrate, he showed them a necklace that was a passive-type item affecting monsters. The others were immediately grossed out and told him not to bring it out. Cush questioned why Gale thought it was acceptable to wear such a thing and wondered what was wrong with him. Cush then offered Gale a deal. Since they were S-rank at that point, they would be perfectly fine without his curse traps. They also had a new girl named Moria Glaris, a support mage who had mastered both buff and debuff skills. Moria had just arrived and expressed that she was glad to be there. The others welcomed her onto the team. Gale thought she was pretty. Cush asked Gale whether it was clear to him now. They no longer needed him around. As Gale turned his back on them, he could still hear them murmuring about the poor guy and how low-level members were a drag on S-rank parties. They regarded his dismissal as something that had to happen sooner or later. Gale went back and asked them to give him one more chance. He did not want to rock the boat with anything new, but he had obtained many strong cursed items that they could try. They all simply looked at him. Cush stared at him as well while Gale's eyes brimmed with tears. He asked whether they were certain they would not regret it, but Cush remained positive. Since they had teamed up, Gale had supported them all that time. He might not have been able to pull off any flashy moves, but he had been glad to complete quests with them. He had hoped that he could remain with the wolf pack for good. Cush instead advised him to give up adventuring and start a cursed shop or something. Melissa laughed, remarking that he would surely attract the freak market. Norris said that if Gale opened a stand, he would tell people about it, describing it as an insanely demented curse crafter's stall. Luke made it clear that he had never had anything against Gale. Gale accepted that this was the end and acknowledged that it had been great working with them before walking away. As he walked through the hall, Gale wondered what was wrong with those people after all the years they had spent together. He recalled Cush saying that he would cover Gale's room and board and that Gale should simply get out. Cush was also keeping his cut along with all the pricey curse ingredients Gale had bought. Essentially, Gale wondered if he had been working for free. He cursed under his breath, feeling that the situation sucked so badly. Gale looked back at them and saw that they were all laughing. By the door, he decided to undo something. He pulled out a paper-like material. He had never told them about it because he figured they would only complain, but he had slipped some items into their gear that boosted their base abilities. Perhaps those items had not been welcome anyway, so Gale chanted a dispel. A circular magic effect gleamed, and his face throbbed from the effort before he slumped onto the floor. Gale panted heavily. A lot of cursed gear placed a binding curse upon the user, only to repay them equally through the stats it offered. The curses Gale had applied to the gear used by Cush's party boosted their capabilities, but reduced the experience they earned and inflicted a light status ailment. Gale had taken on those negative stat effects for the rest of the party, making all of them stronger in return. Gale sighed and clenched his hands, feeling the recoil from the process. Even so, he already felt much lighter. Cush and the others would lose the effects of the curses, but he no longer cared. They had a new girl providing support anyway. The rest of the party were all around level 50, and Gale had taken on around 20% of their stat reductions each. When he checked his stats, they showed that Gale Hamilton had leveled up to 48. His job was a curse crafter. His stamina was 1311, strength was 980, defense was 1024, magic was 3402, agility was 835, and resistance was 4509, with plus 875 status points remaining. He had 8 slots for his cursed items. As a paladin, Kush had 5,000 strength and 3,000 defense, making him quite high level for a support job. While Gale was still there, a lady approached him and asked how long he planned to squat there. She also asked whether he had checked out and told him to see himself out if he had. Gale agreed, apologized, and walked outside before stretching his arms. Gale wondered what he would do now. He was broke, but he had all this cursed gear with him. When he looked ahead, he saw someone attracting customers and calling them over to take a look. It was a stall. Gale remembered one of the party members telling him to give up adventuring and start a cursed shop or something. Gale hated the idea of doing exactly what they had suggested, but having a store of his own had always been something of a dream. He had once imagined running a tool shop somewhere out in the country, sleeping when he wanted, eating when he wanted, making whatever cursed items he wanted, and using them for whatever research interested him. Now, he was free to do all of that. Gale began feeling excited. It was time to open a stall and earn the travel expenses he needed. Meanwhile, at the Silver Wolf Inn, food was served. Kush remarked that he felt much better now, and Norris agreed, finding it a relief not to have Gale around anymore. Charter member or not, they felt they had spoiled him too much and should have replaced him sooner. Moria simply listened. When they noticed her, they apologized. Kush explained that he and Gale had known each other since they formed the party, which had made it difficult to commit to replacing him. He also recalled that Gale had sometimes messed with their equipment by adding good luck charms or whatever else he had made. Suddenly, lights appeared above them, and the gears they were wearing began lighting up as well. Moria looked upward and recognized it as a dispel. The others wondered what was happening and admitted that they did not know. Norris felt that his magic had become a bit thinner, while Luke felt heavier. Moria was just as shocked as the others and wondered what had happened, recognizing the spell as a powerful one. Kush became furious at the possibility of a dispel. Melissa suggested that Gale might have done something. Norris wondered whether it was retaliation for them dropping him, though he could not believe it. Luke became annoyed and regretted that they had not killed Gale while they had the chance. For Moria, the situation was unbelievable. She could understand if Gale had placed a curse on them, but a dispel adversely affecting the party was unheard of. If it had affected all 4 of them at once, it meant that the caster was undoing his own curse. She did not believe Gale had meant any harm. Kush dismissed the matter, confident that there was nothing Gale could do to them. Melissa agreed and believed that if Gale tried anything funny, they could simply beat him up. Moria tried to explain that what had happened was not an attack but a dispel. Kush silenced her, asserting that he was the leader of the party and that if he considered Gale their enemy, then Gale was their enemy. He told Moria that she needed to learn how the wolf pack operated and do so quickly. Norris declared that the next time they encountered Gale, he would toast him to death with his magic. Luke laughed and pointed out that Norris's magic had just become thinner, questioning whether he could actually do that. Norris dismissed it as something he had merely imagined. Luke responded that they would see, looking forward to seeing Gale begging on the street. He even considered cutting off Gale's fingers so that he would be unable to practice curse crafting ever again. Norris questioned whether Luke could perform something that precise. The two became heated and continued bantering. Melissa commented that they had stooped low, while Kush told her to let them be. Moria remained unconvinced that she had imagined what happened. She had felt it herself, even if only slightly. The moment the spell activated, all of their stats had dropped at once, almost as though they had previously been under a constant rebuff. Moria considered it further and wondered if it was simply her imagination. Melissa approached her and asked what was bothering her before offering her some booze. Moria thanked her and continued thinking about what had happened. Curse crafters could not apply buffs to people like that. If Gale possessed a useful cursed item capable of doing so, he would be the first of his kind. No run-of-the-mill curse crafter could make such things. But Moria wondered what it would mean if Gale actually had. She sat there listening to the others. Kush eventually called Norris and Luke over and told them to stop and return to their places, though they continued their squabble. Moria wondered whether the Wolf Pack could still qualify as an S-rank team if a curse crafter capable of something like that had just left the party. She could not believe it. She wondered whether it had really been Gale. Meanwhile, Gale was outside and was no longer part of their guild. Kush reminded the others that Gale no longer mattered to them, especially with what they had coming the following day. Their first S-rank quest had arrived. They were all excited about the S-rank quest and eager to get started, determined to show the guild how powerful they really were. Their first job was to take down a behemoth, a disaster-class monster. With the wolf pack on the job, they believed it would be a cinch on their way to glory. Moria, however, did not yet know what their former curse crafter was capable of, nor what the wolf pack was actually about to face. She gulped down her booze. Meanwhile, somewhere outside, Gale shouted at a bird and demanded that it return his necklace. A man confirmed that Gale wanted to open a stall, and Gale indicated that he did, preferably in the capital central square. Gale was inside the Pumpkin Seed Merchants Guild at the time. The man pointed out the location and proceeded to register Gale first, explaining that a stall in that area would cost 4 gold coins a day because it was a popular spot. Gale reached into his pocket while the man waited, but when he looked at his hand, he saw only his life savings of 3 silver coins. The man explained that there were cheaper stalls along the way to the square, so Gale chose one of those. Gale brought all his belongings in front of the stall. Although it was not in great shape, he considered it sufficient for him. The man gave him a tall starter kit that had already been used, and Gale thanked him and shook his hand. Gale intended to sell his cursed extras along with some goods that would make good exterior decorations. He wondered how much he should charge for them, but decided that as long as he recovered the cost of the materials, the books would balance. While clattering his items together, he began to wonder whether this was really the best way to present them. Suddenly, the man called Gale over, having remembered that there was something he had forgotten to tell him. He slapped a paper against Gale's face and pointed out that all of Gale's displays were wrong. He instructed Gale to arrange them properly, then demonstrated the correct method himself. Afterward, Gale was amazed to see everything in order. He thanked the man again for everything he had done. The man explained that everyone had their own approach, but if customers could not find Gale's goods, they would not buy anything and Gale would end up broke. He then returned to his post and waved to Gale. Gale thought that the man was incredibly kind. After all the abuse he had endured from Kush and the rest, the kindness struck him deeply, and he cried. Inside his shirt, he grabbed his necklace. He really liked the thing as well, but desperate times called for desperate measures. He placed the necklace on the hook and prepared himself for business. This was Gale's first time doing this, and he was nervous. He wondered what people in town thought about cursed items like his. He did not know whether they would be willing to accept them or whether they would like them at all. He slapped his own face, then paused. With a loud voice, Gale called out to everyone nearby and invited them to step right up and see what he had. He advertised his debuff items as things an adventurer could want, all available at bargain prices. A man noticed the talismans and was impressed by their rarity. Gale greeted him. Another woman questioned whether cursed items were really necessary when a debuffing mage would be more useful. Gale explained that this was not necessarily the case. Cursed items were generally single-use and were considered inferior to a mage, but anyone could use them, and they did not consume any magic power. Because of those advantages, they could certainly appeal to certain adventurers. The people were amazed. Another man noticed a venom talisman priced at 5 copper and found the price remarkably cheap. Gale recommended those talismans, explaining that he could make them from monster materials and his own drugs for virtually nothing, with customers mostly paying for his labor. He also had many other items, including talismans that caused tattoos or ailments, as well as items that provided stats, debuffs, and more. The man decided to take a wager at such a price, and Gale thanked him. Something suddenly caught the man's eye, and he asked Gale about the items nearby. Gale explained that one of them was a cursed short sword. Equipping it lowered agility slightly while applying the anti-armor effect to monsters. As a side effect, it also increased every stat other than agility by 10%, and it was cursed as well. The man was shocked and dropped the item. After stuttering in disbelief, he asked Gale to repeat what he had said. Gale assumed that he was referring to the anti-armor effect, but the man clarified that he meant the final part. Gale confirmed that the short sword was indeed cursed. The man scratched his hair, relieved that Gale had been honest, but wondered who would ever buy the cursed blade. Gale acknowledged the man's point and suggested using the cursed short sword as decoration instead, pointing out that its grip looked cool. The man considered the idea. Although he found the sword super creepy, he did not hate the design. He agreed to the deal, thinking that it might ward off evil spirits at home. Gale thanked him and added 3 dispel talismans to the purchase at no charge. The man thanked Gale again, impressed by his generosity. From then on, Gale explained the curses, how to dispel them, and the benefits of each item, and his goods began to sell. The cursed necklace, for example, increased all stats by 50% while also being cursed. One customer liked its tacky design and purchased it, receiving dispel talismans as well. The cursed boots increased agility by 2.5 times despite being cursed, and a woman decided to give them to her slave. Gale added some talismans to that purchase too. He then introduced the cursed crossbow, which increased all stats by 30% and granted the sure shot effect while also being cursed. The next customer decided to use it in the annual hunting competition. After completing the sale, Gale waved the customer off and gave him around 5 dispel talismans along with the crossbow. Gale then let out a sigh. Another man approached and asked what kind of item the cursed equipment was. Gale explained that he had once heard a tale about a legendary hero whose closest partner was a berserker. The berserker had been an aficionado of cursed equipment, and his favorite suit of armor was supposedly one of them. Some people had a visceral reaction to anything cursed, but that was why Gale explained each curse, how it could be dispelled, and all the beneficial side effects his items provided. He also included the dispel talismans with the purchases. More men gathered around his stall, chattering about the free dispel talismans. They were amazed because such an offer was certainly rare. Gale called out to customers, advertising his cheap cursed equipment and emphasizing that every piece came with dispel talismans. Later, his stall was completely cleaned out. Everything had been sold, and Gale's bag felt incredibly light. He had encountered all kinds of customers. One customer had even commented that his goods were totally death metal, while pointing out that one particular item was especially intense. Suddenly, Gale heard footsteps approaching. A group of men asked whether this was where items with dispels were being sold, and whether anything remained. Gale informed them that everything was already sold out. The three men were disappointed. Gale realized that the free dispel talismans had been a surprise hit with customers. One of the men regretted not coming before their quest. The three men then asked whether Gale could curse their own gear and provide them with dispel talismans if they brought it to him. Gale told them that he would be back there in a day, then excused himself and dashed away from them. Meanwhile, some of the customers who had purchased Gale's items were talking about him. They decided to try on the things they had bought at the stall. One of them warned another not to faint, knowing that the other man was a major coward when it came to curses. The other man put on the ring and checked his stats. He was shocked by what he saw and found the result incredible. When he showed his stats to the other man, the latter was equally astonished to see that the ring had really increased his stats by 50%. The customers were amazed that a single ring could provide such a powerful effect and wondered whether it was really acceptable for one item to have that much power. The other customers were similarly awed by their purchases. The two men were extremely happy with what they had obtained, reasoning that being cursed hardly mattered when they could simply take the items off anyway. One of them remained concerned about the cost of having curses dispelled, since the church charged an arm and a leg for the service. He wondered whether they could make money by reselling the dispel talismans. The other man warned him not to say such things in public, since the church priests would have a fit if they heard him. The first man agreed, but noted that the church's dispel prices were measured in gold coins. They both concluded that the curse crafter responsible for these items must have been extraordinary. They speculated that every guild and party would probably be after him. They wondered who the man was and since when curse crafters had become so cheerful. One of them then recalled that he might have seen Gale somewhere before. However, as the adventurers whispered their rumors, they could never have realized that this curse crafter had willingly suffered the curses of 4 different people so that he could keep contributing to his party. They could never have imagined that a crafter whose items had the power to push his party all the way to S rank had been kicked out of that party and forced to sell his goods at a cheap stall for bargain prices. From that day onward, the elusive crafter who appeared at random in his stall would become the subject of hushed rumors. Meanwhile, Gale was happy, feeling that a little money did wonders for his mood. On that same day, his previous party was facing their quest in the forest. A loud boom rang out and a tree was sawn in half. Another boom followed as Kush was blown away by something and struck his back against a tree. The others cursed in disbelief at the situation, unable to understand why it was happening despite being an S-rank party. A monster appeared and roared loudly. Kush faced the creature, an ogre, and struggled to understand why the freak would not give in already. At the start of Chapter 3, Melissa questioned whether they would really be fine even with the new girl. She reminded them that this was an S-rank quest. Kush assured her that they would be fine, since he had scouted the new girl himself and considered her one of the best the guild had. Luke assumed that she would be able to adjust to their rhythm. The party smiled expectantly at her, and she simply smiled back. Kush considered their situation a stroke of luck and suggested a little warm-up after spotting a monster. Later, even Kush was almost worn out. Luke used his bow and arrow, but the shot nearly hit Melissa instead of the monster. Melissa questioned what he was doing, and Luke explained that his controls were off for some reason. Melissa pointed out that it was only an ogre, but before she could finish, she was struck by a paddle. She and Luke were both sent crashing into a tree. Kush asked Norris how long he would take to cast. Pressured by Kush, Norris attempted to cast his spell, but it produced only a small fire. Kush criticized the magic, insisting that they could not defeat the monster like that. He called Norris stupid without realizing that the monster was already behind him. Someone called for Kush to avoid the attack, and suddenly Kush was caught by magic. It was Moria. She checked whether Kush was all right, and he demanded that she hurry up and start buffing them. Moria explained that she had already been buffing all of them and had been doing so the entire time. She was also about to run out of magic. Moria whirled her weapon and struck the ground. Flashes appeared, followed by a gleam beneath Kush. She explained that his stats were now doubled from their normal values and that he should be able to take down an A-rank monster very quickly. Kush accepted the boost and charged at the monster, intending to defeat the giant wimp. Kush swung his sword and thought that this was it, but the monster simply caught his sword and treated the encounter as though it wanted to play. Kush was completely shocked as the monster blocked his blade. The monster then lifted Kush up with his sword and tossed him away. As the monster charged toward him, Kush quickly fled and condemned Moria as a worthless support mage. He questioned the usefulness of doubling their stats and dismissed her supposed skill at buffs as completely worthless to them. Moria responded by questioning whether that was really what Kush was giving her after previously deciding that they did not need buffs and should save them for the behemoth. She then decided to use the debuff that Gale had left behind and explained that it could weaken the ogre. Kush grabbed Moria by the collar and objected to her using Gale's cursed equipment, believing that there was no way such junk could work at this point. Moria referred to the letter Gale had left for her, in which he explained that he was leaving notes to help pass the baton, covering the Wolfpack battle style and what he had done to support them. He had also told her that she was free to use the cursed items he had left there. Moria explained that this was precisely why she had the items. Before she had joined the party, they had used curse debuffs on their foes before fighting them, and she reminded Kush of that fact. Kush pushed her, causing her to fall to the ground. Kush realized that it had been Gale. Everything from the previous day, including the magic circles, had been his doing, and they had not been dispels. Gale had been cursing them. Melissa agreed that this must have been the case and realized that they were suffering under a curse. Luke stated that he had known it from the very start. The party decided to go back for the day, cursing Gale as they did so. Kush knew that this was a dangerous highway loaded with ranked monsters, but advanced adventurers used the road all the time, and it was no great shakes for them. There was no way an S-rank party like theirs could turn back there. Luke recognized that Kush was frustrated, but explained that Gale's curse was preventing them from fighting at full strength. He believed it was best to tackle the situation while they were in full health. Norris referred to their decision as a strategic retreat, and Melissa agreed. The ogre was no longer paying attention to them and had actually grown tired of waiting. Kush announced that they would go back, deciding there was no point stressing over the curse. Moria was surprised that they were already retreating and felt that it was too soon for an S-rank party. Kush then pointed out that everyone was a mess at the moment, while Moria was not too hurt. The others agreed, noting that the rookie had hardly fought for them at all. They ordered her to take the rear guard. Moria was even more shocked. As a support mage, she felt that asking her to take the rear guard was absurd, though she tried to soften the objection with an apology. Kush sent her off and thanked her before telling the others to move on. Kush's party fled. The ogre, which had merely been listening to them, addressed Moria and acknowledged that she had it tough too. Moria and the ogre were left alone. In anger, Moria crushed the paper and tossed it into the air. She rejected what was written on it, and when the paper flipped, it flashed, producing a huge cloud of smoke. Furious, Moria dashed away, determined to kill them all. Meanwhile, after walking a long way, the party became sick and stopped to rest for a moment. Norris lamented that he had dropped his favorite stuff somewhere along the way. They believed they were going to die. Kush could not believe that they were being beaten by some stupid ogre. Melissa blamed the new girl for not helping at all. Normally, they would have had no problem taking on any number of ogres, but something was wrong with them that day. They should not have been so tired after running only a little. Kush considered the reason obvious. Melissa blamed everything on Moria and pointed out that she had been showing her boobs all over the place. The three men looked at her, unable to see how that was relevant, and when she turned toward them, they all looked away and dismissed it as nothing. Norris noted that this alone did not explain their condition. Even before Moria had started buffing them, the luster had already disappeared from all of their movements. Luke agreed, pointing out that Norris had even taken twice as long to prepare his magic, which had been especially lame. Norris then pointed out Luke's condition. If Luke had been in his normal state, he would have been a pile of ash by then. Kush blamed everything on Gale and wondered how they could get back at him for this. Finally, Moria caught up with them. Kush remarked on how long it had taken her to lose the ogre. Moria was panting, her eyes watching them sharply. Kush then noticed something clinging to her back and wondered what it was. Meanwhile, in the town, Gale was bringing all his stuff to his stall. He found running a stall fun, but wished that some non-adventurer customers would make purchases from him. Some regular city folk stopped by to browse, but they were reluctant to buy anything. Gale had sold all of his cursed gear, but most of his customers had been adventurers and people looking for dispel talismans. A merchant greeted Gale after a long time apart and observed that his wares seemed to be selling well. Gale confirmed that they were and thanked the merchant. Gale was considering moving to a different stall somewhere nearby. The merchant had an idea and thought of the place Gale had suggested, the noble quarter, around 10 yards away or close to it. Common folk prioritized utility when shopping for items, but affluent nobles valued fancy things they could display. They were always on the cutting edge of fashion. If nobles viewed Gale's goods as decorations for their homes, it would mean he was also on the cutting edge of design. Perhaps he might even be called upon to design castle interiors. The merchant also remembered the adventurer with bloodshot eyes who had stopped by. Moving might be a smart idea, especially considering the man whose gaze alone could make anyone nervous. Gale put those thoughts aside and prepared for another day of brisk business. His stall was soon set up. Unbeknownst to Gale, a girl was watching him from a distance. In Chapter 4, the guild told Moria that she was late. Melissa suggested that it was probably because she was carrying those huge milk jugs. Luke called her a rookie and hoped that it would be a good lesson for her. Norris urged everyone to head back. Moria asked what they were talking about, and Kush noticed a creature behind her. As Gale's cursed item lost its effect, the ogre returned to its full size. Moria realized that she had somehow lost the ogre and immediately ran off, reasoning that there was no way she could do anything about it alone and that the others should take over for her. She bid them farewell, but Kush tried to call her back, reminding her that she was the rear guard and should do something about it. The ogre stomped toward the party, making them shudder. Melissa pulled them forward and made them take care of it. They panicked, but Luke managed to tell the ogre that women's flesh was much softer and more succulent. After that, they turned around and ran. The ogre agreed with the assessment but revealed through its thoughts that it was vegetarian. 4 days later, the 4 of them were feeling defeated at the table. Kush called for water, while Melissa desperately wanted a bath, and could not believe that they had gotten lost in the other forest they had fled to. The other people in the room covered their noses because they could smell the stench coming off the party. They truly did stink. The woman at the counter asked Moria whether the party over there was hers. Moria confirmed that it was but felt that they deserved their current state. They still kept blaming Gale. Kush called for the innkeeper and demanded water or at least a towel. Luke complained that the service there stank. The innkeeper slammed a full glass onto the table and informed them that they were getting only 1 glass of water, and that it was not free either. Kush became annoyed by her attitude and questioned who she thought she was. The innkeeper considered the answer obvious and judged them to be a bunch of freeloaders. They were annoyed by her conclusion, but the innkeeper pointed out that they had only paid up to the previous day. Once they finished the water, the party was expected to leave, unless they paid for an extra night. Kush warned her not to mess with them because they were an S-rank party. He then realized that there was no money left in his bag and searched it further. The party urged Kush to pay her already, then noticed his pale face. Kush looked at everyone and considered the losses they had suffered: beauty goods that were battered and scarred from the ogre fight, a new dagger for someone who liked new things, equipment maintenance for the gauntlets that had shattered during the battle, and a new magic book and staff that needed replacement. Kush's order-made longsword had also been chipped beyond repair during the ogre fight. As a result, the wolf pack was broke. The innkeeper explained that a night would cost 1 silver per person, making 5 silver in total, with 1 more silver if food was included. They fell silent and made various faces, prompting the innkeeper to question whether they could pay or not. Melissa realized how thirsty she was. She looked at the glass of water and gulped it down in 1 drink. The others immediately tried to stop her. Meanwhile, Moria stood at the counter and asked for a mug of ale and something to eat. The 3 members of the party remained frozen as they watched Melissa drink the water, then all stared at Moria. They questioned why she was not putting anything into their common fund. Norris realized that this would not do, while Luke was shocked. Moria explained that she was using her own personal money. She reminded them that they had pooled their request rewards together for their party funding. They tried to deny having said anything like that, while Kush insisted that the arrangement only applied once they completed a request. Melissa agreed and grabbed Moria, asserting that what belonged to her belonged to the party, and what belonged to the party belonged to the party as well. They held Moria and told her that if she did not like it, she could complain to Gale about it. They took her money. Checking the pouch, they found that there was a lot of money inside and praised the talented support mage for bringing in so much. Moria gritted her teeth behind them, determined to blow them away. Kush reminded her that she was a support mage and that her attacks were like mosquitoes. Before he could finish, Moria's fist landed in his face, sending him into an uppercut. The other 3 were shocked as Kush fell to the ground. Melissa picked up a chair and, refusing to let Moria get carried away just because of her boobs, smashed the seat against her. Melissa was surprised to find that she had only hit Moria's clothes. Moria suddenly appeared behind her and punched her. The other 2 tried to calm Moria down, but she ordered them to shut the hell up and called them wannabes. Luke warned her to watch her mouth or pay for it. He and Norris dashed toward her, and a circle flashed beneath Moria's feet. As the 2 tried to leap forward, Moria jumped up and landed on their heads. The people in the inn were shocked as Moria defeated all of them. She wiped her forehead and beamed. She apologized to the innkeeper for wrecking the place and promised to pay for it, but the innkeeper pointed out that Moria had actually cleaned it up. Moria then announced to the party that she was officially leaving as of that day. Meanwhile, at his stall, Gale was presenting his wares to a noble-looking customer who had stopped by. She was amazed by the novel designs of Gale's creations, particularly the lantern with the lizard motif, which she considered an unusual design. Gale recognized it as a basilisk rather than a lizard. He complimented her keen eye and explained that the item was known as a cursed oil lamp. The lady was shocked and frightened. Her guard stepped forward to handle the situation and accused Gale of trying to sell cursed goods to a member of high society. Gale immediately denied it and explained that it was merely a piece of interior decor. The guard demanded that he explain more about it, causing Gale to sigh. Earlier, Gale had explained that the lamp provided a charm effect. He had set his asking prices high, and customers had gone above those prices without any prompting. Regardless of their popularity, however, these were still his handmade equipment, and one-time use items meant for battle were not attracting much interest. Even so, he had done decently that day, and it was time to close the shop. Gale remembered how harshly everyone had reacted to his cursed goods at first. The nobles called his creations curious or interesting, but none of them ever said that they actually liked them. Perhaps his work was simply too offbeat for them. While holding one of his items, he suddenly heard someone asking whether he was closing for the day. Gale looked back and saw a lady who had come to examine his wares. He wondered whether she was nobility as well, though her clothes seemed a little too plain for that. He considered the possibility that she had sneaked out of her house and glanced toward where she had come from. A person who appeared to be a guard was standing there. The girl looked through his items and remarked that they were also off the beaten path, but that was exactly the kind of thing she liked. Gale was shocked when she praised a ring as really cute. It was the first time anyone had praised his designs. He blushed and complimented her keen eye for picking it out. Gale did not know what kind of noble she was, but she had taken the time to disguise herself. He felt that treating her formally would be awkward, so he explained that he had been about to close up and offered her a deal. The girl insisted that her purse had been left in the cast. Gale questioned the cast, causing her to slap her mouth before winking at him and correcting herself by explaining that her purse was back at home and that she did not have much money on her. Gale understood and laughed, accepting whatever she had on hand. After all, she was the first customer to compliment his designs, though he asked her not to tell any of his regulars. She laughed and agreed to take the ring, offering him something in return. When Gale looked at his palm, he found one large gold coin. He was shocked that she was carrying such coins around. He tried to call her back, but she had already grinned and waved at him. Gale thought she was cute, then shuddered when he noticed someone peeking at him and looking grim. He suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to describe the ring and give her some dispels. He wondered where she had gone, only to realize that she was already gone. He worried about what he would do, but fortunately, it was only a cursed memorial ring. Its curse was not particularly harsh, and its effect was not a major problem. It tripled defense and provided resistance to instant death, but because it was cursed, no one could remove it. Gale figured that she must be wealthy enough to visit the church and have the curse undone. When he saw her again, he would apologize and load her up with a dispel talisman. Then he remembered that she had almost said that she lived in the castle. Meanwhile, the girl was being pulled into an alley by numerous hands. She thrashed as they restrained her and demanded to be released, unable to understand why they were touching her. A woman asked the soldiers whether they had captured her, and they confirmed that they had. The woman signaled them to move, but the girl continued thrashing and resisting. Later, at the castle, all the soldiers were exhausted and slumped over. The woman pleaded with the girl to stop causing trouble for them and reminded her that she needed to be aware of who she was. She was Princess Kara. The princess was displeased. Back at Gale's stall, Gale was walking when someone patted him on the back and called out to him. The person was searching for a young man with black hair and a blue jacket who ran a nearby stall, matching Gale's description exactly. The man wanted to see his face, but when Gale turned around, he questioned whether he really looked that young to him. The man apologized, dismissed the matter, and walked away. Gale then entered a hidden alley and dispelled the effect. He was relieved that the encounter had only scared him and wondered why the capital military was searching for him. He decided that he had better pack up and leave town quickly. The children who had witnessed the dispel asked what kind of magic trick it was and wanted to see it again. Gale motioned for them to be silent. At the start of Chapter 6, the woman informed Princess Kara that the ring she had purchased was blasphemy against the church itself. Kara questioned what the problem with it was, reasoning that they needed to mingle with the city folk. The woman agreed that they did. She then looked around Kara's room, which was full of items, and admitted that she did not share the princess's appreciation for those kinds of designs. Kara addressed Vivian and told her that she still had some time. Vivian reminded Kara that she was meeting with a foreign envoy first thing that morning and urged her to hurry. Before she could finish, she noticed what the princess was doing. Kara was trying to put on the ring. Vivian was alarmed at the possibility that Kara intended to wear the ring to the meeting. Kara clarified that she only wanted to try it on quickly. Meanwhile, food was served at Gale's table. He smiled as he found it good. He was at the Adventurers Guild and had initially been worried about going it alone, but things had worked out very well. Perhaps he had a talent for this. Still, he needed to gather more material soon. Retrieving and fixing scrap goods was not going to bring in much money after all. He considered taking on a few decent-looking quests and preparing to head off to another town. Gale then went down the stairs and quickly hid when he saw his former party. They were at the counter, demanding to know why the guild would not invest in them. As an S-rank party, they expected at least 10 or 20 gold. The woman at the counter explained that, as much as she hated to say it, it was difficult to provide financing when they had made no progress on any quests since their promotion. Kush pointed out that they still had time. The woman asked whether they had met with a client yet. When they indicated that they did not have to, she explained that the client had sent a complaint about being snubbed by a supposed S-rank party. They mumbled that they had run into monster trouble. The woman identified the monster as an ogre, acknowledging that it was an A-rank threat but pointing out that they were supposed to be an S-rank party. They insisted that it had been a mutant type. The woman rejected that explanation and stated that it had been a perfectly normal ogre. She was also well aware that they had kept the ogre's aggro on themselves all the way back to town. That was not the only mistake they had made, either. She questioned whether they really thought the guild would fail to notice. Kush complained about her attitude. The woman then pointed out that Moria had left their party only a few days later. The Silver Wolf Inn had also sent them a complaint and an invoice. The guild had covered the cost, meaning that the party actually owed the guild money. Gale silently concluded that Kush and the others were in the doghouse. They looked awful as well. The woman slammed her fist on the table and challenged them over their talk of investment. Kush gritted his teeth and blamed everything on Gale. Gale was shocked. They claimed that the curses Gale put on them had driven their stats into the ground and that even buffs were not doing much for them. Gale could only think that all he had done was dispel his curses. Luke agreed with Kush and added that Moria had been useless as well. Norris agreed. The woman declared that she had heard enough. Among support mages, Moria ranked in the top 5 in the entire capital. She had run into problems with her previous party, so the woman had referred her to what she believed was a talented one. The others were shocked to learn that Moria was among the top 5 support mages in the capital. They had not known that. Gale was surprised as well that she ranked so highly. He was even more surprised that she had already left the party. The woman then turned to Gale's role in their complaints and stated that she failed to understand why they were placing the blame on him. They would not find many curse crafters with gifts like his. She questioned whether they even understood how much his Dispel talisman alone was worth. Hearing this, Gale blushed. Looking back, he sometimes made Dispel talismans for the guild as a side hustle. The woman asked whether she had made herself clear and ordered them to repay their debts before asking for an investment. Kush promised that they would have the debt paid off promptly and then led the others away. Melissa asked about Gale, but Norris reminded everyone that they needed to pick up a quest they could finish immediately. Luke agreed, deciding that there would be no more S-rank quests until they got the curse off of them. He then ordered everyone to shut up and they all stamped away. The people nearby murmured about the S-rank party, noting that they were not quite what they had expected. Gale wondered what the talk about the curse was about and whether they would be all right. He had removed his curses from them a long time ago. He decided that he had better leave before running into them and becoming the target of their frustrations. He went outside, where guards suddenly came running. Gale overheard them wondering why there was such a rush and whether it was an animal. Another guard explained that the princess and Vivian were having another huge dust-up, which tended to turn violent very quickly and required an entire army to stop them. Gale wondered whether the capital army was really sent out for things like that. As he passed by the merchant's shop, Gale remembered that he had stopped there while he was in the area. He opened the door, which clanked as he entered. Meanwhile, in the castle, the guards reminded Vivian that she was inside the castle and urged her to take a deep breath. Vivian refused to be stopped. The princess was still snuggled in her sheets. Vivian revealed that the princess's ring was cursed, shocking everyone. She recalled warning Kara about it, but the princess had insisted that she only wanted to try it out. Once Kara slipped the ring onto her finger, she could no longer remove it, even when the two of them tried. An old man approached the princess and urged her to remove it immediately. Kara admitted that she could not. Vivian concluded that their only remaining option was to cut off the finger along with the ring. She held her sword and insisted that the princess accept this solution because there was no time left before the meeting. Everyone panicked and called for the princess to be protected. The next day, the princess thanked the envoys for waiting. When they saw her, they bowed respectfully and complimented her beauty. Kara thanked them. They then asked about the object on her finger, and she laughed it off by explaining that she had cut herself. Earlier, they had been unable to remove the ring when the envoys' arrival was announced. Kara then assured the envoys that they must have been tired from their long journey and suggested that they start with some tea. The envoys declined her offer, explaining that they had brought fine tea and snacks from the Empire and wanted her to sample them instead. They gestured toward a very large crate. Kara was surprised by the amount of imperial snacks they had brought and remarked that it looked like they had brought quite a lot. The envoy confirmed that they certainly had and presented what the Empire had brought to delight her. To Kara's surprise, the crate contained a group of bandits armed with daggers. The envoy revealed that the poison on the dagger would work instantly and give her a painless death. Everyone immediately called for the princess to be protected, and Vivian ordered the soldiers to attack. The envoy declared that it was too late and that it was time for the princess to die. The attackers aimed their weapons at Kara, but they suddenly found that they could not reach her. Their spears bounced off instead. They were shocked, while the princess herself had no idea what had happened. The envoy ordered the attackers to fire on the princess again, but once more, every attack bounced off. The attackers looked at one another, unable to understand what was happening or when a barrier had appeared over the princess. Kara suddenly realized what had happened and wondered whether it was him. She remembered Gale telling her that she was the first customer to compliment his designs. Vivian then ordered the guards to capture the envoys. She asked Kara whether she had been hurt, but the princess assured her that she was fine. Vivian wondered why they had pretended to be from the Empire. Before investigating that matter, however, she told Kara that they would move somewhere safe until everything settled down. At the Star Chamber, two of the men were shocked and sought Bishop Enrizel's opinions. They wondered whether the ring was affected by a bad curse. The bishop explained that it was not. Its dispelling was quite simple, but the work done on it was extremely advanced and clearly crafted by someone with intimate knowledge of such things. The ring had been infused with a high-ranking curse designed to maximize the potency of its effect. Naturally, this would make the resulting unwanted status enormous in scale, but several layers of reciprocal curses had been placed over it, allowing the curse to be cancelled out. The bishop continued explaining the details, but the princess could not follow. He eventually acknowledged that there was still more he could say about it and allowed Arizel to speak. As the appraiser, Arizel explained that the ring remarkably tripled the wearer's defense and provided the resist insta-kill effect. Vivian was shocked and sought clarification. Arizel explained that the ring was on the level of a cursed holy relic. He admitted that he had never expected to witness such a wonderful cursed item so early in his teenage years, but a knuckle came down on his head. Vivian had struck him and warned him that she would hit him again if he continued holding Kara's hand. Vivian recalled that the Angel Shield, another church relic, had a similar effect. Arizel confirmed that it also provided resistance to instantly lethal blows. The bishop explained that he had never heard of anything else that offered the same effect. At this size, there was one such item, the Empire's greatest treasure, the Heart of the Devil. The Heart of the Devil was a legendary item possessed by the Empire that provided a wealth of high-level effects, including resist insta-kill, stat boost, magic cast, time reduction, and more. However, it instantly drained the life force of whoever used it. If it was not dispelled in time, it would take the wearer's life. Vivian concluded that anyone seeking such powerful effects on an item had to be prepared to pay that price. That was one of the truths of their world. This ring, however, had almost no penalty. That meant it was not merely holy relic class, but a holy relic itself, or perhaps something even more valuable. The princess asked Vivian whether she remembered the man. Vivian confirmed that she remembered his appearance, then looked at the princess and wondered whether Kara wanted her to find him so they could cut him down. Kara clarified that this was not what she wanted. She wanted him brought to her so that she could thank him. Cursed or not, the ring had still saved her life, and she wanted to see him again. At the start of Chapter 6, Gale wore a cloak with a pocket on the side for holding gear, and he had come to like it. He was now equipped with wrist sleeves and wire-lined clothing with additional storage, as well as storage boots with protectors inside. With his gear and handmade dagger prepared, he decided to procure the rest on the road and set out. As he watched over the city, the crisp morning air surrounded him while people gradually became active, breaking the quiet around town. It felt strange to finally be leaving the capital, and he could not help but feel a little emotional. When he passed by a dark alley, he secretly peered inside and was shocked by what he saw. His former guild party was there, freezing. Melissa was demanding that the person stop touching her, while Norris dismissed her complaint, insisting that there was hardly anything worth touching and that he was not some boobless freak. He also made it clear that he had not gone that far. Gale wondered whether he knew the quartet from somewhere, but quickly convinced himself that there was no way. He moved on. Everything was busy by then, and he found himself at the market. He overheard someone saying that more people were needed over there as well, only for another person to reject the idea, pointing out that the palace guard was watching the gate and that it was good enough. Galloping horses then caught his attention. When Gale checked, he saw the Royal Knight Corps. He wondered why they were there, only to notice that the capital army was there as well. Something was clearly going on. He then saw a sign asking whether anyone had seen a particular man. The description stated that he was in his late teens, a scruffy man with black hair who sold tacky decor on the street, and instructed anyone who saw him to contact the castle or the nearest knight or soldier. One knight on horseback asked another whether he had checked the plaza. The other confirmed that the capital army was taking care of it and would not miss a thing. They had been looking for the man at inns and guilds, asking everywhere they could. Gale acted clueless. The last time they had reached out to him, they had possessed a perfect description, but this time it was different. His goods were not tacky. The other knight cursed their lack of information and considered the situation a pain. He then looked at Gale and noted that there were scruffy young men all over the city. As he noticed Gale more closely, he thought that Gale looked about the right age. Gale questioned what the matter was, and the knight observed that his gear looked tacky, though Gale was clearly not a seller. Gale inwardly protested at how mean the knight was being, since his gear was not tacky. The knight then convinced himself that the man they were searching for should not be neatly dressed like Gale. The things he sold were merely morbid, and the man also had to look dirtier. Gale agreed, and the knight let him go. He stopped by a wall afterward, thinking that he was being a fool for getting so emotional about the city. He decided that it was time to leave. At the gate, he noticed that there were tons of stagecoaches around at that time of day. He had plenty of choices, but he still had to decide where to go. For work purposes, he preferred a large town. Emerance was nearby and served as a major trade hub. There was also Gracias Fort, the military center, and he could even head for Grandstadt, the old city. A man then began calling out that there were 2 seats left and that he was offering a last-minute sale on them. The mention of a sale immediately caught Gale's attention. He asked where the stagecoach was going, and the man revealed that, for only 1 silver coin, it was headed to the agri-hub of Farmage. Gale considered the destination. The agri-hub brought agriculture to mind, and thoughts of agricultural food made him drool. He raised his hand and decided to get on. Another hand rose as well, with its owner requesting 1 seat. Gale was surprised. The woman revealed that she knew him. Gale thought she looked familiar until she removed her cloak. She was Moria Glaris, the woman who had been with Kush. She recognized him as Gale and indicated that only a few days had passed since they had last met. Gale realized who she was and immediately thought that she would surely be noticed. She was pretty, and she had big features that made her especially recognizable. Moria smiled at him threateningly and prompted him to clarify what about her was jogging his memory. Gale tried to deny having meant anything by it and inwardly apologized. He considered it simply a man thing. They continued clattering along after getting inside the caravan. Gale decided that they should at least get along for the duration of the trip. Earlier, Moria had punched him in the face, and his cheek was still stinging. Moria made it clear that she was the one who was pleased by the arrangement. As they left the town behind, Gale yawned, feeling tired. Moria pushed him away for being too close, and Gale apologized, explaining that there was not much space. He looked over the metal goods and imports being transported for a sale, the mercenary guarding them, the few travelers occupying the remaining seats, and the oddly strong-willed woman beside him. She had already left the party. That had been quick. He wondered how he was supposed to sleep like this. Gale acknowledged that they had not gotten off to the best start and suggested that they keep things cool between them. Moria assured him that she was not angry or anything. Gale thought that perhaps she really was not. The party dumping him had nothing to do with Moria. Kush had probably just been attracted to her. Judging by the way they had handled things, they had likely wanted to drop him for a while, and it had simply happened to work out. Gale asked why she had left the wolf pack. Moria looked at him and revealed that she actually wanted to know how he had managed not to drop that crappy party like a hot potato. She then laughed and explained what had happened. Gale was genuinely surprised that an ogre alone had been enough to overwhelm Kush. Moria explained that Kush was the most worthless leader she had ever seen, while the other 3 were amateurs with sore spells and bows. Gale could not understand what had driven her to join such charlatans. He asked whether she was certain that it had been Kush. Moria wondered who else it could have been. She explained that the guild now had its eyes on him, which was why he was leaving the capital until things cooled down. Those people had been blaming him for everything happening to them, but from her perspective, he had been the only decent person among them. Gale smiled. Moria then covered her mouth and apologized, realizing that she knew he had been acquainted with them. Gale assured her that it was fine and apologized for all the trouble they had caused her. Moria told him that it was not his fault. She addressed him as Mr. Hamilton, but Gale asked her to simply call him Gale. The 2 of them fell silent afterward. Gale looked at her more closely and noticed that she did not have much with her. He wondered whether she had boarded the caravan immediately after leaving them. He then pulled out a bun, chopped some ingredients, and offered her a sort of sandwich. He welcomed her to the Wolf Pack Victims Club. Moria was unsure how much of a victim he really was, but her eyes glimmered when she looked at the sandwich. She accepted it with thanks. Gale told her not to sweat the small stuff. He then looked toward the other passengers and offered them some as well. Moria bit into her sandwich and praised how good it was, especially considering how quickly he had made it. Gale laughed and attributed it to the ingredient. He also had some wine. Moria suspected that he was trying to get her drunk. She then recognized the wine as Romange wine and was shocked by its value, wondering whether he was really sure she could have it. Gale assured her that he was fine, mentioning that his stall had been a hit. Moria opened the wine and brought up the huge fuss at the marketplace. She had heard that artifact-class items had been found at one of the stands. Gale remained oblivious to the fact that the artifact-class items were actually his. Gale was surprised that an artifact had been sold at a shop stall, thinking that whoever had sold it was a fool. Moria agreed and added that the princess was looking for the artifacts as well. Gale thought about the stand, the princess, and the castle. He remembered that one time and what had happened to him, but he quickly shrugged it off. There was no way. He shook his head. Moria wondered whether it could have been him. Gale asked whether he looked like someone who possessed artifacts. Moria admitted that she could not say that he did. Gale thought she could have at least lied and said yes. Moria explained that people capable of crafting such things were usually found in holy sanctuaries and places like that. Gale agreed, comparing them to Mountain Hermit. He then suddenly showed her his wrinkled face. When Moria turned toward him, she burst out laughing. Her laughter echoed throughout the carriage. The two high-fived, and Moria admitted that she was starting to like him. Gale admitted that he did not exactly hate her either. He thought that if either of them were frontliners, they could form a team. A curse crafter and a support mage were not exactly suited for that, but perhaps they could work together if they ever got the chance. Before he could finish the thought, something struck the carriage. Suddenly, Gale could not see anything. An orc had appeared, and the orcs were attacking. The caravan shook from the impact, causing Gale to lean against Moria's chest. He noted that she was soft, prompting Moria to slam him and make it clear that it was not the time for that. Their caravans were under attack. Gale acknowledged that he knew about orcs, and judging by the sounds outside, things were not going well. A man ran to the caravan and asked for help, explaining that the orcs had already gotten to their mercenary guard. The passengers were terrified. The orcs turned toward them and began trotting over. Moria realized that the situation was bad because they had spotted the wagon. She was accustomed to battle, but both she and Gale were rearguards. Nobody else there was capable of fighting. Looking at the passengers, Moria asked Gale whether he had a weapon. Gale was surprised by the question. Moria explained that there was no other choice. She had a staff and a small dagger with her, and she wanted to know what he had. Gale revealed that he had some one-time-use debuff talismans and a short sword. Moria found that less than encouraging but accepted that they would have to go. Gale objected that there was no way backline fighters like them could handle this. Moria knew it was ridiculous, but she hated the thought of simply waiting to be killed inside the caravan. Fighting was better, even if she had only done so during emergencies. As a supporting mage, she was capable, and Gale could trust her. Gale accepted the arrangement and decided to take the front while Moria backed him up. Moria agreed and apologized. Gale dismissed her apology, reasoning that he would be an awful man if he made a girl fight alone. He then suggested that they show the orcs what a pair of former S-rankers could do. They looked toward the orcs. Gale thought that the creatures probably did not consider them a threat yet, so he would have to rush them and take at least one down. Moria dropped some pebbles onto the ground. When Gale looked at her, she was swinging her staff, and a barrier suddenly formed. She explained that the defensive wall would hold against some attacks at least, and urged him to get going while she prepared to buff him as soon as she could. Gale acknowledged her plan and thought that she really did think of everything. He gripped his dagger. Moria raised her staff, but upon seeing the dagger Gale was using, she shuddered. Something about it unsettled her. Black magic appeared to be circling around him. At the start of Chapter 7, Moria explained that their strategy was simple. Buff magic had little immediate effect, so she would try to time it properly. Once it was fully active, she believed Gale could at least seriously wound one orc. After that, he would need to use curses to bind them down while taking out as many as possible. Gale agreed, reasoning that if they held out long enough, a patrol should notice that something was wrong soon. Beyond that, they would simply have to rely on luck. Moria acknowledged her own plan but remained distracted by the creepy thing Gale was carrying. Gale explained that it was merely a normal debuffing dagger. Moria was incredulous that he could call such a thing normal. Gale then walked away, asking her to simply back him up. Moria tried to call him back before placing her fingers on the ground and drawing something. She warned that it would not last long, though the effect itself was out of sight. She then chanted, activating Elevate All. Gale reacted with surprise before tossing a cross-like object toward the target. It had an impressive range, and the throw was perfect. The scroll opened, and Gale immediately ran toward the orcs. The orcs looked at him, but curses were already spreading across them. Moria was shocked by what she was seeing. The orcs grunted and clattered in confusion, while her knees began to wobble. She wondered what kind of curse it was. It was one of Gale's debuff items, and it appeared to curse only the monsters hostile toward them. Even so, Moria felt that if she let her guard down for even a moment, the curse might suck her in as well. Gale dashed forward, intending to bring them all down together. Moria tried to call after him, startled by how fast he was moving. His buff was not even fully active yet. An orc roared, and Gale suddenly reached it. To Moria's shock, he slashed its head clean off its body. He immediately dashed toward the other orcs and cut them down as well. Gale was amazed by how incredible Moria's buffs were. Moria was stunned. She knew she had nothing to do with what had just happened. The debuff curses surrounding the area were far more powerful than merely taking the edge off. At the very least, they had the effects of terror and anti-armor, and most likely paralysis as well. She had never heard of a disposable cursed item capable of producing all of those effects. The dagger was just as unbelievable. From what she could see from where she stood, it had to have 0 armor and sheep's clothing activated at all times. Gale had called a legend-class blade like that normal. Moria could only hold her head in disbelief at how crazy everything was. Meanwhile, Gale was amazed that he was glowing. Moria's buff was enhancing all of his stats, and he thanked her for it. Moria admitted that, in a way, she had contributed, but not to the extent he believed. Gale felt that with the buff, even he could fight these monsters. Moria did not think he even needed her buffs. When she looked at him, however, all of Gale's stats were already falling. She realized that she had forgotten to load the spell with magic force, causing the buffs to fade. She apologized and prepared to fix it, assuring him that there was nothing to worry about. Gale became convinced that with the two of them as a team, they were nothing short of invincible. Moria wondered why he was getting so worked up. Gale jumped high into the air and slashed more of the orcs, leaving only one standing before him. When it roared, however, more orcs began coming. Gale accepted the situation and threw cursed items at them. A very loud explosion suddenly rang out. All of the orcs had been cut off at the neck. Gale credited Moria's buffs and considered the result amazing. The orcs appeared frozen in place after he had cursed them with slow magic. Moria was troubled by his understanding of the skill. Slow did not normally reduce their movement speed by 90%, and she wanted Gale to listen to her. He had gotten it wrong. She then looked up and saw Gale moving behind an orc. He struck its nape with the knife, and another loud explosion suddenly erupted. The orc fell. Moria wondered whether it had been an insta-kill. Such an effect was beyond rare, and there was no way Gale could have crafted something like that by hand. None of it made sense to her anymore. Gale looked at Moria and realized that they had won. Moria was annoyed and began to acknowledge that if he could do something like that, but before she could finish, Gale took her hands and pulled her into a happy spinning dance. He could hardly believe how great her support magic was. Moria simply accepted his thanks. All the passengers had been peeking out and Gale waved at them. They all ran toward him. Later that night, Gale admitted that he had never really fought monsters before and had been quaking in his boot. Moria was surprised. He had been part of Kush's team for a while, after all. Gale confirmed that he had, explaining that he supposed he was a charter member, but he was only a curse crafter. Moria was unable to speak for a moment before concluding that Kush was an idiot for letting someone like Gale go. Gale smiled and stuttered, wondering if she really thought so. He did not want to beat himself up over it, but he could see how letting him go had been the right move. Moria wondered whether Gale had any self-esteem at all. She then praised the dandelion coffee he had made, finding it really good as well, and noted that he seemed to have plenty of tricks like that. She corrected herself, considering what Gale possessed to be closer to omnipotence. Gale whimpered at the thought and asked Moria not to go that far. He did not consider himself that useful in battle. Moria became annoyed, feeling that the conversation was getting nowhere. Gale certainly was something. Moria announced that she was going to bed and thanked him for the coffee. Gale wished her good night. She returned to her tent, leaving the other men around the campfire. Gale thought about what Moria had called him and smiled. Omnipotence was not something he had ever thought of himself as possessing. Even that day, they had only managed to win because of Moria's support. Still, he remembered his previous guild. When he had still been in the party, he had to admit that fighting those monsters had been kind of fun. He laughed, realizing that Moria was simply very kind to him. The next day, the caravan continued its journey. The driver announced that their destination would soon be in sight. Moria then woke Gale, who was still sleeping. Gale asked whether they had arrived, and Moria confirmed that they had. This was it. They walked toward Farmage, announcing their arrival. At the start of Chapter 8, they were at Farmage, a place resembling an ordinary rural area filled with animals and agricultural establishments. Gale had said it was an hour from the border. They had gotten off the wagon because the area was clearly a farming hub, consisting of fields, pastures, and even more fields. Gale's plan was to head for the guild, trade his orc parts for money, and then start taking quests. Moria decided to follow him to the guild. She wanted to find a party to join and wondered whether Gale would be looking for one as well. Gale had no intention of doing so. He wanted to work alone for a while. Later, at the Farmage Adventurers Guild, Gale was looking over the quests when Moria was surprised by his choice. He had decided to take a quest that she considered impossible for him to handle solo. Gale remained confident that he would be fine. He then asked Moria to help him with it, explaining that the job was simply a hunt for undead and that it was an A-ranked quest. Moria refused at first, pointing out that they were both rearguard party members and questioning how he expected things to work out the way they had with the orcs. Gale smiled, realizing that she was considering joining him. He assured her that she would see how it went, since this sort of work was his wheelhouse after all. A dark elf suddenly greeted them and asked whether they were looking to accept a quest. Gale greeted her in return, while Moria wondered when the elf had appeared because she had not noticed her at all. The dark elf stared at Gale and remarked that she had never seen him before, asking whether he was new. Gale confirmed that he was, having come fresh from the capital and deciding to try his luck there. The dark elf considered this great news for them. Farmage was mostly devoted to farming and trade, and there were not many adventurers around. She clasped her hands as she explained that the shortage made things very difficult for them. Gale's heart throbbed at the sight of her because he found her cute. Moria stood behind him and coughed. The elf then asked whether Moria was Gale's friend. Moria clarified that they were merely going the same way. She introduced herself as someone from the capital as well and explained that she was a support mage who thought she could provide assistance and would be quite happy to do so. The dark elf's eyes glittered with excitement at the mention of a support mage. Support jobs were in high demand there. She then turned her attention back to Gale, noting that he seemed lightly equipped and wondering whether he was a thief. Gale explained that he was not and that he was a support as well, specifically a curse crafter. The elf reacted with surprise at the mention of a curse crafter. Gale had expected that reaction and explained that support was his main job, though he could fight a little too. The dark elf apologized and clarified that being a curse crafter was not a bad thing. They simply hardly ever saw curse crafters there, and she was uncertain whether they had work suited to him and similar concerns. Gale blushed. Moria became annoyed again. Gale thought he would take a quest or two to get used to things and check out the area. The dark elf was surprised that he had chosen a lich hunt. The job had been a cold case for a while. The elf explained that they did not have many cleric types there, especially none strong enough to visit that crypt. They had received no interest in the job, families could not visit their graves, and the undead were free to do as they pleased. It had become a vicious cycle. She questioned whether Gale could really handle it, since if he was only a curse crafter, it could become a one-way trip to the grave. Moria objected to the elf's way of phrasing it and thought she could have said it more nicely. Gale was not bothered because he was used to such reactions. Moria wanted to say more, but Gale reassured her that everything would be all right. The elf warned them not to say she had not cautioned them. As she had explained before, no one in town had completed the quest yet, and if Gale got into trouble, he should not expect a rescue team. Gale decided to dive into the quest starting the next day and asked whether there was a map. The elf provided one and offered holy water and magic items as well. Gale declined everything except the map. The elf confirmed that the quest was his and explained what would be needed to prove that he had completed the job. Gale interrupted by identifying the required proof as lich jaw bones, explaining that he knew because he had used those quite a lot before. The elf found his wording amusing and remarked on the strange way he referred to using them, while also urging him to be careful. She leaned toward him as she emphasized that Farmage was suffering from a severe shortage of adventurers. Gale blushed even more when someone's boots crushed his toes. They belonged to Moria. The elf smiled at the sight, noting that the two of them certainly seemed to get along. The elf then remembered that she had yet to welcome them to Farmage. She revealed that she was the guild master there in the agricultural hub and introduced herself as Gimli, telling them they could call her that. She bowed and expressed her pleasure at doing business with them. Gale reciprocated. As though he had suddenly remembered something, Gale mentioned that he also had some goods to trade in and pulled out the sack. Gimli was left in awe. With that settled, Gale looked forward to tackling the quest the following day. Gimli commented that Gale was remarkably casual about everything and must think moving through the town was easy. Gale thanked her, while she clarified that it had not been a compliment. Once they were outside, Moria pointed out that Gale had been ogling Gimli simply because the elf had given him some attention. Gale smiled, pretending not to understand what she meant. Moria told him to forget it, though she appeared to be considering whether she would now be joining him in all of this. Gale pointed out that she had been planning to join him anyway. Moria said nothing, and Gale took her silence as confirmation that she was not denying it. Moria insisted that she was not worried about him or anything. Gale had a habit of throwing himself into danger, so she was merely acting as his saving throw. Gale looked at her with wide eyes. She immediately blushed and became embarrassed by what she had said. Gale admitted that having her around reassured him. Moria blushed even harder, wondering how he could say such nonsense with a straight face. Gale explained that this was his first solo quest and that he was nervous about it. Moria pointed out that people taking undead hunts should be more nervous and wondered why he looked so eager to begin. To Gale, the undead were simply bags full of ingredients with plenty of things he could use to make stuff. He could hardly wait. Meanwhile, during the night, the elf reflected on Gale being a curse crafter. She could hardly believe it and concluded that the man was no normal curse crafter. The next morning, they woke up. Gale remarked that he had slept well, while Moria corrected him, pointing out that he had overslept because it was already past noon. Gale felt that same sensation he had experienced when they first arrived. The eyes of the locals reminded him of what Gimli had said. Farmage was mostly devoted to farming and trade, making armed people and adventurers a rarity. Moria was sure they were a huge novelty to the locals and saw no reason for Gale to let it bother him. Later, they arrived at the entrance of the crypt. Gale tried to cheer them up by looking forward to bringing the quest to a quick end that day. Moria checked her silver knife, anti-incense, and holy water. Gale pointed out that she was a big worrywart. Moria maintained that she was simply being prepared. Gale assured her that they would be fine and reminded her that he was something of a specialist in dealing with the undead. Moria's concern only increased because of his lack of care. She made it clear that if things went bad, they would run. Gale agreed that he was completely fine with that and acknowledged that manning the rear was tough on her. Moria insisted that they would both run if necessary. Gale then spotted a door and wondered whether it was the entrance. Beyond it was a large graveyard. He was struck by the view, prompting Moria to scold him for treating the place like a tourist destination. She regarded the situation as awful. Gale suspected that the undead were responsible. He then began tossing skeletons. Moria asked Gale what he was doing. Gale pointed out that the skeletons had left footprints. Moria explained that the cemetery had been built in what used to be a dungeon long ago and that its size suggested it was quite old. She wondered whether they would really be paid for desecrating a place like this. Gale reasoned that there was no other way for them to explore deeper into the place. Moria insisted that she was trying to respect the dead, then clasped her hands together. Gale remarked on how devoted she was. Moria replied that compared to him, she thought anyone would seem devoted. Gale pointed out that the one skull she was paying respect to was actually an undead. The sun was out, so it was sleeping for now, but it might come alive at night. He held the skull directly in front of Moria's face, so she could see it. She looked at it before suddenly smashing it and turning her back. Gale questioned what had happened to respecting the dead. Moria clarified that the undead did not count. They were merely monsters, and she hated this. Gale thought that she could have simply waited outside. He reassured her that everything was fine. The cemetery had not been dungeonified for very long, so the monsters on the upper levels would be weak. Moria found that explanation far from reassuring. Gale decided to go deeper down because he wanted better quality materials and suggested that Moria simply head back. There was no reason for her to waste her holy water. He handed her a lantern and waved goodbye before walking away while looking forward to the materials ahead. Moria was left alone, thinking about how self-centered wolf pack members were and how Gale had simply left her there. She glanced around and realized how dark it was. When she heard a sound, she looked toward its source and forced herself to endure it. She eventually decided to go after him. They were now back in the cemetery. Moria wanted to get out of there. A sudden sound made her screech, while Gale shivered. Moria told him that something had brushed past her. Gale suggested that she might only be imagining it, but she insisted that it had been real. Tears formed in Moria's eyes as she latched onto Gale. He blushed slightly. Another explosion suddenly sounded, causing her to hug him even tighter while screeching. Gale told her to calm down as he searched for the source of the noise. For a moment, he noticed that her chest was pressed against him, which caught his attention, but he quickly looked ahead again. He found the source of the sound and discovered that it was only a bat. Moria shoved him and made it clear that she already knew that. She had only wanted to get back at him for what he had done earlier. The undead were only a bunch of bones anyway. When she turned around, she came face to face with a skeleton. The clacking sounds had come from it. Frightened, Moria leaped at Gale and shouted in terror. Gale was left carrying Moria as she screeched about the skeletons being there. He complained about the noise hurting his ear while she struggled in panic. He urged her to calm down. Tears dripping from her eyes, Moria insisted that she could not calm down. Gale asked her to at least stop screaming directly into his ear. When Moria opened her eyes, another skeleton was gaping at her. She went over capacity. She swung her arms and suddenly smashed another skeleton while shouting at it to stay away from her. Gale was left completely shocked. Moria regained her footing and took hold of the lantern before throwing it at the skeletons. She panted as the undead were struck. When Gale turned around, the skeletons were burning. As one of the undead approached Moria, she yelled and shoved Gale toward it. He stumbled into the burning skeletons. Later, Gale asked whether she was a little calmer now. Moria apologized. Gale asked why she had come with him if she was that adverse to undead. Moria looked away and admitted that these hunts were too dangerous to undertake alone and that she had been worried. Gale reminded her that he had kept telling her he was fine. As a curse crafter, his skills were well suited against the undead. Even so, he thanked her for looking out for him. He offered his hand to help her stand. They were already deep down, and it would be too dangerous for Moria to return by herself. Gale asked whether she could hold out a little longer. Moria agreed. Gale told her to close her eyes if she became scared. Moria worried that she would get lost if she did so. Gale assured her that it would be fine and offered to let her hold his hand while they proceeded slowly. Both of them blushed. As they walked hand in hand, Gale realized that he had only been joking about that. In Chapter 9, shortly before Gale and Moria left the capital, someone contacted the smith. It was the wolf pack party, and they wanted to know whether he was running a forge there because they wanted to sell some gear. The smith refused, making it clear that they did not accept ruffians like them. Later, the wolf pack party was back in an alley, clattering among themselves. They were hungry, cold, and needed to earn some money, facing another night out on the street. Luke announced that he had picked up some jobs from the guild. One was a rank A quest to hunt down A-rank ogres on the highways. Another was a rank C quest to wipe out a horde of C-rank skeleton knights in the old church ground. There was also a rank E quest to defeat the E-rank goblin soldier troop damaging core, and a rank D quest to defeat D-rank orcs spotted in the wilderness. The others stared at Luke in disbelief. They were an S-rank party, and could not take on such small jobs. They wondered whether he was making fun of them. Norris told everyone to calm down. They were all at the end of their rope, and could not handle tough quests at present. They needed to regroup. As the saying went, a lion used its full force to hunt a hare. Kush said he knew, then spat out his frustration at all the cheap hunting quests. The one paying the most was the ogre hunt, offering 60 gold coins. However, they remembered the ogre they had fought and decided to skip it. It was not because they were scared, and there simply were not any S-rank quests available. Melissa suggested that they take the C-rank quest. The D and E-rank quests paid too little. Norris questioned whether she was serious, considering that the job involved a horde of skeleton knights. He suggested that they go for the orcs instead. Kush told them not to be stupid because the skeleton hunt was only C-rank. Melissa maintained that the bags of bones would be easy for them and wondered why Luke had brought those quests to them in the first place. Luke understood, though he had not expected them to end up going hungry on the street. Norris urged everyone not to feel down and suggested that they simply try to do what they could. Luke agreed, noting that they were only dealing with skeletons and that undead were total wimp. He was uncertain, however, how long their magic would hold out. He wondered whether the other two would be all right and pointed toward Melissa and Kush. Luke regarded them as their frontline force. If they were raring to go, then everything was fine. The two could be seen laughing together. Norris remarked that, at worst, the two of them would get hurt before the others. Luke agreed, reasoning that they had to look out for number one. Later, at the old church grounds outside the capital, the party assessed the situation. From above the walls, Luke observed that there were many skeletons, around 20 in all, hiding in the shadows beyond the gate. Kush chuckled at the number, finding 20 easy. Melissa was equally confident and suggested that she and Kush storm in. Kush accepted, considering this exactly what a paladin was made for. He raised his sword and explained their plan, then pointed it toward the sky and chanted holy light. A flash erupted, and the skeletons began standing up. Melissa dashed forward and whipped them away before signaling Norris. Norris used his magic on the undead. Melissa flew over their heads before smashing the undead. They won. Kush recognized the effectiveness of their approach. With his paladin skills, Melissa attacking on the run, Norris burning the groups that formed, and Luke striking the final blow, they had a solid plan. Norris thought it was doable enough. Luke explained that he and Norris would wait there and dive in when needed. Kush agreed with the plan. He checked whether Melissa was ready to move, and she indicated that she was whenever Kush was. They opened the gate and entered. The cleric's barrier had been lifted for the moment. The skeletons stood up and approached them. Kush and Melissa both ran toward the undead. Kush challenged them, determined to put them to sleep forever. Luke mocked the skeletons for foolishly coming out into the sunlight. Kush laughed as he thought about how good the quest reward was, but before he could finish the thought, a bone struck him in the face. Another hit Melissa as well. Both of them were sent flying away from the skeletons. They crashed to the ground while Norris and Luke watched. Another group of undead approached them while they were still sitting on the ground. The undead then beat them both. Luke warned Norris that they were going to die before long. Norris responded by preparing to cast fire on them. He chanted an invocation to Inferno and created a small fire. They were shocked by its size. Luke questioned what such a little puff could accomplish, but Norris explained that it was a condensed ball of heat and directed it toward the undead, expecting it to at least pack considerable force. The attack barely hurt the undead, which immediately noticed them. They quickly ran away and locked the gate behind them. The rank C quest to wipe out a horde of C-rank skeleton knights in the old church grounds had failed. The next day, they aimed for the orcs. Melissa jumped at the approaching orcs and landed on one, attacking it with contempt. The orc fell. The others asked whether she had gotten it. Melissa was surprised to find that her blade was stuck in the orc. They urged her to finish it off. Suddenly, the orc grabbed her hand and swung her high into the air. Melissa faced it while struggling, nearly left in only her underwear, and wondered whether it was trying to make off with her. She called for Kush's help. The orc stared at her for a moment before letting her go and turning around. Norris and Luke laughed loudly, pointing out that she was not even the orc's type. Melissa shouted that it was not funny. Kush dashed toward the orc, taking advantage of its wide-open back. He slashed at it, but his sword simply bounced off. The orc, feeling the hit from behind, turned around with an angry grunt. Kush apologized, but the orc responded by charging them and sending them flying. The rank D quest failed. A few days later, at the Capital's Guild, the party looked completely doomed. They once again blamed the string of failures on Gale. Kush agreed and revealed that he had even been forced to sell his favorite gear. People around them murmured about how lame they were and how far the mighty had fallen. Nora said that once they made enough money back, they would track down Gale. Luke wondered whether Gale might really be running a stall. Kush agreed before asking what their quest for the day was. They chose the Goblin quest. Melissa insisted that it had to be doable. Afterward, however, they returned even more beaten and worn out than before. The guild lady asked whether they had failed again. The party told her to shut up. Kush cursed the quest, calling it a complete cheat. Looking back, when they had first accepted the Goblin quest, the people had been amazed to see an S-rank party taking it on. They had been extremely grateful for their help. Kush assured the people that now that the wolf pack was there, they were as good as saved. One of the men said that they would help as best they could as well. Kush told the man to leave everything to the S-rank wolf pack. The man explained that they had never really fought against goblins before. Kush assured him that they would take the front line so he would not have to worry, doubting that he would even need to raise a finger. Later, the goblins arrived on their horses. Once again, Kush's party was beaten so badly by the goblins that they could not move. Back at the guild, Kush told the woman that the village had called them a bunch of good-for-nothing lazybones and therefore refused to pay them. The woman suggested that they would be much safer abandoning their S-rank status. Kush grabbed her by the collar and demanded that she stop and give them an easier quest. She seized his hand and slammed him across the face. The other three were left unsure of what to do with Kush lying on the ground. Meanwhile, in the cemetery, Gale looked down at another group of undead. The deeper he climbed through the floors, the denser the wandering souls became. There were countless materials to obtain, and he realized he could score a lot from the crypt. Moria tugged at him from the side and asked whether something was there. Gale replied that there was nothing at all. Moria could hear the clicking sounds of the undead and knew he was lying. She latched onto him with her eyes closed as they walked forward. Gale told her to stop clinging to him like that. Moria insisted that she could feel something. As she said this, something indeed emerged. A skeletal arm rose from a grave, followed by a normal-sized skeleton. Then an enormous skeleton climbed out of its grave. Moria sensed that something was there and remained frightened. She asked whether she could open her eyes because it was scary otherwise. Gale thought it would be much scarier for her if she opened them. He reassured her that everything was fine and told her there was nothing there, counting down 3 more seconds. He then moved his hand toward the skeleton and chanted Dispel. The skeleton melted. When Moria opened her eyes, the undead had already crumbled. Gale asked whether she was sure she wanted to open them. Moria was astonished that he had defeated an undead foe with Dispel. Gale confirmed it and pointed out how easy it was. Moria could not believe he considered it easy. She questioned whether he understood what he was saying and explained that he was dispelling a curse. She had never heard of that working on undead. Gale explained that it was similar to what priests did. Moria asked whether he meant banishing evil, which was holy magic. Priests used it to purify people. Gale acknowledged that he knew and admitted that it was not very good to use. Moria wondered why. Gale considered how he could explain it. First, he wanted them to be on the same page. What he did was not banishing the dead. It was more like listening to their stories. In Chapter 10, Gale held the skull while Moria looked uncertain about what he had said. She wondered what he meant by listening to the undead and how that was any different from what priests did. Gale assured her that he would explain everything and asked her to slow down. He asked what caused the undead to move around. Moria guessed that it was magic or malice. Gale confirmed that she was right, but an undead suddenly rose behind her, making her scream. He quickly spun around and defeated it. Gale explained that it was mostly that kind of thing and that she would see the tendency often in crypts like this. The undead did not like being purified or banished. He then chanted Dispel. Moria acknowledged that they obviously did not. Gale asked her to consider it from the undead's perspective. They had manifested in this world, driven by some grudge, only for someone to suddenly come along and demand that they be gone or learn the power of God. They were simply being yelled at out of nowhere without being given any chance to respond. Moria still did not understand, so Gale asked whether, when she was a child, she had ever become angry with her parents for scolding her without hearing her side. Moria remembered a memory from her childhood. Her father had rejected the idea of her becoming an adventurer, insisting that she could never do such a thing. Moria had pointed out that many girls were doing it, but her father had slammed his fist down and told her to stop, reminding her that she was only a girl and demanding that she quit her nonsense. Gale called her back to the present. He looked at her, and Moria apologized, saying it was nothing. Gale continued by explaining that if the undead held any resentment, it was enough to simply hear them out. If they had died hungry, they would want to eat their fill. If they had died alone, they would feel isolated. Rarely, there were stronger grudges, such as someone being tortured to death for something they had not done. But that was what it came down to, things that all people dealt with from time to time. Moria asked him to continue. Gale explained that by listening to the undead and taking their side, they could be given enough closure to finally pass on. He went to a coffin and showed her something. The coffin opened and an undead rose from within. Moria shivered and immediately leapt toward Gale, screeching in fright at the sight. It was a dark skeleton knight, far beyond what the rear lines could handle. At close range, it was far more dangerous than even a lich. Moria did not notice that Gale had become buried in her chest. He struggled to breathe and told her that he could not. He then lifted her higher so he could see the undead in front of him. Moria wondered why he had done that, and Gale reasoned that she was not letting go, so he had simply lifted her and started walking toward the undead. The undead drew its sword as it looked at them. Moria began yelling in fear, crying her eyes out. Gale pointed his finger toward the undead and chanted dispel. The dispel magic gleamed and the undead crumbled. Gale put Moria down, indicating that it was over and telling her to get off him. When Moria looked at the undead, a young man appeared above it. Gale smiled. The young man, dressed in a knight's suit, bowed his head and thanked Gale before vanishing. Moria was surprised by what she had witnessed. Gale grinned, regarding it as the sort of thing he had been explaining. Moria rejected that interpretation, admitting that she had no idea what he had done. The creature had been a B-rank monster, yet a young man had appeared afterward and then vanished. Gale explained that the young man had died before he could even say goodbye to his fiancée. He suspected that this was the reason the man had continued dragging that resentment with him. Moria wondered how Gale could be certain. Gale explained that he simply was. Through crafting cursed gear, he had learned to read the subtle clues the undead gave him. Listening to them and playing along usually satisfied them, as Moria had just seen. Moria understood that they simply wanted some sympathy rather than advice. Gale confirmed that they had once been human after all. That was how he dealt with the undead. He explained that being a curse crafter was especially useful because it yielded better materials than having a priest purify them. Materials derived from holy magic had no cursed remnants left afterward. The undead immortal then menaced. Moria told Gale to listen because he was completely overturning all of her beliefs about the undead. They walked forward and Moria looked at Gale. She asked whether he saw the undead as easy pickings. Gale regarded them as nothing more than materials for the time being. Moria suddenly reached for his hand and angrily scolded him for blowing all the undead away while calling them materials and treating them like an easy fight. She grabbed his collar and shook him, demanding that he apologize to all the priests of the world immediately. Gale was surprised by her sudden reaction. He wondered why anyone would complain about him dispelling the undead when it was a win-win for everyone. Moria insisted that it was not something he could be so casual about. She then held her head as it throbbed, realizing that Gale was completely messed up in the head. Gale told her to stop shouting directly into his ears. He then asked whether she wanted to hold his hand. Moria agreed. They climbed down the stairs deeper into the crypt. Gale announced that they had arrived at the deepest part of the crypt. The area was much more brightly lit than the rest. Skeleton knights and ghoul shooters were present, along with a portal that appeared to connect to the afterlife. Moria also saw dark phantoms and wights. There were around 50 undead in all. Moria realized that assembling enough of the undead's pale souls could illuminate a room to this extent. Gale asked whether she was all right keeping her eyes open. Moria assured him that she was fine and used to it, though she clenched her body. Gale thought she was a terrible liar. He looked around. Moria asked what he was doing, and he turned to explain that he was simply wondering why there were no liches. Moria suggested that perhaps they would have to turn back. Without any liches, they would have to try again later. She failed to notice that her staff was slipping from her grasp. A loud clang suddenly rang out as it hit the ground. Every undead turned toward them. Moria thought it was all over and a chill came over her. She was even more surprised when the undead did not attack. Instead, they shivered. Moria pushed Gale aside and tried to hide him. Suddenly, another undead appeared from a door, carrying a horn. It was different from all the undead they had encountered before. There was no doubt about it. This was the ruler of the crypt, a sorcerer and a designated disaster-class threat. Sorcerers were among the most advanced types of undead. If even one appeared on the surface, it could build an army and spread terror and death across the land. Moria could not understand what one was doing there. Gale, however, muttered that it was perfect because he had been looking for one. Moria was incredulous. A disaster like that would require a high priest to tackle. Gale questioned whether that was really necessary. Moria pointed out that Gale did not even go to church on his days off. Suddenly, a loud boom erupted. The pillar they had been hiding behind crumbled. Despite the dust, Gale confirmed that he did not go to church. He made cursed gear and dispelled talismans at home. Moria pulled him along, but another explosion followed. She quickly hid behind him. Another boom sounded behind them. When they looked toward the undead ruler, its power seemed to be oozing toward the other undead. The other undead turned toward them and began walking in their direction. Gale and Moria both ran. Moria urged him to stop running in circles and suggested that they simply leave. If even one attack hit them, they would be finished. Gale asked for just one more. Moria questioned what he meant by one more. Gale took something out and held it against the ground before stabbing the item into it. Suddenly, the undead were burned. Gale then chanted Dispel Blessing. Moria was shocked. Dispel Blessing was a high priest class spell designed to save those afflicted by curses, yet Gale had used it as though it were nothing. The spell dispersed all the miasma oozing from the horde. For a moment, Moria saw the undead in their human forms before they simply melted away, leaving behind an air of fulfillment. Later, Gale stretched his arm and noted that the air was much fresher now. Moria sat down with her face covered by her hands, swearing that she would never visit a crypt again. Beating an entire undead army as though it were nothing and turning the whole thing into a day trip should never have been possible under normal circumstances. Gale told her not to exaggerate. Mages found guys like sorcerers all over the place, did they not? Moria explained that the church usually had to build and send out a platoon of temple knights to defeat even one. If sorcerers were really all over the place, the world would have ended by now. Gale understood and explained that he saw them fairly often in big old crypts like that one. He thought the sorcerer had been a noble who once ruled over the place. Moria wondered whether that meant Gale had toured around crypts a lot. Gale smiled brightly and hugged the bag, explaining that finding a treasure trove of materials was exciting because he could think about all the cursed gear he could craft with them. Moria responded with reluctant approval, then looked at Gale and acknowledged that he really did love cursed stuff. Gale wrapped what he was holding and explained that making it was a lot of fun. His necklace jingled. Moria noticed his favorite necklace, along with the sorcerer's dropped sword and the staff. Gale thought the items looked cool as well. Moria admitted that she could not agree with his taste in art. Gale was shocked. He felt that she was missing out if she did not understand that kind of stuff and wished more people appreciated it. Moria remembered that Gale had mentioned running a stall for a while earlier and asked how it had gone. Gale beamed as he recalled one customer, a girl who loved his designs. Many people had also complimented him on how novel they looked. Cursed gear could serve as interior decoration while actually providing protection, so there was a demand for it. Moria gave him a sour expression. Gale wondered why she was giving him that look when she had been the one to ask. He then accepted that it was fine because people would eventually catch up to his taste. Moria was certain they would not. Gale remained determined to prove her wrong with his gear and his stall. Moria then remembered the time she had received an offer from a party. The woman at the guild had spoken to her while she could hear the others telling a man named Gale to hurry up and complaining that he was such a bum. Another woman had suggested that they could simply leave him because he was too kind. The woman at the guild counter explained to Moria that they were the guild party known as the Wolf Pack. Their members did not have the best attitudes, but they were S-rank and possessed the skill to back it up. Moria noticed the man who had just been yelled at. She told the woman that if the money was good, she would accept the offer. Gale was fired that day. After enduring all the scorn from his supposed friends in the party, Gale had been on edge, browbeaten, and mumbly when Moria first met him. Now that he was free, however, his eyes shone so brightly that they were almost blinding up close. His hopes for the future were clear to see. Moria smiled and thought that perhaps things were fine as they were. Gale wondered what she meant. Moria explained that spending time with him had actually been kind of fun. Gale doubted it, recalling how she had almost cried earlier. He chuckled, while Moria fumed and denied that she had even been close to crying. Gale apologized but said that, either way, he appreciated it. After being kicked out of his party, Gale had wandered to the farming town. If he had been alone, it might have been much lonelier. Even if he had money or if the place turned out to be good, it would still have been just him. Having someone he could laugh with was actually really nice, and all of that was thanks to Moria. Moria looked at Gale, her face turning red. She was startled by how directly he expressed such feelings and screeched as she moved away from him. After calming herself, she admitted that she was okay with it too and thanked him in barely a whisper. Gale wondered what she had said at the end. Moria could only think about how incredibly dense he was. At the start of Chapter 11, Moria asked what Gale would do with the reward money. Gale expected them to split it evenly, but Moria argued that she had not done anything. She had decided to join him, yet all she had done was slow Gale down. Gale explained that a party was all about dividing roles. Moria questioned what role she had actually played, pointing out that she had only carried some of his belongings. Looking at Gale, she wondered how much stuff he could even hold, since not even a high-level porter could bear all of it. Gale lifted his hand and attributed his capacity to the skull bracelet on it. Moria found the bracelet gross. Gale explained that it was a cursed bracelet that increased his inventory, provided power assist, and offered relaxation. He had made it specifically to help him carry his belongings. Moria was shocked by the implications, realizing that something like that could change the entire concept of wars, and she face-bombed. She then asked whether Gale had ever seen actual magic tools, the kind sold in stores. Gale reacted to her question as though she were being mean and confirmed that he had. He explained that any curse crafter needed to keep abreast of current trends, although all such items looked lame to him. Moria clarified that she was not asking about their appearance. If he had seen them, then he knew that generally, one magic item provided only one effect, since otherwise the user would not be able to hold everything. The best such items could offer was usually around a 10% boost in something. Items that provided 2 or more effects while making their abilities skyrocket were essentially legend-class items, also known as artifacts. Gale laughed and compared them to national treasures, which he considered especially lame-looking. Moria reminded herself that she was not talking about their look. She thought that the things Gale made were crazy, but his brain was just as demented. He had no taste and not a shred of common sense. Moria clenched her fist in annoyance. Gale questioned what the big deal was about an item's effects. With the right innovation, anything could be crammed into one. His creations were cursed, but that was naturally how they work. Moria mentally countered that if innovation were all it took to make such items, people would not spend so much money on magic items. She turned to Gale and concluded that, by his standards, magic items were merely toys. Gale agreed that he could whip up something like that for her quickly and offered to make one for her. Moria declined, growing more annoyed. She wondered about it despite herself, but the risks brought by those curses were simply too great. Once cursed gear was equipped, it could not be removed by the wearer alone and required a special skill. The user also often had to pay a dear price for the effect. An item could provide a major offensive boost while making its wearer weak against sunlight, complicating outdoor fights. Another might leave the user confused and unable to distinguish friend from foe. Moria then considered what would happen if there were a curse crafter capable of controlling all of those factors. Removing the curse from an item would also remove its beneficial effect. A crafter could instead deliberately leave the curses in place and re-engineer the give and take provided by the item, even defining exactly what its beneficial effect would be. The thought made Moria shudder. She concluded that Gale might be the kind of master craftsperson capable of changing the world. Gale agreed with the assessment and took pride in his designs, believing them so perfect that looking at them never grew old. Moria smiled sarcastically before reconsidering and concluding that he would never have his day in the sun. Gale accepted that she could build him up and then shoot him down. Moria thought that, as long as Gale retained that kind of design sense, the world would never recognize his abilities. Gale then announced that he could see the town ahead. He called Moria over to hitch a ride on a nearby cart. Gale went to the cart owner. Moria reflected on Gale, the curse crafter, as a rather neat guy and found that she would not mind joining his party again. Later, at the Adventurers Guild, Gimli gave her usual welcome message. She was surprised to see Moria and Gale and noted that they had returned rather quickly. She asked whether they had given up, but Gale explained that the opposite had happened and placed the bags in front of Gimli. He asked Gimli to assess the goods so Moria could confirm that they were not fake. Among the goods were black skeletons, dark skeletons, knights, and something from a sorcerer. Gimli faced Gale and initially offered him a 10% price boost before raising it to 30%. Moria pointed out that the job had called for them to defeat liches, but the dungeon had grown extensive enough to house a sorcerer and could genuinely have killed them. She looked intently at Gimli and pointed out that Gimli had first given them inaccurate information and was now offering only 10%. She questioned whether that was really how the guild should operate. Gimli apologized, explaining that their guild was small and that their intelligence sometimes fell short, then offered 20% instead. Moria accepted. Gale asked why Moria was angry, and she told him that he had to put his foot down about such things because preparation was key when tackling a quest. If he prepared to face the fire-type monsters described in the quest only to discover that the dungeon contained nothing but ice types, he would understand the problem. Gale remarked that Moria was kind to him. She clarified that she was not trying to be. Gimli interrupted them, apologized to Gale, and explained that she was still not used to guild work. Gale accepted the apology, noting that most people did not venture deep into crypt. Gimli agreed but acknowledged that it was her fault for trusting the grave digger's words. She slumped and looked sad. Gale thought Gimli was very cute when she was pitiful. He assured her that it was not a big deal at all and explained that crypts were something of his specialty. Gale held back his protective urges. Gimli's eyes gleamed when Gale said that he would patrol around the area now and then. She thanked him and hugged him. Gale wondered whether Gimli really did not look like a guild master despite being one. Moria forcefully separated them and told Gimli to let go of Gale. Gale then asked whether Gimli thought she could start assessing soon, and she confirmed that she could. Moria asked Gale whether he was into little girls like that. Gale questioned where that had come from and denied it completely. Moria pointed out that he was awfully lenient with Gimli and had been ogling her as well. Gale blushed and denied that too. Moria dismissed it as none of her business and turned her back. Gale asked why she was so pouty. Moria denied being pouty and then told Gale that Gimli was nowhere near the age he thought she was. Gimli was likely a good 100 years old. Suddenly, a sharp object hit the ground. Gimli apologized, claiming that her hand had slipped a little. She innocently told them that she would give them their quest reward and the portion of the assessment she had completed so far. Gale and Moria were surprised, realizing that Gimli had been aiming at them earlier. When Gimli placed the reward on the counter, Gale stated that he and Moria would split it. Moria refused because it all belonged to Gale, but he insisted, leaving her with no choice but to accept. She thanked Gale. Gimli told them that they could claim the rest later, then waved them goodbye. Once she was left alone, Gimli examined the reward. She wondered how Moria could be so open about revealing a girl's age. Someone then called for Gimli. Gimli remarked that it was rare to see the visitor and asked what was happening. The visitor explained that she had something to inform her about. Gimli allowed her to proceed, noting that the guild was closed at night. The visitor came forward and delivered the news. Gimli learned that there had been an attempt on Princess Kara's life, and that the princess had survived. The visitor explained that the princess possessed a piece of cursed gear that had prevented instant death. Gimli noted that she had indeed possessed such protection and wondered whether it had been an angel's shield. The visitor clarified that there was no information indicating that any holy church relics had been sent to the princess. Gimli concluded that it must therefore have been some unknown artifact and found such high-end cursed gear fascinating. She asked who the assassins were. The visitor did not know, but judging by their methods, they were likely military. Gimli considered the possibility of a strike from the Empire and chuckled at how intricate the tale sounded. The visitor promised to provide more details later. Gimli thanked her and noted that the incident seemed related to their own mission. Gimli asked whether the visitor had heard any other interesting stories, but she had nothing more to report for now. Gimli thanked her again and tossed her a coin. The visitor accepted and addressed Gimli as her lady before disappearing. Gimli reflected on how the Empire certainly was not clowning around. They had targeted Princess Kara, one of the closest heirs to the throne, raising the possibility of family strife. The capital, the Empire, and the mysterious item all seemed connected. Her thoughts turned to Gale, whose equipment had caught her attention. Ever since she first met him, she had noticed a frightening amount of cursed gear equipped beneath his cloak. There was no way he could carry all of that without suffering any ill effect. On top of that, he had defeated a sorcerer with only a single support mage. That meant they had a curse crafter who treated curses like toys and the undead like pushovers. Later, while bathing, Gimli continued thinking about Gale. He was a curse crafter, while she was one of the equally cursed dark elves. Their kind sought only one thing: obtaining the heart of the devil possessed by the Empire. Without it, they would never be free from their curse or regain their power. Gimli had been working a side job as guildmaster, gathering information and searching for a way through the Empire's tight security. If friction between the Empire and the capital had begun to develop, it might be the best chance to take advantage of the resulting chaos. On top of that, she had just happened to encounter an exceptional curse crafter. Gimli wondered whether the cursed item she had been told about could turn out to be Gale's work. She grinned. After opening a door, Gimli looked at the items and considered Gale a truly fascinating man. Later, at a church in the capital, the priest informed Gale's former party that none of them were cursed. They were shocked. The priest confirmed that they were completely clean, with not even a trace of an active curse on any of them. Kush told the priest not to make him repeat himself. They had come to undo the curses Gale had placed on them as revenge so they could regain their normal powers. The priest explained that there was evidence of past curses. However, from the condition of their bodies, they had been completely free of curses since the day Gale left their team. In fact, it was a miracle that they had survived such powerful curses in the first place. Later, as they made their way out, they concluded that the priests must have been saying that their current states represented the full extent of the power they had ever possessed. Kush clenched his fist and rejected the possibility, deciding that they had simply found an incompetent priest. Luke admitted that he did not want to accept it either, but he had never realized that he was only an average mage, or perhaps even below average. Kush dismissed that matter and insisted that they search harder for Gale. He remained certain that Gale was destitute on the streets by then and believed they would have better luck searching the alleys rather than the main road. Luke called Kush over and apologized, explaining that he had had enough. He decided it was time to leave while things were still favorable and walked away. Kush was bewildered by his behavior. Luke explained that they had sold most of their gear just to eat and pay for the priest, leaving them unable to afford an inn. They all looked terrible and were currently more suited to back alleys than anyone else. Kush objected to Luke saying that to his face and grabbed him. Luke struggled and asked Kush to let go, but then suddenly froze. Kush asked what was wrong with Luke and wondered whether he was already giving up. Luke suggested that perhaps it was a good thing they had not given up after all. Kush was confused and wanted to know what Luke was talking about. Luke directed his attention toward the board. When Kush looked over, he immediately ran to it and grabbed the paper. Melissa and Norris wondered what Kush was examining so aggressively. Luke chuckled and acknowledged that Kush had not been so wrong after all. Kush laughed and agreed that Luke was right, feeling that their luck was finally about to turn around. He showed Luke the poster from the royal office. It stated that the person depicted above was wanted dead or alive by the royal government, with a reward available to anyone who brought the man to the royal seat of government. Monetary compensation would also be provided to anyone with useful information regarding the case, and anyone who saw the man was instructed to report to the nearest royal government office as soon as possible. The notice was issued by Gurman de Gurken IV, chief of the royal office. Kush was thrilled to discover that Gale had become a wanted man. They all laughed in triumph. Kush pointed out that even providing information could earn them money, but bringing Gale's head back to the king could potentially earn them noble titles, land, fine jewelry, or anything else they wanted. Their excitement grew as they decided to strike while the iron was hot. The royal office was not open yet, but that did not matter. They possessed more than mere information. As Gale's former partners, they believed they could provide the royal government with far more than a little cash. At the start of Chapter 12, Kara questioned whether the tipsters Vivian had found were merely swindlers seeking the reward. Vivian assured Princess Kara that they appeared to have valuable information. They were a group of S-rank adventurers from the Capital Guild, and their identities had been confirmed. The party claimed that they had been working with the young man until recently. Before Vivian could continue, loud laughter erupted from inside the room where the party was waiting. One of them even had his feet on the table. Luke examined the carpet and mocked the amount of money that must have been spent on it, calling it a waste of taxpayers' money. Norris praised the tea cakes, and Melissa agreed that more should be brought. Kush then complained about how long the royals were making their informants wait and decided that they ought to charge a late fee as well. Meanwhile, Kara peeked at the party and told Vivian that they did not seem very pleasant, questioning whether they were really S-rank adventurers. Vivian confirmed that they were, more or less. Kush then noticed Vivian and Kara looking at them and asked what they were staring at. He called out to Kara as the fancy lady. Kara identified him as Kush, while Kush stomped toward her without knowing who she was. He insisted that she meant Mr. Kush Bilbor and declared that his party was the best group of adventurers in the entire town. He added that she needed to be royalty to call him by his first name. Kara stopped Vivian before she could react. She apologized for not introducing herself sooner and revealed that her name was Kara de Gurken and that she was the princess of the country. She acknowledged that she had made Kush wait while observing them and asked him to accept her apology. Later, once the princess was seated, Kush and his party bowed all the way to the ground. Kush apologized for his earlier rudeness. Kara clarified that she had not meant to reprimand him and moved the discussion toward business. Kush confirmed that he knew the man shown on the poster. The party looked at one another and grinned. Vivian asked them to describe the young man they were looking for. Kush described him as having black hair, dark eyes, and a medium build. Vivian pointed out that those traits could describe thousands of people. Melissa added that the man dressed very tackily and wore a bluish-green jacket. Kara's eyes gleamed as she urged them to continue. Norris added that the accessories the man made were also very lame and completely devoid of any attractive sense. Kara disagreed, leaving the party confused. To her, there was no way such wonderful goods could be considered lame. Norris then paused and clarified that the man's name was Gale. He was their former companion and a curse crafter. Norris presented his items and urged them to take a look. Vivian wondered what the objects were but recognized that there was no doubting the items. Kara asked what Vivian meant. Vivian explained that their investigation had uncovered something. According to the information they had received, the curse crafter sold items from his stall and sometimes included talismans like these with people's purchases. Kara was surprised that he did so, since she had not received one. Vivian suggested that Gale might have been about to close up at the time, or that Kara had been in such a hurry that he had forgotten to give her one. Vivian turned to Luke and asked whether he was certain the items were Gale's work rather than bonuses he had received while shopping. Luke initially admitted that he had swiped them, then immediately took back his words and explained that he had received them from Gale. He showed them Gale's dark skeleton's eye-tooth ring, carnivorous palette knife, and witch powder necklace. Kush was stunned that Luke had been carrying all those items around. Norris wondered whether Luke thought the items had caused their streak of bad luck and pointed out that even the princess was offended. Meanwhile, Kara covered her mouth in surprise before calming herself. She then exclaimed that she was in heaven. She hugged all of Gale's items and smiled. Kara suddenly remembered that the party was present and noticed their shocked reactions. She took a seat and concluded that they were at least somewhat truthful. Kush assured her that everything they had told her was the truth. Kara then instructed Vivian to give them their rewards, causing all their eyes to gleam. Vivian questioned whether Kara was really being impressed merely by the unsettling junk they had brought. Kara confirmed that she was. She then turned to Kush and handed him a bag of coins as an advance on his future reward. She explained that she needed to thank Gale personally and asked Kush to understand. Kush knelt down and assured Kara that she could leave the matter to them. As Kush Bilbor, leader of the S-rank wolf pack party, he would stake his life on it. Later, outside, Kush chuckled over the rewards they had received along with the retainer. Melissa praised his performance. Norris urged everyone to begin searching for their pal Gale immediately. Luke considered finding Gale an easy task. They would first split up and ask around the capital. Kush agreed. They had been together for 3 years, and he believed he knew what Gale was getting up to. Melissa would search the stalls and Merchants Guild, since Gale might really be running a stall somewhere. Norris would search the Adventurers Guild and the taverns. Knowing the idiot Gale, he might be too stubborn to stray too far from them. Luke would check the carriages around the capital, since Gale might have already left the city. Kush doubted it, but they would check just in case. Kush also suspected that the princess was up to something. She had placed particular emphasis on wanting to thank Gale. Melissa wondered what Gale could have done around royalty. Luke decided that once they found Gale, they should make sure to thank him a great deal as well. Norris agreed, intending to thank Gale for everything they had gone through since he left. They planned to beat Gale up and turn him over to the palace, after which they imagined having his skin peeled off, burning him at the stake, or doing whatever else the authorities chose. The entire party laughed, completely misunderstanding what Kara had meant by thanking Gale. At the castle, Vivian questioned whether they should have trusted that party so much. She had not expected Kara to have tracked Gale down. Kara pointed out that the palace had not managed to do so yet. She also noted that the party was ranked S and wanted to see what they were capable of. Nevertheless, she trusted Vivian to keep watch over them just in case. Vivian agreed. Kara flipped the poster over and confirmed that the man's name was Gale, the curse crafter. She looked at her cursed ring and expressed her desire to learn more about Gale before smiling. At the city of Farmage, Gale sneezed. He wondered whether perhaps a fan of his gear was talking about him. He then paused before giddily laughing as he worked through the details of his latest creation. He planned to polish the lich rib bones for magic resistance and dark element force, lowering their light element and melee defense. He would then mix in powdered dark skeleton bone to boost melee offense and cancel that effect. By combining it with the light element boost from a Thunder Wisp's core, the weapon would be complete. The sorcerer's dropped sword, enhanced with his talismans, was a masterpiece. Gale intended it to commemorate his first stay in Farmage. It was the great sword of an accursed sage, which he decided to name the Divide. Its effects included a boost to the blood effect on the original blade, the addition of Bloodsucker to increase the user's stamina, a 150% increase to slashing force, boosted magic resistance, lighter weight, and improved dustproofing. Suddenly, Moria appeared and slapped Gale, telling him to shut up. Gale questioned why she was in his room. Moria explained that her room was next door and that she could hear him all day and night. She complained that Gale's room was too dark and smelled bad before opening the window. Gale assumed that she had come there to complain. Moria confirmed that she wanted him to stop shouting and stinking up the place, but noted that he was starting to open a stall that day. She was going along with him, and the weather happened to be nice. Gale accepted. Later, Gale called out as a vendor, urging customers to look at his cursed goods and emphasizing that everything was made from fresh undead materials. The vendors beside his stall sold bread and advertised it as freshly baked, while another sold rice balls for breakfast and promoted them as new and fresh. Moria looked at Gale with displeasure. The market was so busy that stalls lined both sides of the area. Customers gathered around one of the rice vendors, impressed by the use of new ingredients, and one customer decided to take some. Nearby, Gale continued offering his cursed gear and even suggested that it could go well with their food, but the customers refused. Other customers passed by while praising a butcher who sold the softest and juiciest turkey legs. The meat was also nicely fattened. Gale called out to them and suggested that they savor their food with his skeleton chopsticks, which would loosen tough meat quickly. The men refused again. Gale then called out to another merchant and offered him the chance to try his cursed sword, which had been built from a sorcerer's blade. The man found it disgusting and ran away. Behind Gale, Moria grimly questioned what he was doing. Gale asked whether Moria had taken an interest in the sword and offered to give her a good deal on it. Moria denied having any interest and moved to take it away from him. Gale hugged the sword tightly and protested, insisting that it was valuable and that even Moria could not cross that line. Moria warned that soon the whole town would be drawing a line with him. She questioned what kind of garbage he was selling at the crack of dawn, especially right next to the food stalls. Gale defended his choice by explaining that the Merchants Guild had told him sales were brisker in the morning and evening. Moria agreed that this applied to food outlets but pointed out that he could not sell cursed gear to people looking for a quick breakfast. She questioned whether he understood supply and demand. Gale confirmed that he did, defining it as people wanting things and merchants selling them. Moria urged him to think about it more and adjust to the fact that Farmage was a farming town. She asked what would sell in a town like this. Gale muttered possibilities such as poison talismans, paralysis scrolls, slowness darts, cursed daggers, and bucklers. He then clapped his hands together and suggested cursed headbands as another option. Moria immediately dragged Gale away and decided that he should come with her. Gale worried that his stall was still open and that someone would steal his goods. Moria assured him that people were too disgusted by his merchandise to steal it. Later, Gimli laughed and remarked that it must be difficult for Moria to have a partner like Gale. Gale and Moria immediately denied being partners. Gimli teased them over how perfectly synchronized they were. Gale explained to Gimli that the Merchants Guild had given him a good spot after he paid them. Gimli asked how much he had paid, and Gale revealed that it had been 1 gold coin. Both Gimli and Moria were shocked. Moria considered that a great deal of money and wondered whether that was how much spots cost in farmage. Gimli clarified that it was not and that the Merchants Guild had ripped Gale off. Gale refused to believe it because the Merchants Guild had assured him that the location was in the busiest area. Gimli closed her eyes and explained that selling involved more than simply choosing a busy area. She did not know how things had been in the capital, but most of the clientele in that area traveled between their homes and the field. They used farming equipment rather than cursed goods. Gale felt doomed by the realization. Gimli explained that there was not zero demand for cursed goods, pointing out the adventurers who worked for their guild. Gale's eyes lit up, but Gimli clarified that even that would not be enough to solve the problem. He needed to relocate first and asked whether he had inquired about the nicer district. Gale was surprised to learn that the Merchants Guild had claimed the area was already full. Gimli questioned whether it had looked full to him. Gale explained that he and Moria had passed through the area on their way there and had certainly seen available space. Moria firmly disagreed. Gimli smiled, realizing that Moria was beginning to understand the situation. Farmage was not the biggest of towns, but it was large enough for guilds based in the capital and other major cities to establish branches there. Gimli suggested that they go out for a while. Moria asked where they were going, and Gimli revealed that they were heading to the Smiths Guild. Moria was confused by the destination and questioned why they were going there. At the start of Chapter 13, Gale questioned why they were at the Smiths Guild if Gimli was helping him find a better stall space, since the Merchants Guild seemed like the more appropriate place. Gimli explained that farmage had a unique balance. Put simply, the Merchants Guild had very little power in the town and lacked the influence of the Smiths Guild, which had the most people and resources. That was why Gale needed to formally introduce himself to the Smiths Guild. Moria realized that this meant the Merchants Guild was beholden to the largest guild in the city. Gimli praised her quick thinking and recognized that she was certainly a support mage. She explained that, in a farming town, metal goods were extremely valuable, creating greater demand for smiths who could build and repair them. The Smiths Guild was also native to the area and could produce tools suited to the land and weather, making its influence understandable. Gale concluded that speaking to the guild master would get him established in the nicer part of town. Gimli confirmed that and asked whether Gale had brought a good gift. Gale's eyes gleamed as he revealed that he had, presenting a cursed necklace. He then pulled out a sword and introduced the blade as the divide, certain that the guildmaster of the Smiths Guild would be delighted. Gimli shivered while the people nearby became terrified as Gale waved the cursed sword around. Moria grabbed Gale by the hair, recognizing that he was doing it again, and urged him to stop. Gimli asked what kind of blade it was. Moria then realized why Gimli had made them buy a large number of things at the stalls earlier. She decided to carry the gifts herself and instructed Gale to remain polite and keep his head bowed. Gale questioned why he needed to do that, believing that a smith would understand why his sword was so impressive. Moria questioned whether he was really so sure and told him to look around. The people inside the guild were hiding at the sight of his sword. Gimli opened the entrance, revealing how busy the Smiths Guild was. The entire place was filled with people hammering metal. Moria complained about the heat, while Gale's eyes gleamed with interest. Moria looked for a service counter, but Gimli explained that although it was called a guild, it was essentially a forge space for their smith. A man passed by and warned them that he was coming through behind them. Gale apologized and noticed how intensely hot the forge was. He then wondered whether they were simply expected to invite themselves inside. Gimli thought that a loud shout would probably bring the guildmaster out. Moria mentally questioned Gimli's idea before clearing her throat and attempting to call for the guildmaster. Her voice was drowned out by the noise. Gimli pointed out that she was too quiet to hear and challenged her to be much louder, promising to show her how it was done. Gimli took a deep breath and called loudly for Sharana. Gale and Moria were stunned. Someone immediately threw open the door and tossed something toward them. A loud boom followed as a large hammer flew in their direction. Someone emerged and complained that this was happening again, wondering how many times it had happened that month. The person ordered them to keep quiet because it was far too early in the morning. It was Sharana. She explained that she had heard them the first time and branded them damned stupid idiot. Moria was shocked to discover that Sharana was a dwarf, while Gale was shocked to discover that the guildmaster was a woman. Gimli laughed and pointed out that Sharana had not appeared when they first called for her. Sharana recognized Gimli as the dark elf who lived in the dark, dank forest. Gimli dismissed Sharana as a cave-dwelling shut-in. Sharana objected to Gimli's insult. Moria whispered to Gale that elves and dwarves did not seem to get along very well and wondered whether they had chosen the wrong person to approach. Gimli assured them that this was not true. She had brought them this far and intended to give them all the support they needed. She introduced the dwarf as Sharana, the guild master, and described her as essentially a lunkhead. Sharona greeted them and reacted to Gimli's side comment. Gale stared as Sharona shook his hand, noticing that she had unusually large, calloused hands for her body. They bore small cuts likely sustained while grinding, while her thick arms and furnace-tanned skin showed that she had done a great deal of forging. Moria called Gale's attention, but he and Sharona continued looking at each other with smiles, recognizing one another as seasoned craftsmen. Gimli wondered why the two of them were gazing at each other. Gale denied it, while Sharona questioned who was gazing and told Gimli to stop making it sound strange. Moria scowled and Gimli smirked. Moria redirected everyone to business, which made Gimli laugh. Gimli introduced Gale as the newcomer from the capital who wanted to open a stall and had come to greet the big boss. Sharona questioned the need for a greeting and stated that he could open a stall wherever he wanted. She had already been extremely busy since morning because they were dealing with a major material shortage, and she did not want them wasting more of her time. Sharona then considered that if Gale simply opened a stall on a whim, it would cause trouble for the Merchants' Guild. She agreed that it was good they had come to do their due diligence, but clarified that the Smiths' Guild was not trying to take control of the town. Their repair work had simply placed them deeply within the community over time. Farmage was not the capital, and people here focused more on fixing things than throwing them away. Somehow, this had left Sharona as the big boss of the town. Sharona took a seat and asked Gale for his name. She warned him not to take everything that the girl, meaning Gimli, told him seriously. Whenever Gimli opened her mouth, Gale should take her words with a large grain of salt. Gimli complained that Sharona was being mean, while Sharona acknowledged that she had heard her before deciding to write the matter up. Gale thanked Sharona. Moria exclaimed that they had done it and the two high-fived. Sharona warned them not to celebrate too quickly, explaining that she was not going to make things so easy for them. Gale was surprised by the resistance. Sharona explained that nobody was running a charity. They would scratch her back and she would scratch theirs. If they wanted official permission from Sharona, she wanted to see an equal amount of sincerity from them. Gale and Moria questioned what she meant by sincerity. Moria produced a bottle of hard liquor and offered it to Sharona as a small gift. Sharona smiled, clearly pleased with it. Gale excitedly revealed that he had something for Sharona as well and began to hold out his sword, but Moria pushed him away and warned him not to buy into it. Gale remained certain that Sharona would love the sword, but Moria reminded him that this was not his personal art show and told him to forget it. She then slapped Gale. Sharona remarked that Moria was rather liberal with those slaps before suddenly stopping. Her eyes widened. She approached Gale and took hold of the bag he was carrying. Gale was confused as Sharona examined it. The bag was now half open. Seeing Gale and Sharona clattering over the contents, Gimli remarked that they were at it again, two crafting nerds returning to their work. Sharona pulled out the sword and examined it with amazement. She could tell that it was not an ordinary sword, not at all. Gale was astonished that Sharona could recognize it. Sharona confirmed that she could completely see what made it special. Gale became giddy at the realization that she really could. Gale thanked Guild Master Sharona and admired the sword's beauty. Sharona told him that there was no need for formal titles and that he could simply call her Sharona. Gale accepted and praised her expertise, expressing how wonderful it was to finally meet someone who understood his work. A tear slipped from his eye as he cried. Sharona wielded the sword and smiled. Moria looked sharply at the scene and cleared her throat. Gale wondered whether she had caught a cold. Moria denied it, while Gimli smirked and pointed out that it was showing. Moria told Gimli to shut up. Sharona asked Moria whether the place was too dusty for her and suggested that she wait outside. Moria denied that as well, explaining that Gale and Sharona simply seemed too close for her. Gale and Sharona wondered whether they really did. Gale then declared with determination that Sharona completely deserved to run the Smiths' Guild. He had known that the right people would eventually understand his work. Sharona explained that she was a forger herself. Sharona held the sword up toward the furnace for a closer look and identified the base sword as a monster drop. She considered that alone amazing to see and was impressed by all the effects it possessed. Her eyes told her that the sword had bloodsucker added to it, along with enhanced slashing force and the dark element. Gale praised Sharona's eyes but noted that there was actually more. Sharona anticipated another effect and identified the lightweight boost, explaining that it accounted for how light the sword was. Moria noticed what Sharona was doing and pointed out that she was swinging the sword around. Gale explained that Sharona was a craftsman and would naturally want to get her hands on it. Moria clarified that this was not what she meant. Sharona agreed that Gale was right and considered how she could possibly resist giving the sword a few swing tests. She imagined slashing enemies apart, absorbing their blood, and fighting while having her stamina continuously restored. Despite being the size of a great sword, it was light enough to carry in one hand, allowing her to swing it all day without feeling its weight. She considered it the perfect weapon for a frontline party member and believed that, with all those features, even a solo adventurer would be capable of handling a battle. Gale added that the blade also had magical resistance and that he had gone out of his way to make it dustproof. Most importantly, it looked cool and was also cursed. Sharona grinned at the magical resistance, recognizing how useful it was for non-users. She was impressed by the dustproofing as well and praised Gale for thinking of everything, noting that proper blade maintenance was essential. She then suddenly stopped and questioned the final part of Gale's description. Gale wondered whether she meant his claim that the sword looked cool. Sharona explained that she would not call the sword cool and advised him to work on his design sense, but that was not what she meant. Sharona's eyes widened as she realized something. She cursed. Moria recognized what was happening and lamented that the skull-related problem had appeared again. Sharona discovered that she could not remove the sword from her hand. Gale questioned whether she disliked his design sense and pointed out that, as a guild master, she should appreciate it. Sharona angrily called Gale a fool and clarified that this was not the issue. She took back her praise and declared that the sword was no good at all. Moria told Sharona to calm down and asked Gale to dispel the curse. Gale, annoyed, questioned why Sharona was taking back her assessment when the sword was extremely cool. Moria shouted at Gale. Gimli laughed at the chaos unfolding before her as everyone except herself struggled to get the sword off Sharona. She reflected that, despite the numerous added effects, Sharona had praised nearly every aspect of the sword's construction apart from the curse. Gale seemed a little too overqualified to be merely a curse crafter, and perhaps he really did have what it took. Gimli then shook her head. Sharona was finally able to remove her hand from the sword. She blew lightly on it and regarded the situation as a disaster. Moria apologized and reminded her that she had warned Gale. Sharona disinfected her hand and stated that it was too late for apologies. Sharona told Gale that if the sword was cursed, he should have said so from the beginning. That was the most important thing. Gale questioned whether it really was, since he could simply dispel the curse whenever he wanted. Sharona acknowledged that perhaps Gale could, but explained that this would not work with other people. She questioned whether he thought the world revolved around him. Sharona then asked Gimli what was wrong with these people, finding Gale and Moria far too much of a handful. Gimli told her to calm down and explained that she did not think Gale had meant any malice toward her. Sharona admitted that she felt stupid for being lured into picking up such a tacky sword because of all its features. She then rejected the idea of Gale running a stall. Gale protested that it was unfair, since Sharona had also tried one of their gifts. Moria pointed out that the gift Sharona had tried was one she had bought herself and that Sharona had sprayed it all over her hand merely to disinfect it. Sharona agreed that she could hardly enjoy the gift now and felt that she was barely breaking even on the deal. If she were not so kind, she would have called the guards on them. Gale lamented the thought after he had worked so hard on the sword. Sharona questioned whether Gale had ever heard of something called customer need. She concluded that he absolutely had not and refused to let him run a stall. If Gale started selling items like those everywhere, he would wreck the town. He had already sold such goods throughout the capital. Sharona considered that a man given a little leeway could become something much more dangerous, comparing Gale's nature to that of a killer shark. Even so, she did not consider herself heartless. She asked Gale whether he really wanted to run a stall that badly. Gale smugly confirmed that he did. Moria pinched him from behind, prompting Gale to bow and beg Sharona for permission to open a stall. Moria apologized for him and explained that Gale was somewhat outside the mainstream, though he also had good qualities. She pointed out that Gale was an excellent dispeller, as Sharona had already seen, and that aside from his design sense, his gear was quite good. Sharona acknowledged how far Moria was willing to go for Gale, but still did not understand why they needed her help. However, if she was going to write to the Merchants Guild, that responsibility came with it. She asked Gale whether he understood. Gale confirmed that he did. Sharona explained that she needed more than lip service and wanted to gauge their character first. Moria asked what Sharona wanted from them, pointing out that they did not have money. Sharona dismissed the concern, explaining that she was not petty enough to ask a newcomer for money. Instead, she had a favor she wanted to ask. Gale asked what kind of favor it was. Sharona asked whether Gale could guess what she would ask an adventurer to do. There was a mine, the only one near Farmage, and she wanted to send them there on a monster hunting quest. It was not an ordinary quest. Everyone who entered the mine disappeared, and they did not even know what type of monsters lived inside. The job required them to make Dog Howl Mine safe again. It was a double-A quest. Sharona asked whether they were willing to take it on. At the start of Chapter 14, at the castle, Kara questioned what the old man meant by his report. She had thought the group were merely thugs claiming to be from the Empire, but it turned out that the Empire itself had struck at her. Vivian grinned and confirmed that the Empire had finally pried open the assassins' mouths, leaving no doubt about it. Kara remarked that Vivian seemed to mean that literally. The old man agreed with Kara and explained that, in summary, the attempt on her life was connected to a succession conflict in the Empire. The group had been hired by the Crown Prince to have Kara killed. He had heard that the Emperor had fallen ill, while the first and second princes were now in conflict. The Crown Prince's mother was a concubine, whereas the second prince was a legitimate son. Kara wondered what she had to do with any of that. Vivian admitted that there was nothing Kara could do directly right now. She then reminded Kara that the king had assigned her as a strategic marriage partner to the second prince. Kara remembered, though she had never accepted the arrangement. The old man, as Kara's chamberlain, hesitated to say it, but the agreement had been enacted between the two nations and therefore went beyond Kara's own will. Vivian concluded that the perpetrators were likely those opposed to the second prince marrying Kara and using his power to extend his own. In other words, they were the crown prince's allies. The marriage between Kara and the second prince would be seen as a ploy to damage the crown prince's position. If this were revealed and relations between their nations soured, the crown prince would not be bothered. In fact, he would likely welcome it. With the empire in conflict with itself, two things could be expected to happen. First, the second prince would stage a goodwill visit to help patch things up with them. Second, the crown prince would send another assassin. Kara was shocked to learn that there could be another assassin. Vivian revealed that although they had gotten the band of assassins to talk, there was still no direct evidence that the prince had been involved. If the empire denied involvement, their kingdom could not react very strongly. They could file a protest, but that would be about it. It would be a different story if they were interested in war with the empire, but they were not ready for that. Princess Kara slammed her hands on the table and decided that they had to call off the marriage. She declared that she would not marry the second prince, then quickly stood up and buried her face in her bed. Vivian pointed out that they could not simply call off an international agreement. Kara hated the situation, especially since she already had a perfectly fine ring. Meanwhile, at the Doghowl mine outside of Farmage, Gale sought confirmation that he was a curse crafter. Mora was a support mage. Gimli made it clear that she did not count toward the matter. Gale questioned whether Gimli really thought she should hire another party. Gale and Mora were both rearguards, while Gimli was not part of the party. Sharona reminded them that they had already gone over this and that there was no other party. That was why the quest was a cold case right now. Normally, it should have been a B or C grade quest. Since they were already there, Sharona urged them to simply cram it and complete it. Gale and Mora reasoned that they had only just come to town. Gimli smiled at Sharona, recalling that she had already explained how a quest's difficulty level increased when it was not completed. Sharona exclaimed that she had worked with Gimli to define that level and did not want Gimli to make her out to be the bad guy. Mora finally understood the situation. The quest had gone so long without being completed that it had become a AA. Gale then wondered whether the difficulty would become even higher if they messed up. Gimli laughed and confirmed that it could reach S rank. Mora commented that she did not see how the situation was funny. Gimli explained that many adventurers had gone missing there lately. Mora guessed that it was because of the cave and they looked toward its entrance. As Mora listened, she thought the sound was likely just the wind, but she was sure there were some truly nasty monsters inside. She and Gale shivered. Sharona questioned why they were wimping out. If they were adventurers, they should storm in and get the quest done already. If they could not use the mine, they would have to keep importing forever. Gale pointed out that everyone who had stormed in there had never come back. Mora agreed, noting that their lives had been lost and that the quest only paid 10 gold, which was extremely cheap. Sharona explained that they could not pay more because it used to be a low-level quest. Mora understood why nobody local wanted to touch it. Gale reasoned that he could not handle the quest without some kind of frontline ally. Mora reminded him that he had beaten a sorcerer and his army solo. Gale considered the undead a different matter, since he could not defeat a monster they had no idea about. Sharona complained that the city folks were such pushovers and proposed that she take the front position herself. They needed a woman on point and they had her. She considered that enough to solve everything. Mora and Gale were confused by the suggestion. Sharona wondered why they were looking at her that way and reminded them that she had already said she was going to guide them anyway. Gimli agreed that Sharona had said that, but pointed out that having a client on the front line was unheard of. Gimli nevertheless considered it no problem otherwise. Gale and Mora turned to Gimli in surprise, realizing that she truly did not consider it a problem. Sharona took this as confirmation that everything was fine. She also emphasized that she packed a punch and flexed her muscles. Mora acknowledged that Sharona certainly seemed to have power. Gale wondered whether she could really handle a party's frontline. Sharona assured them that she could and that she was on the job. Mora reflected that a curse crafter, a support mage, and a smith made for an unbalanced party, but she did not see it as hopeless at all. Even though they did not know what they were facing, with the strange Gale and his curses, she thought they might be able to hold their own. Sharona announced that the quest would begin. Mora agreed and intended to wrap it up quickly so they could get Gale's stall set up in the nice part of town. Gale remained uncertain, noting that the place was not a crypt. Gimli waved at them and wished them a nice trip. They went inside and Gale was shocked by the sound. He questioned what it was. Mora immediately felt that they should not have barged in. Sharona told her not to worry, explaining that if there were no monsters around, the place was practically like their back garden. Gale questioned whether that was really the case. Sharona confirmed it and told him to chill out. Sharona explained that several ventilation holes had been dug into the mine. When air flowed through them, the resulting sound resembled a dog howling, which was why the mine had the name it did. Sharona told them that the stones around them could be mined and tossed some to Mora. Mora caught them and was impressed. Sharona identified them as iron and explained that they could also find lead and mithril from time to time. She urged them to look around carefully, pointing out what a nice mine it was. Mora and Gale looked around, and when they looked up, they saw a great many stones surrounding them. They were amazed by the sight. Sharona explained that she had set up shop there because they had this mountain. It was a truly important place to her, and she asked them to stop being so on edge. Mora understood now and apologized to Sharona. The place was not a crypt at all. There were no undead around, so there was no reason to be scared. Suddenly, Mora bumped into something. She questioned what it was, then suddenly saw a face. She screamed and warned them that something was there, identifying it as an undead. Sharona questioned what she meant, insisting that there was nothing there and that she could not see any monsters. Gale excitedly searched for the undead, eager to know where it was. Sharona questioned why Gale was so happy about the possibility of an undead being inside. Gale explained that if an undead was in there, it had to be a truly special one. They looked at Mora's supposed undead and discovered that it was only a statue. Sharona admired the detailed stonework, noting that it almost looked alive. She looked at the statue in amazement and drew Gale's attention to it. Gale examined it and recognized it as a real work of art. Mora regarded the two of them as crafting idiots. Sharona agreed with Gale and wondered what kind of talent had created it, admitting that she had no idea. When Mora turned around, she faced another door and drew their attention to it. Sharona dismissed her because they were busy. Gale continued staring at the statue, explaining that he did not get to see things like this very often. Mora dragged them over and insisted that it was not the time for nerd talk. When Sharona took a look, she was shocked by what she saw. There were many statues of people. Sharona wondered whether all of them were statues, while Gale noticed that each one was different. Mora realized that something was clearly abnormal and that they were in trouble. Sharona examined one of the statues more closely and was shocked by what she recognized. Gale called for her attention, and Sharona revealed that she knew the man. Mora wondered whether Sharona knew the model. Sharona confirmed that she was certain and held her hammer as she pointed out another statue and then another. They were farmage adventurers. She realized that they had all been petrified and that the missing adventurers had actually been living people. Gale recoiled at the realization and understood why the statues looked so detailed. Sharona wondered what had happened and why they had all turned to stone. Gale explained that it was the work of a monster. The three of them realized the danger. Mora ordered everyone to stay on guard. She would scope out the exit while Gale and Sharona took the front and side. Gale admitted that he did not like the situation at all, since only a limited number of monsters could do this. Mora identified possibilities such as a basilisk or a gorgon, both of which were ranked A or higher. However, she noticed the chicken coop smell she was sensing, along with the large feathers around the area and the power to petrify living people. Gale realized that they were facing a cockatrice. A sudden sound rang out, followed by a loud boom. A chicken with a snake behind it appeared. A cockatrice was a half-snake, half-chicken monster defined as a disaster class in many regions. Its protection could deflect most projectile weapons, while it possessed sharp, large claws, poison, and petrifying breath. It was also quite agile and intelligent enough to attack strategically. Mora realized that the attack was coming from the rear. Sharona cursed as she realized that their front and rear lines had been swapped. Gale urgently warned Mora to get back. In an attempt to save her, Gale swung forward and found himself face to face with the cockatrice. At the start of Chapter 15, Gale lunged toward the cockatrice with sharp darts in his hand. The half-snake behind the cockatrice attacked, forcing Gale to leap backward as he threw a dart toward it. An explosion followed and the dart pierced the cockatrice. Gale noted that the cockatrice had come in with its mouth open and was ready to peck at him, making it a very good target. Sharona wondered how the dart had stabbed through its thick skin and why its paralysis was not working. The creature had to be the boss of most regular dungeons. Gale dismissed the concern and urged her to hurry up and attack it. Sharona questioned whether it really did not matter. Gale explained that it was only a one-off dart with a stun and 0 armor curse, and that the status ailment would not last long. Sharona agreed and dashed toward the cockatrice with her big hammer. She struck the cockatrice with her mock hammer, releasing consecutive attack. Mora realized that Sharona had landed 5 mid-air blows on it. Gale watched as Sharona sent its head flying. Sharona took pride in her performance, but the fight was not over yet. Suddenly, the snake's mouth opened and rose from below. Gale warned Mora to watch out and called for her assistance. Mora responded immediately, and magic power flashed before Sharona. Sharona felt a huge surge of strength. Mora explained that it was muscle-buffing magic designed to work quickly, though its effectiveness would not last long. Sharona accepted the enhancement and vertically inserted her hammer between the snake's jaws, forcing them open. She grabbed something inside and demonstrated the power of a first-class smith by ripping the snake's jaw open downward toward its body, splitting it in half. She laughed afterward and claimed the victory as hers. Mora noted how close the attack had been and considered them lucky that the cockatrice had been moving unusually slowly for one of its kind, undoubtedly because Gale's dart was still working. She had already wondered about it, but once again found herself questioning what was behind Gale's cursed equipment. Sharona agreed, wondering why stun and zero armor had worked on a cockatrice. She had never heard of a one-use debuff item working on a boss-class monster. Gale explained that it was actually pretty normal. All he had done was add a talisman he had made from the ashes of a floaty ghost-type creature from the capital. The talisman combined a stun element with zero armor, which he had adopted from the walk-through-walls skills of Ghost. Mora could not understand the explanation. Sharona likewise wondered why a ghost would have zero armor and what the capital had to do with it. Gale could not quite remember, but he described the creatures as something they had seen before, like skeletons in black cloak. Sharona and Mora thought about it for a moment. Mora wondered whether the creature carried a scythe. Sharona added that it might also have a creepy old lantern or something similar. Gale's eyes gleamed as he finally recognized the creature. He recalled the enormous skeleton that came through walls. Mora and Sharona realized that he was referring to a Grim Reaper. They identified it as a disaster-class creature, the Reaper of Souls, and a godlike creature that rarely appeared outside, essentially a literal demigod. Gale dismissed the danger, explaining that he saw them in lots of crypts. Although seeing one emerge from a wall had startled him a little, Mora grabbed Gale before he could finish. Mora was horrified that he had encountered demigods and survived, wondering what he had even done. Gale explained that he had dispelled the creature and turned it into cursed gear. Mora stared grimly at Gale, stunned by the fact that he had dispelled a demigod. She realized that Gale had made high-class items from it and that disaster-class gear had been used against a disaster-class foe. That explained why it had worked against a boss-class monster. Gale acknowledged the point but warned Sharona to be more careful next time. Sharona shivered as Gale continued, reminding her that a moment of carelessness could cost an entire life. That was the credo by which any adventurer who took risky quests lived. Sharona accepted the lesson but pointed out that she had come close to dying back there. Anyone would have let their guard down under those circumstances. She also resolved that there would not be a next time. Mora suddenly realized something and turned toward the cockatrice. Gale concluded that Doghowl Mine was safe again and that the double-a-class quest was now complete. The three of them happily celebrated the completion. Gale quickly went to pluck the feathers, intending to report to Gimli about rescuing the adventurers. For now, however, the mine was usable again. Sharona confirmed that it was, acknowledging that the quest had not been easy but that it was now clear the cockatrice had been the monster in question. With it defeated, everything was fine again. Sharona reflected that she was an adventurer now too. Gale exhaled and accepted the thought. He then called Mora over and noted that it was his first time seeing a cockatrice on a quest, wondering whether there was any good meat on them. Mora did not know and only cared about bringing back proof. She could not understand why Gale would want to eat one, considering that it was stuffed with poison. Gale was surprised by the mention of poison, since the creature looked so much like a chicken. Mora wondered why it had been hiding in a mine like this and asked Gale where she should slice it. Gale then realized that the mine was too small for something that large. He speculated that it might have taken the place for a birdhouse, since it was difficult to know what monsters were thinking. Gale sniffed around and noticed that it really did smell like a chicken coop, with the scent of droppings or rotten eggs. A crack suddenly sounded, and he wondered whether Mora had stepped on something. Mora confirmed that she had and noticed what appeared to be an eggshell. Gale observed it as well. Mora thought it seemed rather large for an eggshell, and Gale agreed before wondering what chicken coops were used for again. Sharona noticed something. Mora explained that chicken coops were used to keep hens for laying eggs. Sharona cursed, and Gale wondered what was wrong. Sharona suddenly realized the danger. A chirping sound emerged from the mine. It grew louder, and a giant chick with a snake behind it appeared. More followed, and soon many of them were coming toward the three of them. Mora realized that this was the cockatrice's nesting ground. Sharona and Mora urged Gale to run. Gale paused, wondering whether the chicks were one of those creatures that imprinted on the first thing they saw and then followed it around. As the chicks approached, Mora dragged Gale away, doubting that they were imprinted. The creatures were coming for his blood. Sharona urged them to run as fast as they could, warning that she could not be blamed if the chicks gobbled them up. The baby cockatrices pursued them. Mora suddenly realized that they had reached a dead end. Sharona determined that they had to shut down that part of the mine. Gale wondered what they were going to do now. Sharona decided that they had only one choice and would take the lead while the others protected her. As the chicks drew nearer and nearer, Sharona swung her hammer and slammed it into them. She struck again, explaining that her hammer could smash through stone. Looking at the others approaching, she realized that the chicks did not seem to care. Mora asked whether Sharona could hold out a little longer. Sharona assured her that she was handling it. Mora realized that they might be in even more trouble than they had been with the adult cockatrice. For one thing, even a baby cockatrice was larger than the average person, and there easily seemed to be 100 or so of them in the mine. She could not understand how even a bird could produce that many offspring, though the reproductive ability of the snake part might have been playing a role. More importantly, the chicks were as violent as their mother and undoubtedly extremely hungry. If they were fully grown, killing a few might be enough to unnerve them and make them run away. These were babies, however, and had no sense of judgment. All they cared about was eating whatever was in front of them. Sharona counted the baby cockatrices she had brought down, reaching for, then urged the others to keep coming before immediately reconsidering and wishing they would stop. Mora announced that she was ready and began using Elevate All Magic and Sulfide Force. Sharona felt another surge of power. Unlike the muscle boost from earlier, this effect would continue growing as long as Mora kept supplying it with magic, though the increase was not fast enough. Sharona now had enough power to defeat a baby cockatrice in a single blow, so she increased her agility as well. After that, she continued raising everything else. She determined that this could work. Her hammer whirled around like a tornado, pulverizing the baby cockatrices in its path. Mora's support magic made a clear difference in Sharona's fighting ability. She had greater speed, strength, attack, and defense, making her seem completely invincible. However, the sheer number of chicks remained a problem. Sharona realized that neither her stamina nor her sanity could hold out. Mora admitted that she was at the end of her rope as well and called for Gale, asking whether he had any way to attack the creatures with some kind of curse like the ones he had used against the orcs. Gale explained that he had run out of those curses long ago. Besides, the baby cockatrices were not orcs. Spirit-type debuffs would not work well on baby cockatrices because they had barely any sense of self. Sharona wondered what he meant. Gale explained that a curse was like showing someone a lemon to trigger their salivation instinct, but that would not work on a baby who did not know what lemons were. Furthermore, curses such as terror and sheep's clothing that targeted the spirit only worked on monsters with a certain level of intelligence. Unlike their previous quests, Gale's curses would not work at all. At the start of Chapter 16, the chirping grew louder. Sharona stood before them, looking worn out. Mora wondered whether Gale had something that could be used on Sharona herself instead of against the enemy. Gale rummaged through his bag and found a few items from his tool bag that he had intended to sell as decorations: a cursed bandana, a darkness mask, and the horns of lamentation. He was particularly proud of his designs, but they were meant for decoration rather than actual use. Gale explained that the items did not have all that much effect either, offering things such as triple defense, double agility, fatigue resistance, and poison resistance. Sharona immediately recognized that those effects were exactly what they needed at that moment. Mora began building a barrier to stop the chicks and urged Sharona to hurry. Once the barrier was in place, Sharona shoved Gale aside and took the items. Gale warned that they were not battle gear and that she should not expect much from them. When Sharona held the bandana, she noticed the skin pores on it and found them disgusting. She forced herself to accept it because Gale had said it would give her more defense and other benefit. If she was not going to use it then, there was no better opportunity. Gale explained that the cursed bandana granted triple defense and fatigue resistance. The moment Sharona put it on, its magic began to ooze into her. All the fatigue seemed to vanish from her body. Gale then gave her the darkness mask, which cancelled poison and allowed her to see in the dark. Sharona was amazed that Gale had not been exaggerating. There were even more chicks deeper inside the mine. Mora's face clearly showed how disgusted she was by the mask. She then pointed out that the barrier was about to break and urged Sharona to hurry with the remaining gear. Finally, Gale presented the horns of lamentation. They granted double agility and 5 times the arm's strength. Sharona was shocked by the effect. With that, Gale's cursed gear had formed a complete armor set. Sharona looked at Gale and found his smug smile unpleasant. Gale clearly considered the result impressive. Sharona could hardly believe the 5-fold increase in arm strength. Yet she could truly feel the overflowing power reaching into all her fingers. The barrier shattered and the baby cockatrices rushed in. Mora realized that the chicks had broken through and warned Sharona that one was behind her. Sharona raised her hammer and smashed all of them. Mora could tell that the entire mine was shaking from Sharona's strength, even though Mora's buffs were no longer active on her. Sharona could hardly believe what was happening. She felt completely invincible and even came up with a new skill. She swung her hammer and named it Eternal Smash before laughing maniacally. Mora wondered whether something in the gear was making Sharona lose control. Gale believed that it was simply the combined effect. Gale explained that the combined effect was like a chemical reaction between the curses of multiple pieces of gear. When 2 compatible items, such as the Horns of Lamentation and the Darkness Mask, were equipped together, the user would experience their effects in full force. Mora recognized that Sharona was experiencing something beyond simply having her fatigue reduced, similar to the high experienced by a runner. Sharona reached the very last chick and hammered it with her weapon. Blood trickled onto the floor and her face gleamed. Gale dispelled the items she was wearing. Sharona let out a breath of relief as all the gear finally came off. She imagined how ashamed she would have been if she had returned to Farmage looking like that. Gale reacted with confusion because Sharona had been praising the gear only a moment earlier. Sharona clarified that she had only been praising its feature set. Gale then noticed the considerable wear and tear the items had suffered. Sharona insisted that with someone as beautiful as her using the gear, its value would naturally become premium. Her balance wobbled before she collapsed onto the floor, overwhelmed by the sudden state of her whole body. Gale explained that the fatigue did not disappear forever. The curses were simply fooling her into thinking she was no longer tired. She had gone against an entire flock of baby cockatrices with 5-fold arm strength and double the agility, and now her body was paying the price. Her poison resistance had cancelled out all the poison while she was wearing the gear, but once it was removed, anything that entered her wounds would infect her normally. Her body throbbed with pain, leaving Sharona frustrated by the reality of it. Mora reflected that not many people were eccentric enough to willingly equip cursed gear, and cursed crafters who made such equipment were often accused of having pointless jobs. However, if this gear could kill both an adult cockatrice and dozens of baby ones, its potential value was impossible to measure. Gale still had not realized that. Sharona cursed Gale and blamed him for making her believe the soreness would disappear after a while. For now, she only needed to rest. Sharona sprawled across the ground. Mora wondered what had happened to her shame, but Sharona no longer had the will to stand. Mora agreed that her own magic force was completely spent as well and that it would take a little longer for her to recover. Gale acknowledged that he had used up a lot of his gear too. Sharona then realized that this time they were certain of it. Mora agreed that Doghowl was safe again and that the AA-class quest was now complete. Mora admitted that if she had known this was a cockatrice nest, she never would have come near the place. Gale agreed, thinking that if he had been able to see that far ahead, he would have stayed with the stall location he had now. Sharona laughed and felt the same way, certain that if she had known about all of this beforehand, she never would have joined them. Then Gale thought of something that stopped him. A cockatrice nest. He suddenly had a very bad feeling about it, the same feeling he had experienced earlier, like the first time he saw that shell. Something else was approaching them, something that overshadowed everything before it. It was a rooster, enormous in size and drawing closer. Gale realized that the hen had appeared first, meaning they had just killed her babies, and this enormous creature was the rooster. The nest belonged to 2 cockatrices, which explained why all those adventurers had been overwhelmed so badly. Sharona stared at the creature, stunned by how much larger it was than the first one. The cockatrice charged toward them, making Gale realize that they had reached round 3. Mora immediately considered retreating, but there was no way out. Sharona held tightly to her hammer and prepared herself against the bird. She urged everyone to pull themselves together because the cockatrice would not go easy on them simply because they were tired. The stones around them crumbled. Sharona realized that the rooster had only just returned to its nest with dinner for its young, and finding what had happened had enraged it. The rooster crowed. Sharona whispered in frustration about the creature taking over their mine and wondered why the rooster was so angry when this was their Smith's Guild territory, not a place for a chicken like it. The rooster pulled its head back and released a large amount of smoke. Gale wondered what the mist was before shuddering at the terrible feeling it gave him. He dashed forward to warn Sharona. She remained defiant toward the rooster, but Gale quickly reached her and forced her down, managing to grab her against the ground. A cracking sound spread through everything the mist touched. Gale had only heard about it through rumors before, but he now recognized it as the petrifying breath. Anything that touched it immediately turned to stone. He understood that this was what had caused all those adventurers to be overwhelmed. The rooster puffed again, releasing a second wave. Gale and Sharona ran away from it. Mora observed that the breath fortunately had a short range and required a considerable amount of time between uses. However, they were trapped in an enclosed space, at a dead end inside a mine. While Gale and Sharona distracted the cockatrice, Mora needed to think of something. Gale and Sharona suddenly made a U-turn and came rushing toward her at high speed. Mora shouted at them. At the start of Chapter 17, Mora realized that the rooster had cornered them all the way there. Gale admitted that he had more or less guessed it. The snake behind the rooster then tried to reach them, and all 3 were suddenly thrown away. They toppled over onto the floor. The rooster closed its eyes. The 3 of them stared at it, realizing there were no more stones to use as cover. They needed a shield, but there was nowhere to get one. Sharona's hammer had been blown away, and the minecart had been completely flattened. Sharona revealed that she had a shield. She then opened her arms wide and told them to hold out while getting into her shadow. Gale was confused by what she meant. Sharona reminded him that she had said she would take the front lines, and now it was their turn to step up. Gale grabbed Sharona as she suddenly began turning to stone. A cracking sound rang out, leaving Gale shocked. Sharona smiled and explained that Gale was out of the mainstream, but for some reason, she simply could not take him. She asked him to use her as a shield, get Mora out of there, and survive. She intended for them to stay together, but before she went, she had one last request. She wanted Gale to take care of everyone at the guild for her. Gimli, especially, did a pretty good job as an elf, and Sharona had never gotten the chance to tell her in person. Gale suddenly stopped her and used his dispel magic. A very bright glow appeared, and Sharona's body, which had been turning to stone, became normal again. Gale asked how that had been, while Sharona shook her hands in confusion. Gale explained that when he touched Sharona in the middle of her petrification, he had gotten the feeling that he might be able to dispel it. He had tried, and the spell had come through for him again. Mora and Sharona were too shocked to speak. Gale explained that he had thought a cockatrice's breath was poison, but it worked the same way as a gorgon. A gorgon was a monster in female form with snakes for hair, and looking into its eyes would paralyze a person with fear and put them under a petrification curse. Gale concluded that curses might work on more than just undead and demon-type monsters, and that he could use some of them on animal types as well. It was a new discovery for him. Treating petrification as poison had seemed strange to him in the first place. Sharona then noticed something and pointed at the rooster cockatrice. She was exhausted, and its comb was flopping around. The petrifying breath must have taken a lot out of the cockatrice as well. Mora realized that if Gale could dispel that breath, there was no longer anything to fear from it. The tables had turned, and they could wrap things up before the cockatrice could catch its breath again. She had recovered enough magic to cast one buff and intended to apply magic power to Sharona. Sharona accepted the boost. Mora instructed Sharona to hold the snake down while Gale finished the cockatrice with the crazy curse tools he had. Both of them dashed forward as the snake hissed at them. Sharona went into the middle of its mouth and charged. They battled the cockatrice just as Mora had instructed. Sharona recognized the surprise attack and the pincer move, considering the cockatrice a smart cookie. However, the rooster had not expected its surefire bet to count for nothing, which Sharona believed was the case. Gale then dashed forward. Sharona urged him not to hold back, and Gale understood what she meant. He moved behind the cockatrice and noted that it was awake now, but it would be going back to sleep soon, for good. Gale then prepared his curses. Enchanted, poisoned, petrify, confusion, zero armor, absorb blood, tear, pain, and bind. He did not know how many of them would work on boss monsters, but at least one of them had to. It became the clearance sale of the century as he activated point-blank curse barrage. Mora ran to Sharona. Gale jumped away before a loud explosion could be heard, remarking that the bird could keep the change as well. A large number of skulls then erupted and buried the bird. Skulls were scattered all over the place. Mora questioned whether Gale had really used everything. Gale confirmed that he had, explaining that he had not been sure which curses would work on a boss monster. A gleam of light then appeared among the skulls. Mora realized that Gale was a stupid moron and that if he had launched all his curses, the whole world was going to end. Gale laughed and considered her reaction quite an exaggeration. Suddenly, rays of light gleamed from beneath the skulls. Sharona realized that although she had told Gale not to hold back, he had gone far too far. A flash appeared before them, followed by a very strong explosion. The three of them were swept away. Sharona cursed Gale as a stream of blood covered all of them. The inside of the exploded cockatrice was scattered everywhere. Sharona checked whether Mora was alive. Mora was barely alive and found herself completely dirty from the blood. She would need a new cloak as well, since blood was difficult to get out. She then asked where Gale was, and Sharona pointed out that he was sprawled out nearby. A rumbling sound followed, giving them all a hunch about what was happening. Gale blinked and realized that everything was shaking and that the mine might collapse. Both girls agreed that it was going to cave in and blamed Gale for it. All three of them ran toward the entrance as rocks began falling. They ran all the way back past the statues and toward the entrance. Larger stones piled up and covered the entrance, but luckily, they managed to make it outside. Mora and Gale sat outside catching their breath, relieved that they had been saved. Knuckles then came down upon their heads. Sharona had struck them, calling them a bunch of hecking idiots and blaming them for busting up the mountain. They had been supposed to take out monsters, but instead they had taken out the whole mine. Gale pointed out that it still counted as beating the quest. Mora agreed that they had beaten all the monsters and thought they were due a reward. Sharona quivered with anger at the mention of a reward. She could not understand who would pay them a reward for what they had done, since they were the ones who owed her. Gale considered Sharona mean and brought up his stall spot, reminding her that she was supposed to help him with the Merchants' Guild. After all the risks they had taken inside, he was not going to let her stiff them. Sharona insisted that she had taken the most risk of all because of the breath shield. She then told them to shut up. She wondered how she was supposed to introduce Gale to the merchants as the local mine wrecker, considering that he had brought all that curse equipment, put her in full armor, caused her to lose her hammer, and blown up the mine. It was the worst day ever. Gale considered Sharona's treatment of her rather high-handed. Sharona responded by shouting at him to shut up. In the distance, a hand grappled above the ground. Someone coughed and realized that she had thought she was a goner. She identified Gale as the curse crafter and recognized that he was beyond anything out there. She had wanted to tail him from a safe distance, but if he could blow up the whole mine like that, it was beyond what she could evade. What she had witnessed was far beyond anything she had imagined, so she decided that they were even. Gale could create nothing but cursed items, yet each one possessed artifact class features. She finally understood that. They later returned to the mine, where Gale chanted his dispel toward the statue of a man who had been the first person they saw when they entered. The petrification cracked, and they proceeded to dispel the woman who had been so excited to see Charlie. She was Penelope. Charlie was surprised to see Penelope there and learned that she had gone missing, which had left him worried, while the adventurers had ultimately brought him there. Penelope hugged him and cried. Sharona remarked on how the two of them were getting hotter than the forge. Mora then noted that they had restored the mine and rescued all the others as well. Charlie thanked them and revealed that he had told Penelope they would get married if they survived the quest. Gale reached into his pocket and offered to give the couple an item as a gift, with no need for repayment. The couple stared at him. Gale asked them to stop by his stall later. Sharona immediately objected to Gale giving cursed items as gifts for special occasions. Mora pointed out that whether the gift was free or not did not matter. The couple was surprised by their reaction, but they continued smiling. Back at the Travelers Guild, Gimli excitedly welcomed whoever had entered as the door opened, only to look disappointed when she saw Sharona. Sharona noticed Gimli's lack of excitement and teased her about being less enthusiastic upon seeing her. She sat in front of the counter and noted that the place was as empty as always. Gimli wondered whether Sharona had come to start a fight. Sharona smiled and made it clear that Gimli only needed to tell her if she wanted one. Gimli picked up a dart and questioned Sharona about it. Sharona told her to examine it. Gimli did so and was shocked by what she discovered. Sharona pointed out that it was crazy and a true blue artifact without a doubt. Gimli had initially thought it was a joke, but it was not. Sharona explained that it was all Gale. He was willingly selling items like that around as though they were on closeout, which she found crazy. Gimli smiled and explained that all she had heard was that Gale was an adventurer who had wandered in from the capital. According to the rumors, he had been a member of an S-rank party. Sharona stared at Gimli. She could not believe that Gale would simply wander into such a sleepy, backwater place. Sharona then explained that the adventurers the cockatrice had petrified down in the mine were all fixed up and kicking now. Even the priests had thrown in the towel against that curse. Gimli questioned the curse, and Sharona explained that the damn chicken had even turned her into stone, yet she was now completely fine. More petrified adventurers had continued to be discovered in the deeper parts of the mine now that it was running again. Some had not made it because the cockatrice had sadly eaten part of them, but everyone Gale had dispelled back to consciousness was recuperating in the town's only church infirmary. Sharona added that the church was on pins and needles because of it, having no idea what was going on. She thought she had smoothed things over with them for now, but Gale's dispelling skills were pretty crazy as well. Gimli became curious about Gale's dispelling skills. Sharona noticed her interest, and Gimli acknowledged that they were certainly impressive to some extent. Sharona explained that Gale's dispel went beyond what any normal dispel enchantment could do. He had discovered that the cockatrice's petrification attack was a kind of curse, and the next moment, he had cured the whole group. He had not used any medicine at all, nor had he relied on any church facilities. Sharona scratched her head and challenged Gimli on whether she was still going to claim to her face that Gale was merely a wandering adventurer. Gimli laughed and pointed out that Gale was still new to the guild either way. However, considering how he had saved all those adventurers and handled the cold case jobs for her, she thought she would have to file for his rank promotion herself, whether he had a party or not. Sharona commented on Gimli's response and noted that this was all she had to say, recognizing the sneaky little fox Gimli always was. Gimli dismissed the need for a clever old fox to tell her anything. She then asked what Sharona was doing for Gale. Sharona thought about it before explaining that she had joined the member role in their Smith's Guild as well. Gale's design sense was, as Gimli knew, something else, but his skills were the real thing. Gimli agreed with her completely and considered it perfectly fine. There was no law stating that their members could not join other guilds at the same time. The two looked at each other and smiled before looking away. Sharona then hurriedly announced that she had to go. Gimli pointed out that she was not sorry at all. Sharona told Gimli to shut up. Meanwhile, at the mine, Gale sneezed. Mora found it gross and thought he should at least turn his head first. Gale apologized and explained that it was really dusty down there. Gale remarked that Sharona handled her workers really roughly. Still, if she was willing to call things even after all this, Mora supposed they should take that as a win. Gale considered Mora extremely optimistic. Mora explained that everything had happened thanks to the combined effect of all the curses Gale had launched at once. As she squeezed his face, she remained unsure whether he was an adventure-rescuing hero or a cave-in-causing villain. Nearby, the miners worked with carts that were now loaded with stones. Mora mentioned that she had heard Gale had joined the Smith's Guild. Gale confirmed it and showed her his tags, one for the Smiths Guild and one for the Adventurers Guild. Sharona had arranged it in exchange for helping him with his stall. Mora found it unusual, since the Smiths Guild was full of career forgers. They did not let just any adventurer become a member, and they even outsourced their ore mining work. She wondered what they had Gale doing for them. Gale explained that they had not given him anything in particular to do. They were simply giving him a corner of the guild where he could make cursed gear. Mora wondered whether they had accepted Gale as one of their own. Gale was unsure. He recalled Sharona's constant complaints about whatever he made, which he found a little annoying. Sharona did not like him making cursed swords and similar items. Gale figured that Sharona was looking for interior decor, so he had been working on things like that instead. He showed Mora a bleached skull vase. Mora was disgusted by the sight and pointed out that Gale had turned a skull upside down and stuck some flowers in it. She did not want him going around in public with something like that. Gale defended the vase, explaining that it had taken him a whole day. Mora wondered whether he had really needed an entire day just to turn a skull upside down. Gale clarified that the time had been spent on the colors and sheen. He had spent hours polishing it. Mora warned him not to polish someone's skull like that and suspected that he had added some insane effects to it as well. Gale insisted that he had not added any really big effects and that he was focused on the design. If the item was placed in a room, it would provide constant magic recovery. If it was used as a cup, it would provide high-speed healing. Mora was amazed by the item and recognized it as the kind of thing any mage would die for. A mage's life could depend on recovering magic force quickly, yet the vase could potentially provide that benefit. Gale did not understand why it was such a surprise. He thought anyone could recover their magic by simply sitting down for a while. Mora frustratingly explained that it was not that simple. The pace of magic recovery, just like bodily strength, depended on the quality of a person's diet and sleep, as well as their intake of liquor, sweets, and other delicacies. Recovery could also be slowed if their constitution was affected by illness or something similar. Because of that, mages were pickier than most people about maintaining their bodies. They ate well and slept well, but when they needed more magic force quickly, they had to drink disgusting-tasting potions or meditate in darkened rooms. It was never an easy task. The possibility of accomplishing the same thing simply by placing the vase in a room left Mora imagining it in her own room. She knew she could never bring herself to use such a thing. She understood why Sharona was constantly grabbing at Gale. Sharona then arrived and urged them to give it a break. She was tired of all the whining and warned that if they started shouting all day, they would cause another cave-in. Sharika asked what the matter was. Gale explained that Mora had gotten into a bad mood after he showed her one of his prototypes. Sharona glanced at the item and decided that she would kick Gale out of town if he tried selling it. Gale explained that he had made it because Sharona had told him to go wild. Sharona considered him a damn fool and clarified that she had never asked him to make creepy junk like that. She wanted tools that everyone could make use of. Sharona then handed Gale something large. Gale examined it, and Sharona revealed that it was the head of the cockatrice they had defeated. She instructed Gale to take it to Gimli's joint, where Gimli would pay for it. They had just dug up the body as well. Gale asked whether Sharona was sure, since she had been the one who had pretty much beaten them. Sharona explained that she could only beat the first one, followed by all those babies, while the last one had been entirely Gale's doing. She told him to split the proceeds with Mora. Gale looked at Sharona and hesitated. Sharona chuckled and warned him not to fall for her now. Gale then remembered something concerning the proceeds. He had yet to receive his rewards from Sharona. Sharona wondered whether a thank you would not suffice for that kind of thing. Gale reminded her that he had taken the quest so she would help him with the shop stall. Sharona clarified that she was not trying to gloss over that. They were simply busy rebuilding the mine that had been wrecked. Once they finished, Gale could name whatever he wanted, whether it was a stall, a rental shop building, or anything else. Gale was surprised and decided that he wanted a real building. Sharona considered him greedy. Before that, Sharona had something she wanted to show Gale. In front of them was a cart with a giant cover. Sharona was certain Gale knew what it was. When Gale looked at it, he recognized the organ that drove the cockatrice's petrifying breath. Sharona confirmed that it was the thing inside its body that created the substance capable of turning people to stone. She reminded Gale that he had called it a kind of cursed item. Gale confirmed that he had. The breath it spewed had felt the same to him as a gorgon's petrifying rays. Considering that he had been able to dispel the petrified adventurers and Sharona, he believed that this proved the mechanism was based on a curse. Sharona then declared that the organ was Gale's. She knew he liked things like that and suggested that he try making an item or two from it. Gale wondered whether Sharona was sure, since it would probably sell for a lot if it worked. Sharona assured him that it was fine and told him to take it. Gale accepted it. Sharona then added that there was one thing he needed to know. There was a better use for it than simply giving it away for free. Gale immediately had a bad feeling about what she meant. Sharona intended to teach him what people meant when they yelled at him about supply and demand. The residents of Farmage, however, were far from the only ones shocked by Gale's cursed gear. In the vaults beneath the center of the Emperor's palace, a voice reacted with shock to the discovery of an artifact. The girl on the ground insisted that there was no doubting it. Prince Virial gripped her jaw. He expected excuses and could not believe she expected him to swallow such lies. He questioned whether she thought she could deceive him, the crown prince of the empire, when she was merely the leader of the Assassin's Guild. Liznette admitted that she had no excuses. The prince grabbed her hair and dragged her, declaring her incompetent. After all the big talk she had given him, she had failed her mission. Her guarantee had amounted to nothing, as had her supposedly skillful band of assassins. This was what he had gotten for hiring them. The prince stopped in front of a treasure box. He revealed that it contained the Empire's most insidious cursed item, the Heart of the Devil. It contained the core elements of a demonic king, one that had once gripped the world in fear. Liznette was terrified by the sinister miasma. The prince explained that the item literally sucked the lives out of people and seemed joyous as it did so. He described it as his first meal in a while and said that it had a particular taste for shallow, useless piles of trash like her. He shoved Liznette's face toward the box and asked whether she knew why he had called her into the room. Liznette admitted that she did not and begged for the prince's forgiveness, asking him to stop. The prince laughed and wondered why she thought he had brought her there. No one would willingly enter a room like that. It was the perfect place for a secret meeting. The prince then explained that the Heart of the Devil could kill an average warrior with a single touch. Liznette begged him to stop and asked for his forgiveness again. The prince closed the box, pulled her by the hair, and left her on the ground. For the moment, he decided to leave it at that. The prince then ordered Liznette to explain what had happened down to the last detail. Liznette complied and explained that the mission had been proceeding as planned until the climactic moment. Through their spies, they had deployed a team of elites to the scene. Everything had been going well until Princess Kara, the target, appeared equipped with the artifact Liznette had previously described to the prince. Every capable assassination technique they tried had bounced off her, according to what Liznette had heard. Prince Virial reacted with disbelief and kicked the bucket, questioning whether Liznette was seriously claiming that this supposedly helpless princess had deflected all of their attacks. He warned her not to take him for a fool. Liznette explained that the princess had resistance to instant death and that the artifact apparently possessed several other effects as well. The prince questioned the resistance to instant death. Liznette acknowledged that she knew it was difficult to believe, but it was the truth. It was indeed a difficult truth to accept, but with all their assassins having been lost, no other explanation made sense. The situation presented even bigger problems. The prince recognized that they were dealing with a previously unknown artifact possessed by that accursed kingdom. The way an artifact was used provided valuable intelligence about a nation's security system, and wielding an artifact correctly could even change the balance of power. Whether it was the empire or the kingdom, they had to keep full tabs on the locations and owners of all artifacts. The possibility that this one had fallen through the cracks of their intelligence was deeply troubling. The prince concluded that it was not good and that it could not be only one artifact. Liznette confirmed that it was not. The prince cursed the situation and the kingdom for creating another annoyance when she was already on risky footing. He wondered when the damn kingdom had found such a thing. Kara herself mattered little to him, but he could not allow his impertinent half-brother to marry her. If he let the situation pass, Virial, the crown prince, would be allowing Cardis, the second prince whom he outclassed in every way, to gain so much power. He cursed Kara and wondered where in the world she had found those artifacts. Liznette then informed Prince Virial that she had something to tell him. They had information that the artifact had been obtained from a certain young man running a store from his stall. At the start of Chapter 19, at a corner of a tavern in the capital frequented by adventurers, Kush exclaimed over the rumor that Gale was in Farmage, wondering how he could have had the nerve to go that far. Melissa pointed out that he was being too loud, while Norris warned Kush that someone might hear him and act on the information. Kush returned to the main subject, explaining that the rumor had been going around among the coachmen outside of town. The rumor concerned a stagecoach bound for Farmage, prompting speculation that Gale might have stowed away on one. Kush called the waitress over and requested more ale, cursing her for being slow with the refills. The waitress apologized, and Kush ordered the ale by the barrel. The girl acknowledged the order and went to get the barrel immediately. Norris remarked that Kush probably needed to call it a night. Luke then explained that, apparently, a stagecoach bound for Farmage had been attacked by a horde of orcs, and Gale had supposedly defeated them all. He had apparently been accompanied by a very talented supporter. Kush reacted with disbelief. If Gale could hunt monsters while working in a rearguard position, then Kush could not see the point of having front and rear lines in a party. Luke urged him to listen to the end and offered to share the rest of what he had heard. According to the story, Gale had been described as a lame-ass man wielding a gross, ugly dagger, and that had been enough to destroy the horde. From the sound of it, Luke considered the dagger likely to have been a cursed weapon, which made the story seem like something Gale could have done. Kush remained unconvinced, wondering how Gale could have pulled off something like that when even orcs were a handful for them. He could not believe Gale would be able to defeat any of them and concluded that it had to have been someone else. Luke agreed and suggested hearing the other accounts as well. Melissa then said that she had an eyewitness account of someone who looked a lot like Gale. When Kush asked what the witness had said, Melissa explained that Kush had been right about one thing: Gale really had been running a stall. He had been selling cursed goods at cut-rate prices at the outdoor market, presenting all of that creepy merchandise as interior decor. For reasons that remained unclear, all of the goods had later been confiscated by the royal guard. Kush laughed, knowing what Gale made. In his view, either the goods were completely defective or people complained about them. Gale had literally been selling garbage, yet he had managed to make some coin from it. Norris confirmed that the people he had spoken to said Gale seemed to have been doing quite well. There had also been a guest matching Gale's description staying at a decently nice inn, and the guest had a new set of clothes, according to the story. Luke pointed out that Gale had at least had enough money to pay for a seat on a stagecoach. He also noted that the royal guard was in a frenzy searching for Gale and had been tapping all of its connections, yet none of them had actually caught sight of him. Considering what Melissa had said, Gale must have made quite a bit of money, and he was bound to try doing something with it. Kush asked what Luke was getting at. Norris coughed before suggesting that, if all those stories were put together, Gale might have chosen to change locations and move outside the capital, for example. They knew how thoughtlessly optimistic Gale was, so he might genuinely have been planning to use the money he had earned to open a cursed goods shop. Gale had always been making gross-ass junk, and he had more than enough of it to sell. They all agreed with the possibility. Norris admitted that he was no longer too sure Gale was still in the capital either. Melissa agreed and explained that an adventurer who looked like Gale had filed with the Merchants Guild to start a stall. She had shown the guild leader the mission contract Kara had given them, and after complaining somewhat about personal information and related matters, the man had confirmed the account. He had not seen Gale lately, however. Luke concluded that, after building experience at that stall, Gale might be plying his trade elsewhere, and he found that believable. Kush maintained that, whether any of Gale's stuff actually sold or not, that fool really would open a cursed shop if he had the cash. When Kush looked down, he found that his mug was empty. He became irritated over the missing ale, complaining about the server being so slow and demanding that it be brought over already. He also remembered that everything was on Princess Kara's tab. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over them. It was the waitress, carrying 2 large barrels, one in each hand. Kush was about to complain again that he wanted to drink his fill that night when he saw the waitress. The waitress slammed the barrels onto the table and sarcastically thanked Kush for his patience. Kush complained about being treated that way as a customer, while the waitress simply reminded him that those were the barrels he had requested. Norris remarked that the girl had quite a lot of muscle and that even one of the barrels must have been incredibly heavy. They then returned to discussing where Gale could be. Unbeknownst to them, the maid was secretly listening. One of the servers quietly praised Lady Liznette for her work. Liznette knew that they were surveilling the group and gathering intelligence, but she wondered why she had to work part-time at such a rundown tavern in the kingdom. The other server agreed with her concern and questioned whether this was really the right group. Liznette determined that it was, in all likelihood, the correct group. She also noted that they were just as ill-natured as their intelligence had indicated. The server pointed out that Princess Kara had hired them, of all people, and that their discussion about farmage and the name Gale was suspicious. Liznette explained that they were apparently an S-rank party called the Wolfpack Party. They were pursuing a man named Gale Hamilton, and Princess Kara was going crazy trying to find him. He was supposedly the creator of the artifact. The server wondered about an artifact creator on the run from an S-rank party and questioned who the man was. Liznette admitted that she did not know, but she could tell by then that he was a clever one. He had once been part of that S-rank party as well, but now they had no trail to follow. It was a dead end. The information they had gathered was mostly about his poor design style and other useless trivia. Liznette was certain that it was a deception campaign intended to keep people from grasping the artifact creator's true identity. The man was like a ghost, and she could not even determine what he had been doing before now. Liznette felt sick from being toyed with like this. They had dug up all kinds of intelligence about that party, but if the group had a lead on Gale's location, at least listening to all their babbling had been worthwhile. Once the Wolfpack Party set off, Liznette's group would follow them closely. They would continue monitoring the Wolfpack Party, and once they discovered Gale, they would take him from them. Liznette's men were also helping shore up their operational budget. She madly cursed Gale Hamilton, detesting him. Meanwhile, deep inside the Smiths Guild, loud hammering echoed through the workshop. Mora watched Gale hammering away at an item. Gale wondered to himself whether it was better to tell Mora already. When Mora noticed something was on his mind, Gale explained that he wanted to thank her for helping with the Doghowl mine quest. It had not been any of her business, but he had dragged her into it anyway. He thanked her again, explaining that having her around simply felt reassuring to him. Mora's face turned red as she internally reacted to what she considered another total fastball. Gale shook her hand. Mora then explained that she was one of the capital's top 5 support mages and that there was nobody she could not provide support to. She had intended to keep doing that until Gale got a store in the nice part of town. Gale agreed and thanked her, saying that, thanks to all her support, his dream was about to come true. Mora blushed even more and suggested that, if that was what Gale wanted, perhaps she could keep supporting him. Gale sneezed. Mora scolded him and reminded him to turn his face away when sneezing. Gale apologized and wondered why he had been sneezing so much, questioning whether people were spreading rumors about him. Sharona arrived and suggested that the mine dust was probably getting into his nose. Gale exclaimed upon seeing Sharona and remarked that the workshop she had lent him was really helping out. Sharona asked whether the item was one of his finished works. Gale asked whether that was what she wanted and explained that he had built it according to her specifications, although it looked kind of lame. Sharona explained that if Gale thought it was lame, that meant people at large probably would not. Gale reacted to her comment with confusion. Sharona asked how to use the item. Gale asked her to give it to him and instructed her to turn the key. When she did, the device suddenly made a noise. Gale explained that it fired a petrification beam. Sharona quickly ducked her head and clarified that she had only been asking how to use it, not actually asking him to point it at her and turn it on. The device was a petrification curse beam powered by a cockatrice organ. Sharona angrily wondered whether Gale was trying to petrify her all over again. Gale explained that he would simply dispel it again, then questioned whether there was really any demand for such an item. Sharona explained that the petrification beam was a real functional design, recalling what she had said about supply and demand. She told Gale to look around. The area consisted of plains, mountains, and forests. There were some rocks around, but the town could not simply be mined. Tracking down metal and ore was difficult, while the right kind of stone material could fetch a high price. She pointed to her illustration and used the desert as an example. Gale wondered what they had gotten themselves into. Sharona asked what they would do if they wanted to make a stone building in the desert. Gale considered the possibilities, including solidifying sand into bricks, digging stone from the ground, or hauling it in from somewhere far away. Sharona explained that Gale would have to use one of those methods, but making bricks required water and other materials, digging for rocks was labor-intensive, and hauling them in was impractical. Gale agreed. Mora added that they did not even know whether they could make bricks strong enough, while water was valuable in a desert. Sharona then pointed to the petrification beam and presented the solution. Gale realized that they could pack sand into a mold and use the beam to turn it into stone bricks on the spot. Mora understood the idea as well. Sharona acknowledged that Gale had genuinely good skills, but he had no idea how to use them. Hearing that, Gale blushed. Sharona explained that Farmage also had a chronic shortage of stone material. They could dig it out or cart it from the mine, but they wanted good quality stone. With the petrification beam, they would have all the stone material they needed, solving the entire problem. If the device proved useful, Gale could make a fortune from it. Gale reacted with disbelief that something like that could really make him so much money. Sharona stressed that, as she had said, Gale had talent and real skills but absolutely no sense. Gale insisted that he did have sense. Mora agreed with Sharona and added that Gale also lacked any ability to read a room. Sharona admitted that she had not been interested in curse stuff until then, but the device was genuinely neat. Gale smiled shyly at the praise. Sharona internally regarded him as an easy pushover, since she was only praising his cursed goods. She then moved on and noted that they had another cockatrice's worth of materials. She asked whether Gale could make another petrification beam and added that she wanted no extra gimmick. Sharona also wondered whether the young cockatrices could be used as materials. Gale agreed that they could not. He had tried processing a few of them, but it had not worked. Their petrification organs were not developed yet, although there was poison in their tail snakes, and that poison was not curse-driven. Sharona acknowledged that a venom-making machine would be nice, though they could not have everything. Gale wondered whether a venom maker would really help, since it was only poison. Sharona pointed out that they were in a farming area and questioned how many pest animals and insects Gale thought they had to deal with. With the right venom, they could even use it for hunting. Sharona suspected that Gale did not know any effective poison measures. Gale offered to make some for her if she wanted. Sharona was surprised. Gale explained that it was not difficult with the right materials and mentioned that she used to make poison talismans all the time. Sharona asked whether he was serious and what kind of materials he needed. Gale explained that he could use several things, including the stomachs or venom glands of ghouls from the undead realm. Mummy bandages and zombie clothing could also easily be made into talismans. Sharona noted that those were not exactly the easiest materials to find. Gale agreed, explaining that he hardly ever saw them for sale and therefore went to fetch them himself. After hearing all that, Sharona became convinced that Gale could do it, and the idea excited her. She decided to go bother Gimli to obtain the materials they would need. She also suggested that Gale use the things he had gathered to make whatever he wanted. Sharona offered to buy everything from him at a fair price. Gale then offered a rotten perfume bottle as an example. The girls immediately realized that opening it would release a horrible smell. Sharona wondered whether Gale had used zombie intestines and questioned who would ever want such a thing. Gale clarified that the material was not from a zombie but from a ghoul. Mora observed that it was certainly packed with features and decided not to bother asking any further. Sharona told Gale to make only the things she specifically instructed him to make and nothing else, then slapped a stack of papers onto him. Gale blushed when he saw them and happily said that he would get to work on one of them immediately. Sharona said that she was looking forward to it and would take the cockatrice device from him, since she needed to get to grips with it first. Gale agreed. Mora warned Sharona that she would have trouble opening doors while carrying it and decided to accompany her. Sharona wondered why Mora was still there and grinned. Mora explained that she had only thought she would check in on Gale for a little while because there were no suitable quests for her that day. Sharona clarified that she was only kidding and noted that she had heard Gale and Mora were completing quests as a temporary party. Gimli was glad to see her cold cases getting pared down a little. Sharona concluded that if Gale and Mora began to find life comfortable around there, she could hardly ask for anything more. At the start of Chapter 20, loud laughter erupted throughout the carriage. Kush remarked on how royalty did not mess around, pointing out the enormous tab they had run up at the shop. He especially praised the sword that had been bought for him, a mithril weapon worth 500 gold coins. Melissa explained that she had received a blade cut from a wyvern's bone. Norris had obtained a new magic book and a staff, allowing him to rapid-fire spells and cast blasts as large as he wanted. Luke had also received magic beast skin armor. Kush declared that it did not matter whether Gale had cursed their equipment or not. With the kinds of equipment they now possessed, they could finally unleash their usual power, and nobody could stop them. As everyone laughed, Kush suddenly told them to stop. He pointed out that if a party like theirs was sending out feelers for support members, it was strange that nobody else had reached out to them. Norris reminded Kush that they were S-rank and that there were not many adventurers who could fight alongside them. Luke agreed, explaining that they had been forced to compromise with people like Gale and Mora. Nearby, people could be heard whispering about how nobody would willingly put up with people like them. Kush told his party that, in times like these, nothing solved the problem quite like money. He then addressed the people traveling with them in the carriage, singling out the gloomy-looking woman and asking her and her companions to remind his party of their jobs. One of the hooded people was revealed to be Liznet. She explained that their job was to provide item buffs and debuffs for the S-rank Wolf Pack party in place of their usual support members, as well as carry their goods. Kush confirmed that this was the only reason they had been hired. He mocked their attempt to reach Farmage without any money and congratulated himself and his party for being kind enough to lend a hand to such poor suckers. Liznet laughed outwardly, while inwardly deciding that she would kill him later. One of Liznet's subordinates reminded her to hold out until they found the artifact maker. Liznet acknowledged that they were at least in the ideal position to monitor everyone. Another servant sadly admitted that Kush was right about how poor they were. Liznet secretly fumed at Kush's party and vowed inwardly that they were all dead and that she would crush every one of them. Melissa suggested that it was time to eat and drink until they reached Farmage. Kush called Liznet the gloomy girl and ordered her to bring over the bag. Once all the goods had been placed on the table, Kush celebrated the great food and wine, emphasizing that Princess Kara was paying for everything. One of them reminded him that he did not need to say it, while also noting that the journey offered scenic views of the kingdom's farming hub. Liznet asked whether they had not accepted an escorting quest for the caravan traveling to Farmage. She warned that drinking too much could affect their performance. Kush told her to be quiet. He complained that whenever he saw her gloomy face, it made the fine wine taste sour in his mouth. He then told her to cover herself with a tarp like the others. While Kush's party laughed, Liznet furiously whispered to her subordinates about their lodging, intelligence gathering, contact with the Empire, and the many ongoing expenses. One subordinate reminded her that Kush's party would never share any of it with them. At least the tavern had provided them with free meals. A very loud tweet suddenly sounded. Everyone in Liznet's group immediately paused at the noise. The guards outside announced that there were monsters. The mercenaries were ordered into their attack formation, while the adventurers were instructed to protect the wagons. One person asked where the enemy was. They faced the forest and heard sounds coming from within it. A combined force of monsters was approaching. The mercenaries shouted for everyone not to flinch. After the earlier orc attack, more guards had been added to the caravan. The monsters charged, and the first caravan was thrown into the air almost immediately. Another report announced that they had found the creature leading the horde. The boss was a behemoth. The behemoth was an S-rank monster, despite such creatures normally remaining along the Empire Kingdom border. Liznet told her subordinates that they were trained to strike at people, not monsters. She admitted that if they attacked the monsters head-on, they were unlikely to win. She saw killer wolves and grand boars among the horde, along with red grizzlies. Every one of them was ranked B or higher. Liznette considered whether they should at least run. When she looked behind her, she saw that Kush's party had not even noticed the problem and continued laughing among themselves. It was the time to either run or take action. However, they had a vital mission, and Kush's party was their only lead. Liznette cursed before ordering her subordinates to prepare to flee just in case while engaging the monsters whenever they could. Her subordinates understood. Liznette then wondered whether the Empire had not also sent out a monster hunt mission and questioned why these monsters had not been dealt with sooner. One of her subordinates explained that a similar quest had also been released in the kingdom, but the S-rank party that accepted the job had abruptly cancelled it immediately. Liznette was stunned by the existence of such an idiotic S-rank party. The realization struck her, and she associated the idiotic S-rank party with Kush's group. She turned toward Kush's party and realized that it could not be. One of Liznette's servants asked what they would do with Kush's party. Liznette replied that if they were truly an S-rank party, they could go toe-to-toe with a behemoth, and they were more or less part of her team now. She intended to drive them into joining the fight for the sake of her subordinate. Kush's party then heard a loud announcement that the caravan was under attack by a behemoth. When Luke looked behind them, Liznette's group had disappeared. Liznette cried out, and Kush noticed her bitchy whining and told her to shut up. Liznette continued her act. Luke remarked that it was getting noisy outside, while Norris noted that the wagon had stopped. When they looked outside, they found that the driver was no longer there. A large mouth suddenly opened widely in front of them. Norris and Luke were terrified. Liznette recalled the orc incident they had mentioned earlier. Those orcs had been driven out of their nests by the behemoth that nobody had managed to take down. They had fled all the way to the highway and attacked the wagon. That was the kind of power the behemoth possessed, almighty, violent, and dominating. Kush exclaimed in shock. The caravan was shaken, sending everyone scrambling inside. Liznette and her group launched themselves outside and landed on their feet, while Kush's party fell to the ground. Liznette told them that if they were an S-rank party, they should at least learn how to parry a charge. The behemoth growled and then released a mighty roar. Liznette shivered as she felt as though the roar were cracking the very air. Meanwhile, Kush cursed in terror. Melissa wondered whether the creature was a giant boar, cow, or rhino. Liznette realized that the entire party had been struck dumb. Norris observed that it was a huge mass of muscle, yet it was agile as well, making the combination seem unfair. Luke also shivered. Liznette shouted that it was a behemoth and that there could be no other explanation. She also revealed that it was the very creature they had been targeting. Kush's party was shocked. Luke said that he would not ask why Liznette knew about it, but confirmed that the creature really was a behemoth. Norris laughed and admitted that it was bigger than he had expected, but he did not think it was an enemy they needed to fear. The people nearby began murmuring that the wolf pack, the S-rank party, was there. They encouraged themselves not to become discouraged. The party smiled smugly as the people cheered for them. One of Liznette's subordinates was impressed by how much the party had improved everyone's morale. Another suggested that they should provide the party with some support items. The behemoth charged. Kush's party prepared to face its combined attack as the best adventuring party in the capital. Liznette's eyes filled with excitement at the sight. This was the true power of an S-rank team. But the entire party of Kush was suddenly swept away by the behemoth's wildly swinging tail. The mercenaries, Liznette's subordinates, and even Liznette were left completely shocked. Liznette questioned whether that was really it and whether this was the true power of an S-rank team. The behemoth turned toward them, and everyone began running toward the forest. Liznette cursed, knowing that Kush's party could not be taken down there. Her servant explained that they had attack and escape routes in place. Liznette wondered whether they should really run for their lives without fulfilling their mission. She thought of the prince and spat out her disbelief, refusing to entertain the thought. She took hold of her dagger and reminded herself that they were the Empire's best, its mightiest band of assassins. She ordered her members to draw their weapons. Liznette hated having to do it, but they would defeat the monsters and guard the party while keeping their identities concealed. Her members agreed. A swipe came toward Liznette, but she managed to dodge it. She announced that she would take on the behemoth and ordered her member to get everything ready for her. Her subordinate wished her good luck and hoped that they would all survive. The behemoth growled again. Liznette hid within the cover of the forest, then leapt above the behemoth and struck at its blind spot. The monster made another loud noise and dodged her attack. Liznette realized that the behemoth could detect even that. This was not a person, and its sensitive eyes could see through the darkness. It was an S-rank monster as well, making sneak attacks unlikely to work. She decided to try a frontal approach instead. The wyvern dagger had a potent instantaneous poison effect, which would likely be enough to deal a lethal blow. Liznette kicked the behemoth, but it struck her down with its tail. In the brief opening that followed, she intended to rip its throat out with her other attack. She reached the perfect position and used her dagger against it, but to her surprise, she could not cut through. She escaped from the behemoth, and concluded that she had to break some eggs to make an omelet. Its throat was tough, but its eye was not. Liznette struck its eye. She taunted the behemoth over losing an eye to a poisoned blade, and demanded that it let her hear its dying scream as the numbness spread throughout its body. Suddenly, the behemoth moved, surprising her. It then breathed something toward her. Liznette wondered whether it was poison mist, but quickly realized that it was not. The behemoth possessed poison resistance. With the situation having reached this point, Liznette had no choice but to use her last resort. She would give the behemoth a piece of the heart of the devil, Prince Viriel's gift. She remembered the prince telling her to use it, explaining that it would become her blood and her very muscle as it lent her its power. She would become the vessel that the heart of the devil craved so much. Chapter 21 begins in the royal castle, where Duchess Melinda informs Princess Kara that today's lesson will cover proper etiquette for a royal tea party. Kara looks at her with visible discomfort as Melinda begins explaining the rules. When seated at the table, Kara must never raise her chin or lower it. It must remain parallel to the floor at all times. Raising it would make her appear to look down on her guest, while lowering it would make her abase herself too much. Her chin is meant to show that she stands on equal terms with the person before her. Kara finds the posture exhausting. Melinda then explains that proper etiquette requires crossing the legs at the ankles while seated, with the left leg always placed in front. A left leg positioned forward signifies friendship, while a right leg indicates hostility. Kara points out the absurdity of the rule, since her legs cannot even be seen while she is seated. Later, Melinda places a cup on the table and explains that once the tea arrives, Kara must handle it exactly as she has demonstrated. Something is added to the tea, and Melinda explains that 2 sugar cubes simply will not do. Kara may use 1 or 3, but never 2. Kara considers 2 to be perfect for some people, but Melinda explains that a divisible number suggests a desire to part ways with one's conversation partner. Kara grits her teeth. Melinda continues by explaining that a proper woman extends her pinky finger when taking her cup. However, extending it too straight would make her appear rustic and rude, so she must remember to keep it flexible. Melinda notices that Kara's head is hanging low and questions whether she is listening. Kara finally lets out a frustrated scream, unable to endure any more of the lesson. Melinda then points out that Kara's tiara has fallen too low and must be kept at the proper degree angle. No matter what social situation Kara finds herself in, she must always be capable of behaving properly. Prince Cardis, her fiancé, deserves as much from her. Kara freezes. She has been forced to marry the second prince, a man she does not know, only to be attacked for it by the crown prince, another man she does not know. To Kara, nothing could be more bothersome. Melinda asks whether Kara understands that her actions are directly connected to the peace and prosperity of the kingdom. Kara was born as one of the chosen ones, and because of that position, she must consider her place in life before speaking in public. Rather than living the life of one of the chosen, Kara would much rather choose her own life. She knows she has already given up far more than most people, yet she cannot help feeling as though the weight of everything is pinning her down. It feels as though she was born with a curse already placed upon her. Kara looks toward the birds outside the window and wonders whether Gale, the curse crafter, would be able to dispel it for her. Her butler then draws her attention back. He explains that if they and the Empire remain non-hostile toward each other, it would ensure that neither the kingdom nor its people would have to shed blood. He encourages Kara to take an interest in the Empire and find something, anything, that she can learn about them. Kara considers the idea of taking an interest and turns toward Vivian. She wonders whether it is true that the heart of the devil possessed by the Empire is actually part of a demon king's body. Vivian murmurs in exasperation, already expecting this turn of events and wondering why Kara always takes an interest in the most bizarre things. Kara corrects her assumption. As a princess, she is simply wondering whether something as threatening to a nation as a demon king truly exists. Vivian explains that the story is more of an oral tradition than anything else. Kara considers whether that makes it a fairy tale, but Vivian does not go quite that far. She explains that, as she understands it, the people who were tormented by the Demon King a millennium ago sought to pass down the stories of the generation that came too late. However, after so many years, people found it difficult to accept all the gruesome tales from that era as truth. As a result, the stories gradually took the form of fairy tales. Kara wonders whether all of it is true. Vivian admits that they cannot be certain. One thing, however, is certain. If something could produce tales as sordid as those, the heart of the devil must surely be the most insidious cursed item still confirmed to exist in this world. Meanwhile, in the forest, blood splatters as the beast picks up Liznette. She realizes that the poison is sinking in, and as the beast opens its mouth, she prepares to say her farewell. Her subordinates notice what is happening and shout her name. One of them pauses before swinging his hand and throwing something into the air. A ball-like object illuminates the area, shining so brightly that everyone covers their eyes because they can no longer see. Liznette slowly presses her hand against the skin of the behemoth, digging in her claws and slashing its hold away from her. She never expected an S-rank monster to actually be vulnerable to one of their flash bombs, but if it has given her enough time to slip the bracelet onto herself, then everything is fine. She remembers asking the prince about placing 1/6 of the heart into a bracelet. It was made on their alchemy table, and she had called it a farewell gift. Liznet lands on the ground as the wounded behemoth staggers. Its eyes burn with rage before it suddenly charges toward her. One of her subordinates panics at the sight. A body of that size moving at such speed, combined with those sharpened horns, could pierce through nearly anything. As the behemoth approaches, her subordinates call out to Liznet. She raises her hand in front of the horn, and with sudden force, grabs it. Her subordinates are shocked when she stops the behemoth cold. Liznet feels her heartbeat intensify as the power grows stronger. The color of her eyes changes. She and the behemoth growl at each other while she sinks her claws into the monster's skin. She knows she will not be able to hold out much longer. It is time to end it. Liznet takes a step backward and single-handedly lifts the entire behemoth into the air. A loud thud echoes through the forest as she smashes it hard against the ground. The behemoth does not move, leaving everyone staring at what has happened. Eventually, the monster struggles back to its feet and begins dragging itself away from Liznet. Liznet starts laughing hysterically. The monster horde flees the scene. One of her subordinates realizes that this is the effect of the heart of the devil, and he is no longer certain which of them is actually the monster. Liznet looks around as her subordinate catches up to her. She acknowledges that the creature truly is an S-rank monster and that it cannot be taken lightly. Even with her current power, she still could not completely finish it off. She suddenly coughs violently, and the others rush toward her. One of them orders the dispeller to be brought at once. Liznet clutches her chest in pain, referring again to the Demon King and the heart of the demon. She forcefully grips the ground as the others wonder what is happening inside her body. Another subordinate considers it fortunate that they arrived in time. He has exactly what is needed for this situation, though they spent a fortune procuring it. It must work. He opens a container holding a church-produced dispelling ritual. He begins the chant, invoking the god of Rouge, and they are instantly enveloped in a circular gleam. A bright light fills the area and Liznet coughs again. The bracelet emerges from her hand. A small devil-like creature squeaks on the ground as it drags itself toward Liznet. She remembers the prince telling her that she would become the vessel the heart of the devil craves so much. Liznet shouts that it has taken over enough of her already and that she will not allow it to happen again. She continues coughing violently. Her companions explain that once she uses this cursed tool, it can never be completely removed. The elements of the heart of the devil are already digging into her body, though she cannot tell exactly how deeply. At the palace, the prince had refused to give her a dispel talisman, and now she understands why. Of all the horrible things she could have used, this is what she ended up relying on. Despite everything, Liznet feels much better now. The behemoth is gone, so they can consider this a victory for the moment. The caravan has certainly been pummeled. Some adventurers and mercenaries have survived, but most of the wagons have been damaged. Liznet doubts they will be setting off anytime soon. They will simply have to wait for a patrol from the capital to Farmage. Liznet pauses as she looks at the survivors' hands, faces, and torn clothes. They kneel before her, and she recognizes that they have been through a great deal as well. She acknowledges their hard work, though one of them points out that what they endured was nothing compared to what she went through. Liznet looks to the side and questions whether the guild is really made up of S-rank. Their weakness is pathetic. Her attention shifts toward the sealed container. She recognizes it as the myth-class cursed item made from the heart of the devil. After all the seals they have placed upon it, the artifact has finally settled down. One of the survivors admits that until he saw it with his own eyes, he never would have believed such a thing existed. Another believes they could dominate the artifact maker as well, no matter how strong he is. Liznet clenches her fist at the mention of Gale Hamilton. She detests him now more than ever. Meanwhile, at the Farmage Smiths Guild, Gale keeps sneezing. Moore observes that after all that sneezing, Gale has undead bits all over his face. In Gale's mind, everyone must be talking about him all over the place. He then opens a crate containing something he made according to the blueprint and instructions. He explains that it is a kind of curse, so it is not especially bright, before faltering and revealing an illuminating skeleton skull. The two girls become intrigued. Gale explains that this is what they wanted, a skull-shaped mystic lamp generator. He explains that mystic flames like these are commonly seen in crypts, where they remain in place practically forever. They can run on the bits of soul that float through the air, even those from small things such as weeds and insects. They also pose no fire danger. Gale marvels at how great the invention can be and wonders whether it would make a very nice view. He imagines rows of skull streetlights at first, with the design to be proven later. The two girls murmur and whisper among themselves. When Gale asks what they are talking about, the guildmaster says nothing at all. She knows she is asking for a lot, but she is considering using the lamps to replace all the central streetlights as a starting point. Sharona then asks whether Gale has worked on any of her other requests and whether he has anything to show her. Gale confirms that he has made another one of the cockatrice petrification beams, along with a few more farm implements. He shows them the cursed thresher, the wailing grinder, the crying saw, and the shivering soul sifter. The girls are astonished to discover that Gale has already made all of them. Sharona asks whether they are ready to go in and inspect the place. Mora and Gale look toward her, and Gale realizes that they are finally talking about the location Sharona has been preparing for him. Sharona explains that she has found the perfect location for him, just 1 block away from the central main street. Gale realizes that the place can become his shop. The building still has all the fixtures from when it was an alchemy shop, so it is not far from what Gale wants to do. Mora points out that Gale could hardly ask for anything better, and Gale agrees with her assessment. Once they clean up the place, stock it, and replace the sign, the shop will belong entirely to Gale. When Sharona looks back, she catches Mora nudging and teasing Gale over becoming Gale the shopkeeper. Gale blushes. Sharona also explains that she has already told everyone in the guild that Gale will still have access to their furnaces and other equipment, so he should continue dropping by. The exhausted caravan continued on its journey. 10 days had passed since the behemoth attack, and half of the wagons headed for farmage had been lost or damaged. After the guards patrolling the highway rescued them, however, they were able to resume their journey. As far as everyone was concerned, the behemoth and the horde of monsters it had led had been completely fended off by Kush's team. Kush basked in all the praise the mercenaries had given them. Melissa thought they would also be due a huge reward. Luke pointed out that he had contributed a great deal as well, and Norris agreed, reminding them not to forget his support either. Melissa acknowledged that it would not have been possible without the contributions of both of them, although she could not recall exactly what they had done. Luke cursed and pointed out that they had just admitted they had no idea what they had done. Norris agreed, certain that without their firm backup, they would never have driven those monsters away. After all, they had taken the behemoth's eye, severed its tail, and even chopped off one of its sturdy horns. Kush believed that Melissa's wyvern dagger had been what took the bugger's eye, but he wondered what else could have cut off its tail and horn. He attributed the work to a swipe from his mithril blade, certain that he could still feel it. Kush touched the blade. All the other adventurers and hired guards had been beaten badly, so almost no one remembered anything about the behemoth's escape. Liznette and her group merely listened to all the clattering. Liznette noticed that there was not a single drop of blood on Kush's mithril sword and wondered how he could fool himself so thoroughly. The entire guild had been unconscious. Kush had awakened first and gotten up to look for the behemoth. Norris had questioned why the entire horde of monsters was gone. Melissa had then run up to them, revealing that the eye belonged to her and that her dagger was still embedded in it. Luke had kicked something on the ground and discovered that they had an entire behemoth horn. Kush had then found the behemoth's tail lying on the ground. They had been completely absorbed in the fight, leaving their memories hazy, but with all the circumstantial evidence before them, Kush was certain that they must have repelled the monster. The wolf pack had falsified their memories. One of Liznette's subordinates wondered whether they would not tell the others the truth. Liznette questioned what it would accomplish for them. Defeating that behemoth had not even been part of their mission. For an assassin, attracting attention brought nothing but harm. Someone pointed ahead, indicating that the agrihub of Farmage was in front of them. The other passengers reacted with relief and gratitude as they finally reached their destination. They went over to the party, who were now grinning with pride. The people were amazed that an S-rank party had been escorting them and praised the order. They also noted that the party had kept both the casualties and cargo loss to a minimum. Luke took the praise further, confident that with them on the job, 1 or 2 behemoths were nothing to worry about. From a distance, Liznette's group could only look on with annoyance. One of them reflected bitterly on how the true heroes of the day remained unnoticed in silence while the lazy, loudmouth scam artists basked in the praise. Liznette regarded it as a common sight in this guild. Kush wondered what they would do next. Melissa decided that they would find an inn because she wanted to sleep on a fluffy bed. Norris was more interested in finding a tavern with cute wenches. Liznette noted that they had already started again. Liznette then put on a fake smile and suggested that they visit the guild first. Kush agreed despite considering it a pain, since they would at least get their money for the behemoth parts. Luke agreed as well, worried that if they left everything to those impoverished bums, they might make off with it. Liznette smiled at them, but deep inside, her stress meter had reached its limit. Kush then wondered what was going on with the town. Looking up, he noticed numerous skulls lighting the street. Luke questioned why there were skulls on poles all over the place. Melissa observed that the locals did not seem to mind them at all and wondered whether such a sight was normal to them. Norris paused as he realized that they had seen something like this somewhere before. Countless gasps followed as the others realized it as well. The macabre design sense immediately reminded them of Gale. Another person wondered whether, if that was the case, the strange displays were Gale's inventions. Luke was left wondering whether the people there had really accepted Gale to such an extent. Melissa explained that Gale made nothing but cursed equipment, making it impossible for her to believe that the skulls could be his work. Norris remained unconvinced and pointed out that the town was far out in the stick. Kush smirked at the possibility that Gale might be nearby and considered it a good thing. If there were this many skulls around, he reasoned, Gale had probably started a store somewhere. Someone agreed, suggesting that Gale might at least have visited the guild. They all knew how moronic he was. Norris pointed out that leaving such obvious evidence in broad daylight was typical of him. They smirked and agreed to go to the guild first. Lizette recognized that they seemed to have hit pay dirt. Her subordinate confirmed that Gale Hamilton did indeed seem to be residing there, but noted that Kush's party appeared to have a rather low opinion of Gale. If she had to guess, Gale Hamilton did not trust his former colleagues very much. Another subordinate speculated that Gale had kept his identity as an artifact crafter secret and used that third-class party as a front for his activities. They later reached the Adventurers Guild, where Gimli welcomed them. As they entered, Luke noted that it was not exactly the most happening place. Melissa wondered how old the establishment was, while Norris doubted they would find any decent quests there. Footsteps sounded as Kush rashly approached the counter. He demanded that Gimli bring him the guildmaster and announced that they were the Wolf Pack, an S-ranked party. Gimli laughed and revealed that she was the guildmaster herself before asking how she could help them. Kush was shocked and cursed at the revelation. He then called for Lizette and snapped his fingers, ordering the cart to be brought to the front. Lizette and her subordinate pulled the behemoth parts behind them and displayed them before Gimli. Kush waited expectantly as Gimli scanned the animal parts. Gimli smiled and waited for them to explain what they had brought. Kush was confused by her reaction and insisted that she look at what they had brought. Gimli identified it as a behemoth, apparently. Luke pointed out that Gimli should understand what that meant, since a behemoth was an S-rank monster. Norris agreed and emphasized that the parts were high-quality alchemy materials that would fetch a fortune back at the capital. Gimli explained that, for a behemoth, they would need at least the entire head or its heart before it could count as evidence that they had dispatched one. She believed the same rule applied in the capital. Judging by what they had brought in, she concluded that the behemoth had gotten away. Every member of the party gulped and fell silent. Annoyed, Kush declared that they would see who was smiling later. The group then turned their backs and walked toward the exit. Gimli advised Lizette to try finishing off the hunt next time. Lizette was too occupied with her disgust toward the party to care about the remark and merely scoffed. Her other subordinates began collecting the behemoth parts and turned around. Gimli then asked Lizette which organization she belonged to. Lizette was shocked and slowly spun around to find Gimli smiling. Gimli explained that she had asked because Lizette and her group were the ones who had wounded that behemoth. She questioned why they had all been there pretending that a group like Kush's had defeated it. Gimli warned that if Lizette was trying to sweep the matter under the rug, she needed to come up with a better cover story. Lizette was left in disbelief. In her mind, Gimli was either involved in the same business as her or closely connected to it, and she was clearly damned good at her job. Lizette decided that they would leave, and the others agreed. Gimli watched them go while considering the implications. An S-rank party from the capital had arrived, just as Gale had once done. It seemed that things were finally beginning to move. The shop was located one road away from the city's central main street. A sign had been placed in front of Gale's shop. Gale wiped the sweat from himself and regarded everything as finally ready. He then looked to Sharona for her assessment of how it appeared. Sharona thought the shop was not too shabby and still somewhat creepy, but it certainly screamed Gale. Gale thanked Sharona again, glad to have a professional fixer helping him out. Sharona accepted the compliment but made it clear that she did not want to be called that. The sign in front of the shop read, "Curiosity Shop, Gale's Cursed Goods." Sharona explained that, personally, as long as Gale remained willing to take jobs from them, she had no problem doing any of them. Gale understood, since she was one of his best clients. She had been the one who led him to that place and was helping him set it up as well. He intended to stop by the Smiths Guild from time to time. With the shop ready, Gale's grand opening was planned for the following day. He suggested celebrating that night, and Sharona indicated that she was interested in having a few drinks. Gale agreed and decided to let Mora know as well. Mora appeared behind them and asked whether they were already finished. Sharona welcomed her timing and told her to take a look, since Gale's shop was all set to go. It was only a rental, but it was still a nice place. Mora explained that she had come to help Gale set everything up but had arrived too late. The shop had practically been a turnkey setup, as it had previously been an old tool shop run by an alchemist. That had allowed Gale to get everything ready much sooner than Mora had expected. Gale asked whether Mora had been working on quests with other parties. Mora confirmed that she had and mentioned that Gimli had told her Gale had been taking solo quests in nothing but crypts, abandoned churches, and similar places. Gale explained that he needed cursed materials to gather, but no one wanted to join him. Sharona agreed, since hardly anyone put out want ads for curse crafters. Gale acknowledged that it was troublesome. He was still something of an adventurer, and although he was glad to have the shop, he did not intend to run it full-time. He wanted to continue adventuring on the side. In time, he hoped to hire someone to manage the shop while he was away so that he could spend time making things and gathering more materials from the crypt. However, he did not have enough capital to hire a helper from the beginning. Mora's eyes widened as she offered to watch the place sometimes if Gale wanted. She also reminded him that they could form a party again. Gale turned his head back toward her as Mora explained that they were both rear guard members, yet that arrangement had been good enough for their quests so far. She added, with a blush, that whenever she was with Gale, she felt as though she could overcome almost anything. Gale looked away and took a step. Mora closed her eyes, but unfortunately, Gale's attention was actually focused on his belongings. He suddenly noticed something that needed fixing and turned his attention to it. The bandages on one of the mummy items were coming loose. Once again, Gale had not been listening at all. Mora was left embarrassed at having been defeated by a mummy. Sharona watched what had happened from the side with a smug smile. Later, once they were outside, Mora arranged to meet them again after sunset. Sharona agreed and said she would bring something for Gale as well. She asked whether Gale had any requests from her. Gale had no particular request and told Sharona to bring whatever she liked. He would make something to go with the drinks. As they walked away, Mora quietly remarked to Sharona that Gale had been the one who added the curiosity shop up there. Sharona agreed that cursed goods would narrow Gale's clientele far too much. Nobody would show up unless they already knew exactly what they wanted. Gale could hear their laughter in the distance. He looked back at his shop once more. He had good friends and a shop of his own. Now that he had somewhere he knew he belonged, it was difficult to put into words how comforting it felt. The bell chime on the door then sounded. It was an undead bell, a small bell said to be carried by a watchman to comfort and guide the souls of children in nearby crypts. Its marvelous tone could be heard for miles around, no matter how soft it seemed. Beyond the door to which it was attached was not a vast inventory. Instead, the shelves were lined with things that could never be found anywhere else. Later that night, the bell sounded again while Gale was preparing something. He went to the front of the shop and greeted the visitors, explaining that the shop was not open yet. He was shocked to see Kush. Kush greeted Gale as though they had not seen each other in a long time, then cursed at him. Gale froze, confused about why Kush was there. Kush brought up all the trouble Gale had put them through and expressed his disbelief that Gale was now running a cheerful little cursed shop out in the country. A loud bang suddenly shook the door as someone kicked it open. The other three members appeared in the doorway and greeted Gale as well. He was shocked to see them and wondered who was standing behind them, referring to Liznet. Gale questioned what they were doing there out of nowhere, especially since he had not even opened the shop yet. Norris asked Liznet whether she and her team could keep watch outside because they did not want any company there. Gale wondered whether Liznet was a new member of their party or something, but he could not understand why they had brought so many people with them. Liznet and her group took up positions by the entrance. Norris considered the arrangement convenient for what they intended to do. Gale looked at them and reminded them that they were the ones who had kicked him out and suggested that he start a curse shop. He could not understand why they were now standing there. His annoyance at seeing them made his voice shake, and his knees felt weaker. Kush revealed that they wanted Gale to take the curses off them. Gale was surprised by the request. Meanwhile, one of Liznet's subordinates questioned whether they should really be standing outside. Liznet asked what he meant. Her subordinate pointed out that the man inside was Gale Hamilton and wondered why they were leaving Gale to that party when they could approach him themselves. Liznet considered it better this way. If the man truly was Gale Hamilton, the artifact crafter, this would allow them to gauge his skills. Her subordinate understood. Liznet, however, remained uncertain. She wondered whether Gale really was an artifact crafter, since he looked like an ordinary man to her. The party continued staring intently at Gale. Gale asked about the curses and began wondering whether Kush meant the curse-based buffs he had placed on their gear before. He also wondered what kind of trouble they had been going through. As far as he knew, he had not placed any negative effects on the rest of the party. He had used certain special techniques to give those four only the positive effects, while all the negative effects on their gear had been transferred onto himself instead. Gale clenched his fist. That had given him a reputation for being useless. He had done it because he believed he was helping all of them, yet this was what had come of it. He had removed all those curses from them long ago. Gale asked about the curses they had mentioned. Kush told Gale to stop playing dumb with them and revealed that he had cursed them to get back at him for firing him. Gale questioned why he would do such a thing. Kush grabbed an item and made it clear that if Gale was not going to undo the curses, they would get back at him this way. He then threw the item across the shop. Gale knelt as he saw his big-ticket item broken on the ground. Melissa identified it as his big-ticket item and regarded its destruction as a better outcome for all of them if it meant breaking it. Gale's brow furrowed. Norris confirmed that they were going to disable all of the junk. Luke then threw daggers at the items around the shop. Gale reacted with alarm and reminded Luke that the items on the shelves were not target. Norris indicated that Luke was already prepared to fire there as well. He used his magic, prompting Gale to warn him not to use attack spells indoors and to consider what would happen if he started a fire. Gale went toward his crashing items, but Kush grabbed him by the collar. Kush had grown sick of trying to talk to Gale any longer and demanded that he simply remove the damn curses. Gale explained that their stats might have returned to normal, but he had not knocked them down. Kush blinked in surprise, realizing that Gale was treating them as though they were merely a bunch of weaklings now. Gale stared firmly at him. Kush grew angry and shoved him into the corner. He decided that enough was enough and that he no longer cared what the princess had asked for. He grabbed his sword and reasoned that if Gale refused to remove the curse, they could simply undo it by killing the caster. Norris considered the idea excellent. Melissa saw it as a way to stop Gale from making more of his creepy junk, while Luke agreed that it would also shut Gale's yap. Kush reflected that they had come all the way there only to be surrounded by a bunch of stupid hicks, and he wanted to get out of that backwater immediately. He raised his sword above his head. Gale questioned what he had said, then suddenly punched Kush in the face before he could expect it. As a curse crafter, the action had been entirely reflexive on Gale's part, and he could not have been fully aware of it. In the small room, a large, unwieldy sword or anything of that sort was neither as fast nor as easily aimed as a simple closed fist. Kush went flying outside the shop's door. Gale made it clear that if Kush kept wrecking the shop Sharana had introduced him to, he was not going to take it sitting down. In fact, now was the perfect time. Gale had put up with every bit of verbal abuse they had thrown at him, but his former companions had now started talking trash about Farmage, the city that had accepted him. Gale decided that they would go outside and settle this for good. He was so beside himself with rage that it made his fist as strong as metal. They all went outside. Once Gale engaged them and they saw whether his skills were for real, Liznet's group would decide whether to kidnap or kill him. Either way, everything had worked out exactly as intended. They were S-rank on paper, at least, and she intended to make full use of them. They might be called the Wolf Pack, but they would be perfect scapegoats for her. Kush accepted Gale's decision and prepared to give everything he had. Melissa checked whether Kush was ready. Norris believed that Gale would regret getting carried away with them. They happened to have come across a bit of a windfall, so just in case, they had spent it on the priciest buff items the capital had to offer. He held a potion-like container. Melissa considered using such items on someone like Gale almost decadent. Gale watched them gulp down the potions. Kush coughed, followed by a flash of light. Gale recognized them as power enhancers, strong enough that the stat boost could be clearly seen. The aroma seemed familiar as well, making him wonder if they could be what he suspected. Kush identified them as Quality Adventurers Guild goods. One-use, super high-end ability enhancers that only needed to be drunk before use. They were the kind of quality goods a jobber like Gil would never see in his entire life. Kush was willing to bet that they were now rather close to their pre-cursed selves. Gale maintained that he had not cursed them. The wolf pack then dashed toward him. Kush saw Gale as an ogre. Gale recognized the setup. Norris had taken up the rear, just as Gale had done when he was with them, though he had never joined them in this particular formation. He knew it as one of the wolf pack's proudest specialties, the pack front. As an ex-member, he knew how tricky the tactic could be. If he became distracted by one of them, another would take his back. The moment he turned his attention toward that person, his back would once again be exposed to the other side. If he assumed Kush was their main offense and focused solely on him, the others would take advantage of the opening. Someone called out to him. Melissa charged, and Gale dodged her attack. She questioned where he was looking as he turned toward her. With their stats boosted sky-high, they were moving much faster than he had expected. Still, he had dodged their first strike. If he knew how to fight, he could react. Before he could finish his thought, daggers flew toward him. Gale ran and rolled to avoid them. Luke urged him to get perforated. In Gale's mind, Luke's throwing weapons were just as dangerous as Kush and Melissa working together. They might have been cheap knives, but their tips were laced with a poison he was not wholly familiar with. Even a nick from them could be fatal. Kush attacked and pressed Gale about giving up too soon. Gale watched him and realized that Kush was good. He could still read their moves. However, Gale had to watch out most for the Inferno spell Norris was casting. He could not afford to let a stray shot hit the town after he dodged it. Kush challenged Gale as though he believed himself capable of dodging everything. He used his garage slash, but Gale continued dodging. Kush ordered the others to surround Gale and take away all his routes of escape. Gale realized that he had them now. Something rustled as he pulled an item from his pocket. They were all within his range, so he used the scrolls. He had never been judging their strikes. He had been luring all of them toward him. If Kush and the others had buffed themselves up, Gale could simply drag those stats back down. Gale had endured them making fun of his tools for so long, and now he would see how they liked being on the other end of the term. An anti-boost would counter their boost. Gale snapped his fingers and created the antidote, a talisman for the innocent prisoner. A large, prison-like magic formation appeared, leaving them surprised by the strange object. Gale explained its nature through his actions. It was a one-use item that triggered after he defined its target. Its range was not particularly long, but any target within several yards of its location would be afflicted by a tremendously powerful weakening effect. The tool had been crafted with the ashes of a prisoner who had spent his life cooped up in a cell from a young age for a crime he had never committed. Because of that, despite its rather short range, anyone who blundered close enough to it would be afflicted by the prisoner's lifelong grudge raining down upon them. Gale recalled where he had obtained it. He lit up the wall and revealed an undead embedded within it. The undead was releasing a particularly fearsome curse, yet it could not move from that spot at all. There seemed to be a story behind it, so Gale used his magic and considered that it might not mind telling him the story. He dispelled the undead, and it suddenly returned to its previous appearance from when it had been alive. The old man revealed that Gale was the first person who had ever gone there simply to talk to him. Gale acknowledged this. The old man revealed that no one had bothered with him even while he was still alive. To Gale, the sight of the old man standing there all alone against the cold wall, with no one to talk to, explained how he must have eventually merged with the wall after becoming undead. The man then disappeared. Kush and the others had taken the potions to elevate all their effect. This cursed item could gradually reduce those effects, although Gale did not know how far the reduction would go. Kush mocked the idea of it being a curse and dismissed it as something that could not possibly be that powerful. The others agreed with him. Gale glanced to the side and ran. Kush demanded to know where he was going, but Gale urged them to follow him. He had lowered everyone's stats, so far so good. He could not afford to get any of the locals mixed up in this and needed to change locations. He had not been in town for very long, but he still knew the lay of the land better than they did. At this time of night, he could head to the underground crypt or the old church on the outskirts. The abandoned hospital might actually be closer. Gale took a quick look behind him and saw all four of them following after him. That was exactly what he wanted. They should keep following him, and he wanted all of them to come along. Later, Kush finally stopped. The four of them were slumped over and panting. Norris noted that they had used the best the capital had to offer, an all-enhancement potion made specifically for S-rank parties like theirs. Luke and Melissa agreed that the situation was strange. Kush could not understand why the supposedly useless crap Gale had made was so different from what they had imagined. He called out to Liznette, asking whether she had any dispelling items. They were shocked when they realized that they had lost track of where they were. Kush cursed and screamed in frustration as they all watched Gale run away. Just before Gale attempted to flee his shop, Liznette realized that she should have known Gale Hamilton was the real thing. She wondered how many artifacts he casually carried on him. Her subordinate asked what they should do next, pointing out that the townspeople were beginning to notice the commotion. Country town or not, the guards would be approaching soon. Liznette wanted to secure the area and keep the onlookers away, but it was already too late. She could hear the footsteps of several guardsmen approaching from afar. Liznette ordered the three of them to keep the onlookers at bay. She failed to realize that the curse of Gale behind her had already taken hold of her. She hugged herself as she sensed something happening. Just now, her sixth of the heart of the devil had reacted. She immediately commanded everyone to take cover. When they questioned what would happen to the onlookers, Liznette made it clear that they no longer mattered. They had to take cover, but she suddenly coughed and grunted in pain, causing the others to become concerned. Liznette wondered whether the heart seal had been undone. Her team had placed a secure, persistent seal on the sixth of the heart she had given them. It could not have broken that easily, yet she was sensing something as strong as the heart itself. She gasped as she realized what was happening. The heart of the devil had detected Gale Hamilton's curses as equivalent to itself and was now resonating with them. She looked up in alarm and instructed the others to take cover. Black smoke tried to take hold of her. The others were confused, wondering whether it was a ranged debuff attack. Liznette could sense her stats plummeting, even though she had only brushed against it. The effect was incredibly powerful. She wondered whether an artifact was at work on them, perhaps one of Gale Hamilton's own. The chills and cold sweat spreading across her body would not stop. This was no mere debuff. Some other sort of ailment was mixed in as well. Liznette gasped for air as she sensed the effects. It was not only slow, but also anti-armor and elevated fatigue. She staggered under the effects. There was still more, terror and sheep's clothing. Her subordinate knew that, with their assassin's training, few people knew more about status ailments than they did. Even so, there was no way they could explain what was happening now. Liznette had never heard of such a powerful combination of debuff. Merely brushing against that dark light had drained her energy, and a direct hit would expose her to even more debuff. Before long, they would meet the same fate as Kush's party. Liznette called off the siege and warned them not to touch the light any longer. Another wave of dark smoke came, attempting to envelop them. Liznette cursed as her subordinate informed her that the target had been lost. She wondered why Gale would bother running if he was wielding artifacts capable of weakening Kush's party. She could not understand what Gale Hamilton could possibly be thinking. There was no more time to think, so Liznette ordered them after him. An artifact of that kind would be any adventurer's trump card, yet Gale was already bringing it out first thing. Her subordinate recognized that there was no doubt they had found their man. Gale Hamilton truly was the artifact crafter they had been hunting for. Liznette reminded them that it would be 1 against 4 and urged them not to falter. They agreed. One of them asked about Kush's party, and Liznette ordered them to leave them behind. They watched Gale as he headed out of town toward the remains of the old hospital. The site had been buried with all its plague patients, and Liznette smirked at the thought of Gale, one of the denizens of the dark, seeking shelter in a place of the dead. She considered him a fool. Liznette led them onward, but they quickly grew tired. They were far better pursuers than any common man, yet they struggled merely to keep Gale in sight. Liznette wondered who this man was and realized that Gale was too fast. He had to be using some kind of enhancement drug. Her subordinate considered the possibility that Gale simply happened to be rather nimble in terms of his stats. They were within range as well. They had not taken a direct hit like Kush's party, but they were likely still being affected by the curse tool from before. They had made the mistake of simply sitting back and watching Gale and Kush fight. If biding their time caused them to lose Gale, they would never live it down. That was what Gale Hamilton meant to them. They could not let him get away. They had to catch Gale alive if possible, but if they could not balk at killing him. Despite that resolve, they continued falling farther behind Gale as his speed carried him ahead of them. The group summoned all their power to complete their mission. So dedicated were they to the pursuit that they lost focus on their surroundings, something they would normally never do. The fact completely escaped Liznette and her team, as did the fact that their behavior had attracted a certain monster close to town, one who knew them well. Meanwhile, back at Kush's party, Kush identified them as the wolf pack, though their current behavior was more like that of a tortoise pack. Someone entered and asked about all the noise, only to find Gale's shop in complete disarray. The sight immediately raised the suspicion that the wolf pack had caused it. Kush confirmed it without concern. He then paused when he noticed the attitude and the size of the chest belonging to the person carrying wine in a cute outfit. It was Mora. The wolf pack was shocked. Melissa was furious to see her. Mora had dropped out of their party, so they could not understand why she was there. Norris was equally stunned. Of all the people they could have encountered, Mora was there as well. First they had kicked Gale out, then Mora had betrayed them, and now both of them were in Farmage. Norris suddenly formed an idea. He became convinced that he had figured everything out. Mora was confused by his reaction as Norris pieced together what he believed was an obvious conspiracy. First they had found Gale in the tiny hick town, and then they had found their former party member, Mora. To Norris, there was no way those two events could possibly be a coincidence. He concluded that Mora and Gale had been conspiring against them the entire time and demanded that Mora admit it. The entire group was terrified by the accusation. Mora scoffed at the idea, finding it hilarious that they could truly be so foolish. She had suspected they might think something like this before, but the accusation was beyond distorted. She had no desire to engage with them. Another member of the party took Norris's side and praised him for noticing the supposed connection, while Norris claimed that he had known it from the very beginning. Mora tried to make them listen to her, but Norris remained convinced of his own reasoning. He believed that someone of his intellect could easily dissect the thoughts of a woman whose brain was shallower than the valley between her two peaks. He considered Mora completely caught. Mora transformed, utterly bewildered that the wolf pack could believe such a possibility was even remotely plausible. Kush questioned what she was, but Mora insisted that they look at the situation and listen to her. They were the people who had fired Gale. She had only joined their party after they invited her in. Somehow, they were now accusing her of conspiring with Gale. Mora challenged them to consider how she could possibly have formed such a conspiracy with Gale and, at the same time, what she had ever done to them. Kush became covered in sweat and struggled to speak. Mora wondered who they even thought she was and rejected the notion that she could have done such a thing. Yet they continued insisting that Kush was with Gale, despite the obvious contradiction. Kush finally sighed. Mora turned her back and reminded Kush that he had gone all the way to the butt end of the countryside, kicked down a door and ransacked somebody's shop. Now he was standing there confronting an ex-member of his party. Mora questioned whether he had never learned the lesson from childhood about treating others as he wished to be treated. Kush asked what she meant, and Mora explained that if he did not want something done to him, he should never do it to someone else. A blinding flash of Mora's power followed. Kush ordered the party back into packfront mode. They began attacking Mora, but she dodged their attacks. Kush dismissed their reduced speed, believing that 4 of them against Mora should still be enough. She was alone. Then Kush cursed as he suddenly found himself unable to lift his sword. Mora recognized the attempted barrage of slashes but dismissed it. Because Kush had been so slow on the uptake, she had been given enough time to elevate all her own abilities and gather massive power. Now she could show him what a real barrage was. Mora clenched her fist and prepared to carve the meaning of a barrage into Kush's body with a barrage of punches. The attack overwhelmed him, beating him down until he was about to fall. Mora caught him by the collar and prepared to mess him up exactly as much as he had messed up Gale's shop, hoping that he might finally understand how other people felt. Melissa ran behind Mora and warned her not to look away. Before Melissa could strike, however, Mora landed a fist directly on her face. Melissa fell to the ground and Mora tossed Kush aside. Mora realized that Gale had apparently cast quite a few debuffs on all of them. The situation was no longer 1 against 4. It had become 2 against 4. Luke scoffed at Mora's confidence. He believed she could laugh while she had the advantage, but they did not need to approach her. They had more than enough projectiles at their disposal, and they would not end up like Kush and Melissa. Mora stared intensely at them. Chapter 25 begins with Luke and Norris circling Mora. Luke prepared to attack, but he was shocked by the number of knives he had with him, realizing that he had used too many back there. In the next split second, Mora was beside him. She punched him in the gut, making him groan in pain before sending him rolling across the ground. Norris had just completed casting his magic and attempted to turn the fight around with Inferno, but only a puff of flame came out, producing nothing more than a small fire. A bottle of wine came flying toward him as Mora acknowledged that he had provided some light for her. The bottle shattered against his face, knocking him down and making it much easier for her to hit him. All 4 of them were beaten and left lying on the ground while Mora stood above them. The surrounding people murmured in awe. Mora then headed toward the Kush party as though she had not finished yet, prompting them to beg her to stop. She reminded them that Gale had asked them to stop as well and that they had refused to listen to him. She made it clear that she was not finished with them yet. The Wolfpack's party screamed throughout the skies. A shattered bottle lay on the ground, and Mora picked up one of its remaining pieces. She had brought the wine for the party, and now it was all going to waste. She then wondered where Gale himself was. Mora looked toward Gale's shop and let herself inside. When she entered, she found Gale's inventions broken and scattered across the floor. She picked one up and remembered Gale carefully placing it down while explaining that everything was set and that it was his top-shelf item for now. Holding the mummy item, Mora wondered why she was doing all this for him before placing it on the table. Someone entered and cursed at the sight of the destruction. Sharona arrived carrying a barrel and a large amount of liquor, asking what had happened there and what had hit the place. Mora told her that they needed to find Gale. Sharona sought an explanation, and Mora revealed that Gale was missing and that they had to go look for him. Sharona agreed but wondered where he could have gone. Mora knew that Gale was not the kind of person who would let Kush's party defeat him so easily. Knowing Gale, she believed he had avoided letting the local residents get caught up in the conflict and had instead tried to lure his pursuers away from town. Sharona agreed, figuring that Gale had once again underestimated the power of his cursed items. Since he expected them to catch up to him quickly, he had probably gone somewhere very far away. Gimli then revealed that Gale was at the outskirts of town, specifically at the old hospital ruins. Mora and Sharona were shocked to see Gimli. Mora asked if it was true, while Sharona wondered how Gimli knew. Gimli explained that it had only been by chance. She pointed out some weirdos nearby who had dumped rotten garbage next to the guild, prompting her to go out and return it to them. While doing so, she had discovered other people pursuing Gale as well. Mora realized that they had brought more friends. Gimli did not know whether those people were with them, but they were clearly better than the crew they had already faced. Mora became concerned, thanked Gimli, and immediately set off to chase after them. Sharona questioned whether Mora intended to go while dressed as she was. Mora had no time to change or retrieve her weapon, insisting that they had to leave immediately. Sharona rubbed her head before deciding to join her, and asked Mora to wait a moment. Sharona retrieved Kush's sword and handed it to Mora, reasoning that it was better than nothing. Mora accepted it and prepared to begin Operation Take Back Gil Hamilton, an emergency quest. Gimli decided to guide them to the location. She knew that time was of the essence, but even she and Sharona were not very familiar with the area. On top of that, Gimli had a very bad feeling about what awaited them there. Mora asked whether Gimli meant the other group pursuing Gale. Gimli confirmed that they were part of the danger as well, but she could also sense something non-human. The garbage was actually part of the behemoth's body. Mora realized that it was a disaster-class species. Gimli explained that the party lying there, along with the people pursuing Gale, had encountered the creature while traveling from the capital. They had wounded it but failed to kill it before it fled. A creature-type monster that was wounded would take the attack personally, and this one was an S-rank monster, meaning it was highly intelligent. It could launch a strategic attack or lead a horde of allies. With its sharp sense of smell, it could pursue them and take advantage of the opportunity to strike. Sharona realized that there was a chance they could encounter it as well. The quest had just gone up to AA. She was already fed up with S-rank monsters, considering the cockatrices bad enough, and she began to sweat. Meanwhile, Gale had managed to reach the hospital. He had made it this far and was ready to take on the Wolfpack. However, Liznet's group soon arrived. They asked Gale to give them a second while they caught their breath, and Gale obediently agreed. He had seen them before and recognized them as the people from outside Kush's shop. Liznette rejected the idea that they were Kush's pals, insisting that she could never be pals with those bozos. She was with them, however, and the suggestion itself enraged her. She then wondered what was with Gale and how he could move so fast. Gale explained that they had been chasing him, so he had assumed they were Kush's party. Liznette was annoyed by the idea that those idiots could actually keep up with him, and all her shouting had made her thirsty. Gale tried to calm her down and asked for her name. He had no water, but he had something else. Before he could finish, Liznette snatched it from him and drank it. She immediately found the drink weirdly vicious and noticed its odd smell. Gale explained that it was a depetrifying potion he was testing, made from a cockatrice's amniotic fluid. Liznette quickly threw up and became disgusted. She turned toward Gale and threw something at him, but he dodged it. She demanded to know why he had made her drink that, while her companions pointed out that she had consumed it without examining it first. Liznette silenced them, refusing to blame herself for what had happened. Gale found it unpleasant that she was spitting up something he had given her. Liznette remained furious that he had given her monster fluids to drink. Gale assured her that she did not need to worry because it was fine and was actually medicine for curing petrification. The worse it tasted, the better it worked. Liznette questioned whether she looked as though she needed a depetrification potion. Gale pointed out that she had said she was thirsty. Liznette decided that enough was enough and ended the farce. She pulled out her daggers and made it clear that they were taking Gale away. Her companions also drew their weapons. Gale tried to stop them, but they instructed one another to surround him and capture him dead or alive. Gale wondered whether things were really that bad and apologized, but Liznette considered them far beyond that point by then. She dashed toward him, only to have him trip before Liznette caught him. Gale warned her to look out, but she simply ordered him not to run from them. Her companions urged Liznette to stay calm, confident that Gale would not go down that easily. Gale continued dodging and running away from them. Liznette knew that perfectly well and called for her companions to come help her. Liznette charged again alongside her comrades. 3 knives flew toward Gale's face, followed by a loud explosion. Gale managed to extract himself from the fatal situation, sliding away from them before finally letting out a breath. Liznette acknowledged that he was damn good at dodging. Gale was uncertain about that but told her to look down. Something beneath her had been crushed, and she slowly lowered her gaze. Liznette and her team saw the skeletons beneath them and were shocked. Gale explained that all those materials were scattered throughout the darkness, making it difficult to walk for anyone who was not accustomed to it. Liznette wondered whether it was even possible for an adventurer to be accustomed to graveyards, but Gale's nimble movements proved that it was true. One of her comrades complained about the number of obstacles, while another pointed out that they still outnumbered Gale. Liznette recognized that the debris kept splitting them apart. Gale wondered whether they could finally give it a rest. Hard strikes, rush attacks, and party combos had all failed. Liznette realized that the bones and garbage they kept stepping on were giving away their movements. She hurled a dagger at Gale, and to his shock, it came dangerously close. He looked back at Liznette. Meanwhile, Liznette noticed that Gale was not the slightest bit agitated. Instead, he appeared to be looking for an opportunity. She considered the hastily built pseudo-cemetery and the abandoned hospital battered by rain and wind. She wondered what Gale was waiting for and what lay within the creepy place. Gale advised Liznette not to be dissuaded or anything, but to pull back. He could tell that her footing was getting better, but that was not why he had chosen this spot. The hospital was close to town and offered a decent amount of materials, making it perfect for engaging Kush's party. Gale had gone there for materials many times before, so he knew the place well. It was almost time. Gale excitedly announced that they were there. Liznette became alarmed. Gale explained that a place like this was a curse crafter's dream arena. Strewn bones, soft mounds of earth, and hollow souls still wandering around created the perfect setup for a curse crafter to shine. Gale decided to send Liznette back home. They had just been informed that they were ready to take Liznette and her team there. He was referring to the undead as they began to rise. Liznette's team panicked at the ambush, but Liznette realized what was happening. The stench, the filthiness, and, most of all, the appearance of the creatures made it clear that they were the undead. In her room, Princess Kara gazed at Gale's portrait, wishing the wolf pack would bring him back already. Vivian told Bishop Uri-Lai Arizel to look at Princess Kara, who remained completely obsessed with Gale Hamilton. She could not understand it, considering that Gale was a man Kara had met only once. Uri-Lai reminded her that their single encounter had saved Kara's life. He noted that both falling in love and experiencing something frightening could cause a person's heart to flutter. Arizel wondered whether, after such a dangerous moment, the princess's terror had simply shifted into love in her mind. Vivian questioned whether that meant Kara had lost her mind to love instead of losing her life. Uri-Lai also pointed out that Kara and Gale shared some rather strange taste. Arizel considered that, after all this time without seeing Gale, Kara was surely glorifying him in her mind. The two of them then patted Vivian's shoulder. The undead rushed toward them, surrounding Liznette and the others. As one approached, Liznette immediately pulled her hands away from it and grabbed her weapon. She swiftly sliced off its head, sending it flying through the air. Liznette was astonished by the situation and realized that she had thought they were pursuing Gale, only to discover that he had been luring them all along. Ghosts continued to emerge from the portal. One of the men was overwhelmed by the sheer number of undead and ghosts, while another angrily cursed Gale Hamilton and questioned whether this had been his aim all along. Gale confirmed that it had been, at least to some extent. He considered 4 against 1 unfavorable odds, so he had decided to incite the undead in the ruined graveyard. While patting the ghost, he clarified that by 4, he had meant Kush and his gang, though the plan had worked out well enough. Liznette gritted her teeth and shouted that they were a far different quartet from those fools. She reminded Gale that they were assassins who lived in the darkness. Liznette and the others attacked the hordes of undead surrounding them. She regarded the situation as a battle royale against an undead horde and made it clear that such a fight would never make them flinch. Gale watched them fight the undead with amazement. He found their performance impressive, but he knew the undead would not go down so easily. Liznette was shocked when another horde of undead approached her. One of the men called for backup, while another replied that he could not hold them back there either. A man sliced through an enemy's body with his weapon before calling for everyone to support one another and avoid creating any blind spots. Liznette ran toward the enemy to attack and ordered her men to build a circular defense. She instructed them to stay mobile and isolate Gale within the circle. The men prepared to take down Gale Hamilton right there and responded to Liznette's command in unison. Liznette attacked the undead, slicing the creature's body into pieces. Gale watched the fight with shock and nervousness. Liznette smirked at Gale Hamilton and challenged the limits of his trick. She acknowledged that his idea had been good, but not quite good enough. Liznette thought happily that they could win. She still had her trump card, the Heart of the Devil. However, she knew that the card came with too many restrictions and that she could not afford to play it at the wrong time. The moment they exterminated all the undead would therefore be her best chance, and her only one. Gale continued watching them in silence. Meanwhile, a voice called for Gimli. As they ran, Mora observed that some seasoned assassins appeared to be trying to catch Gale. Sharona confirmed that there were around 4 of them. Mora believed they needed to catch up to them quickly and at least even the numbers to start with. Sharona agreed, knowing that Gale would simply have to hold out until they arrived. Sharona then reflected on how strange it was that people did not realize someone was important until that person was gone. With the curse staff she had been having Gale make, they had been supposed to trigger an agricultural revolution here in the farmage. Sharona angrily reflected that Gale was a valued partner of hers and wondered where he had gone off to. Gimli told her that she had heard her clearly and that something told her Sharona would very much regret losing Gale. Mora interrupted, making it clear that she meant herself as well. She thought that the next time she saw Gale, she would bang it into his head, no matter how much of an S-rank dope he was. Mora blushed as she thought about exactly what that curse crafter meant to her. Sharona then considered the wounded behemoth making the rounds and wondered what they were going to do about him. Mora agreed that a behemoth and a pack of assassins were simply too much. Gimli noted that with everything else going on, Gale's presence meant they could never know what might happen. She explained that curse crafting was generally regarded as a disappointing profession, but few people knew about the unique skills that could be learned by mastering it. Mora was shocked by the mention of such skills and wanted to know what kind they were. Gimli gave Shockluck as an example, an ultimate evasion skill capable of turning any misfortune into great fortune. Mora and Sharona widened their eyes in disbelief. Sharona recognized Shockluck as shockingly good luck and realized that it could work against any misfortune. She considered it unfair, since any adventurer would risk everything for a skill capable of saving them in dire straits. Gimli confirmed that, but explained that Shockluck was both rare and impossible to invoke at will. She considered it little more than a thread of hope at the moment. A skull dropped to the ground. After defeating the hordes of undead, Liznette and her men were exhausted. Liznette panted non-stop from exhaustion, admitting that she had managed to push herself far enough to destroy the entire undead horde, but no longer had the stamina to take another step. Liznette raised her hands in surrender. None of the undead had been individually powerful, but there had been far too many of them. She also acknowledged that, unlike the undead, Gale had no trouble dodging their strikes, and that realization had broken her will to continue. Gale accepted that they would call it quits. Liznette admitted that they had lost and extended her hand toward Gale. Gale wondered whether she wanted to shake his hand. Liznette smiled as she waited for him to take it. Gale reached out and their hands nearly touched. Liznette smirked, revealing that she still had another option. A man threw a jar to Liznette and she caught it. She laughed as she took the final ace up her sleeve into her hands. Liznette poured the contents of the jar into her hand and prepared to explain it to Gale before he died. Gale watched her nervously. Liznette explained that the artifact consumed the life force of whoever equipped it, but in exchange, It raised all of their physical abilities to their limit. She regarded it as the greatest and most fearsome of artifacts. Gale interrupted her, not because of the artifact, but because of something behind her. Liznette fell silent and turned around. The sound of approaching footsteps thudded through the forest. A figure could be seen approaching between the trees. The monster growled loudly as it charged toward them. Gale and Liznette reacted in shock. The behemoth rushed toward them. Liznette recognized it as the one from before and realized in panic that, while she had arranged everything and waited for her opportunity to strike Gale, he had been doing the same. She understood that he had been waiting to pounce on her the entire time. Liznette realized that she could not avoid the attack. Gale warned Liznette and pushed her aside with his hand. She fell to the side while Gale stood directly in front of the approaching behemoth. Liznette stared in shock. The behemoth attacked Gale and sent him flying through the air. Liznette watched the scene with wide eyes. She realized in shock that the attack had been a direct hit and that Gale had to have been killed. After everything he had done, Liznette could only think that Gale had died to save her. She considered him the most off-kilter man she had ever known. A sound interrupted Liznette's thoughts. She realized that she and Gale would finally be having their duel, yet the behemoth had chased her all the way there like a master assassin. She had to admire its tenacity and sense of smell, but as a woman, she hated it when people were too pushy. Liznette gave a wicked smile and activated the heart of the devil, allowing it to consume her. Long black strips suddenly emerged from the ground, slithering toward her like living shadows. They coiled around Liznette and slowly consumed her as she laughed wickedly. A voice echoed within her thoughts, listing the effects of the transformation. Resistance to instant kills, immunity to fatigue, enhanced muscle strength, infinite magic, cancellation of pain, and enhanced spirit. Liznette believed that any chance the behemoth had of winning had ended with its last sneak attack. She was ready for a rematch and determined not to let it escape this time. Liznette launched herself toward the behemoth. Meanwhile, Gale had been blown away by the attack. He cried out in pain, realizing that he had thought he was a goner. He had been blown through a hole in the hospital's roof and landed directly on top of an abandoned bed, which had surely been lucky. If he had struck the hard floor, he would have suffered more than just a scratch. Gale figured that he really was spiritually aligned with the place. Gale wondered what the creature that had attacked him out of nowhere had been. He had not gotten a good look at it, but there was no doubt that it was an animal zombie. He remembered that it had only one eye in the back, appeared to have had its tail chopped off, and was missing one of its horns. Gale lay down on the bed, realizing that he had no idea one of those creatures had been hanging around there as well. All its traits pointed to an animal zombie. Gale was certain that it had been a wild boar or something similar that had become undead. Sharona had mentioned that Farmage had many problems with wild animals destroying their crops and causing similar trouble. Gale got up, realizing that he had better return outside. The animal zombie might decide to turn its attention to Liznette and her friends next. Besides, if undead were on the loose, stopping them was a curse crafter's job. Gale cautiously peeked around from behind the wall and realized that the attack had sent him quite far away. It was pitch black inside, and he could not tell whether he was heading in the right direction. Whether Gale would get Liznette out of danger in time, and whether he would realize how wrong he was before it was too late, remained uncertain. In Chapter 27, Liznette rushed at the behemoth and attacked with her swords. The behemoth threw a punch, but Liznette dodged it, her eyes widening in shock as the behemoth glared at her angrily. The three men watched nervously as Liznette attacked from above, only for her sword to snap when she tried to stab it. She lost her composure. The behemoth's fierce eyes locked onto her as it growled and attacked. Liznette pushed against its horn with her boot. One of the men called out to Lady Liznette in concern. Gritting her teeth, Liznette explained that she had been trying to take out its remaining eye. Even with the heart of the devil, however, the behemoth was no pushover. The man offered to give her a new weapon, but Liznette refused. She insisted that her physical strength had been enough to rip the behemoth's tail off the last time, and that this time she would take its head, intending to screw it off like a... Liznette coughed up blood. She suddenly fell to the ground and cried out in pain. Her heart pounded erratically as sweat poured down her face. A sharp, sudden pain gripped her chest once more, forcing another cry from her. The three men called her name in worry and confusion as Liznette panted heavily and clenched her teeth against the pain. One of the men watched her with growing concern. Another wave of searing pain tore through her, forcing a loud cry from her lips. The men hurried toward Liznette, their expressions filled with worry and confusion. She lay motionless, her gaze fixed on nothing as agonized cries escaped her lip. Liznette realized that resistance, insta-kill, boost muscle, ignore fatigue, infinite magic force, and cancel pain were all fading away one by one. All of her stat boosts were disappearing. Her fading power became apparent to her. The man explained that after the second use, the effect of the curse must have outclassed the merit the heart had given her. He carried Liznette and warned that, at this rate, he did not think the process would stop until she was fully consumed. The man behind him insisted that they could not allow that and urged him to dispel the curse immediately. The man carrying Liznette determined that the other two needed to stop the behemoth first. The behemoth charged toward them, and the two men attacked it. Liznette tried to stop them, knowing they could not stand against it, but she was unable to finish what she was saying. The behemoth attacked the two men, smashing their bodies. Liznette watched with wide eyes and desperately urged them to stop in her thoughts. One of the men coughed up blood, while another spat blood from the brutality of the behemoth's attack. As the behemoth prepared to attack the two men again, Liznette shouted at the top of her lungs for it to stop. She then urged the man carrying her to hurry and dispel the curse immediately. The man quivered as he tried to use the item, only to discover that it was not working. The god of Gouge was unable to affect the curse. The man was horrified that even the most powerful dispel item crafted by the church could not remove it, and he repeatedly cursed in frustration. He poured the potion over Liznette. It bubbled and gave off smoke. Liznette feared that the curse had consumed so much of her that it could no longer be dispelled. Another surge of pain struck her, and Liznette cried out in agony. The man carrying her called her name in alarm. After days upon days of training, Liznette had built up a resistance to pain that was too great for her to lose consciousness. Her screams and groans therefore continued to echo through the area. Her final pre-death wails, the quickening of the heart of the devil, and the vast mountains of undead scattered around the area all came together to attract not only the behemoth, but another intruder as well. The intruder perceived the place, filled with corpses, bones and death, as the spot closest to the afterlife. Its dark presence manifested itself through the piles of undead corpses that rose toward the heavens. A voice suddenly spoke, remarking on the domain lingering with death and how it was truly a fine sight to behold. Liznette recognized the voice as old, yet its sound echoed with unnatural force. The shadow surrounding it was even darker than the black shades cast by the bodies. An eerie lantern barely emitted any light, while a sinister, curved sickle emerged from the darkness. Liznette's eyes widened in shock. A staff-like object suddenly appeared as a creature slowly emerged from the darkness, resembling a skeleton. It was Death, a kind of god that descended into this world upon sensing a thick presence of death. Its mission was to reap the souls of the living and escort them to the world of death. Liznette recognized the behemoth as an unexpected guest, but this presence went far beyond that. It was a presence that transcended reason, one that rarely descended to the surface while still possessing divine powers, a demigod. Of all times, she had encountered the ruler of death straight from folklore. The god of death raised both hands and addressed the human hunter of lives and her kin. Liznette froze. Although death barely spoke, she could feel the words coursing through her entire body. The overwhelming pressure of death was contained within its voice, leaving Liznette and her companion completely solid and unable to move. They were not the only ones affected. Death also acknowledged the vicious beast that had outclassed even Death himself many times. Even the behemoth, far more powerful than any other monster, shook in fear and could not move an inch. Death regarded the situation with confusion before turning toward Liznette. Liznette remained frozen. Death recognized her as something entirely different, a piece of the devil standing above all evil, and chuckled. Liznette sensed that even the heart of the devil had fallen silent, as though desperately trying to conceal its presence. Death glanced between Liznette and her companion before turning toward the behemoth. The sight of such fragrant sacrifices of souls filled Death with joy, and the abundance of them made it difficult to resist praising the scene to the heavens. Liznette focused on the scythe. She wondered whether it had already taken her soul. Even if she could somehow dodge it, the heart of the devil, which had become so quiet at that moment, would still gobble her up. If they somehow managed to dispel the curse, she would have no defense against the behemoth. Her fellow assassins and she would simply be torn apart. No matter how much she struggled, she would meet her end there. A mirror suddenly appeared. Death explained that the mirror reflected people's thoughts and that Liznette would be granted 2 sessions with it. During the first, she would look back upon her life. Liznette realized that Death was about to flash her life before her eyes. A flashback appeared in Liznette's mind. As far as she could recall, she had been born into a poor family. She had been put to work so there would be fewer mouths to feed. No one in the noble family she served ever treated her as a person, and they admonished her terribly day after day. Among them was a girl about her age. The girl looked at Liznette with cold eyes while Liznette watched her anxiously. Every chance she had to look at the girl's fine dress only reminded Liznette that one's birth meant everything. In time, she was no longer able to endure the unfair treatment that constantly came her way. In search of a free life, Liznette stood before a lifeless body. She began wandering through the back alleys, and that eventually led her to assassin work. As she grew up, Liznette adapted to her life. Since then, she had constantly told herself that she did not care where or how she would die. Yet imagining Death himself presiding over her final moments before she breathed her last was something else entirely. As someone who had made a living taking lives herself, she supposed it was fair retribution. Liznette regarded her life as nothing more than a futile existence. Death acknowledged what he saw before announcing the second session. This time, Liznette was instructed to picture her life from that point onward. Liznette could not imagine any life from that point onward. As far as she was concerned, there was no future left. She could not understand what Death was thinking. Yet she had already had enough of this work. She had endured abuse from that noble family as a child, and had later been used by the Crown Prince Virial in the same way. Only now, far too late, did she understand that everything had been exactly the same. She had always despised her lack of freedom. She had taken a great leap forward, only to discover just as little freedom elsewhere. Liznette considered what might happen if she chose to take another leap. She fixed her gaze on the light and followed it. Her thoughts turned toward a place like Farmdage instead. She would never become rich there, but she would be blessed with far more nature than existed in the city. She would be surrounded by people who found happiness in their modest yet fulfilling lives. Liznette glanced toward the door. If someone there were willing to accept her, she wanted to enjoy a simple life there from that point onward. Liznette opened the door and went inside. Her thoughts shattered. Death repeatedly rejected the vision, refusing to accept it as her true future. Even then, Liznette was still clinging to a past she could never have back and to a future that would never come. Death revealed that it was her soul he had come to hunt, and that her wavering made the affair all the more perfect. Tears flowed from Liznette's eyes as she cursed Death. Death raised his scythe toward Liznette. She closed her eyes and waited for the blade to strike. Before it could reach her, Gale caught the scythe with his bare hands, protecting Liznette from the attack. Liznette opened her eyes and stared at him in shock and relief. Even Death was surprised by his sudden appearance. Liznette recognized him as Gale Hamilton and realized in shock that he was still alive. She could not understand how he was able to move under the dominating pressure of Death. Gale explained that he was wearing a cursed bracelet that boosted his strength. For a curse crafter like him, being under the dominating pressure of Death was actually a rather pleasant experience. Death recognized Gale Hamilton and panicked at the presence of the Master of Curses. Gale sighed upon realizing that it was Death again. He could not help but note that Death always seemed to appear wherever there were undead. Death became enraged by Gale's remark and shouted for him to die before launching an attack with his scythe. Gale dodged the strike and raised his hand. He cast Dispel Magic, engulfing Death in flames. Liznette and the man behind her stood frozen as they watched Death become engulfed in fire. Liznette was stunned by the sight and could hardly believe that Gale had taken Death and instantly sent him to heaven. Gale casually bid farewell to Death, indicating that they would meet again. The flames climbed into the sky, slowly leaving no trace behind. The skeleton crashed to the ground. The others watched the fallen skeleton in silence. Liznette was overcome with confusion and shock. She could not believe that Gale had defeated Death and wondered whether such a thing was even possible when Death was a god. Gale clarified that it was not really a matter of defeating Death, but rather dispelling him. If he had truly beaten Death for good, Gale would not have been able to obtain any materials from him. He then grabbed the scythe. Liznette covered her mouth in shock as she watched him casually seize Death's scythe. She could hardly believe that he was simply grabbing it without worrying about being cursed. Gale was startled as he touched the skeleton. He remarked that Death was always like this, appearing out of nowhere whenever undead were around. Liznette wondered if that was all it took to startle him. Even so, she could not forget that Death's presence had been powerful enough to quiet the heart of the devil. Pain suddenly struck Liznette. The man hurried to her in concern and called her Lady Liznette. She realized that with Death gone, the heart of the devil had revived itself once again. She assured them that she was fine and urged them to treat the two men who had been attacked by the behemoth. Gale looked at Liznette and offered to dispel her curse as well while he was there. Liznette was confused by the suggestion. Gale approached her and explained that he had not gotten a good look at it the last time, but that it was an extremely rare cursed item. Liznette clarified that it was not merely rare. It was one of a kind, and even what she possessed was only a sixth of the whole thing. It was a part of the heart of the devil. Gale was shocked to learn that it was the devil. He immediately became curious about who had made it, how it had been created, and what kind of materials could be obtained from a devil. He noted that it did not look undead. It resembled a demon-type entity, yet it was closer to a living creature. It was an exceptionally powerful one, overflowing with the vestiges of past curses. Gale found it fascinating because he had never seen anything like it before. He then noticed that it appeared to have been divided, meaning it was not even complete. The sheer presence it possessed amazed him further. To Gale, it was like a living curse, the breath of all curses. Liznette realized how curious he was about it and gave him permission to take it if he could. She explained that even the church's most arcane dispellers had been unable to remove it. She warned him, however, not to touch it carelessly. If he did, the curse would overwhelm him next. Gale accepted the warning without hesitation and asked for no takebacks once he began. Liznette suddenly cried out in pain. As she fell, Gale caught her and hurried to act. He raised his hand toward her, and the curse appeared. Gale commanded it to be dispelled, and a flash of light engulfed the curse. Liznette watched as the curse was dispelled, uncertain of what remained within her body. The light essence slowly oozed out of her, evaporating into nothingness and leaving behind only a round, solid object. The curse suddenly went wild. Gale watched it with excitement and laughed at how feisty it was. The curse repeatedly struck at him as he eagerly anticipated researching it, improving it, taking it apart, and copying it. Liznette watched in disbelief. Gale made the process look effortless. The heart relentlessly struck at him, yet he simply deflected every attack away. Gale squatted in front of Liznette and told her that she needed to drink cockatrice amniotic fluid, this time for real. He explained that its primary effect was removing petrification, but that it also contained some stamina recovery properties. Liznette was surprised to learn this and regretted having spat it out the previous time. Gale explained that substances such as the albumin and amniotic fluid of creatures were packed with nutrients and that she needed to make good use of them. A growl drew Gale's attention. He glanced in that direction and saw the behemoth slowly approaching them. Liznette stood up and expressed her gratitude to Gale Hamilton. She told him that he should at least run while he still could. She had been freed from the looming threat of death, but Gale was still likely numbed by its overwhelming presence. Liznette told Gale that she was the one the behemoth was after, not him, and that she was certain he knew that. The ferocious beast had propelled his body all the way to the next town, virtually, and its name was something Gale already knew. Gale confirmed that he did. He identified the creature as an animal zombie. Liznette turned toward him in confusion, unable to understand why he thought that. Gale explained that the creature was missing a lot of body parts, which was exactly what an animal zombie was. He was certain that it had once been a wild boar. Liznette could hardly believe that he could look at a behemoth and come to such a conclusion. The behemoth growled. Liznette urged Gale to run while he still could. The behemoth was beginning to move much more briskly, proving that the paralysis was wearing off. Gale walked past her. Sharana had talked his ear off about all the harmful animals causing trouble for the people of Farmage, and after all the help those farmers had given him, he could not allow the creature to charge through their fields. He decided to exterminate the pest right there. Gale took up the scythe and held it firmly as he waited for the behemoth. The behemoth growled angrily before launching itself toward Gale. Liznette panicked at the sight of him handling the cursed scythe with his bare hands. Gale reassured her that there was no need to worry because he was a curse crafter. Liznette watched him with wide eyes as Gale assumed his combat stance and waited for the approaching behemoth. Gale slowly swung his scythe, preparing for the attack. The behemoth charged at him with incredible speed. Gripping the scythe firmly, Gale timed his strike and swung. The death scythe's cutting edge was unstoppable by any matter, capable of neatly slicing through flame, storms, and even waves of light. The blade cleaved through the massive creature. Blood gushed from its body as its head was sent flying, and Liznette watched with wide, shocked eyes. The curse crafter who had sent death back to heaven and dispelled the heart of the devil had now defeated the behemoth as well. Gale Hamilton had saved Liznette's life 3 times. Gale turned toward her and smiled. Liznette fell to her knees, overwhelmed by the sight of such a lovely man. Gale looked at her in confusion, concerned about whether she was all right. Meanwhile, the behemoth's lifeless head suddenly opened its eyes and glared. Gale waved his hand and greeted Liznette, calling her by name. Liznette gasped and blushed profusely before apologizing and assuring him that she was all right. She addressed him as Gale Hamilton and expressed her disbelief that he had defeated the behemoth. Suddenly, Liznette's eyes widened in shock. The behemoth's body appeared behind Gale. She immediately warned him of the danger behind him. Gale turned at once and swung the scythe. With one more swipe, he sliced horizontally through the creature's body. The attack left him surprised, and he thanked Liznette for the warning. In amazement, Liznette reflected on how the behemoth's strength had made it a tricky opponent, even with the heart of the devil. Its tenacity had driven it to follow its nose all the way there, and even near death, with its head chopped off, its body had retained enough fighting strength to launch another attack. She regarded it as a truly impressive enemy. Their first fight had ended in a draw, while Gale Hamilton had saved her during their second fight. Of the 10 encounters between them, she was certain that Gale would have survived 9. Liznette regarded the behemoth as a vicious beast that had lived for the fight and wished for it to rest in peace. Even in death, the behemoth's eyes remained open. Liznette realized that if she had made even a single misstep, she would have been the one to lose her life instead. She then turned to Gale. Gale turned toward the others and announced that he had returned with amniotic fluid for all of them. As Liznette watched him, she felt relieved to see that the man had made it back alive. Her mission had been to capture him dead or alive, but at some point, she had completely forgotten about that objective. The 3 men finally managed to stand up. Gale laughed while Liznette watched him in silence. She then addressed all of them and stated that the mission Prince Virial had given them had ended in failure. From that moment onward, they surrendered themselves to Gale Hamilton. The 3 men smiled at Liznette's decision and knelt before Gale, accepting it as their lady's command. Gale stuttered awkwardly at the sudden turn of events. Suddenly, a voice called out to Gale. He turned in surprise and recognized Sharona. Sharona made it clear that she was not alone. Mora watched them nervously, and her eyes widened when she saw Gale. She cried out his name in her thoughts as tears filled her eyes, overwhelmed with relief that he was safe. She had been dying to see him. Gale turned toward her and recognized Mora. In her thoughts, Mora reflected that the time they had spent apart had felt like an eternity. She ran toward him, determined to hold on to him and never let go. Only afterward did Mora fully register the strange situation surrounding her, the bloodied death scythe, the kneeling bruised assassins, the mountains of undead that she hated, and one behemoth chopped to bits. She suddenly turned away from Gale, blushing profusely as she panicked over the complete lack of a romantic mood in the scene. Overcome with emotion, Mora flung herself into Gale's arms, only then fully realizing the strange situation she had placed herself in. Sharona reacted in shock to the bizarre scene, while Gimli found that there was simply too much to take in all at once. Gale happily explained to Sharona that the scythe was extremely sharp and that it could be used to make some good farm tools. Sharona accepted the explanation with a hesitant agreement. She glanced at the behemoth and wondered what could have caused it to be cut in half lengthwise. The damage went far beyond what could be explained by the scythe simply being sharp. Gale suddenly trailed off. When Sharona looked at him questioningly, he asked her to listen regarding the storefront she had helped him find. Sharona acknowledged the subject with confusion. Gale guiltily explained that members of his old party had broken into the shop and deliberately wrecked it. He had at least prevented them from causing any damage to his neighbors, but he still felt responsible and apologized for what had happened. Sharona laughed and told him not to worry about it. She would simply get the best carpenter in Farmage to come over and fix the place for him. Gale was surprised and gratefully thanked her. Sharona assured him that it would be back to its usual creepy shade in no time. Mora added that it would be just as tacky as it had always looked and encouraged Gale to cheer up. Gale was left wondering whether they were encouraging or discouraging him. Sharona jokingly made it clear that it was both. Gimli smiled as she watched them. She then addressed her fellow assassin, acknowledging that they had met again. Lisnette remained silent before making it clear that she was leaving the assassin business. The experience had changed her outlook on life to that extent. She admitted that she did not even have any leads on another line of work. Gimli glanced at her. Lisnette then addressed Gimli as the guild master and asked whether she would mind if Lisnette and her men rested there for a little while, mentioning that they were all badly hurt. Gale watched them in silence as he listened to their discussion. Gimli had no problem with them staying, as long as Lisnette and her men could feed and house themselves. Gale then suggested that Lisnette work at his shop. Lisnette was surprised and asked whether he was certain. Gale explained that he had only just opened the shop, so his financial situation was already unstable. Repairing the extensive damage would require even more money. As a result, he could not pay her very much until the store was back on its feet. However, he believed that having Lisnette man the store would help her men as well. He encouraged them to take all the time they needed to heal. Lisnette looked at Gale in amazement. If someone there was willing to accept her, she realized that she would love to live a simple life there from then on. She wondered if her wish had truly come true. Tears streamed down her face as she cried with happiness. Gale approached Lisnette and panicked at the sight of her tears. He wondered what was wrong and asked whether she was in pain or something. Lisnette wiped away her tears. Gale then mentioned that he was also out of cockatrice amniotic fluid. Lisnette smiled while the tears continued to flow from her eyes. She remarked that Gale was simply so off-kilter. Mora watched them in silence and smiled. She had always known how kind Gale could be at times. He was such a do-gooder, after all, even willing to listen to the undead. However, Mora felt that this was somehow different. She pouted and blushed before deciding that she would not tell Gale about it for a while. Sharona grinned at her. She stretched her arms and regarded the night as having ended on a happy little note before deciding that it was time to go. Gimli smiled and agreed that it seemed that way. While holding an artifact, Gale decided that he should show Sharona something. Gimli's eyes widened when she saw it and recognized what it was. Gale identified the artifact as the Heart of the Devil and sought confirmation from Lisnette. Lisnette confirmed that it was indeed the Heart of the Devil, specifically 1/6 of it. She had taken it with her from the Empire and had it equipped until just then. Gale Hamilton had dispelled it from her body before it could consume her completely. Gimli watched the artifact in shock. Whether it was 1/6 or not, the cursed equipment contained elements from the King of Demons. It would kill any normal fighter upon contact, and even high relics could not purify its effects. Gimli could not help but consider the fact that Gale was a cursed crafter who had no problem handling it. She swallowed nervously. Meanwhile, a voice pointed out that they were an S-rank party. Kush shouted and complained about the way they were being treated. He continued demanding to be waited on, served, flattered, and pitted. Meanwhile, Mora sighed and remarked that they certainly had not stopped shouting until the very end. Gimli agreed that, considering the major ruckus they had caused that evening, it worked out for them. The wolf pack were not about to get off scot-free. A town meeting was held to judge them and determine their fates, only for it to be interrupted by a missive from the capital. It seemed that Kutch owed a few debts there, so the capital wanted Farmage to refrain from sentencing him and his team just yet. However, the crime had been committed in Farmage, and the town naturally had no obligation to heed the request. Unfortunately, the missive had been handed down by the kingdom's main office, leaving Farmage with little choice. If the request had come from the Adventurers Guild, they could have rejected the favor, but there was no defying the will of royalty. Still, the capital promised ample compensation in return. Sharona, the most influential person in the city, therefore tempered her anger for the time being. Gimli then remembered that Gale had been holed up in his shop and worksite for quite a while. He was apparently absorbed in some new creative urge. Gimli turned her attention to Mora and teasingly pointed out the rather lonely look on her face, suggesting that it was because she had not been able to see Gale. Mora panicked and immediately denied it. She struggled to explain herself, insisting that it was nothing of the sort and that it was simply that kind of thing. Gimli pressed her to explain what kind of thing she meant and teased her about being afraid that she would not understand. Embarrassed, Mora immediately stood up and went to the shelf. She loudly remarked that a particular quest looked really neat and decided that she would go finish it quickly. Gimli smiled, wishing that Mora could be more honest with herself. Still, regardless of whether it was only a portion or not, Gimli could hardly believe that a human could so easily outclass an item in the Devil series. A man with that much talent was inevitably going to attract suitors. Gimli understood well enough why Mora and Liznet had fallen so completely for him. Gimli smiled, but her expression suddenly faded. She quietly acknowledged that the woman seeking Gale more than anyone else right now was definitely herself. Meanwhile, the 1,000-year curse that the King of Demons had placed upon the Dark Elves remained a threat that could very well put them out of existence. Now, however, it was time for them to raise the flag of resistance. The piece of the heart of the devil she had wanted had fallen right nearby, and she now even had someone capable of undoing the curse upon it. After countless sleepless nights, Gale finally felt that his work was almost complete. He regarded the creation as a further improved heart of the devil, a masterpiece. He knew that the material dropped by that particular individual could suppress the heart, so he had simply used a considerable amount of it. Gale explained that the reciprocal elements within the mixture would preserve all of the heart's beneficial effects while tapering down only the deleterious ones. Equipping it would still cause its tendrils to unleash themselves wildly, but with a set of intricate talismans, Gale had attempted to suppress its appetite for draining the user's life force. Excited by his completed work, Gale presented it as a classic Gale piece and named it Heart of the Devil V2. He proudly regarded it as his latest cursed item and the greatest one he had ever made. In Chapter 30, at Prince Viriel's office, the prince reacted in shock as the man before him watched nervously. Prince Viriel trembled while reading the letter, his brows furrowing as he struggled to comprehend its contents. The letter had been sent by Liznet, informing him that, due to personal reasons, she was resigning from her position. Prince Viriel stood up in frustration. The heart of the devil had been lent to Liznet for that mission, and he immediately became concerned about it. He read the letter again and discovered a note stating that Liznet had accepted 1/6 of the heart of the devil as severance pay. The prince fell to his knees in profound disappointment. He could hardly believe that Liznet had considered one of the Empire's greatest treasures to be severance pay. After reading Liznet's letter, Prince Viriel's face turned ghostly pale. It was said that the color of his visage was even more frightening than that of the average undead. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Palace, Princess Kara and her knight regarded the wolf pack with anger while the squad remained silent. Princess Kara identified them as the vaunted S-ranked wolf pack and noted that they seemed rather slow on the uptake, apparently unaware that she had been monitoring them the entire time. The princess explained that she therefore knew everything that had happened. Although she was uncertain about what had motivated them, they had wrecked a shop and caused enough of a furor for their garrison to be called. The knight pointed out that they had not been given an official mission, but Princess Kara explained that the damage they had caused in Farmage was partly the result of their kingdom's negligence. After discussing the matter with the local authorities, the knight explained that they had agreed to grant the wolf pack amnesty for their crimes. There had been no need for them to intervene on the squad's behalf, but they could not allow the wolf pack to besmirch their kingdom's honorable history. Kush reacted repeatedly in disbelief and attempted to defend the squad by insisting that they had not done anything wrong. Melissa reasoned that all they had done was smash up the garbage curse goods in that fool's shop, while Luke agreed that destroying those items was all they had done. Norris added that they had merely been taking out the trash. Princess Kara remained silent. She suddenly covered her mouth as she realized that they had been referring to Gale's wonderful works in such a manner. She glared at them threateningly and pointed out the implication of their reasoning, questioning what she should do with garbage, such as themselves. The squad fell into nervous silence. The knight slapped Kush with the notebook and reminded him that he had accumulated quite a bill in the capital's shops. The palace had agreed to cover the expenses, but the squad was still responsible for paying them back. Princess Kara explained that they had decided not to prosecute the wolf pack for their antics in farmage. However, they had accumulated a bill of 2,310 gold coins and 82 silver, and they would be required to pay all of it. The expenses included room and board at the Silver Wolf Inn and multiple dinners at high-end restaurants. The princess then questioned Luke about the equipment he was wearing and what had happened to the items they had purchased. The knight explained that the palace had covered the payments for all of those purchases, but the squad now needed to repay the money. She acknowledged that they could not do so, since they had already blown through their payment and had no savings left. The squad attempted to justify the expenses as mission expenses. The knight angrily challenged Kush to show where it said they were paying for those expenses. She pointed out that they had merely been helping with an investigation. The knight then ordered the guard to take them away. Kush nervously asked where they were going to be taken. The knight explained that if the wolf pack could not pay their debt, they would have to work for free until it was fully paid. The work would not be easy, and few places would be willing to hire people with a history like theirs. She told them that they should be grateful anyone was willing to take them at all. Stunned, Kush struggled to accept that they would have to work without pay and wondered how many years it would take. The knight turned the question back on him, asking how long he thought it would take. She then informed him that it would take decade. The squad cried and complained that it sounded like a life sentence. Despite their protests, the guards dragged them away. The knight ordered the guards to get them started that very day, and one of them acknowledged the order. Norris anxiously questioned what they would be starting on and what sort of things they would be made to do. The knight smiled sarcastically and pointed out that she was being nice enough not to torment them with the nature of their work until they were transported over. She warned them not to waste her generosity. The squad continued weeping as the guards forcefully dragged them away. Princess Clara asked her knight whether they were gone, and her knight confirmed that they were. The princess sighed and reflected that those people had certainly done some monstrous things. However, she smiled as she acknowledged that they had also done one good thing, which was why she had allowed them to live. Princess Clara smiled while staring into the distance. She remained silent for a moment before reaching toward the sky. Her thoughts turned to the town of Farmage and the man known as Gale Hamilton. She realized that she had finally managed to track him down. However, she still needed someone to look after him. Princess Clara called her knight Vivian and asked her to contact her father. Vivian immediately understood what the princess intended. Princess Clara happily instructed her to tell her father that she believed it was finally time for them to devote some attention to their agriculture policy. Meanwhile, in Farmage, the sound of a hammer striking echoed through the air. Gale removed his goggles and cursed in frustration. Gale called for Liznette. The door opened, revealing Liznette, a former Imperial assassin who was now working as a store assistant. She asked Gale what was wrong. Gale apologized, explaining that he had been so focused on his work that he had not realized it was already past her working hours. He apologized again for keeping her there. Liznette told him not to apologize and expressed her relief that she had not interrupted his cursed gear work. Gale stretched his arms and acknowledged how much of a help it was to have her there. She handled the customers whenever he could not leave his work. Gale explained that he had tried making a laughing skull, crafted from the Grim Reaper's skull, which laughed eerily at visiting customers. He liked it a lot, but he felt that having an actual person there was much better. Liznette shyly explained that she had borrowed the barmaid outfit from her previous job and that the cost had been deducted from her first paycheck. She had been livid at the time because the pay had been awful, and she had assumed she would never use the outfit again. She considered the situation a violation of labor laws, yet she was now making use of it once more. For the time being, Liznette decided that she would head out and return the following day. Later that evening, Gale sighed heavily before celebrating with joy at finally completing his work. He regarded the result as a real winner. He had preserved all of its ability-enhancing features and had even taken advantage of the tentacles that struck the user by using them to stimulate key acupuncture points. Gale happily hugged the heart of the devil. He considered its incredible design to be the best part, especially since the tentacle function had never even occurred to him before. He jokingly poked the devil heart and acknowledged that, of course, it was cursed. Gale opened the door and happily noted that, unlike normal curses, this one could talk. On rare occasions, a low voice would speak from it. Gale then danced with the skeleton, pleased that he would never have to feel lonely again whenever he embarked on solo quests. He found it wonderful, especially considering that it was only 1/6 of the heart. Gale marveled at how big the world was and became certain that there were even more incredible cursed gears he was not yet aware of. He left the room, realizing that finding them would require him to search for new and unknown components and craft even more cursed items with them. Proud of his completed work, Gale decided that it was time to tackle a new project. He hummed a song while considering what he should work on next. He wondered what he would do with the upgraded heart. He could sell it if a buyer appeared, but for now, he decided to place it by the window. A voice suddenly remarked that the Demon King had surely never imagined becoming top-shelf merchandise. Gale was surprised by the reference to the Demon King. The voice explained that she wanted to know why he had bothered repairing it at all, since something as dangerous as that should have been sealed away or destroyed. Gale wondered why and admitted that he did not really know. It was simply his hobby. He suddenly stopped when he realized what was happening and turned his head. Gale's eyes widened in shock upon seeing Gimli. She stared firmly at him. Gale reacted in surprise while Gimli calmly greeted him. Still stuttering, Gale wondered when she had arrived. Gimli explained that she had been there around the time he had declared the creation a real winner and praised its incredible design. Embarrassed, Gale covered his face, realizing that she had heard nearly everything. Gimli explained that Gale talked to himself so much that she had assumed someone else was in the room. She had hesitated to speak up for quite some time. Gale recovered from his embarrassment and asked how she had gotten inside, pointing out that everything was locked. He wondered whether Liznette could have forgotten to secure the place, but immediately dismissed the possibility. Gimli laughed and explained that she had simply let herself in. She had also returned his heart of the devil. Gale laughed in realization and understood why he had not noticed. He was surprised again to learn that she had let herself in, while Gimli merely grinned at him. Gale told her not to give him that grin. In his thoughts, he regarded what she had done as breaking and entering. He then wondered what she needed. Gale considered whether she wanted to buy something, noting that Gimli had been too busy with guildmaster work earlier. He asked again what she wanted. Gimli explained that what she was looking for was him. Gale turned toward her in confusion as Gimli knelt on the floor. He remained confused by the sudden change in her behavior. Gimli remained silent for a moment before addressing him formally as Mr. Gale Hamilton. In light of Gale's enormous skill with curses, Gimli humbly asked him to lend an ear to the somber hope of the Dark Elf race. Gale realized that this was not Gimli's usual breezy attitude. The Dark Elf wore a truly plaintive expression as she presented her case to him. Meanwhile, Mora was already heavily intoxicated. Sharona called out to Gale, but Mora reminded her that they had not even reached his shop yet. Sharona expressed disbelief that she had run into Mora at the tavern and also remembered that they still had not held Gale's party. Mora drunkenly decided that they should join Gale at his shop for another round of drinks. Sharona scoffed and recalled that Liznette had already shown up, wondering whether Gale was really that oblivious despite being a curse crafter. Mora acknowledged that she knew, but after drinking that wine, she felt that there was nothing left to fear. Sharona knocked on the door and called for Gale, expecting him to be ready for them. Mora shouted for him to open the door. Sharona opened it herself, and the two looked at each other in surprise before realizing that it was unlocked. They smirked at each other. Mora chuckled and decided that she would simply let herself in. She called out Gale Hamilton's name and announced that it was time to party, urging him to join them for some drinks. Sharona cheered Mora on and encouraged her to go for it. The two entered the shop. Inside the room, Gimli was embracing Gale. Gale turned toward them in shock and confusion upon seeing Mora. Mora froze at the sight before her. In Chapter 31, Mora asked what was going on. Gale, who was being awkwardly hugged by Gimli while still in her undergarments, could only answer that she wondered the same thing. Later, at dinner, the table was filled with food, yet none of the four said a word. Gale felt the atmosphere grow unbearably heavy. Gimli finally began explaining. The Demon King had placed a curse on the Dark Elves that was meant to last for 1,000 years. Sharona found it to be a rather unpleasant subject to drink over, but she swallowed her drink and let Gimli continue. The Demon King had been defeated 1,000 years ago by a group simply known as the Heroes. However, he was close to immortal and had not been completely eliminated in that battle. Rather than sealing him away, the group of champions divided his body and transformed the pieces into portable items, which they dispersed throughout the world. Mora realized that the heart of the devil was not merely a name. It was the actual heart of the Demon King. Gimli confirmed that she had understood correctly. The Demon King was gathering his forces so that he could restore his body and resurrect himself. He was scheming to collect the devil items, the objects crafted from his own body parts and scattered across the world. The pawns being used in this game were magical beings closely related to him, now known as Dark Elves. Even while sealed away from reality, the Demon King retained an untold amount of magical power. The Dark Elves had been given only two choices: serve him or face extinction. With no other option, they had accepted the former, despite knowing that the Demon King might be resurrected if all of the items were assembled once again. Gale recognized the situation as bad news, but another question occurred to him. If that was the case, why had Gimli come to him? There were other heroes from 1,000 years ago, after all. A considerable number of devil items had already been gathered in the Dark Elves' homeland. The powerful curses emitted by those items had terribly polluted the elves' homeland. Gimli was therefore searching not only for the devil items but also for a way to undo those massive curses. At long last, Gimli revealed that she had found him, a curse crafter capable of neutralizing even the heart of the devil. Sharona and Mora waited for Gale's reaction. Gale was surprised, then became curious. He had never looked so lost in thought since the moment they first met. Gimli wondered whether she had truly done the right thing by revealing everything and whether she had merely wasted her time. Everyone feared the heart of the devil and shunned it. Even the empire of old had treated it as a ticking bomb. She wondered whether her request was simply impossible, whether all of this was madness, and whether any of it had meaning at all. She could not help wondering if anyone would actually listen. Gale soon smiled, arriving at his own conclusion. The Dark Elves' homeland contained a collection of cursed goods just as incredible as the heart of the devil. Gimli jolted when she saw the sparkle in his eyes. She confirmed that all the devil items they possessed were along the same lines as the heart of the devil. Gale immediately became excited at the prospect of examining them. He wanted to use those items to create even greater masterpieces, and he could already feel a huge flood of inspiration coming. He abruptly dashed away from his seat. Mora noted that Gale seemed to care more about cursed junk than the terrifying Demon King. Gimli accepted that whether Gale regarded this as a pleasure journey or not made no difference to her. By then, Gale was already far from their location, though his voice could still be heard as he asked them to let him write everything down so that he would not forget. Gimli then made one thing clear. The Dark Elves had not sworn fealty to the Demon King. Her people had sided with him during his battle against the humans, but to Gimli, that was merely a war from the distant past. She held no resentment over what had happened. Humans were short-lived, and their memories faded quickly. By now, almost none of them shunned the Dark Elves anymore. They had even forgotten that the Dark Elves had once been classified as magical creatures. Mora acknowledged that, to humans like her, all the stories surrounding the Demon King had become little more than fairy tales. Gimli agreed that it certainly seemed that way. Gale returned and expressed his certainty that his comrades would be glad to have Gimli on their side as well. Gimli wondered whether that was truly the case. Sharona stopped him for a moment. She gritted her teeth, making it clear that she disliked the entire situation and especially disliked the way Gimli and the elves operated. Gimli turned her attention toward the dwarf, asking what was wrong. Mora was alarmed when Sharona suddenly stood up. Sharona wanted to know whether Gimli understood what annoyed her the most. They had known each other for quite a long time, so she could not understand why Gimli had kept quiet until now. If Mora and Sharona had not happened to stop by at that exact moment that night, Sharona still would not have known anything. Sharona was furious. Gimli closed her eyes and explained that the devil items were top-secret goods outside their homeland, and discussing them at all was considered a kind of taboo. Before revealing the truth to Gale, she had therefore wanted to carefully assess the full extent of Gale's powers whenever she had the opportunity. Sharona gritted her teeth even harder before striking the table. Gale felt an intense sense of déjà vu at the sight. Sharona let out an exasperated sound and downed an entire mug in a single drink. Sharona then turned her attention to Gale and asked what he intended to do. She wanted to know whether he liked farmage or not. Gale was confused by the sudden question and wondered where it had come from. Sharona pointed out that he seemed to have gotten used to things around there. Gale admitted that Farmage was a nice town. The food was great and the dungeon was just the right size for him. There was also no shortage of undead body parts for him to harvest, which was especially important to him. The three of them fell silent. Sharona could only marvel at how Gale never seemed to change. Gale mentioned that it would be nice if he could sell more of his creations. Sharona thought that was great to hear. His shop might have been slow, but thanks to Gale, they were seeing some genuinely impressive infrastructure developing around town. She had been overseeing their craftsmen for some time, so she knew that Gale possessed real talent. Gale was flattered by her assessment. Sharona acknowledged that they had been developing things together for a while, but Gale was actually the first curse crafter she had ever met. Gale explained that people regarded curse crafting as a hard luck job. Most people with a talent for it eventually gave up and moved on to something else after obtaining a few intrinsic skills from the job. Once mastered, however, no other job was more fruitful. Sharona conceded that he might be right, but she could tell that there was nothing hard luck about curse crafting. Jobs were not ranked that way in the first place. Mora agreed with Sharona, although whenever she saw curse crafters out adventuring, they always seemed to have a rough time. Gale admitted that curse crafting was not the most sought-after job. Curse crafters were rearguard fighters who could not fight alone at all. Mora pointed out that Gale himself seemed to fight quite well. Gale remembered what Kush and the others had always told him. They had insisted that he simply was not cut out for battle. A curse crafter was a craftsman, after all, and his role was to remain behind the others and throw debuffs at enemies. Kush had therefore ordered Gale to lie low and refrain from offering suggestions. Mora began to reconsider the matter, but Gale reflected that, looking back, he really should have left long before they kicked him out. He had been too timid for the thought to ever occur to him. His view of the world had been painfully narrow. A hand suddenly came down on Gale's head. Sharona was the one patting him. She urged him not to carry what they had told him forever. If their treatment had worn down his sense of self-worth that much, it would not return so quickly. Regardless, Gale was now a citizen of Farmage. Sharona wondered why he did not simply stay there for good. She was even willing to make all the arrangements for him. Gimli was glad to see that Sharona recognized Gale's talents in her own way. Sharona accepted the sentiment before returning to the matter at hand. Gimli needed to understand that she was not the only one who needed Gale. If Gale left Farmage, it would be extremely difficult for her. Besides, Sharona wondered why Gimli did not simply ask the church to handle a curse like that. Gimli explained that the church was not an option because the curse was too much for any ordinary priest to handle. The Dark Elves had gathered their courage and attempted it once before. They had kidnapped, or, as Gimli corrected herself, brought in a renowned priest, but even he had been unable to dispel the curse. Mora immediately noticed how poorly Gimli had tried to disguise what she had done and found the whole situation appalling. Gale pointed out that Gimli had at least brought the priest back alive. Sharona then understood that Gimli was determined to bring Gale to her homeland. Gimli confirmed that it was the only way forward for them. Sharona admitted that she would hate to lose Gale and urged Gimli not to expose him to unnecessary danger. She also had some conditions of her own, and Mora was already aware of them. Mora, a support mage of the Glaris, would be joining Gale on the journey. Sharona would also cover the front line for them. Gale was surprised by this and turned toward them. Sharona immediately told him not to look at her, and Mora likewise insisted that he not look at her. Gimli snickered at their reactions. With the arrangements settled, she supposed they would have a 4-person party taking on the quest to dispel the Demon King's curse. Gale knew it. He held his thighs in excitement before accepting the arrangement, pleased by the thought that the more people they had, the better. Sharona agreed, and the 4 of them, Sharona, Gimli, Mora, and Gale, set out as a brand new party, ready to face whatever awaited them. Sharona raised her drink, and the others joined her as their cups clinked together in celebration. They enjoyed their meal and continued chatting throughout dinner. The drinks kept flowing, and they drank to their heart's content. Sharona eventually became drunk enough to sing. As Gale watched, he reflected that when he had been part of Kush's party, he had rarely been invited out for drinks like this. Someone noticed his gloomy expression and wondered why he looked so sad. Gale assured Mora that he was not sad. In truth, his time with that party already felt like the distant past. It had not really been that long ago, but it seemed that way to him now. Gale soon turned his thoughts toward the journey ahead. There were more cursed items waiting for him to craft, including things they would need for the journey and things he would leave behind in the Dark Elves' homeland. Mora reminded him that they would be counting on him. That night, Gimli returned home and climbed into her bed. Someone called out to Lady Gimli, and Gimli acknowledged that they had arrived quickly, though she was tired and wanted to rest. She then asked the woman to bring something back with her, the ominous chest containing a vast sum of money, which inflicted a binding curse on anyone who touched it. The woman gulped, uncertain whether Gimli was serious. She understood that Gimli had gone to great lengths to remove the chest from their homeland. Gimli admitted that it had been a tremendous waste of time. She thought of Gale, the curse crafter, and chuckled at what an odd man he was. She had been willing to give Gale all that gold and silver, or even herself, if he would do her bidding. Still, things were working out well enough, so she instructed the woman to prepare for Gale's arrival in their hometown. The woman accepted the order before handing Gimli some papers containing her regular report. She then returned through the secret passage and took her leave for the time being. Gimli sat up on her bed and picked up the papers. The report concerned the monsters becoming more active, and she doubted any of it was unrelated. The moment she finished reading, the paper was engulfed in blue flames and burned away. Gimli was glad she had memorized everything. First there had been that flock of sorcerer cockatrices, followed by the raging behemoth, and now the Reaper himself had intruded. Along with the devil items, every single incident seemed connected. There was no way the Demon King had simply been lying low for 1,000 years. Something had to be happening behind the scenes. The floor creaked as Gimli moved toward her drawers. They could not afford to make a mistake. She needed to use her guild connections and the Dark Elves spy network to find the best answer. Gale the Curse Crafter's talents spoke for themselves, but they were simply too unbalanced. He possessed almost no skill in battle, yet his gear was capable of destroying disaster-class ships. He was both the weakest and the most powerful. Gimli snapped her pen in frustration. The contradiction left her wondering what it truly meant. She stood up, knowing that it would be difficult for her to protect Gale alone during their journey to her homeland. Forming a party with Sharona and Mora had therefore been an excellent decision. For most of the journey, they would follow a highway down the river all the way to the port, where they would board a ship across the inland sea. Beyond that, they would have to make their way through the vast, lush forest of darkness. Setting out without a proper plan could easily result in their deaths long before the 1,000-year curse ever had the chance to kill them all. Gimli, Lady Minerva's subordinate, promised to bring Gale Hamilton safely to her leader. Meanwhile, far away, a woman who appeared to be one of Gimli's kind sat in another location. She was Lady Minerva. Morning came and Gale prepared to leave. Lisnette regretted that she could not join him because she had not yet recovered enough. Gale believed it would take time for the Demon King's curse to fully leave her body, so he thought she would be much better off taking it easy while she recuperated. Liz thanked him. Gale then pulled something from his bag and explained that after he had rebuilt the heart of the devil, it would no longer attack its user indiscriminately as it had done with her. However, he still had not analyzed it thoroughly enough. If an ordinary person so much as touched it, he believed the item could still take control of them, body and soul. That was how incredibly cursed the devil items were. Gale also considered the shop a part of himself, making it as valuable to him as his own life. Having someone like Liz watch over it was therefore reassuring. His only concern was that they might run out of inventory before he returned. If that happened, Gale instructed Liz to simply accept their orders and let them know that he would make more later. Liz smiled, though as she looked at their complete lack of sales, she sincerely doubted that would ever happen. Even so, she assured him that there would be no problem. Liznette offered a reassuring white lie before waving to Gale from the doorway. She watched as he departed, thinking about the terrifying curse he carried and the fact that he was traveling to a land containing even more of them. She could not understand how he could remain in such high spirits. To Liznette, Gale Hamilton was truly a man beyond comparison. She wished him good fortune on his travels. Gale left the store in Liznette's care and headed out. When he arrived, Mora waved to him and he waved back. Sharona noted that the whole group had finally gathered. Gale wondered about Sharona's guildmaster duties and asked whether she was truly comfortable leaving for a while. Sharona assured him that the guild would not fall apart simply because she was gone for a short time. She also reminded Gimli not to forget their promise, explaining that it had been part of how she had convinced the Smiths Guild to let her leave. Gimli acknowledged that she remembered. Gale wanted to know what the promise involved. Gimli explained that her homeland would provide the guild with a supply of the metals produced there. Under normal circumstances, they would never export any of those metals, but given the current situation, they were making an exception. Gale and Mora were surprised by the arrangement. Sharona added that there was still a chance Gimli might back out of the promise, which was why she needed to go along personally to make sure it was honored. Mora wondered whether the offer was really good enough to make Sharona go all the way there herself. Gale also wanted to know what kind of metal they were talking about. Gimli assured them that they would all see it soon enough, so there was no harm in telling them. She grinned, making Gale and Mora even more curious, before revealing that the metal was called orichalcum. Mora and Gale were both taken aback by the name. Mora recognized it immediately and repeated the name in disbelief. Gale wondered whether it was really such a big surprise. Mora could not understand how he remained so calm and concluded that he simply did not care about anything that was not cursed. She explained that orichalcum was a legendary class metal. A sword forged from it was worth as much as a castle, while armor made from it was said to protect its wearer through 1,000 battles. It was the toughest metal in existence. Gale was impressed. He understood that the arrangement was meant to benefit Gimli, but he would receive valuable cursed gear while Sharona would obtain such a valuable metal. He hoped Mora would find something equally precious. Mora assured him that he did not need to worry because she would definitely get her hands on something precious as well. Gale found her remark curious. Sharona announced that it was time to leave. Mora noted that it had been a while since their last wagon ride. The group climbed aboard their wagon and set off. To Mora, however, no amount of orichalcum could compare with what she considered far more precious, the time she spent adventuring with Gale. The caravan of several wagons leisurely made its way along the road leading out of Farmage. Their destination was the city of Imbalance, located west and slightly north of them. It was a large town near the Empire and a busy hub for trade. Gale yawned. Mora wondered why the rhythmic swaying of the wagon made her so sleepy, only to yawn herself. Sharona was already in high spirits, finding that nothing made alcohol taste sweeter than a journey. Mora reminded Sharona that, while she knew Sharona was not exactly highborn, she still needed to show some restraint. Sharona saw no harm in it. They had rented the entire wagon, even if having it half filled with supplies did not make the ride particularly comfortable. Gale reminded Sharona that it was still afternoon and she should not drink too heavily. They still had quite a while to travel. Sharona wondered why they thought she was drinking so much in the first place. There was simply nothing else to do. Gimli agreed and apologized for her homeland being such a remote place. Mora asked where Gimli's homeland was located. Gimli explained that it was in the Forest of Darkness. Mora realized that the destination was indeed extremely far away and estimated that it would take at least a few days to reach, no matter how quickly they traveled. Suddenly, Mora remembered something. The Forest of Darkness was the same forest Gimli meant. Gimli could not think of another place by that name and confirmed that it was the only one she knew. Gale wondered whether Mora was familiar with it. Mora clarified that she meant the forest associated with the legend about an entire kingdom's army disappearing. Gimli was surprised that Mora considered it a legend. She confirmed that the event had actually happened and was a matter of real history. Mora then remembered another story and wondered whether this was also the forest where the elder dragon was said to sleep. Gimli denied that the dragon was sleeping there. Mora was relieved, but Gimli immediately explained that the elder dragon was not sleeping at all. In fact, he was busy making a den for himself. Mora was stunned. This was the forest from which no one returned alive, and the elder dragon was involved as well. Gimli casually explained that the elder dragon had actually eaten that army division. Mora panicked as all the pieces finally came together. Gimli added that when she had seen the elder dragon, her first thought had simply been that a growing child certainly ate a lot. Mora was even more shocked to learn that Gimli had personally witnessed the dragon. Mora then wondered where the elder dragon would rank on the adventurer scale. Sharona had already formed an idea from all the ominous stories they had heard, but she quietly told Mora that she believed the elder dragon would be far beyond an S-rank quest. Mora and Sharona both bowed their heads in despair, convinced that they were doomed. Gimli, however, smiled and reassured them. They would not be taking a route that passed by the elder dragon's lair, so there was no reason to worry about it. She intended to lead them to the dark elf homeland using the safest route she knew. Sharona accepted the reassurance but immediately found that her wine tasted much more bitter than before. She decided to go to sleep. Mora thought she would do the same. Gale suddenly stopped them, having remembered something. Sharona wondered what had come to his mind. Gale realized that if they took the route leading toward the elder dragon's lair, they would encounter a large number of undead from that army. Gimli smiled inwardly, thinking that Gale truly had not changed. Mora suggested that Gale could go say hello to those undead in his dreams instead. Sharona suddenly stood up and told Gale to save that kind of rambling for the birds. Their journey continued while Gale, Mora, and Sharona slept. Gimli remained certain that she was taking them along the safest route she knew. However, safety was relative, and she could not guarantee that the route was completely safe. She simply wanted to make sure everyone understood that distinction. After some time, the wagon portion of their journey came to an end. Gimli clapped her hands and woke everyone, informing them that it was time to change rides. Outside, everyone was surprised to see several boats waiting for them. Gimli explained that she had made arrangements for this part of the trip as well. Once their supplies were loaded onto the boats, the remaining space would be available for them just as before. Gale was surprised that she had reserved an entire ship for them. Gimli confirmed that the riverboat would be considerably more spacious than their cramped wagon. Gale and Mora were thrilled by the prospect. Gimli explained that they would travel down the Cactus River, a large stream that flowed not far from Farmage. It led directly from the kingdom toward the open sea, or rather the inland sea into which the river eventually emptied. For Gale, the change of scenery made the journey truly feel like the beginning of a new adventure. Gimli urged everyone to board the riverboat immediately. Sharona complained that Gimli should not push her because she was not running. Gale admitted that he had never traveled downstream in a boat like this before. Mora had not either. The wooden floor creaked beneath Gale's feet as he stepped aboard and swayed with the movement of the boat. He remarked on how much it rocked. Gimli explained that it would feel that way at first, but once he sat down, he would barely notice it. Water splashed against the boat as the sail unfurled into the open air. The wind caught it with a loud whooshing sound. Mora found it pleasant to sit beneath the shade of the sail. Gale also enjoyed the soothing sound of the water. Gimli decided it was a good time to begin and opened her bag. As she looked down at its contents, someone behind her noticed that it contained one of the guild's top-quality maps. Gimli explained that she was not supposed to display such a map in public and that they were receiving a special privilege by seeing it. Mora knew that purchasing that kind of information from the guild could be quite expensive. Gale noticed that the map contained additional notes as well. Gimli confirmed that they were additional pieces of information. Gale then noticed that the map also contained data about dungeons and items. Gimli confirmed that it did, although she acknowledged that such information was highly confidential. She admitted that she normally would have charged Gale for access to it. Mora was amazed by the map. It covered nearly everything the guild knew about the surrounding area, and perhaps even more. Gimli chuckled. Sharona observed that the map looked extremely old and contained locations she had never even seen. Mora was surprised that there were places even Sharona did not know about. Gimli explained that several routes led to the Dark Elves' homeland. As she had explained while they were traveling by wagon, their chosen route was less direct but relatively safer than the others. Sharona wondered which route Gimli would take if she were traveling alone. Gimli said that she would choose the most direct route. Sharona wanted to know how she would manage it. Gimli explained that she would sneak past the borders and forts along the way. Sharona realized that such a method would not be possible for their group. Mora then understood their planned route. They would follow the river to its mouth, board another ship, cross the inland sea to the opposite side, and then enter the Forest of Darkness. Gimli pointed out several problem areas within the forest. They would give those locations a wide berth while making their way toward the homeland. Sharona compared it to sneaking in through the back door. Mora sighed as she looked over the map, realizing once again just how long the journey would be. Gimli confirmed that it certainly would be. They would take a roundabout route through the Forest of Darkness, but most of the journey would be by wagons and boats, with relatively little walking. Mora recognized how much thought Gimli had put into planning the journey. Gimli knew that this was the best chance they would ever have to undo a literal 1,000-year curse placed upon her people. Mora acknowledged that point. Gimli glanced toward Gale and reflected that if she wanted him to dispel their curses, she needed to ensure that he remained in the best possible condition all the way to the end. Sharona then noticed a castle-like structure marked in the area of Gimli's homeland. Gale also noticed the castle in the middle of the forest and wondered about it. Gimli explained that it had been the Demon King's castle. Everyone looked at one another in surprise. Gimli confirmed that it was indeed the Demon King's castle, although it no longer existed. Only its foundation remained. Most of the original structure had been dismantled, with its materials reused to build walls and roofs. Gale was surprised that they had taken the castle apart. Mora remarked that nothing went to waste. Sharona realized that Gimli meant the Dark Elves' homeland had been built around the remains of the old Demon King's castle. Gimli confirmed that this was the case. Mora supposed it made sense, given the relationship the Dark Elves had shared with the Demon King in ancient times. Gale then looked at the map and noticed how enormous the sea was. Mora considered that obvious, since learning how large the sea was something everyone learned as a child. Gale then noticed something in the middle of the sea. Mora identified it as a squid. Sharona recognized that they had squid in those waters and immediately saw the potential for good fishing. She considered it perfect for pairing with alcohol. Mora and Gale both looked at Sharona. Gale figured they would be cooking with whatever ingredients they found along the way, so he had packed the sharpest kitchen knife he could find. Sharona approved of his preparation. Mora added that Gale was actually a pretty good cook. Gale was flattered by the compliment. Gimli admitted that squid was not a bad idea, but she did not think the creature marked on the map would make a good snack. Gale, Mora, and Sharona wanted to know what she meant. Gimli explained that the mark represented a kraken. They were horrified. Mora realized that Gimli meant the ship-destroying sea monster. Sharona was equally shocked that the map contained information about monsters as well. The kraken was a sea monster resembling a gigantic squid that could launch relentless barrages with its many tentacles. Anyone unfortunate enough to have their boat targeted by one was doomed to a watery grave. Gale realized that if they encountered one at sea, they would have no way to run. Mora and Sharona immediately lost their enthusiasm. One panicked at the thought of dying so soon, while the other decided that she wanted to go home immediately. Gimli urged them to calm down, reminding them that they were a stout party. Gale grabbed Gimli and wanted to know whether there was any way to avoid the krakens. Mora also asked whether Gimli had already planned for that possibility. Gimli explained that they would be traveling along a major trade route where many ships passed without being attacked. The implication was clear. They could only pray that their ship would be one of those lucky vessels. Gale realized that this amounted to little more than escaping reality. Sharona cursed the ship, while Mora insisted that she was truly leaving and wanted to be let off. Gimli reminded them that there was no getting off now that they were already aboard. The others realized that Gimli had anticipated this part of the journey as well. Gimli knew that if they encountered a kraken, they would have no means of escape and no realistic way to defeat it. Nevertheless, there was simply no way to avoid this path if she wanted to bring the entire party to her homeland. Fortunately, she had a master curse crafter with shock luck and the ultimate in evasion skills. A monster they could not defeat would pose no concern if they never encountered it in the first place. Gimli knew that she would be relying heavily on Gale. Later that day, the sound of trickling water filled the air as they stopped at a hot spring. Someone warned Gale not to peek over the fence. Gale, already immersed in the relaxing warmth of the spring, assured them that there was not a single hole in the fence to peek through anyway. He considered the place paradise, and had never expected to find an inn with a hot spring along their route. Two men approached. One noticed how much Gale seemed to be enjoying himself, while the other suggested that he could relax with some drinks as well. Wherever people gathered, money and buildings eventually followed. The Cactus River was filled with ports that served as rest stops, mostly for sailors traveling downstream. Numerous tents and stalls had sprung up around them, making the area resemble a small town. Gale remarked on how much it looked like one. One of the men noticed that the woman had called him Gale and wondered where he was from. Gale explained that he came from the town of Farmage, which was primarily an agricultural town. The men introduced themselves as traveling merchants. Gale learned that they were merchants and mentioned that he had recently started a shop bearing his own name. He recognized that running a shop was not easy work. The men asked what kind of store he operated. Gale described it as a curiosity shop filled with things that could not be found anywhere else. He admitted that sales had been rather slow, despite the quality of his merchandise. The men considered the situation. One of them observed that quality goods did not always lead to brisk sales and sympathized with Gale. He explained that bringing in and preparing quality stock was not enough by itself. The real secret was how effectively Gale could spread the word about his shop. The men poured him a drink. Gale accepted it and thanked them, recognizing the advice as a valuable lesson. He intended to focus more on promoting his shop once he returned. For the moment, a woman named Liz was watching the shop while she recuperated from health issues. The shop might not be busy right now, but that also meant there was less of a burden on her. One of the men joked that Gale had left a beloved wife at home while he searched for more inventory. The other man questioned whether Gale was there merely to complain or to brag about her. Gale clarified that he was looking for good things, but Liz was not his wife. He thanked the men for their advice and asked their names. The men claimed that they were nobody particularly special. Gale hoped that they would meet again. The men agreed, and one reminded his brother about Gale's curiosity shop, which was supposedly filled with goods that could not be found anywhere else. He recognized it as a potentially worthwhile target for their next haul. His brother agreed. They would make Gale's shop in Farmage their next target. What Gale did not realize was that he had encountered the Walther brothers, a pair of bandits who posed as traveling merchants while carrying out their theft. He also had no idea that they intended to target the shop Liznette was watching. Liznette sensed something and turned her attention behind her. Back at the hot spring, Gimli splashed water over herself. Sharona wondered about the relationship between Mora and Gale. Mora was surprised by the sudden question and wondered where it had come from. Sharona explained that love was what she talked about while traveling and began teasing Mora. When Sharona had first met Mora and Gale, she had assumed that they were a young couple from the capital who were eloping. Mora explained that she and Gale had met purely by accident. She had happened to replace him in his old party, happened to leave that party because it was terrible, happened to ride in the same wagon as Gale, and happened to give Farmage a chance. Yet as she considered how many coincidences had brought them together, she began to wonder whether it had really all been chance. Sharona pointed out that there were too many coincidences in a row to dismiss so easily. From another perspective, Mora had practically eloped with Gale. Mora immediately rejected the idea. She insisted that their relationship was nothing like that. Gale was not a bad man, and he had helped her a great deal. Gimli joined the teasing, suggesting that after several near-death experiences together, Mora and Gale were beginning to develop feelings for each other. She sat there with a broad smile. Mora groaned, frustrated that Gimli had joined in as well. She dipped herself into the water and blushed before trying to define their relationship. If she had to describe it, they were pals. Friends and nothing more. Sharona and Gimli exchanged a look. Mora noticed their reaction and wondered why they were looking at each other like that. Sharona grinned, clearly intending to hold Mora to her declaration. Gimli then wondered whether Mora's claim meant that other people still had a chance with Gale. Sharona agreed, noting that Gale was a talented man. For all she knew, he could even inherit her guild someday. Mora was shocked by the possibility of Gale inheriting the Smith's Guild. The thought immediately led her to another question. If Gale inherited the guild, would that mean Sharona would adopt him? She then wondered aloud whether Sharona intended to become Gale's mother. Sharona was furious and splashed water at Mora. Mora apologized and tried to explain that dwarves and elves lived longer than humans, so that was simply how things would work from an age perspective. Sharona told her to shut up. Gimli snickered from the side. Sharona became irritated by Gimli's laughter and wondered why she found the situation so amusing. She then pointed out that everyone already knew Gimli had been making eyes at Gale lately. It was obvious. She also brought up the night when she and Mora had gone to Gale's shop and wondered what exactly Gimli had been trying to accomplish then. Gimli chuckled and admitted that she did find Gale charming. However, if Sharona and Mora wanted to claim him first, she was perfectly willing to let them. She had a 1,000-year curse to deal with, after all, and she was accustomed to waiting. Gimli looked at them challengingly. Sharona was annoyed, while Mora defended herself by insisting once again that she and Gale were only friends. The three women shivered as a breeze passed over them. Mora decided that since they were already at a hot spring, they might as well enjoy it. She pointed toward the drinks and reminded them to make sure they did not overdo it while drinking in a public bath. Under the moonlight, Mora reflected on their relationship. Yes, she and Gale were friends. She believed that would remain unchanged for as long as Gale did not turn his attention toward her. Before going off on his adventure, Gale enlisted Liznette to watch his store for him. However, she had yet to entertain a single customer. With nothing to do, she figured the store might as well be closed. Suddenly something crashed. It was the laughing skull. Liznette wondered why it had fallen and broken all by itself. The ominous occurrence left her uneasy. Looking down at it, she could not shake the feeling that something bad was coming, whether for Gale Hamilton, herself, or perhaps both of them. Meanwhile, Gale and the party were holding their fishing rods. Someone pulled on his rod after feeling a splash, only to find the hook empty. 3 days into their second boat ride, Gale still had not caught a thing. He noted that none of the girls had enjoyed any better luck. Gimli remained unconcerned, figuring they could save their luck for dodging the kraken. Mora agreed and pointed out that they had certainly procured enough food. She wondered whether Sharona was hungry, but Sharona explained that she liked eating whatever she caught and prepared for herself and always had room for it. She said this while lying flat on the floor. Gale agreed and remarked that if he caught something, He could use his knife to cut it right open. He pulled out a long knife. Sharona figured that even a giant fish would be no problem for such a weapon, but then noticed it and wondered whether it was cursed too. Mora recognized the ominous feeling and wondered if it was the Reaper's scythe. Gale confirmed it and reminded her that she had seen how he remade it into a farming sickle. He had used the extra pieces to craft the knife. The two women were immediately grossed out. Gimli laughed at their lack of a nibble, noting that if Gale tried chopping a fish with that thing, he would likely cut straight through the entire ship as well. Sharona could only conclude that Gale was completely off-kilter. Then Sharona noticed that the river had become remarkably wide while she was not paying attention. Mora could not even see the opposite shore. Gale remarked that it already felt as though they were at sea. Gimli suggested that they try smelling the air. Sharona sniffed the breeze and detected a hint of sea breeze, while Mora found it lovely and took it as a sign that they truly were nearing the sea. With that whiff of the sea came the utter stench of rotting flesh. The smell of decomposing undead emanated from the box containing the knife. Gale suspected that it might be the undead parts he had brought along with him. Sharona scolded him to close it up, but Gale pointed out that he had been aging them for so long. Mora reminded him that it was not like wine. Gale looked up as the birds flew overhead. As the bell rang to signify that a ship was about to set sail, new voices began mixing with the sound of the water. Fishmongers sang the praises of their wares while drunken sailors pursued their own quarrels. Gimli explained that they would be dropping anchor at the harbor built at the wide mouth of the river and that the port they had been sailing toward was not far beyond. Their boat entered the gate and the three were amazed. Gimli laughed at how they all had the same expression on their faces before asking them to give her a moment. She jumped off the boat to see if there was a merchant vessel they could hitch a ride on. Sharona wondered if Gimli was abandoning them, while Mora watched in amazement as Gimli jumped down from the boat. Gimli instructed them to stay near the wharf while she searched. This was the town of Port Nanan, where the air was alive with the cries of seabirds. Known as the kingdom's front door, it connected to the giant inland sea and the foreign nations beyond. Fortunately, Gimli did not take long to find a good vessel. Their luck had finally paid off, and she had also heard a juicy rumor or two. The three instantly became riled up when they heard this. Gimli revealed that the Kraken had appeared just the other day and had attacked and taken down a warship from somewhere or other. Sharona grimaced, unable to understand how Gimli could consider that juicy. Gimli explained that the captain of their merchant ship had told her the Kraken did not attack all that often. Once it took a ship, they apparently did not have to worry about another attack for some time. Mora considered that perhaps, for the Kraken, attacking a ship was simply a way to let off some steam or get some exercise. Gimli acknowledged that this offered rather cold comfort to the victims. Thanks to the recent attack, however, the ship she had found was taking advantage of the opportunity and setting off across the sea at once. Gimli pointed toward a patched sail that looked worn down and repeatedly repaired. The ship gave them the impression that they were doomed from the start. Its captain was smoking, and his name was Captain Nick. Mora and Sharona's faces became contorted as they studied him. Mora quietly concluded that his expression suggested he was aiming to cross the sea and make a big profit while the Kraken was out of the picture. Sharona likewise figured that the captain was making lemonade out of lemons. Gale decided that they would have to get their gear loaded and offered to bring it over. He then asked where their storage was. Sharona took the opportunity to address a more serious matter while their loony companion was distracted. She wondered whether, like it or not, this sea route was their only option. Gimli confirmed that it was, praising Sharona for being observant. Sharona reminded Gimli that she did not run a guild for nothing and knew a thing or two about logistics. Mora remained unsure where Sharona was going with this. Sharona explained that, without rehashing what they had already discussed, non-dark elves could not sneak across borders. They were also unlikely to receive an official pass from any nation. Since they were heading to the Forest of Darkness, the situation was even more complicated. Sharona peeked at Gimli as two guards roamed nearby. They looked serious, and there were a lot of guards around. She noted that rumors claimed the military had been stepping up its activities, that the kingdom was making strange moves, or that the empire was active. Mora was surprised by the possibility that both nations were involved and wondered what could be happening. Sharona clarified that it was still only rumor, but she had heard that there had been an attempted hit on some VIP in the capital, possibly connected to the conflict between the kingdom and empire. Apparently, artifacts were at the core of it all. Mora asked about them, and Sharona explained that they were supposedly powerful enough to shake an entire country. She did not know what the artifacts were, but they were apparently out on the market and being traded. Mora placed a hand on Sharona's shoulder, displeased by the idea of something being described as an artifact and still being on the market. Sharona complained about Mora looking at her with such a nervous expression before confirming that the kingdom and empire were both staring each other down over the artifacts. Gimli added that the sunken warship was involved as well. Mora wondered whether the matter was serious enough to send the navy out for. Gimli concluded that, either way, both nations undoubtedly wanted to prevent those artifacts from leaking out somewhere. Mora nodded, finding the situation understandable. The increased security and the presence of the Navy made sense if the warship was likely on patrol to ensure the artifacts did not cross the sea to somewhere else. Mora realized that this created trouble for them, especially since there were no convenient land routes near the border. At the moment, the ship really was their lifeline. Sharana agreed. Given everything they had to deal with, Mora concluded that the sea route was their best option and, realistically, their only one. Sharana explained that they would be crossing a few nations on their way to the Forest of Darkness, but the nations were not going to block ordinary people from crossing. They could not exactly stop all trade. Mora looked down, finding it strange. She had thought the kingdom and empire had maintained fairly stable relations until recently. Gimli agreed, certain that they had been maneuvering behind the scenes, though from the outside, things had appeared reasonably well balanced. Sharana agreed that the timing was suspicious. Just as that balance began to falter, they started hearing about the artifacts circulating. The two nations had been fairly balanced in power, but the artifacts could upset that balance completely, making the situation increasingly tense. Gimli explained that there were currently two people who, without exaggeration, were trying to stand at the center of the world. One was the Demon King, who hoped to revive himself and seize total control of everything. The other was the person spreading the artifacts around. Sharana could hardly understand who would ever think to do something like that. Mora made it clear that she wanted no involvement in national affairs. Gimli acknowledged that only the Demon King truly mattered to them. Even though the three women were well aware of what Gale's cursed gear could do, they could not connect the eccentric man with the potential world-rocking threat. They could not imagine that the person they were whispering about was Gale himself. Gimli decided that they should grab their own supplies. Sharana agreed, unwilling to make Gale take countless trips for them. Mora added that they should get everything aboard before their ship departed, then called for the others to wait a moment. Meanwhile, the sound of things thumping approached. All three women looked up in surprise. Gale was carrying everything behind him. He looked back at them with a questioning expression, while Sharana and Gimli stared at him in silence, unable to hide their curiosity. Sharana pointed out that what Gale was carrying amounted to adventuring gear for 4 travelers. Gimli could hardly believe that a human could carry that much. Mora remembered that Gale was wearing his homemade gear-hefting cursed bracelet, which explained why he was practically a walking horse and wagon, or rather, a walking supply chain. Even so, she realized that this went well beyond what he had managed last time. Sharana noted that a party was duty-bound to stick together day and night, but she no longer had it in her to comment on Gale. Mora laughed, understanding exactly what Sharana meant. Gale could only wonder what was so funny and insisted through his expression that he was not trying to act amusing. Gimli reflected that even Gale's general-purpose cursed goods went completely off the chart. She already knew that Gale was regarded as something of an eccentric, but she found herself wondering whether the great things he perfected could change the world itself. Gale looked back at Gimli and noticed something was wrong. Gimli immediately banished the thought from her mind, deciding that such a thing could never happen. She apologized for getting distracted by her thoughts and indicated that she was ready to go. Meanwhile, 2 guards made their way toward their location. One of them was still suffering from all the drinking he had done the previous night, while the other acknowledged that he had certainly overdone it. The patrols under the blazing sun were making things even worse for him. Gale and the others remained busy checking their surroundings when the 2 guards approached and asked to inspect their luggage before they boarded the ship. Gimli regarded the guard and found the inspection rather amusing, thinking it was great that they were being questioned. Sharana raised her hand and volunteered to go first. The guard searched through her belongings and found several working tools. He asked whether she was a blacksmith, then thanked her and moved on. He next called for the young man, Gale. Gale smiled and willingly allowed the inspection. The guard was surprised when he discovered a collection of body parts among Gale's belongings. He covered his mouth and nose and wondered whether Gale was a curse crafter or perhaps a serial killer. In the end, Gale's artifact-class cursed gear made it onto the boat. With that cursed gear aboard, it would now weigh upon the fates of everyone on board. The guard ordered him to put it away, warning that he might be cursed simply by looking at it. Sharana considered the remark more than a little rude. Later, everyone was aboard the ship, with the surrounding sea splashing against the vessel. Gimli noticed one of the crew members approaching her. The man greeted her and apologized for not speaking up sooner before introducing himself as the ship's bosun and welcoming them aboard. He explained that their ride was an old lady, a veteran of many long voyages. Gimli was glad to be aboard. The bosun also explained that although the ship's sails looked scruffy, they could catch a tailwind, or any other wind, when properly rigged. Gimli noticed that the ship had quite a lot of storage space, and the bosun explained that the weight of the cargo helped keep the vessel stable in choppy seas. Gimli then noticed the fine ballista on deck. The bosun acknowledged it and expressed hope that they would not have to use it. One of the crew members called for the bosun, prompting him to excuse himself and promised to speak with Gimli later. Gimli waved as he left and decided that the ship did not seem as bad as their first impression had suggested. Gimli looked over at Mora and Sharona, who were both seasick. Mora was struggling because the sea waves threw her far more off balance than the river had. Sharona was missing the tossing and turning of the riverboat. Gimli then checked whether Gale was doing all right. Gale smiled and indicated that he was fine. He had a little necklace, a handmade choker that provided an anti-shake effect. Mora thought she might have been imagining it, but the necklace appeared to depict a pair of woman's hands strangling Gale. Gale explained that it was made from the hand bones of a woman who had been married to a sailor. Every day, whether rain or shine, she had knelt by the cape and prayed for the safety of her husband far across the horizon. Mora clasped her hands, recognizing that this explained why the necklace looked like a pair of praying hands. Gale corrected her, explaining that she had gotten the wrong idea and that there was more to the story. The sailor had gambled at every port he visited, eventually building up a staggering debt. He had also taken new mistresses at taverns in every port. Sharona recognized the pattern as a trio of drinking, gambling, and cheating. Gale continued by explaining that the sailor's wife learned of everything only after the mistresses and debt collectors reached her. The sailor had believed he had successfully hidden everything from her, but when he finally returned home, his wife grabbed him by the throat. Mora signaled for him to stop, admitting that she had asked about the necklace but did not need the entire story. Sharona then realized that it was an anger necklace rather than a prayer necklace. Gimli reflected that whether it represented a lover waiting at sea or a lover who had gone astray, it kept the woman steady all the same. Gale suddenly remembered something and apologized because he only had one of those necklaces. He regretted not bringing enough for everyone and considered it a mistake. Sharona told him to forget about it. Mora agreed, acknowledging that being seasick was unpleasant but noting that the person wearing such a necklace would apparently never feel sick. Gale was puzzled by this and wanted to know why. To him, it seemed like a perfect remedy. Footsteps of men hurrying toward them sounded from behind. They asked what was happening, and one of the men immediately went to work on the sail while another pointed toward something ahead. Sharona wondered whether they were about to reach land, but Gimli explained that they were not. Their journey would take at least 3 more days to complete. Sharona sighed before noticing something in the middle of the sea. She could not see it clearly yet and wondered whether it was another ship. Gimli also tried to make out the object. Since they were traveling along a trading route, another ship would have made sense. Gale, however, suspected that it might be a pirate ship, though Mora dismissed the idea. The bell suddenly rang, its sound resounding across all the ship. Gale recognized it as the warning bell, while Sharona complained that her head was already ringing enough. The bell rang again as an announcement was made that a large suspicious object had been sighted and that all crew members should take their positions. Everyone immediately sprang into action. Arrows were prepared, and the sailors readied themselves for battle. Sharona was impressed by how seriously the sailors were taking the situation. Mora wondered whether pirates were really trying their luck again after the Kraken had destroyed that naval ship. Gale found the situation deeply troubling, knowing there was little they could do against pirates. Gimli realized what was happening when tentacles began appearing above the water. Her spy had already informed her that monsters had grown more active lately. She grew tense before acknowledging that they were in serious trouble. The captain reported the mysterious object and used a telescope to identify it as the Kraken. The Kraken was confirmed to be within range, and it was the same creature that had smashed the naval ship. It was advancing toward them at tremendous speed. Gale remembered that the Kraken was not supposed to attack again for quite some time, while Mora realized that the story about its long recovery period had been nothing but a lie. Sharona watched in disbelief as the creature accelerated toward them. The Kraken pulled itself from the water, leaving all 4 of them wide-eyed. A massive splash followed, revealing its enormous size. It was far larger than they had initially imagined, appearing to be roughly as large as their ship. Gale wondered whether the Demon King's influence was responsible for the creature's abnormal behavior. If the Demon King's influence affected not only monsters on land but also creatures of the sea, then the situation was far more serious than they had realized. The captain ordered his men to gather and set the sails to full. They were instructed to flee as quickly as possible. The captain struggled to understand why the Kraken was attacking again after such a short rest, but there was no time to dwell on the reason. Gimli already knew that wasting time could cost lives, and for the moment, they simply had to deal with the immediate threat. One of the men informed the captain that they would go out there, but there was no way they could engage the creature. The captain ordered the ship fully to starboard. The sails flapped as the vessel accelerated. The Kraken suddenly made a strange sound and sank back beneath the water. Moments later, it appeared directly in front of the ship. The sailors realized with horror that it had not merely caught up with them. It had somehow moved ahead of them. The captain recognized that the creature was simply too fast. Gimli understood why. Squids were among the fastest swimmers in the sea, and their fins allowed them to hover as well. The Kraken could therefore stop and start moving with incredible speed. The enormous creature now stood directly before the merchant ship. Its eerie presence threw the passengers and crew into confusion. Its tentacles began slithering toward the vessel. 2 feeler arms and 8 tentacles extended from the water, seeming almost endless in number. The tentacles reached the ship's pillars, and then they snapped around them. Gimli realized that the ship was finished. People began screaming as the kraken destroyed the main mast and its sail, leaving the ship much slower. Men behind them shouted that they were all doomed, while the captain desperately called for someone to help them. Sharana understood that, bad as the situation was, they could not simply abandon their duty. Mora pointed out that the ship had been armed for emergencies and believed they should use its weapons to drive the creature away. One of the men explained that doing so was impossible. The ballista on the deck was mainly intended for fending off sharks, and no merchant vessel would normally be equipped to fight a kraken. Gale noticed splashing nearby and realized that some people were jumping into the sea. Sharana was horrified by the sight, knowing that they would freeze to death in the water. Gimli explained that the people would not listen to her. Panic had prevented them from thinking clearly. Alternatively, they might have preferred dying by their own choice rather than being torn apart by the kraken. Sharana grabbed her hammer and resolved that they would have to deal with the creature themselves. Mora agreed, and Gale heard the others preparing to act. Gimli jumped onto the highest part of the ship so she could observe the battle from above and relay the kraken's movements. Sharana faced the creature directly and challenged it. The kraken glared at her, causing her to shiver before she reacted to the sheer size and grotesque appearance of its eyes. Gimli warned Sharana to watch her side. Mora activated her magic power, Overlap, and enveloped Sharana in its effects. An explosion followed. Gimli and Sharana both recognized the technique as Overlap. In Mora's mind, Overlap was an evolved strength-boosting magic she had acquired during her quests. Its effects were doubled, but it also consumed twice as much magic power. Sharana resolved to make the most of the enhancement and thanked Mora. She intended to repeat what they had done against the cockatrice. Sharana activated the added effect of her war hammer, unleashing scorching heat. She wanted to roast the kraken alive with her burning hammer. She then dashed forward. The kraken attacked with its tentacles, but Sharana continued moving, hopping from one tentacle to another. She reached the creature's head and swung her hammer with all her strength. She considered the attack a success and intended to flatten the creature's enormous body. A powerful impact struck the kraken, but its body barely reacted. Sharana stopped in confusion at what she was seeing. Mora realized that the kraken had shrugged off the enormous blow, while Gimli concluded that the creature's slimy coating must have absorbed the strike. Sharana was left wondering whether any attack could actually hurt the kraken. Sharana went up to one of its tentacles and cursed the bastard. She swung her hammer, but the kraken caught it. She shouted for it to let go of her hammer as she dangled from it, still holding on. Gimli warned Sharana to let go of her weapon because the kraken was going to catch her next. The kraken did more than grab and smash its prey. Sharana had heard that it swallowed its enemies whole, and she figured she was probably too muscly to taste good and that it might want to pass on eating her. Before she could say anything else to mock it, however, she let go of her hammer and fell. She cursed as she realized it was going to be a bad fall. Gale called for Sharana. Boots stepped forward as the captain and his assistant caught her with a large cloth. Sharana recognized it as part of the sail the kraken had torn up, while the assistant was simply glad they could be of some service. Meanwhile, the hammer was now in the kraken's tentacle. Gimli recalled knowing this from the stories, but seeing it in real life was different. The kraken truly used its arms and tentacles to grab everything in its sights and carve a path of utter destruction. It seized its targets in an instant, pulverized them, and then dropped their remains into the sea. If it caught them, they were done for. Gimli reminded everyone to make sure they did not let that happen. Mora stared at the kraken in terror, her legs shaking. It was far larger than even that cockatrice. Sharana's hammer had defeated a grown cockatrice, but it had done nothing against the kraken. Its attacks were also strong enough to crush that hammer into dust. On top of that, they were at sea, giving their enemy the advantage of the terrain. There was no way they could win. The kraken glared at Mora, its eyes focusing on her. Gimli noticed. A squid possessed a surprising level of physical strength along with high intelligence and learning ability. The kraken had already demonstrated that intelligence by destroying the ship's mast and sails first, making a strategic attack. Even after exchanging only a few blows, it had recognized that Mora was one of the essential elements of the party. Gimli warned Mora to look out. Gale and Sharana rushed to grab her, but the kraken got to her first. Mora coughed as a tentacle swirled around her. Sharana dashed forward as the tentacle tried to whip her while another squeezed Mora. Then Sharana remembered that she no longer had her hammer. Diving in barehanded would only get her caught just like Mora. She cursed, wondering what the hell they were supposed to do. Gale, however, dashed forward beside her and ordered the kraken to let go of Mora. Gimli recognized the knife. Even with the kraken's intelligence, it could not have foreseen someone as unexpected as Gale in the party. In split seconds, the tentacles were chopped off Mora. They vanished as Mora fell through the air. Gale revealed that he had made the knife himself, which made it especially easy to use. The Kraken, which reigned as the absolute ruler of the seas, was confused and shocked by its first disarm. Gale checked whether Mora was okay. She confirmed that she was and thanked him. Mora murmured that spacing out during battle and getting squeezed like that had certainly opened her eyes. Sharana also ran to her. Mora then realized there was a way out of this. The blade came from the Reaper's scythe, the strongest there was, and she doubted there was anything it could not slice through in a fight. With just one swipe, they had seen what it did to the Kraken's impervious tentacle arms. However, it only worked when the wielder was pretty close up. An idea formed. Gimli would continue observing the Kraken, while Sharana lured out the tentacles and remaining arm. If they could hold back the follow-up attacks from its other appendages well enough, that should open enough space for Gale to come up and strike. Meanwhile, Mora would cast her support magic on Sharana and Gale at the same time. Sharana was surprised that Mora intended to support both of them at once. Mora confirmed that she could support both of them. She had been leveling up her skills to a point of mastery. She touched Gale's and Sharana's foreheads, first making it so the wet, rocking ship's deck would not affect their agility. She chanted, "Terraformer, multitask," and then used her old face, "Elevates all, multitasks." With that, they would stick and move their way to victory. Gale believed that if he could cut off the remaining 9 tentacles, the Kraken would no longer be able to attack. Sharana agreed, confident that they would have their fill of squid steaks for a while to come. The Kraken moved again as it regained its senses. Gimli warned Gale and Sharana as the tentacles went after both of them at once. Gale narrowly avoided one, while Sharana noted that the squid certainly was not squeamish. Sharana tensed as a tentacle whipped toward her, but she quickly used her Sharana kick. Gimli was amazed that Sharana had managed to deflect the Kraken's tentacle whip. Mora's heartbeat intensified. Multitasking sapped that much more of her magic force, leaving her wondering whether they would defeat the Kraken first or whether she would collapse before that. She addressed the Kraken as one of its arms was out of the picture and it was finally slowing down. Then she dashed toward it. Meanwhile, Gale fidgeted on the other side. Gimli knew that Mora had buffed him and that Sharana was distracting the Kraken for his sake. Gale had instinctively rushed in with a slash moments earlier, mainly because he wanted to save Mora, but even he had to flinch a little at the situation. Gimli could not blame Gale. This was not another undead that he was accustomed to fighting. Putting a rear guard like him on the front would normally be the least suitable thing to do. That was why Mora was there to provide Gale with literal support fire. The Kraken's sinister, leering eyes still creeped her out, but they certainly made for easy targets. Taking away its eyesight should help them. She released her slingshot. Gimli considered it unfortunate, though he had not expected it to deal damage in the first place. It was only a smoke bomb that exploded on impact. Gale flew after the Kraken. Gimli urged him to do it while he could and then chanted, "Fine mince." He had thought Mora needed to blind their foe with that smoke screen before Gale would be inspired to storm in. But once Gale was in the fight, he did things nobody else could in battle. He was the weakest but also the strongest out there. The tentacles once again sizzled as they were severed from the Kraken's body. The Kraken whimpered. Sharana noted that they were getting one after another now. Mora observed that Gale had always been handy with a kitchen knife. Gimli realized that just like that, they were halfway through, with 5 more to go. The Kraken made another sound. Gimli warned Gale that the smoke had dissipated and told him to get back out of the range of its arms and tentacles. Gale agreed and ran away. The squid angrily splashed its body out of the water. Gale looked back and saw it glaring at him. Gimli shouted a warning, but the Kraken spat out a torrent of ink. Gale used his weapon to shield himself, but the ink was released over them. His weapon flew away from him as he fell onto the ship's wooden floor. Mora called for Gale. Sharana realized that Gale had taken the attack head-on. Gale struggled to stand and coughed as he cursed the ink that had gotten into his eyes. He could not see a thing. Gimli realized that they had finally done it. It was only a giant squid, after all, so of course it could attack with ink. Now that attack had taken away Gale's vision. As he looked at Gale, the assistant stared at the knife and decided he would fill in for her. He would take up the blade and slash at the bastard, though the other man tried to stop him. The ominous aura surrounding the weapon made it clear that it had to be cursed. Gimli confirmed that the knife had been modified, but it had originally been a Reaper's scythe. If anyone besides Gale equipped it, there was no telling what kind of harm it could cause. The wielder might start slashing at everything, friend or foe, and could even take off his own head. The man trembled at the thought. It was the strongest of blades, but also the most diabolical. Sharana directed their attention toward the Kraken. It was shaking, visibly quivering as it slowly began dipping back into the water. Yet the Kraken had regrown its lost tentacle and arm. Sharana could hardly believe it, realizing that they had returned to the starting point. Gimli, however, pointed out that regrowing all those limbs had clearly exhausted the Kraken. They were definitely beginning to corner it. Sharana acknowledged that, but Gale still could not see a thing, and no one except Gale could use the blade. Mora concluded that there was no way they could hurt the Kraken any longer. The Kraken directed its boiling rage toward Gale, the man who had made it suffer so much. Gale gradually began getting his sight back and wondered what was happening. Before he could move, a tentacle seized him. It slithered around him and lifted him into the air, and he felt himself being crushed. Gimli recognized the deadly destruction once again. Mora feared that Gale would end up just like the hammer. Sharona dashed forward and grabbed the tentacle, trying to make it release Gale. She attacked the stupid squid with her bare hands, scratching it, but it slapped her away. She fell to the ground with a heavy thud. Gimli wondered why she had to take Gale along with her. He had nothing to do with this, yet she had dragged him into the dark elf crisis. If she had not invited him, he would not have been risking his life here. He would have been right there in that shop, living a peaceful life. Her eyes widened with terror as she desperately sought forgiveness. Mora picked up Sharona's body, unable to accept what had happened. Sharona had never even gotten the chance to tell Gale anything yet. She screamed Gale's name as the chant for deadly destruction rang out. Gimli, Mora, and Sharona stared intensely at the explosion where Gale was being held. Then another chant followed, invoking deadly destruction reversed. The three women could only gape in shock. Gimli questioned the meaning of the reversal, while Mora realized that the Kraken had just blown apart in an instant. Sharona could not understand what had happened. Gale landed on his feet back on the ship. He turned toward them with a smile before reaching for his neck and indicating that he had the dead woman's hand to thank. It was the item he had been explaining to them earlier. The choker then crumbled into pieces. Mora and Sharona could hardly believe what had happened with the cursed choker. Gale explained that whenever he was caught in a crushing attack, the choker would throw the move back at the enemy once, with double the damage. Its special effect was wife's revenge grudge. Sharona and Mora imagined the effect in their minds, and Sharona laughed as she realized that the item had truly been all about revenge. Gale explained that after the Kraken had exhausted itself by regenerating those limbs, it had been struck by its own finishing move at twice the damage. There was no wonder it had ended up in pieces. He did not know how many ships that creature had sunk, but it was amusing that the one left in pieces in the sea now was the Kraken itself. Sharona wondered whether Gale had planned everything that way. Gale explained that he had not. He had been occupied enough with the unfamiliar role he was playing in that plan and had never even considered defeating the Kraken like that. If the Kraken had struck him or swallowed him instead of using that crushing attack, the item's effect would not have been triggered either. Mora was relieved that Gale was all right and proceeded to hug him. Gale was shocked by the sudden embrace, worried that she would get ink all over her face. Mora did not care. She knew how awful it must have felt to be squeezed by the Kraken, so she wanted to give him a more pleasant embrace and make sure he appreciated this kind instead. She sniffled as she squeezed him more tightly. Gale began to sweat, unsure how to react, and his panic only made him sweat even more. Eventually, he raised a hand and gently patted her hair, his face turning red. Sharona watched them with a smile. Gimli landed beside her and chuckled before reminding Sharona that the Kraken had been the boss of the entire area. She doubted they would see another of its kind threatening this sea route anymore. Perhaps Gale's shock luck evasion skills had helped everyone who sailed this route, she supposed. The people who had hidden earlier slowly emerged. One of them admitted that he could not say he understood why, but the Kraken had simply exploded. Another dismissed the need to understand the reason. What mattered was that they were all saved, and the people began cheering and shouting in relief. Sadly for Gale, Gimli did not think he would receive much praise for it. A splashing sound caught the captain's attention. He feared that the Kraken might still be alive, but Sharona and Gimli were relieved when they realized what had caused it. The people who had jumped off the ship earlier were climbing back aboard to help hoist them up. The captain signaled for the skiff to be lowered. Sharona wondered whether they would be fine once the ship was repaired. The assistant, however, had some bad news. They could not find the blade that had slashed up the Kraken. They had left it on the deck because they did not know what sort of curse it might inflict on anyone who touched it, but the blast from the Kraken's explosion must have blown it into the water. Sharona accepted that there was nothing they could do about it. The explosion had even blown away the mast that the giant squid had pulled off. Losing the blade certainly seemed preferable to dying. Gale agreed. There was nothing at all to apologize about. The materials needed for that blade were easy enough to find, and he could always make another one back home. Besides, he had cancelled out a good 99% of the curses in the blade's ingredients, so it really would have been fine for anyone to pick it up. Everyone was shocked by the revelation. Gale realized that he had probably been too busy getting the ink out of his eyes to hear everything that had happened. The assistant could only dwell on the fact that Gale had cancelled out the curses. Sharona wondered whether item drops from a Grim Reaper were really that easy to find. Mora knelt together with Sharona, astounded that Gale could cancel out 99% of a Reaper blade's negative effects. Sharona grabbed Gale and shook him, exhausted as they all were, and pleaded with him not to tire them out even more with such silly jokes. Gale insisted that he was not joking with them. Gimli could only think that this man went beyond their imagination in every possible way. She looked ahead and rested her arms on the ship's railings. As she quietly reflected on Lady Minerva, she thought that they would never find a man as great as Gale Hamilton for their needs, and she would be meeting him very shortly. Meanwhile, a woman raised her hand and allowed a butterfly to land upon it. She sat atop a pile of boulders in the middle of what appeared to be a forest. Minerva, the dark elf chief, seemed to hear Gimli's thoughts and reacted with quiet surprise. Back on the ship, they say that bad news comes in bunches, but not even Gimli could have predicted that the next aquatic threat would advance upon them from within the ship itself. This time, it was the undead of the sea. Gale picked up something and lamented the loss of the choker. He had really liked it. It had been one of a kind, and now it was gone. Sharona, standing behind him, could not understand why Gale was so sad about it. Mora pointed out that the choker had been instrumental in defeating the Kraken, so there was little reason for him to pout over its loss. Gale understood that, but that was not what bothered him. He could not understand why anyone failed to appreciate the cool design it had possessed. Then an idea occurred to him. Perhaps even the greatest works of art sometimes reach the end of their existence without ever being truly understood. Gale interpreted the thought to suit his own purposes. Fed up, Sharona and Mora turned around and walked away. Gale remained behind, thinking that in the end, the only person who truly appreciated cursed things was the girl he had met in town. He hoped she was doing all right. Meanwhile, in the castle, someone called for Princess Kara. Vivian informed her that she was going to join Kara's excursion to Farmage. Kara wondered whether she could simply leave Vivian in the castle, but Vivian firmly refused to allow it. Back on the ship, the bird flew above the sailing vessel while Sharona busily repaired it. The assistant thanked her for helping with the repairs despite being a passenger. Sharona explained that she could not perform like a full-time ship's carpenter, but as a blacksmith, she would do whatever she could. At the very least, her work should prevent any leakage. The man acknowledged that, but the Kraken had torn off the main mast and thrown it into the sea, which was far beyond what they could repair. Gimli asked whether there was any way to control the ship. The man believed they were stuck there for the time being. Gale observed that it was less a ship now and more a floating tub. Mora pointed out that, considering the danger they had faced, they should at least be glad it had not sunk. Gimli admitted that was true for the moment. However, they were trapped in an enclosed space in the middle of the sea, and once their supplies dwindled, hunger would become a factor. Day after day, the crew and passengers would gradually begin to lose their mind. They might even become violent over what little food remained. Hopefully, they could change things for the better before it reached that point. The captain then entered and confirmed that he had heard the leak had been repaired. It was time for Captain Nick to take the stage, the man who loved and was loved by the seas. Mora wondered how he intended to help and whether he could actually control the ship. The captain simply intended to demonstrate. Later, a bunch of leaves were tossed into a pan and lit with a candle. The fire crackled as the captain explained that the smoke signal was a request for rescue. All they could do now was wait for a passing ship to help them. Luck would find a way. Mora wondered why he had to act so cool while starting a fire. Sharona questioned the chances of a ship simply happening to pass by in such a vast sea. Gimli noted that, if there was any silver lining, it was that the wind was calm enough that the ship was not rocking much. However, without functioning sails, they would have to endure any storm that came their way. Sharona agreed. The repairs she had made were only stopgaps, and if a storm caused any further damage to the boat, there was no telling where water might begin leaking in. Mora agreed as well, noting that the skies did not look particularly inviting. Gale then noticed something and pointed out that there was a ship approaching from a distance. Mora rejoiced at the sight, realizing that they had been saved. Sharona nudged the captain and marveled that a ship had appeared so quickly, taking it as proof that the sea really did love him. The captain smiled, as though he had known all along that it would happen. They called out to the distant ship, asking for help. The sound of the waves filled the air as it drew closer. They could see the flaps of its sail, accompanied by the creaking of the vessel. Mora smiled giddily at first, but then realized that the sounds coming from the approaching ship were not exactly healthy. Sharona noted that the approaching ship was in even worse shape than theirs. Gimli pointed out that it still possessed enough propulsive force to sail straight toward them. A ship in such a condition should not have been capable of moving that way, which meant some other force was at work. He soon realized the truth. It was a ghost ship. Some seemingly abandoned ghost ships continued to remain afloat despite suffering considerable damage across their hulls. Stories told of the disasters that befell those who encountered them at sea. Gale realized that the approaching vessel was a ghost ship. Mora and Sharona hugged each other in horror. The assistant quickly rang the bell and announced the ghost ship on their starboard side. After the Kraken, they now had a dreadful ghost ship pursuing them. The crest of the ship came into view. Gimli recognized it as the battle flag of the Imperial Navy. She remembered the Kraken appearing just the other day and attacking and bringing down a warship from somewhere or other. The warship the Kraken had struck earlier belonged to the Imperial military, and now it had become a ghost ship. The captain examined the approaching vessel and noticed its bow and the way the ship was moving. It appeared to be attempting a ram attack on their merchant vessel. Mora questioned what that meant. The assistant explained that a bow that sharp could gouge deeply into their ship like a bull's horn. It was a well-known tactic in naval battles, whether used while launching ballista or catapult fire or while boarding an enemy vessel for hand-to-hand combat. The captain confirmed that if the ghost ship successfully rammed them, they would soon have a gaping hole in their side. They watched as the vessel drew nearer. Gimli realized that the ghost ship intended to sink them next. It was another disaster immediately following the last, and with their ship out of control, there was no way to avoid it. The Kraken had already exhausted them, leaving them with no energy to fight. Their only remaining option seemed to be convincing the ghost ship not to attack. If the ghost ship was crewed by victims who had been sunk by the Kraken, there was a possibility that they might understand that the merchant vessel had avenged their deaths. There seemed to be no reason for them to attack the very ship responsible for that. The captain dismissed the idea as foolish. There was no way to reason with the dead. Instead, he told her to look at who was aboard the ship. Suddenly, dripping sounds filled the air as though rain had begun to fall. The captain explained that those aboard had lost all the sense they had possessed in life after suffering their ignoble ends. They were nothing but ugly ghouls who found pleasure solely in the failures, misfortunes, and sadness of others. They were the drowned undead. The captain acknowledged how unbelievable it was that they had encountered undead in the open sea. Another man supposed that heaven above had at least granted them enough time before the collision. He excused himself and began writing a letter to his wife and daughter. After finding a bottle to stuff it into, he tossed it overboard, hoping the letter would be lucky enough to reach them. The man then scribbled his message. Sharona walked past him and noticed that he was shaking so badly that his chicken scratch would probably be unreadable. Sharona accepted that there was nothing left they could do. She decided to have a drink, treating it as her last chance at a nip. Gimli thought of Lady Minerva and how she was at the end of her rope. Mora explained that the undead were driven solely by their envy of the living. This horde of drowned undead was impossible to reason with. Then she suddenly realized something. They had someone aboard who talked to the undead all the time. Gale was astonished that he had encountered them at sea. Gimli pointed out that everyone was aboard the same ship, but with Gale present, the situation had a slightly different nuance. Sharona wondered whether Gale could actually communicate with the undead. Mora asked Gale whether he could. If everyone aboard the ghost ship was undead, perhaps he could dispel them by hearing their stories, just as he had done that one time. Mora looked at him, waiting for an answer. Gale agreed that the situation sounded right up his alley. Gimli pointed out that with this many undead, and in the middle of the sea, things would not work the same way they had back at that dungeon. She wondered whether Gale had any idea how to deal with them. Gale assured her that he did. Fortunately, he had found the time to put some cursed gear in place. The rain continued as Gale positioned his cursed items. Once he finished, he went to the captain. When one ship rammed another, the damage was not limited to the target. The attacking vessel also took a fair amount of damage. At worst, it could sink itself along with its opponent. Ships were expensive as well, so such a crude and violent approach had fallen out of fashion. A ghost ship, however, would not hesitate to attempt something like that. Gale acknowledged this but pointed out that whether the ghost ship intended to ram them or not, its approach was actually advantageous to him. Every moment he could see the undead allowed him to impart the full force of the cursed items he had powered up to the maximum. Mora understood that it would be like Gale touching the undead to dispel them, except that this time he would be affecting an entire ship at once. Gale confirmed that he intended to dispel all the undead in one go, along with the ship they were aboard. Gimli wondered whether he could really accomplish that. Gale believed he could in theory, but they would have to see how it went. Gimli grimly acknowledged that if Gale failed, the sea would become an unmarked grave for all of them. Either Gale dispelled the undead or they died. The captain added that it would be either them or the ghost ship. Sharona left the matter in the hands of the curse crafter. Mora called out to Gale before chanting Terraformer on him. The spell would keep him from losing his footing to the wind and waves as the ghost ship drew closer. Gale appreciated the assistance. Mora placed her bet on the ghost ship being dispelled rather than all of them dying. Gale paused before smiling and accepting her confidence. He then walked away. Mora reflected that she had not yet had enough of Gale. Gale climbed up onto the ship of the undead as it approached him. Gimli recognized it as a military vessel, far larger than their merchant craft. If they allowed it to strike them, they would not stand a chance. Sharona agreed, seeing no way they could reason with the crew any more than they could have reasoned with the giant squid. The captain warned that they were about to collide and ordered everyone to brace for impact. Gale raised both hands and looked toward the approaching undead. He chanted Superior Dispel. Gale stood firmly as he unleashed his magic. Mora mentally urged Gale to save them, along with everyone aboard their ship and the ghost ship as well. Gale faced the undead, with the captain standing at the front. The captain looked at him and nodded, and with that smile, the ship gleamed. Gimli wondered what they were doing. The ship was now side by side with theirs, and it froze in place. Gimli realized they had made contact, only for the ghost ship to suddenly stop. The captain confirmed that it was as though the ghost ship had paid them a friendly little visit. Looking at one another, they concluded that they had avoided a ramming attack at the last moment. They never would have been able to dodge it on their own. Gimli was relieved to realize that they were saved. Mora looked up and noticed that it was not the only thing that had changed. The wind was dying down and so were the waves. Sharona remarked that all those stormy waters were finally giving way for them. The man who had been kneeling inside the cabin went up and saw the ghost ship directly in front of them. The undead were visible on the other side. Gale ordered everyone to salute. They were amazed when all the undead seemed to evaporate. The people aboard their own ship saluted the ghost ship as well. For the last time, Gale saw the captain in human form, smiling at him while returning the salute. The captain unsheathed his sword and gave a military salute before Gale watched the ghost captain vanish. At the same time, the skies cleared. Gimli could hardly believe her eyes. Mora felt the same way, despite this not even being her first time witnessing something like it. Someone asked Gale whether those had been all the souls from the ghost ship's crew. Gale clarified that they had not. Gimli and Mora became alarmed at the thought that there might be more of them, but Gale explained that he had meant the captain was powerful enough to dispel some of the ghosts wandering the seabed as well. They understood and regarded the feat as being completely off the charts. Even so, Gimli pointed out that calming the undead would not make their ship start moving. They were still at a virtual dead end. Mora turned toward the seagulls, envying them in their current situation. Gale suggested that they change ship. They reacted uncertainly and asked which ship he meant. Gimli hated even thinking about it, but she could not see that they had much choice. Gale smiled and pointed toward the ghost ship. Mora and Gimli were disappointed. Gale's face glowed as he announced that the ghost ship should be seaworthy enough for them to continue their journey. Everyone felt doomed. Gale then explained that the captain had thanked them for killing that kraken and had offered his ship as a token of gratitude. The two girls were shocked. The men questioned whether they were really moving on to that creepy tub. They pointed out that it was a naval vessel, though the crew sounded antsy about the idea. Sharona decided that if the ship was free, she would take it. She noted that they had patched the ship up a little, but it was still in awful shape and doomed to sink sooner or later. Gale questioned that conclusion. The captain lay face down on his ship, rubbing it in despair over his beloved lady. The assistant concluded that they had only one choice. They would get busy transporting the cargo, and then they would move to the ghost ship. The next day, everyone was working on it. Mora and Gimli looked below as their merchant ship slowly sank, as though glad to be relieved of duty. The assistant explained that their cargo load had pushed her waterline lower, which had at least helped keep the ship somewhat more stable. Mora thanked the ship for holding out for them that long. Mora and Gimli then paused as they realized something. Their hands rested on the dirty railings, surrounded by barnacles and seaweed. Their new ride really was a ghost ship. Mora hoped that this would be the last twist they encountered during their tortuous sea voyage. Gimli reflected on how they had been stranded at sea, only to be attacked by a ghost ship, with Gale solving both crises all by himself. Not even the heroes of old could have accomplished such a feat. It had taken a master curse crafter. Before Gimli could finish, Sharona exclaimed that she had found something new. It was a military-grade crossbow and an imperial battle axe. She excitedly noted that they had been underwater, but with a little polishing, they would be as good as new. It was quite a haul. Gale arrived and showed them the trove of fresh undead materials. Mora reacted to the discovery of the fresh materials with disbelief. They were undead, after all, and not merely undead but rotting ones that carried an unpleasant smell. Later, the captains thanked Gale and his friends for their efforts in getting them back onto their original route. While everyone had been moving the cargo overnight, Gale had applied several talismans to the ghost ship to improve its stats. As a result, it should now be able to sail this route faster than any other ship. The three women looked at him with scowls. Mora considered commandeering a ghost ship unheard of in the first place, while Gimli found the fact that Gale was now cursing it just as unthinkable. The assistant wondered whether he was really giving the ship away for free and even allowing them to keep the gold coins owned by who knows who. Gimli had no problem with that, provided they kept their promise and prioritized the route they had laid out for them. The assistant assured her that there would be no problem as long as that was all she required. The captain explained that he had told the entire crew how they had obtained the ship and who they had to thank for both it and the kraken. None of the crewmen would grumble about the team that had saved their lives. Gale then explained that, as the designer of the setup, he wanted to describe how the nautical curse built onto the wild ghost ship worked, along with all the wonderful abilities he had added to it. The captain and his men gulped at the thought of what sort of abilities he had created, while Mora sighed in anticipation of what was coming. Sharona acknowledged that Gale had outdone himself in every way the previous day, so they had to expect at least this much. Gale chuckled before revealing that after applying undead elements to the large imperial craft, he had given it the all-powerful rapid and unsinkable effects. The assistant regarded them as a dream come true for any sailor. Gale added that they also had nothing to worry about if they were ever attacked. The ship now boasted a powerful catapult capable of firing skulls. The assistant became even more excited at the prospect, realizing that they could now defend themselves against pirates as well. Gimli decided to refrain from commenting on Gale's design choices. Gale then revealed the icing on the cake, the most unbelievable feature of all, the ship's navigation system. It could operate in full autopilot mode. Everyone was amazed, but Mora soon noticed something controlling the ship. A shadow was at the helm. Mora realized that it was not an autopilot but a ghost pilot. Gale confirmed that all they had to do was point the ship in the direction they wanted to go and tell the ghost ship their destination. After that, it would handle everything on its own. The captain was impressed by the trick and urged them to provide their destination. Gimli gladly decided that they would sail north-northeast. The party smiled. They were heading for the Forest of Darkness. The ship creaked as the ghost ship began traveling through the Forest of Darkness. The captain was amazed that it was actually moving. Gale then revealed that there was one more thing. Meanwhile, the three women in the background looked at him with clear suspicion. They braced themselves for another development as the captain and his assistant waited for Gale's explanation. Gale proceeded to tell them about the entire ship's curse. The three women reacted with disappointment, having expected it. The captain and his assistant were shocked by the revelation and demanded an explanation. Gale explained that once someone boarded the ship, they could never get off it again. The captain was stunned by what he had just heard. Gimli realized that there was little point in sailing to the Forest of Darkness if they could not even set foot on land. Gale acknowledged the problem but explained that he could simply dispel the curse, leaving them perfectly fine. Mora pointed out that it was indeed true, but only Gale could dispel it. Gale then handed a supply of dispel talismans to the captain and his assistant. Mora compared him to a nobleman who saw peasants with nothing to eat and responded by offering them cake, criticizing how arrogant he could be. Gale smiled and explained that if they ever needed more dispel talismans, they could stop by Gale's Cursed Goods, his curiosity shop in Farmage. He also offered the possibility of obtaining more catapult ammunition there. The captain and his assistant acknowledged that they would certainly need those supplies. Sharna observed that Gale was really polishing his sales pitch now. Gimli thought about Farmage and Gale's shop before turning toward the three of them. She had not yet found a chance to say it, but she was truly sorry about everything that had happened. Gale was confused about what she was apologizing for. Gimli explained that the Kraken attack and their encounter with the ghost ship had placed them in one potentially deadly situation after another. She had also exposed all of them to danger. If she had not dragged them into the problem involving the Dark Elves, none of this would have happened. Mora immediately urged her not to say anything more. Everything had worked out so far. Gale agreed and reminded her that everyone there had decided on their own to join Gimli. If he had stayed back home, he never would have had the chance to wrangle a ghost ship. The journey had not been easy for them, but he was genuinely glad that he had embarked on it. Sharna agreed, noting that if the Demon King ever decided to fully resurrect, the consequences would be far greater than merely the Dark Elves' business. She would never be able to drink in peace again, and she would hate that. They all smiled at Gimli. Gimli wiped away her tears and attributed them to the sea breeze getting into her eyes. While sailing, Gimli suddenly remembered something and called Mora over. She recalled that Mora had said she had not been able to tell Gale any of her feelings. Mora was caught off guard and admitted that she could not imagine how she ever could. There was never a suitable mood with him. Gimli questioned whether Mora intended to keep her feelings hidden forever, joking that Mora had swindled her so thoroughly that she ought to switch careers from support mage to fraudster. Gimli laughed, while Mora asked her not to tease her. She pointed out that Gimli had seen Gale going on and on about all the undead things he had found and spending the entire night crafting new cursed gear. Concepts like love and hate never even occurred to him. With Gale, everything revolved around possession, curses, and similar matters. Gimli teased Mora about having an evasion skill called Love Dodge. Mora again asked her to stop making fun of her, but she admitted that she would no longer make excuses. She was afraid that Gale would reject her. Even now, simply being around him made her happy to a certain extent. If she tried to seek more happiness and things did not work out, they could never return to how they were before. The awkwardness might become so unbearable that she would have to leave the party entirely. Gimli acknowledged that everyone had their own perspective, but while Mora continued to hem and haw over her feelings, some other girl might capture Gale's heart. Mora scowled at her. Gimli continued by reminding Mora that she herself was one of those other girls. Mora could only regard Gimli as unbearably mean. As Gale's voyage approached its final stage, the thieving pair finally arrived in Farmage. They read the name of the store, Gale's Cursed Goods, and were surprised by the word cursed because Gale had never mentioned it. One brother questioned what they should do, while the other decided that since they had come all the way there, they had to go through with it. They entered through the entrance, where Liznette smiled at the men and was about to welcome them. However, she quickly noticed that they were not customers. One brother realized that she understood what they were, and the other concluded that there was only one thing left to do. Fortunately, there would be no witnesses. They intended to take their time browsing once she was out of the picture. Liznette dodged the weapon thrown at her. The brothers immediately followed with a storm of throwing knives. Liznette seized the table and used the countertop as a shield, blocking the incoming knives. One brother was astonished that she had used the countertop to defend against their tandem strike. Liznette recognized them as thieves attempting to break in and revealed that she had been smart enough to install measures for dealing with people like them. The brothers acknowledged that her response had been both fast and decisive. A normal person would have been dead by then. Liznette calmly noted that there was nothing normal about her. She was from the dark. Unfortunately, she was not in the best condition at the moment. If her health had been better, she could have easily grabbed a knife and thrown it right back at them. One brother reminded her that it was 2 against 1 and warned her not to be too optimistic. He reasoned that if her health was failing her, there was no way she could defeat them. Liznette, however, was confident in close-quarters combat. She kicked them before grabbing one brother's arm. Taking a step backward, she swung her leg into his head. She then seized the other brother's head and, in a split second, struck him with a flying knee. He coughed up blood. The other brother approached her, but Liznette elbowed his arm before following with her spinning elbow technique. Knees and elbows were sharp, sturdy bones regardless of a person's size or fitness, making them natural weapons. The brothers had been foolish to challenge a master like her with nothing but their bare hands. Looking at their slumped bodies, Liznette wondered what was wrong with them and whether they had already run out of weapons. If throwing predictable knives was all they could do, then no matter how many they hurled, they would never manage to scratch her. One brother glanced sideways and spotted swords. He grabbed one and raised it as a weapon against Liznette. His brother agreed and urged him to attack her, but something about the sword caught his attention. He suddenly realized that the weapon might be cursed. Before he could react, his brother suddenly slashed at him. The blade wounded him, causing blood to burst from the injury. He questioned why his brother had attacked him, reminding him that he was not the person he intended to slash. His brother understood that, but his body was no longer obeying his will. The wounded brother ordered him to get the sword out of his hands, yet his brother could not let go. Liznette gave them a grim smile. When people lost their composure, they made mistakes they normally would never make. In their case, they had become so unable to think clearly that they had picked up a cursed blade. She had been provoking them the entire time to gain a psychological advantage. It reminded her of how she had lost her own composure against the undead horde and ultimately lost to Gale, who had remained calm from beginning to end. Even so, the brothers had chosen an excellent weapon for her. It was the bloody sword they had taken from the wall. Thanks to the blood-sucking effect applied to it, any damage it inflicted was returned to the wielder as healing. Gale had once shown Liznette that sword and explained the nature of blood-sucking gear. She had understood that it converted part of the damage dealt into healing, and the bloody sword had an exceptionally high conversion rate. She had initially assumed that Gale might have raised it to 50% from the usual 20%. Instead, Gale had revealed that its conversion rate reached 100%. Liznette had been shocked by the impossible-sounding figure, but Gale had explained that he had obtained some truly excellent materials. That was the charm of curse crafting. The weapon was known as the Bloody Sword. According to its history, the blade had been used by a man from a certain nation who killed all his blood siblings during a succession conflict. Gale had returned the sword to its holder. Liznette realized that the absurd effect came from both Gale's curse crafting skills and the curse originally applied to the sword. That curse forced the wielder to slash at the nearest target against their will. The curse had its uses, particularly for solo questing. Since solo quests were often lonely, the forced attacks could instead be viewed as giving the wielder more power in battle. Gale had also suggested that it could be useful when staging a rebellion or facing another nerve-wracking, once-in-a-lifetime moment, allowing the wielder to continue working without hesitation. Liznette understood its value in the assassin business. A shaky hand could cause an assassin to miss a target, ruin the assignment, and lead to their capture. She saw such situations every day. With this sword, however, cold feet would not matter. The sword would carry out the mission regardless, more or less. She considered that one of the defining characteristics of dark element cursed weapons. Such unique effects could never be found on light element gear. Curse crafting ran surprisingly deep, and Liznette could no longer blame Gale Hamilton for becoming so addicted to it. Turning her attention back to the brothers, Liznette recognized another aspect of the blade's curse. It seemed particularly thirsty for the blood of the wielder's brethren. The wielder could no longer unequip it, and the sword would never run out of stamina. He would continue swinging the blade until he breathed his last. The two brothers screeched in terror. Liznette appreciated having a front-row seat to their miserable fate, though cleaning blood from the wooden floors was an annoyance. Liznette reverted from assassin mode to maid mode. She threw something toward the brothers. It was their very own dispel card. Since this was their first visit, they would probably survive if they had the wound treated soon. Liznette confirmed that they had been given their chance and ordered them to leave at once. Both brothers hurriedly apologized to her and dashed out of the shop. Left alone, Liznette muttered to herself that she was not going to cringe at the sight of a couple of cat burglars. She had seen plenty of terrible things during her old career, the kind of experiences that would harden any heart. That heart had now been infused with elements from the Demon King himself. She looked at the sword and realized that Gale had defeated a pair of villains without even being there himself. Gale Hamilton was truly beyond compare. She then considered that he was also protecting her even while he was away. Liznette resolved to protect the store until Gale returned and assured herself that he had nothing to worry about. As Liznette made that oath to Gale from afar, he and his team boarded a skiff equipped on the ghost ship. Their destination was near, and it was time to bid Captain Nick farewell. Before long, they were propelled forward by oars worked by a mysterious shadow. Mora remarked on the usefulness of the autopilot, while Sharona acknowledged how useful it was despite its eerie nature. Gimli agreed that it was indeed pretty darn eerie. She then noticed something ahead and realized that they would not have far to go. Gale ordered the rowing to stop. The three women grimaced, assuming he was barking orders at the ghost. The skiff came to a stop. Gimli went down and took the lead. They had finally landed by the Forest of Darkness. The woods looked as though an entirely different world existed within them. Sharona could only agree that the place was every bit as eerie as Gimli had described. They walked into the forest, where brush stretched as far as the eye could see. Gale noted how densely overgrown it was, while Mora felt that they could not be much farther from their destination, though traveling through so much untrodden terrain was quickly wearing her out. Sharona decided to clear a path through the grass and asked Gimli to lead the way while making sure the other two followed. They continued forward as Sharona cut through the grass in their path. Before long, they heard something moving nearby. Sharona realized that there seemed to be critters all around them, while Mora understood that they could not afford to let their guard down. Sharona was grateful that she had at least come across the Imperial battle axe on the ghost ship. Her eyes widened when she looked up and spotted a flying wyvern. Before they could react, a giant foot appeared nearby, followed by the realization that the enormous body belonged to a troll. Gimli immediately slammed them to the ground and silenced them. The troll looked around but saw nothing. Gimli warned them not to shout or do anything else that might rile the troll. Fortunately, they looked incredibly small to creatures of that size, and the troll would not attack if it could not find them. The troll paused before continuing forward. Mora admitted that, when it came to hiding places, the forest certainly surpassed the sea. Gimli advised them to remain vigilant. In forests or deep in the mountains, even maintaining a straight line could become an ordeal. People unconsciously tended to follow whichever route was easiest to walk, choosing paths according to their habits, their center of gravity, and the leg they favored. Someone might believe she was walking straight toward her destination only to gradually lose her bearings and eventually find herself wandering in circles around the same small area. This was known as tracing the wanderer's ring. Mora listened to the explanation and regretted having treated the forest as though it were no big deal. Gimli reassured her that it was a mistake anyone could make. She then opened her map and acknowledged that she was no exception. Sharona asked what Gimli meant by that, and Gimli revealed that she was lost. Mora and Sharona reacted in shock, prompting Gimli to quickly slap their mouths to keep them quiet. Sharona could hardly believe that Gimli was lost in what was supposed to be her home turf. Mora pointed out that fact as well. Gimli explained that it had simply been a long time since she had been there. Sharona wondered what they could do now, especially since dusk was approaching and full night would soon follow. Gimli confirmed that the forest could become completely dark in an instant and suggested that they bivouac there for the time being. Mora questioned whether they were really going to camp in the Forest of Darkness, while Sharona grabbed Gimli and demanded reassurance that they were safe there. Gimli wondered whether Sharona had begun to doubt her. Gale intervened, pointing out that there was no use arguing at that moment. They would simply find a suitable place to camp. Sharona finally acknowledged that Gale had spoken up, though she admitted that he was not wrong. Gale then took off ahead, deciding to take the lead for the time being and motioning for them to follow. Sharona wondered whether he actually knew where they were going. Gale admitted that he did not have an exact idea, but he was accustomed to navigating in extremely dim lighting. Gimli observed that Gale did not seem bothered by the brush or poor footing at all. Sharona recognized him as a seasoned hiker and found keeping up with his pace difficult. Mora explained that Gale was well suited to exploring places such as graveyards and ruins filled with undead. Gimli agreed, noting that those dim, dank places were often covered with bones along the pathways. For someone like Gale, checking through a dimly lit forest was probably still well within his wheelhouse. Gale then announced that he was going to leave them behind before running a short distance ahead. After looking around, he called for them to come over and indicated that he believed there was probably water nearby. Sharona turned to Gimli for confirmation that Gale was right. Gimli admitted that she did not know the area at all. Sharona complained about what a poor guide she was proving to be. Mora pointed out that even Gimli could not possibly have the entire Forest of Darkness memorized. Gimli apologized to everyone and explained that she would know where they were if she could only find somewhere familiar. She looked around, still unable to recognize her surroundings. Sharona pointed out that they were lost precisely because Gimli could not recognize where they were. Gimli acknowledged this and apologized again. Gale suddenly noticed something and urged them to listen more closely. Many of the plants in the area were bearing fruit, leading him to conclude that water had to be nearby. A splash sounded through the forest, followed by the steady dripping of water. Mora excitedly realized that she could hear flowing water. Sharona praised Gale for finding it based on what had only been a probable hunch. Gimli also spotted a small valley and concluded that the water must disappear into underground channels before bubbling back up again. Gale pushed through the bushes and found the source. The three girls were amazed when they discovered it. Later, at the spot where the water had been found, Gale expressed his satisfaction with the location. Gimli considered the sandy soil surrounding them and decided that it was the perfect place to set up camp. Mora thought it looked great and Sharona agreed. With everyone in agreement, Gale welcomed them to the site of their new camp. The group celebrated before putting down their bags. At Sharona's call, the group dropped their packs and got to work. Gimli explored the area without going too far, searching for any familiar-looking site. The ever-powerful Sharona gathered firewood, while Mora and Gale foraged for food. Mora considered that they could not be sure how long they would remain there. Their work could spell the difference between life and death, so they needed to make proper preparations. Gale noticed that they had found fish, proving that the water was safe. He decided to fashion a basic fishing pole. Mora wondered how he intended to make one, and Gale explained that there was more than enough bait for them to find in the area. Mora agreed. Gale decided to use the bones he had on hand. Mora remarked that only a curse crafter would have bones readily available. Gale snapped one of the bones and demonstrated how the marrow of thick, dry bones became fibrous. Once extracted, the fibers were often sharp enough to serve as fish hooks. By adding a string and hiding the hook inside the bait, he could throw it into the water. They heard a splash and waited. The water suddenly moved and Gale reeled in the line. They had caught a fish. Mora was amazed that it had taken only a few seconds. Gale explained that, compared with the sea or a river, fish in forest ponds were often not particularly smart. Mora praised his survival skills, recognizing that he was on another level. Gale soon caught a second fish, earning another impressed reaction from Mora. Mora blushed and fidgeted behind him. Gale noticed and asked whether she wanted to try. Mora eagerly accepted and wondered how she should do it. Gale instructed her to put bait on the hook and throw it into the water. If she felt a nibble, she needed to wait for a while because the hook was not very strong. The fish needed to swallow it properly. Mora gripped the pole and threw the line into the water. She soon felt something tugging. Gale encouraged her to wait a little longer before signaling that it was time. Mora tugged on the pole, but she caught nothing. Gale realized that the fish had taken the hook as well. Mora became frustrated, but Gale reassured her that the first attempt was always like that. He gave her another piece of bait, and she threw the line into the water again. Gale encouraged her to try one more time. When the water moved, Mora quickly reeled in the line and finally caught a large fish. Her eyes widened at the sight. Gale pointed out that she had caught a big one. Mora did not respond. Instead, she pulled Gale into a hug, overwhelmed with excitement at having caught a fish. Sharona returned at that moment. Hearing all the screaming, she had assumed that everyone was in trouble, only to discover that Mora and Gale were having a little fun instead. Upon seeing them embracing, Sharona ran away, apologizing for getting in the way. Both Mora and Gale called her back, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Later, a bonfire burned at the campsite. Gale determined that the fish should be ready to eat, and Mora agreed based on its smell. They cooked the fish over the fire. Sharona observed that they had done nothing more than roast the fish with salt, yet found it nice and tasty. Gimli agreed. Gale encouraged everyone to eat as much as they wanted, since they could always catch more. Mora asked Gimli how her scouting had gone. Gimli considered it not terrible, as she had at least worked out the general direction they needed to travel. However, with the darkness around them, she still had not determined their exact location. Sharona took that into account and worked out the night watch shift. Mora agreed that it would be easier not to handle the watches alone. Gimli agreed as well, noting that they had enjoyed a good dinner but were all tired from walking around. Gale wondered whether they could simply set traps to cover for them while they slept. The three women looked at him in confusion. To their surprise, something had already been set up in the forest. It was Gale's curse crafter's impromptu trap-type curse, combining paralysis derived from the ghost ships binding with freezing taken from the frigid water they called home. The three women questioned what kind of camp this was. Gale proudly explained that the curse would instantly activate if any hostile monster entered the area, immobilizing the intruder. Because it had been created in a hurry, however, it would not last for more than one night. Thanks to Gale's hard work, the three women enjoyed a monster-free night. Whether the night was comfortable or whether the skeleton scarecrows unnerved them remained difficult for them to determine either way. Later that night they all slept. Mora dreamed that they were standing before someone. The figure was a dark elf who welcomed them to the home of the dark elves after their long journey. Mora felt that this was what the woman was saying to them in the dream. She was a sublime figure, with the same eyes, hair, and skin color as Gimli, right down to the same ears. Mora was about to ask her something when the dream ended. When morning came, Mora told the others about her dream. She had seen a beautiful, noble-looking woman smiling at them, with the same eyes, hair, skin color, and ears as Gimli. Gale revealed that he had seen the same thing. Sharana had experienced it as well. Gimli explained that the woman would be the leader of the Dark Elves, Lady Minerva. Mora understood why she had seemed so elegant and realized that she must have seen her on Promise Hill. Now that they were all in the Forest of Darkness, the dream had been Lady Minerva welcoming them. Sharana remarked that Gimli's big boss was capable of something like that. Gimli confirmed it and explained that they were not far from Lady Minerva by that point. Sharana concluded that Lady Minerva was not merely an important figure but also a genuinely understanding person. She wondered whether they could meet her if they visited that Promise Hill place, meaning that perhaps there would be no need for Lady Minerva to visit them through their dreams. Gimli agreed. Later, they resumed what they were supposed to do. Mora realized that their supplies were dwindling while their fatigue continued to increase. The previous night had been comfortable, but it was clearly time to move on, even though they still did not know exactly where they were going. After they finished eating, Sharana had grown tired of 3 days of salt-grilled fish. Gimli pointed out that Sharana was the one who had eaten every one of them. Sharana acknowledged that but considered the fish only one of their problems. What bothered her most was that she had run out of booze. Mora recognized that Sharana was on edge and urged her not to yell so loudly. Gale decided to recap their situation. Since making camp, they had tried several times to find a trail, but the area was completely unfamiliar to Gimli. As a result, they had stumbled around and repeatedly ended up back at the same place. Gimli apologized. Mora pointed out that although they had a safe place to camp, they had not made a single step of progress. Sharana considered the situation a total crisis. Gimli concluded that they should have stuck to their original route. Their attempt to save time by taking a shorter route had completely blown up in their faces. Gale reassured her that she had only been looking out for them and that they would not blame her for it. Sharana still wondered how they had managed to get lost in Gimli's own backyard. Gimli admitted that she had completely forgotten how large the Forest of Darkness was. Gale acknowledged that they at least had water, but pointed out that the fish supply was not infinite. He considered that a good reason to move on. Sharana agreed that they could not spend forever enjoying their outdoor vacation. Gale agreed and remembered that Sharana had a blacksmith guild to operate. He also hated having to make Liz run his shop for so long. Meanwhile, the lack of customers had apparently left Liznette taking a nap. Gale concluded that they would simply have to bear down and move on. Gimli thought it would at least be nice if they could find a guide somewhere. Gale suddenly stopped moving. He had noticed something resembling a cloak and believed that he had seen someone there just moments before. Mora noted that it was so dim even during the daytime that they were lucky to have someone with eyes like Gale's. The 3 women immediately dashed in that direction. The restless trio stormed toward the area, while Gale warned them not to hurry so much because they would waste precious energy. When they arrived, they saw something in the distance, an entire crowd of cloaked figures. They slid down from the tree. Gimli approached one of the figures and explained that they had lost their way. Mora checked the figure's feet and suddenly realized something was wrong. When the figure twirled around, it revealed itself to be a ghost. A skeleton appeared beneath the cloak. They had been guided there by some undead figure. Mora recognized the outfits and suspected that the figures belonged to one of the royal army divisions that had been wiped out. Sharana had not expected anything like this and decided to leave immediately. However, when she turned around, another skeleton had already approached her. She stared at it in shock, confronted by the sight of nothing but bones. Gimli, Mora, and Sharana found themselves surrounded by undead. They fought back, but the undead resisted fiercely. Suddenly, someone pulled Gimli away. It was Gale, who quickly used Dispel against the attacking undead. Gimli scrambled to her knees and Gale checked whether she was all right. She confirmed that she was, but when she looked at Gale, she remembered him saving her and realized that she was truly falling for him. Gale was surprised by what he had found. These were cursed skeletons, making them particularly valuable targets for Dispel. The skeletons continued approaching, and Gale acted again. Gimli looked up as the souls purified by Gale's Dispel formed a single beam of light that stretched into the sky. Mora had witnessed the phenomenon several times by then, yet she was still amazed by how powerful Gale was. Sharana marveled at how Gale had taken on an entire division and made it look like a dance, as though he were waltzing among them. Gale acknowledged that undead generally rested during the daytime, but the Forest of Darkness was exceptionally thick, with miasma filling the ground and a pall hanging in the air. It was no wonder the undead had come out. Sharana noticed how happy Gale seemed about the situation. Gale was holding something in his hands. Mora noticed the objects and asked what they were. Gale explained that they were undead cores dropped by cursed skeletons. The cores were balls composed of the curses within those creatures and were extremely uncommon, appearing only among undead above a certain class. Sharona asked Gimli whether she knew about them. Gimli admitted that this was new to her as well. Undead materials were not exactly in high demand. Her guild did purchase them when there was demand for alchemical materials, but they sold for much less than regular monster materials. The general order of value went from undead at the lowest, to monsters, metals, and finally rare materials at the highest. She had never heard of the cores Gale had found. Gale explained that the cores could be used to apply curses to all kinds of tools and equipment, including gear and scrolls. He could even apply curses to non-undead objects such as ordinary swords and armor. Their function was what mattered, as the curses did not add anything to the item's design itself. With the cores, he believed he could strengthen all of their equipment later. Mora understood that the equipment would be cursed as a result. Gale confirmed that it would, but he could control the effects to some degree. He could take in the cursed part of the package for them, allowing the curse to remain contained. However, if they moved too far away from him, the curse would bounce back to them. This effect was known as a curse rebound. Sharona found the idea frightening and wondered whether he could really make something that ugly as well. Mora finally understood that Gale had used similar things to power up Kush's party. That explained why those men had not even noticed that the equipment they were using was cursed. Gimli explained that this was how drop items worked. Even if the items were rare from Gale's perspective, they were not necessarily rare to the others. Gale then revealed that the undead had dropped another rare item. He reminded them that undead became what they were because of the emotions they retained from their lives. The members of this division had made several attempts to flee the Forest of Darkness, but the tragic end they met had bound their souls to the forest, preventing them from ever escaping. They had remained there for centuries. Realizing how long they had been there, Gale noticed something important. He asked Gimli to lend him her map. The undead had dropped another item that could help them find their way. The dowsing pendulum of sadness, formed from the tears of the royal division that had wandered the Forest of Darkness continuously. Gale instructed the pendulum to lead them to the Dark Elves' homeland. After swaying for a moment, it pointed in a particular direction. Sharona noticed that it swung while giving off a soft weeping sound. Gale realized that it was indicating the direction they needed to take. They were amazed that they could potentially escape the forest so easily and wondered what kind of drop item it was. The undead were also offering them their war horses. The realization that they could now travel more easily surprised everyone. Gimli felt a deep sense of relief at the possibility of finally reaching her homeland. Sharona and Mora realized what the mounts were. They were undead horses. Mora had heard of beating a dead horse, but this was something else entirely. She found the sight creepy and wanted to hold tightly onto Gale. Gale agreed. They looked ahead as the horses began tossing them around. Gimli wondered whether they were experiencing an earthquake. The movement eventually settled down, and Gale determined that they could proceed. Mora then wondered why a royal division had been wandering around such a distant place. When the Demon King had been sealed away, the kingdom had sent troops into the Forest of Darkness in hopes of conquering it. Gimli recalled that the troops had merely become a snack for the Elder Dragon, as she had explained to them in the wagon on the way there. Sharona remembered that as well. However, when they realized that they were now in the same area where that division had been lurking, the implications became clear. Gimli looked ahead. Another tremor suddenly shook the area. A roar followed. Sharona felt that the roar itself seemed to unsettle the air. Gimli realized with horror that she had been so relieved that she had allowed herself to become careless. She had not realized they had entered its territory. It was the Elder Dragon. Gale realized that it had found them. Blue flame began building inside the Elder Dragon's mouth. Sharona wondered whether it was preparing to spit something out, while Mora realized that they were facing dragon breath. Gimli urged everyone to run. The dragon opened its mouth and unleashed its breath. Sharona felt the heat immediately. Gale confirmed that the blast had burned up their mount. Gimli realized that they were fortunate, as the dragon's aim had most likely been focused on the mounts rather than them. Mora noted that the attack's wide range more than made up for its lack of precision. Another burst of fire followed. They were now surrounded by flames. Sharona refused to accept that they could die like this. Mora agreed and urged everyone to get their weapons. Gimli understood that the Elder Dragon's breath could burn an entire area down to nothing. Yet what truly made the Elder Dragon the king of this forest was the hard, armor-like scales covering its entire body. Mora prepared to unleash everything she had in a single full-power strike. Sharona charged toward the Elder Dragon's head, determined to cave it in. She unleashed Bamboo Brain Buster. The Elder Dragon merely glared at her. It roared and Sharona was sent falling. She realized that imperial weaponry or not, ordinary steel would not faze this creature. It was time to bring out a secret dark weapon, an orichalcum dagger. Gimli fell back, then drew her dagger. She drove it into the dragon. The blade pierced its scales, and no wonder, considering it was made from the hardest material there was. However, it was too short to deal a fatal blow. The dragon immediately attacked, forcing Gimli to dodge. Simply stabbing the dagger into its hardened scales was far from enough to bring down an elder dragon. Mora tried to stand, but she had exhausted both her strength and her magic. Layering too many buffs had drained her magical reserve. Gimli leaped into the air, and called out to Gale that she was all right, then instructed her to cover the other two. Gale moved toward them, and the four of them faced the dragon together. The dagger remained lodged in the dragon as it roared again. Gimli knew that elder dragons were proud creatures that detested intruders in their territory. That was why the dragon had wiped out the royal force. They had quite literally stepped into the dragon's den. Gimli ordered everyone to fan out and avoid allowing the dragon to settle on a single target. Even an elder dragon could not chase 4 people at the same time, so they had to maximize their numerical advantage. However, with fire surrounding them, confusing the dragon was only a temporary measure. Sharona called out from nearby, and the fire went out in a small area. Mora recognized the opening as their chance to escape through the gap, and Gale agreed. Gimli considered it one of the luckiest breaks they could have received, yet something about it felt wrong. Elder dragons were easily riled, but they were also highly intelligent. Gimli doubted that the dragon had failed to notice the gap. She froze as the possibility occurred to her that it might be a trap, like catching fish with a long, wide net. Gimli followed the others and warned them to wait. The elder dragon wanted them in a straight line so that it could wipe them all out at once with its breath. The dragon had moved behind them and opened its mouth, and they all reacted in anticipation of the coming breath attack. Gimli tried to reach them, certain that they were all about to go down. Suddenly, someone came rushing in and called out for the princess. A dart struck the dragon, stopping its breath attack. The dragon was stunned, and everyone looked back in surprise at what had happened. They had been saved, but none of them knew how. Gale realized that some kind of explosion had occurred. Mora was shocked when hooded figures appeared and surrounded them in a defensive stance. One of the newcomers explained that an earthenware crossbow bolt would not hurt an elder dragon much, but the resulting explosion was enough to throw it off balance. That was sufficient to interrupt its breath attacks. Another explosion erupted, drawing the dragon's attention toward them. One of the hooded figures ordered the others to fire at will and give the dragon no opening. The dragon was struck from every direction. Gale remained unsure of what was happening, while Mora wondered whether the newcomers had to be on their side. Sharona noticed that the figures looked a lot like Gimli when she was dressed in her assassin outfit. Gimli looked at one of the hooded figures and recognized her. The figure pulled back her hood and revealed herself as a dark elf, confirming that the princess was safe. Gale recognized the newcomers by their ears, eyes, and skin color. They were dark elves. One of them bowed deeply to Gimli and apologized for arriving late. Gimli assured the dark elf that she was fine and addressed her as Asgate. She then asked how they had found them. Asgate indicated that she wanted to explain immediately, but there would be time to talk later. Asgate aimed at the dragon and its head exploded. She then instructed the others to run while a smoke screen was deployed. The dragon roared as the intense smoke enveloped it. Gale watched as they made it out in one piece. Gimli was relieved and thanked all of the dark elves. She explained that she had used up all her smoke bombs during their fight with the kraken. The dark elves acknowledged her respectfully and explained that they had spotted a large number of flashing lights soaring into the sky earlier. They had come over to investigate, never expecting to find her in such a situation. Gimli realized that the lights had been created when Gale dispelled all the undead from the royal force. In an unexpected turn of events, that had helped reveal their position to her compatriots in the area. Gimli recognized once again that Gale had saved them. It was yet another rescue brought about by a man beyond compare. Asgate glanced toward Gale. Sharona wondered whether all those people were Gimli's friends, and Mora confirmed that they were, while also wondering why they had called Gimli princess. Gale then realized that Gimli was apparently the Dark Elf's princess. Gimli smiled hesitantly, confirming the suspicion. Mora admitted that she had no idea, while Sharona found herself wondering what kind of wacky princess Gimli was. Gimli was unable to answer. Meanwhile, a similar shout rang out elsewhere, calling for the princess. Inside the carriage, Kara enjoyed the fresh air coming in until Vivian instructed her to close the curtains and close them herself. Kara wondered about the reason. Vivian explained that everyone would recognize her as the figure the guards were protecting, which was a serious problem because there had been an attempt on her life not long ago. Kara felt that opening the curtain a little would not hurt her, but Vivian insisted that she needed to be more self-aware. As hastily assembled as the trip had been, everything had been organized in a major hurry. It had not been easy to assemble the guard corps, and they were still working out where everyone would stay. Yet Kara had decided to visit that farming city anyway. Vivian reflected on how much work, money, and manpower had been tied up in the inspection trip. Kara pointed out that Vivian had chosen to come along because failing to do so would have been a dereliction of duty. The men of Farmage looked toward the carriage. They noticed the gold embroidery, something only royalty was permitted to use, and recognized the kingdom's flag flying above the caravan. They wondered whether royalty was really traveling through such a backwater place when Farmage was the only destination ahead. The guards glared at them, prompting the men to bow and whisper among themselves about avoiding eye contact. Being stared at by royalty was considered bad news. They were astonished that royalty would bother visiting their land and wondered whether the visit had something to do with all the recent border strife. Vivian knew that the impossible schedule had left the royal guard short-handed, forcing her to run around assembling more personnel. The church had then become involved as well, apparently wanting to strengthen its relationship with the royals. Somehow, the church had learned about the situation and offered its own paladins to reinforce the guard. The royals and the church were normally completely separate entities, with neither standing above the other. Their knights and paladins therefore followed separate chains of command. Vivian had allowed the church forces to join because they had been scrambling to find enough people, and she had been assigned to command the entire group. The result was an unexpected joint bodyguard operation. Vivian hoped they would not encounter trouble with the stubborn church types. The carriage suddenly screeched to a halt, startling the princess. Vivian immediately assisted her and wondered what had happened. Something must have blocked their way without warning, perhaps even a monster. A guard then reported that the royal guards and paladins ahead were sparring with one another. Vivian immediately realized that this was exactly what she had been worrying about. She decided to handle it herself and instructed the princess to remain there. When Vivian arrived, she found everyone sparring. The situation was clearer than most monsters she had encountered, yet she still could not understand what they were doing. She demanded an explanation. One of the men, Justin, the head paladin, was relieved to see Lady Vivian. He explained that the area was too dangerous and that they would ask the church to send a team of priests at once. Vivian questioned what he meant. She knew that Princess Kara's inspection could not simply be turned back, and she was unsure where this concern was coming from. Justin insisted that the city was cursed and pointed out the lanterns on the poles, which he considered ominous. Vivian scowled at the sight. Justin continued by drawing attention to the otherworldly sights throughout the area. Vivian acknowledged that the place was rather eerie. Justin remained convinced that the entire city had to be cursed, especially since the strange sights became more numerous as they approached the town. Vivian wondered why he was being so sensitive. She had already seen corpses rotting on the posts to which they had been lashed in the middle of the street. Regardless of how Justin felt about the place, they still had to travel to the city. If the paladins decided to turn back, Vivian would not stop them. Her greatest problem at that moment was being halted in the middle of open land over such trivial issues. Vivian commanded all forces to march and continue their journey to Farmage. The soldiers agreed. Justin was horrified by Vivian's decision and questioned whether she had gone mad. He continued insisting that the area was too hazardous, but Vivian's expression frightened him. With no other choice, Justin ordered the paladins to march as well. Vivian returned to the carriage and apologized to the princess for keeping her waiting. The princess looked outside, continuing to stare at the surroundings with glimmering eyes. Vivian realized what had caught her attention. Before them stood the town lined with the skull lanterns Gale had invented. Justin and his paladins had suddenly developed cold feet, while the royal guards had paid the lanterns no mind at all. There was also one more person whose reaction stood out. Vivian assured Kara that they would arrive soon, but the princess suddenly went outside. Vivian realized that this was exactly what she had feared. Kara looked around and became giddy at the sight before her. She found the town so lovely that she could hardly believe what she was seeing was real. The strange princess was completely in cloud nine over it all. Sharona was stunned to learn that Gimli was a princess and felt that she could have mentioned something so important. Gimli grinned, accepting that the secret was finally out. Sharona insisted that this was not something that could simply be brushed aside and that Gimli should have told them about it. Gimli refused, but despite all the twists and turns along the way, they had finally reached her homeland, the land of the Dark Elves. Everyone was amazed by the revelation and their arrival. After their long journey, they finally reached their destination. Gale looked around and discovered a land of death. Withered trees and blackened plants covered the area, while beneath the miasma in the air lay the bones of countless large monsters. The ruins of the ancient city were shrouded in gloom. The level of miasma was far beyond anything normal. Mora realized that this explained why the Demon King defeated by the hero had placed his castle there. Gale agreed and noted that if those castles were nearby, they had reached the site of another member of the Demon King series, just like the one they had encountered before. Sharona noticed something jumping around in Gale's hand. Gale realized that it must be resonating with something in the area. Mora recognized it as the heart of the devil and wondered where Gale had kept it, realizing that he had brought it with him. Gale took pride in his work, and Gimli confirmed that she had asked him to bring it along with them. Asgate suddenly turned toward Gale and grabbed him, demanding to know where he had obtained it. Gimli urged him to calm down. Asgate apologized, admitting that he had been unable to contain himself. The heart of the devil was one of the things they had learned the most about, and seeing it before them left the dark elves murmuring in astonishment at the sight of the real thing. Gimli pointed out that what they could see was only a fragment, which explained why it was so small. The dark elves were shocked to learn that it was merely a small piece and immediately wondered where the other fragments were and who could have taken it apart. Gimli explained that the Empire had done so and had obtained all the other pieces. The dark elves gasped in despair. Asgate was outraged that the Empire had handled the heart in such a way and could not understand the situation. All their attempts to take the heart from the Empire had failed so far, so the presence of one of its fragments with them now made no sense. Gimli explained that, to make a long story short, Gale had dispelled the curse on the fragment. Gale smiled, leaving the others shocked. Asgate could hardly believe that a mere human could remove the curse from one of the Demon King's wares and wondered whether the fragment might be a fake. Gale twitched at the implication, while Gimli questioned whether Asgate truly believed she would fail to recognize the real thing. Asgate shivered and knelt down, asking her to pardon his rudeness. He attempted to reason through the situation, but another voice interrupted and told him that it was quite enough. A man stood among the other dark elves. Asgate immediately knelt before him and addressed him as the chief. The chief offered his warmest welcome to the outsiders who had stepped forward to save their people. Mora acknowledged that they had, although they had also riled the elder dragon into burning up their forest, and she apologized for that. The chief laughed and assured them that there was no need to worry. The dark elves sometimes staged burns for their own needs as well, and the forest would return to normal within a few decades. To him, a few decades was nothing, leaving little reason for the youngsters to worry. The chief then asked whether Gale was Gale Hamilton. Gale confirmed that he was. The chief explained that Gimli had been telling him about Gale in her letters and described him as quite an expert curse crafter. Gale blushed and modestly denied being anyone special. Gimli confirmed that everything the chief had heard was true. The chief observed that seeing the real thing was truly a different experience. He stared at Gale and noted how calm he seemed even while carrying one of the Demon King's items. Asgate called out to the chief and the princess, asking them to wait for a moment. He was stunned to learn that Gale was a curse crafter and that this was their savior, having heard nothing about it before. Gimli explained that it had needed to be kept secret and that they had to plan carefully. If someone as rash and hot-headed as Asgate had known too soon, the entire plan might have been exposed before Gale could reach them. Asgate felt as though he had been stabbed by the revelation and stammered in disbelief. Gimli patted him on the head and acknowledged that he deserved praise for stepping forward and saving them from the dangerous elder dragon. She thanked Asgate, deeply moving him. Asgate then declared his willingness to give his life to resolve the crisis. Gimli told the chief that they would get going. The chief agreed and decided to guide them deeper into their lands for the time being, explaining that he could not exactly call the local area safe at the moment. Wyverns flew across the skies, seemingly reinforcing the chief's warning. Mora noted the sight, while Sharana agreed, pointing out that they could still hear the echoes of the elder dragon's screams. A little while later, they arrived before a huge castle. Gale recognized that they had reached their destination, while Mora admitted that she had imagined it would be somewhat closer. Sharana found the castle so enormous that judging the distance had been difficult. They entered the castle, and Sharana recognized the famous ruins of the Demon King's castle. She touched one of the materials, prompting Gimli to point out how impressive it was. Gale agreed with her assessment. Sharana found the material remarkably solid yet surprisingly light and admitted that she had never seen anything like it before. Mora suddenly gasped when she looked back and saw the dark elves watching them. She urged the others to stop because they were making themselves look foolish. Sharana did not understand the concern, since they were merely looking around. Gale also wondered why it was such a big deal. Mora grew frustrated, feeling that all they cared about throughout the day were their hobbies. Gimli explained that the Dark Elves' main income came from forging these materials into various things. Because the material was a rare item, they could put a little of it into the market. They could also use it for the bits of old alchemy they knew. Sharana immediately focused on the mention of something rare. Gimli noticed her reaction and chuckled. Sharana staggered as the realization struck her. She recognized the material as orichalcum and hugged it, leaving Mora to wonder what she was doing. Sharana realized that the entire castle was made out of orichalcum and decided that she was going to take a little. She laughed maniacally, prompting Mora to wonder whether she could be any more shameless. Mora then told Gale to look at her, but Gale instead showed her a very large skull. He believed that the bones were from trolls and was busy examining the bones of a large monster lying around. Mora dragged both Sharana and Gale away, reminding them that everyone was watching. The chief laughed, pleased to see that they were so excited. Mora was about to complain when she noticed a little elf. The other elves were also watching them. The chief explained that they had little entertainment in the area and asked them to forgive the dark elves. They were simply curious about the newcomers. Mora asked the child whether they had frightened him and apologized for making such a racket. She then smiled. Later, they all sat on a mat. Mora noticed that things did not exactly look rosy around them. Everyone's bones were thin, and many of the dark elves were wrapped in bandages. She wondered whether some illness was responsible. She could also literally see dark miasma here and there. The chief explained that this was still much better than how things had once been. A millennium ago, just after the Demon King's defeat, the situation had been far worse. The one who had held back the miasma spreading across the land had been none other than the Demon King himself. To the Demon King, miasma was like air, the force that kept him going. After the hero and those who served him sealed the Demon King away, however, there was no one left to suppress the miasma seeping up from below the ground. Over time, it had eaten its way across the entire land. The Dark Elves had been exposed to the threat of the miasma as a consequence of defeating the Demon King. The chief explained that they had therefore been trying to put something in place to hold it back, using items from the Demon King series that had once been part of the Demon King himself. Gimli explained that those items had once been spread around the world to prevent anyone from reawakening the Demon King. That was also why one of them had been kept in this land. Since possessing more of these items would help suppress the miasma further, the Dark Elves had gradually collected the Demon King items and gathered them at his former keep. As a side effect, the Dark Elves had spread around the world, building an information network. This explained why Gimli was in Farmage despite being a princess of the Dark Elves. She had become a guild master there. However, as Gimli had explained, their efforts played directly into the hands of the Demon King, who sought to return to life. If they could not collect a large amount of his components, they would eventually be overwhelmed by the miasma. Yet collecting those components was precisely what could resurrect the Demon King, forcing them to serve him once more. Moore remembered that Gimli had mentioned something like this before they set off. The situation amounted to a choice between working with the Demon King and being annihilated. That had been the Dark Elves' ironic history. They collected the Demon King's parts in search of salvation, even as those same parts stained and tormented them with the curses they carried. Their only way to survive was somehow to gain the benefits of those items while eliminating all of their undesirable effects. Mora understood somewhere in her heart that the situation was a contradiction in itself. The chief then focused on Gale Hamilton, whom they had finally met at long last. He believed Gale might hold the key to unraveling the evil curse that had been placed upon them for so long. More than that, he believed Gale was the only person in the world capable of doing it. Mora agreed. Although they could feel the miasma around them, she did not think it was infecting them at all. Sharona realized that Gale's thingy was suppressing it, and everyone began chattering about the implications. The chief admitted that he had a question or two about that object as well. Before discussing it, however, he wanted to give them all a warm, homeland-wide welcome. Gale wondered whether he was sure, while Sharona became interested in whether they had any good drink. The chief assured them that they did. Mora found it strange that whenever Gale was appreciated for his talents, it somehow made her happy as well. The chief invited them to follow him. Sharona then thought of Lady Minerva and wondered whether they had yet to meet with her. Upon opening a door, the three were amazed by the feast before them. A large variety of food had been prepared, and the Dark Elves were already gathered around, chatting among themselves. The chief welcomed them to sit wherever they liked, explaining that the day would begin with a little drink. Sharona eagerly thanked him, already thinking about how this would be her first drink in ages and how nothing would hold her back now. As soon as she drank, Sharona was delighted by the taste. The chief laughed at how easily she could put it away. Sharona found that the elven drink went down remarkably smoothly, which pleased the chief. The chief then took the opportunity to introduce everyone. He signaled Gimli, who explained that they had already met one of them. Asgate had been her friend since childhood and was one of their best men when it came to martial arts. She also formally introduced Pato, their leader and the second most powerful official in their homeland. Pato asked Gimli to give him a more proper introduction. Mora noticed that Gimli did not sound entirely certain about him, while Sharona pointed out that Gimli was the princess around there. Gimli laughed and explained that this was her first return in a while. Pato accepted the introduction and felt that he should be praising Gimli after all. He was delighted to see her back and congratulated her on surviving the journey. Gimli greatly appreciated hearing that. Mora then decided that it was their turn to introduce themselves. She introduced herself as Gimli's friend, followed by Sharona, who explained that she and Gimli went back a long time. Pato thanked Sharona for taking such a long journey to reach their homeland. Finally, Gale stood and introduced himself as the curse crafter they had already heard about. He created cursed items and operated a shop in Farmage, where Gimli served as guild master. He could also repair and enhance previously made items, as well as create talismans. Those skills had earned him praise from the smith's guild master. Sharona added that this was despite his terrible design sense. Sharona then asked Gimli whether the elder being the second most powerful leader meant that the first was Lady Minerva, the woman they had seen in their dreams. The room fell silent. Gimli confirmed that she was right. Mora admitted that she had been wondering about the same thing and questioned whether Lady Minerva was somewhere around the castle. Gale wondered whether they would get to meet her. Gimli confirmed that they would and explained that Lady Minerva was in a certain part of the palace. Mora wanted to know where she was, while Gale asked whether Gimli could take them to her. Gimli explained that Lady Minerva was in the dungeon at the bottommost part of the building. She had been confined there all by herself for centuries, taking on the curses and adverse effects of the Demon King items they had collected. Throughout all that time, she had remained isolated so that those effects would not reach anyone else. Her sacrifice was the reason their homeland had been able to hold on to what it still possessed. Lady Minerva was the most talented among their people, and no one else was capable of performing this duty. Sharona finally understood that Lady Minerva had not simply decided to meet them in their dreams. The imaginary hill they had seen was actually the only way she could see them. Gimli explained that the promised hill from their dreams was an imaginary place created by Minerva as a sanctuary where she could retain her sanity amid the Demon King's curses. Sharona felt that Minerva could have told them earlier. Pato lowered his head at her words. Sharona immediately realized that it was wrong to be so mean about the situation and apologized for speaking carelessly. Gale was struck by the circumstances and still wanted to know whether they would be able to meet Lady Minerva. He would appreciate it if they could be guided to her. Mora agreed that they needed to introduce themselves to Lady Minerva sometime. Gimli smiled and decided that they would rest for the night and meet her in the morning. Later, the sound of splashing filled the bath as they relaxed. One of them reflected on how long it had been since she had been able to unwind like this, recalling the inn with the hot spring. With great food, great drinks, and a soothing bath, everything felt perfect. Gimli added that they also had a fluffy bed prepared for each of them. Mora and Sharona simultaneously regarded the situation as bliss. Sharona reflected on how long they had been camping and felt that this place was like paradise. Mora reminded them that they would soon be fighting the Demon King's curse. They could rest for now, but they still needed to remain on their toes. Another splash echoed through the bath as the three continued enjoying themselves. Sharona returned to the subject of the Demon King items and recognized what a thorny situation they presented. She wondered whether keeping the items as spread out as possible would at least prevent the Demon King from reviving. Mora acknowledged that keeping the Demon King items spread out was essentially ignoring the danger they posed. They could still fall into the hands of some despot who might use them as artifacts or tactical class weapons. Gimli agreed. The Empire had treated the heart of the devil like a priceless treasure and stored it deep within their national vaults. Sharona realized that one reason the Dark Elves had initially been so eager to collect the items was to prevent anyone from toppling nations and spreading chaos with them. Gimli confirmed that this was one reason, and they also had a place where the items could be kept safely. However, she now feared that chaos was exactly what they were about to witness. The two looked at her. Gimli stood up, deciding that they had spent long enough there and should head back. After the bath, they returned to their rooms and apologized to Gale for taking so long, informing him that the bath was open for him. Gale was busy working on something and explained that he wanted to make an item with the materials he had found there. He had never seen phantom trees like those before. Gimli praised his eye for detail, explaining that those trees could even trick wyverns like the one they had encountered in the forest. Sharona found it amusing that while they were being treated like royalty, Gale was more excited about gathering all the valuable loot. Gale agreed and decided to save the bath for later. Gimli then returned to their conversation. Speaking as a guild master, she explained that the Demon King items were things that affected everyone in the world. Not even the hero and his band had been able to deal with them completely. It was a quest that no one had conquered in 1,000 years, and that was the threat they were facing. Mora wondered whether Lady Minerva could uncurse the Demon King items she was watching over. Sharona pointed out that they were dealing with a 1,000-year-old curse and that, even if Gale was capable of extraordinary things, she could not blame him if he failed to remove it. Gimli acknowledged that Gale had uncursed a piece of the heart of the demon and even safely altered it. That much was a fact. However, they were talking about only one Demon King item, and merely a piece of it at that. By comparison, Lady Minerva had the left arm, the torso, the wings, and the head. Mora realized that there were 4 items in all. Gimli explained that even those 4, together with the heart of the devil, were still not enough to fully complete the body. Sharona knew there had to be a right arm and other missing parts as well. Gimli confirmed that, but emphasized that even a single one of these parts could be dangerous. They were dealing with 4 times the threat, and there was no doubt that the items fed off one another, making them dozens of times more perilous. Gimli was not even certain they could approach Lady Minerva with all the parts she possessed. The wings of the devil were geared toward long-range strikes, while the left arm presented more of a mid-range threat. Even if they survived those 2, the head of the devil awaited them, making close-range combat nearly impossible to avoid. Sharona recognized that the combination covered near, middle, and far ranges, leaving them with no obvious weakness to exploit. Gimli confirmed that assessment and explained that the torso of the devil was like an iron wall, completely impervious to both melee and magic attacks. Mora and Sharona tensed. Although all of this was hearsay, it was still enough to frighten them. Sharona noticed that Gale had heard what they were discussing. Gale apologized for not paying attention, having been too focused on crafting his item. Mora informed him that Lady Minerva possessed 4 Demon King items. Gale was shocked to learn that she had 4 of them. Mora wondered why he was acting so giddily about the revelation. Gimli understood what she had just told everyone, but she could tell that it meant something entirely different to Gale. She realized that the one hope their people had left to rely on was truly this man. Later, at the castle, they entered another level. Sharona remarked that the chill was really seeping into her. Pato told them that he could not thank them enough and that, from that point onward, he would guide them into an area the dark elves usually shunned. They reached the underground basement of the Demon King's castle. The door leading below opened by itself with an eerie sound. The echo rising from beyond seemed to tell the tale of the 1,000 years lurking below and the Demon King still writhing within. In its own way, it was a cry of abject joy at receiving fresh air and prey after far too long. Gale and his companions descended into the abyss, guided only by the feeble light of a lantern. They were joined by Gimli, along with the Dark Elder and Asgate, who served as a bodyguard. The underground passage had been built by the Demon King long ago, but as they could see, only part of it remained navigable. Before they reached Lady Minerva, Pato wanted to discuss more of their ancient history with them, including topics he had not covered before. They all paused, frightened by what lay ahead. Pato began recounting how it had all started one day, when the Dark Elves' peaceful existence was interrupted by the appearance of the Demon's Gate, a portal to the Dark World. Looking around, Sharona was struck by the size and majesty of the place. Gimli admitted that she had never seen it with her own eyes. When the Demon King was defeated 1,000 years ago, however, the basement had been destroyed along with the upper citadel. Mora realized that the Demon King's castle had once been even larger than what remained. Sharona wondered how such a massive structure had been built in the first place. Gimli explained that, according to an old story, the Demon King had created it by solidifying the teeming miasma. The Demon King himself had formed the entire structure, which was why it had begun to decay immediately after his death. The chief pointed out that the Demon King could never truly be considered fully defeated, which was why this space would never completely disintegrate. Sharona remained skeptical, reasoning that a structure of this size would have crumbled long ago without such unnatural power. As a blacksmith, she could tell well enough that there was no physically possible way for the structure to exist. Mora also noticed that the miasma was growing thicker as they descended deeper. Gimli confirmed that without Gale's modified piece of the heart of the devil, their hearts and minds would already have been contaminated. At this rate, even walking would soon become progressively more difficult. Mora gulped and squeezed Gale's shoulder. Later, the chief continued telling them about the Demon Gate. The moment it had appeared, it disgorged an army of the Demon King's monsters. In an instant, it covered the lush forest in cursed pollution, transforming it into a hellish landscape where every creature without resistance perished. The Demon Gate was said to still exist somewhere deep within the basement. The malice of the Demon King that had emerged from it had not faded either. Mora realized that if they went far enough, they would see the Demon Gate as well as Lady Minerva. The chief explained that the Demon King had not been fully eradicated even after his defeat. He had cursed the world and worked to recover the body parts he needed to revive. Gimli explained that the one who had finally put a stop to this was Lady Minerva, the Demon King's reluctant assistant. Lady Minerva had realized that the Demon King's remains were attempting to revive once more and had taken the curses upon herself to prevent another rampage and save the rest of the Dark Elves. It was her way of atoning and ensuring that people around the world would not continue living under the fear of the Demon King. Tears welled in Gimli's eyes and everyone looked at her. Gimli continued by explaining that as Lady Minerva collected pieces of the Demon King's corpse and placed them one after another onto her own body, her eyes began to cloud. Her hearing faded and her body grew stiff as lead. Once Minerva decided that no one could possibly reach her anymore, she moved away to keep the curses from affecting their homeland. Minerva fled into an isolated chamber deep below, carrying the Demon King's parts with her. Sharona wondered what Gimli was expecting from this situation and whether she believed Gale could dispel all the parts of the Demon King. Gimli paused to think. The chief looked at her as she closed her eyes. Sharona, Gale, and Mora waited for her answer, all of them standing there in silence. Gimli finally considered the possibility that it might be a coin flip. Sharona pointed out that Gimli had not sounded nearly so uncertain a moment earlier. Mora also wondered whether Gimli was effectively putting her finger on the scale. Gale assured the two of them that he appreciated their concern, but he had come this far knowing full well what items he was dealing with. Regardless of the chances, he was still there to accomplish what he had set out to do. Mora accepted that there was no point in worrying themselves over something they might not even be able to help with. Dwarfs like her were supposed to be accustomed to mines, caverns, and places like this, but even Sharona had to become a little pessimistic when things grew this creepy. Still, she knew she had to stay strong. Mora considered the 4 pieces of the Demon King and the tremendous consequences that would follow if they made even one mistake. Normally, a failed dispel meant taking on the entire rebound of the curse. The would-be dispeller would be exposed to everything the curse could throw at them. Mora froze at the thought. In this case, it would mean facing everything those items had to offer after they had cursed the Dark Elves for years. She looked nervous and quietly urged Gale not to push himself too much. Mora then wondered whether Gale could hear her. She failed to notice that she had been speaking to a statue beside her. Gale pointed out that he was over there. Mora sidled toward him and growled, then shivered. She suddenly shrieked at the sight of a gargoyle. Gale recognized the statues as demon statues. Sharona noticed that they were scattered all over the place. Looking closely at one of them, she found it ugly but admitted that the craftsmanship was remarkably detailed, all the way down to the wings. Sharona took a closer look at the gargoyle and stared at it. To her shock, the gargoyle suddenly whirled toward her. She realized that it was not a statue at all, but the real thing. The other gargoyle statues began moving as well, revealing a horde of gargoyles, servants of the Demon King. Gargoyles normally resembled statues of demons with bat-like wings, and they attacked in groups whenever they detected intruders. Seeing them all take flight at once, Sharona realized that they would not let the group pass. The chief explained that this was the reason they had been there and instructed Asgate to fight back for them. Taking it as a signal, Asgate launched forward. He prepared to pierce the gargoyle with his falchion of auriculum, bringing his weapon directly toward the demon before stabbing it through the head. To Asgate's shock, the weapon went completely through its head, yet the gargoyle simply flew away. Gimli realized that gargoyles were an undead type without a real body, meaning melee strikes would not work against them. Their only option was to run and shake them off. A gargoyle began looming over them. They dodged as it swept past them toward the door. Sharona was impressed by how nimble they were. The gargoyles surrounded them in an instant. Behind Gale, one of them aimed at Sharona. Gale quickly pulled Sharona away and dispelled the gargoyle. Sharona thanked Gale. Gimli considered whether the root of most undead monsters, including demons, was a curse. Mora then realized that Gale could dispel demons as well and that his ability worked on more than just the undead. Gale confirmed that it did, provided he could listen to their story. Sharona was surprised to learn that Gale could even communicate with demons. She grinned as she realized that they had found a way out of their predicament. The gargoyles were now flying above their heads. Sharona asked Mora to buff her, intending to make all the gargoyles chase after her. Once they were after her, Gale could communicate with each one and dispel them. Gale agreed. Gimli also offered to act as bait. Mora accepted the idea and suggested that they show off how much their teamwork had improved. As soon as Mora finished, Gimli chanted multitask while Sharona chanted Sylphide Force and dashed toward the enemies. Sharona locked onto the demons and launched herself from the ground, rushing toward them. The chief was astonished by her speed. Sharona was even faster than the agile gargoyles. Sharona signaled that it was Gale's turn. Gale immediately responded by activating his magic circle and chanting Switch. The gargoyles crumbled. Gale and Sharona high-fived before Gale dispelled another gargoyle, while Sharona moved toward another one. Gale continued his work as the battle progressed, while nearby, the chief and Asgate watched them. Asgate admitted that he had been unable to do anything against the gargoyles. The chief directed his attention toward Gale and Sharona, pointing out how skillfully they were taking down the enemies. Afterward, Gale, Sharona, Gimli, and Mora successfully finished off the gargoyles. Sharona found it wild to think that they had once been nothing more than a cobbled-together party. Mora agreed, realizing that they were truly getting the hang of working together. Sharona laughed and decided that they should come up with a party name once they returned home. Gimli pointed out that their success had only been possible because Gale could dispel the gargoyles. She did not realize that Asgate had heard her. Asgate looked fiercely at Gale, thinking that their princess was giving Gale more attention than she gave him. The chief believed that the horde of gargoyles had been the final set of guardians. Sharona regarded them as the mid-bosses before the final enemy. The chief took a small step forward and announced that they had finally arrived. An enormous door stood before them. The chief explained that it could be considered a particularly taboo place within the forbidden basement of the Demon King's castle. The Demon King had once been there, and now their mother, their founder, and their venerable leader resided beyond it. The door slowly opened in response to the dark elf's greeting, kicking up dust as it creaked. Black mist poured out from within. Sharona and Mora covered their noses. Gale noticed the miasma as well. Mora thought that it was blacker than any darkness she had ever seen. The miasma streaming from the chamber carried such a thick presence of curses that she could almost feel herself choking. Sharona wondered whether there was really a woman inside. Mora felt as though she were drowning. Gimli assured them that they should be fine for a short time. Gale understood that to mean they could not remain in the miasma for very long at all. Gimli explained that if the miasma were not being contained this deep beneath the castle, it would swallow their entire people. The chief agreed, adding that even with their resistance to it, they could not remain there for long. Mora stood before the door and thought about Lady Minerva. Minerva had entered this place herself and had spent all this time inside. Mora could imagine her standing there alone, being pierced by the curse. She shuddered. Even if it was for her people, and even if it was meant as atonement, remaining in that darkness for so long was unbearable to imagine. Mora admitted that it was too impossible for her to comprehend. Being locked inside this place alone forever was frightening enough, but Minerva had endured an enormous amount of miasma while carrying multiple pieces of the Demon King. Sharona wondered what else they could call a place like this if it was not hell. Gimli acknowledged the truth of the comparison, but reminded them that if this had not been done, the Demon King would have conquered the world again. All of them entered through the door. Far ahead stood what appeared to be a throne. Someone was seated upon it. Gale stared wide-eyed at the figure, realizing that it might be Lady Minerva. As they entered the room, the torch lit up. Gale noticed the black flames coming to life around them, and Gimli explained that they were wisps of emotion fueled by the curses. They functioned in the same way as the skull lights Gale had crafted. One after another, the black flames came to life as they moved forward. They could now make out the silhouette of the demon-like figure seated upon the throne. Black roots spread across the floor in front of it. Illuminated by the bluish-black flames, the party could hazily see Minerva's form ahead. Mora remembered that when they had met in her dream, she had never seen anyone as beautiful and graceful as Minerva. Sharona agreed, feeling exactly the same way. Yet the scene before them was almost like standing before the Demon King himself. Instead of a beautiful woman, the figure on the throne appeared to be wearing parts of a king's armor. The chief explained that when Lady Minerva bore all the pieces of the Demon King, the king would use her as his physical vessel and fully revive himself. Mora wondered whether Lady Minerva was still alive. There she sat amid a floor and walls that seemed to shiver with life. Minerva occupied a large throne that was almost completely buried beneath countless snaking tentacles and pustules. Gimli confirmed that Minerva was still alive. Sharona nearly threw up, and Mora immediately assisted her. As a blacksmith, Sharona could determine the effects on Minerva in detail. Amid those curses were countless fearsome and painful effects, and she could sense them even from where she stood. Intense pain, bleeding, decomposition, and self-healing were only some of the demeaning and humiliating effects inflicted upon a person. Sharona could tell there were an overwhelming number of them, but she hesitated to describe them all. She knew that this was nothing any person should ever have to endure. The dark elves looked toward her. Sharona could not comprehend the madness of it. Minerva had been subjected to pain for ages, practically living off the suffering inflicted upon her. The situation could hardly have been more insane. Even the staff on Minerva's head was not actually a piece of equipment. It was simply a mass of clumps made from pure evil. Sharona punched the wall in anger, condemning the entire situation. Gimli explained that the individual parts of the Demon King spread their curses simply by existing. Their mere existence corroded the world, and the existence of all the parts together caused even greater harm. That was why she had practically dedicated herself to researching both the parts and a way to dispel them. Gimli begged Gale, as someone capable of breaking curses, to do whatever he could to rescue Lady Minerva. Gale stared ahead, taking in Minerva's appearance. The figure of Minerva twitched. Then she moved. Minerva stood up. Mora realized that Minerva must have noticed them. Sharona was uncertain, but she could not say that Minerva appeared welcoming toward them. Asgate shouted toward Lady Minerva, overwhelmed by the sight of her condition and the pain it caused him. Minerva remained standing. Asgate smiled at the figure, but nothing happened. Then Asgate noticed something. It was the Demon King's wing. Lady Minerva flapped her wings. A loud boom erupted as a sonic boom generated by a fierce blast of wind pressure tore through the chamber. In an instant, Asgate was no longer standing where he had been. Gimli called for Asgate, wondering where he had gone. Something crumbled. The wall had been struck, and Asgate was there with his back against it. He coughed as the tentacles of Minerva began wriggling toward him. Gimli stared at Asgate, who had been smashed against the wall in an instant and was being held there by the curses in the air. Mora realized that this was the power of the Demon King relics, and that it was simply too much. Lady Minerva flapped her wings again. Gimli pointed out that the same power existed in the wing on the right side as well. The tentacles began moving toward Asgate. Gimli glanced toward him as they wriggled closer. Sharona realized that they had seen the attack coming, but there was no way to defend against it. Minerva flapped both of her wings. Mora signaled the others. Gale shouted that his cape could deflect the wind and told them to gather behind him. They ran toward Gale, and he used his cape to cover them. They heard the roar of the wind and held out. The moment Gale used his cloak to block the wind attack, the other three saw what was hidden within its lining, the many tools of Gale's cursed trade. The huge number of cursed items boosted Gale's resistance against fire, water, wind, earth, light, and dark. They could also handle every type of status impairment, from poison and fatigue to fear, hallucinations, pain, and even instant death. Sharona realized that Gale had packed all of those items the previous night. Mora clarified that he had not merely prepared them the night before. Gale made and wore things like that all the time. Gimli could not help wondering whether they were even more dangerous than the Demon King's parts. Gale then dashed forward and faced Minerva. Minerva raised her hand and unleashed it toward Gale like a claw. It was the Demon King's left arm. Gale slapped it away. Sharona cheered him on. Mora suddenly noticed the thorns. They extended and rushed toward Gale. It was the head of the demon, and now the two attacks moved like dual whips. The attack smashed into Gale. Gimli realized that Gale could not dodge attacks coming from two different directions, yet Gale remained firmly in place. He winced and held his head, but he could still withstand that much pain. Sharona was delighted that Gale could simply brush the pain off. At long last, Gale had made it all the way to Lady Minerva's feet. Gimli pointed out that there was a difference between withstanding the curses and dispelling all of them. The torso of the Demon King was still there. As she had explained the previous night, the torso cancelled out both melee and magic attack. Like streams of black ink pouring over a canvas, it overwhelmed everything no matter how colorful the artwork might be. Mora remained certain that it would work out. What Gale was about to do was neither a melee attack nor a magic attack. It was not even an attack at all. The fact remained that Minerva's assault had stopped. Gimli recognized that it was not exactly a warm welcome, but Gale was now close enough to reach out to Minerva. Perhaps Minerva's mind was conflicted between the Demon King's hold and the hope that she now had protection. Gimli wondered whether that was simply too optimistic. While everyone watched from afar, Gale reached toward Minerva's head. He decided to start with the head. Gale chanted Dispel. A large flash of light erupted, but the dark tentacles immediately suppressed it. Gale was surprised. Gimli saw the darkness consume the Dispel and realized that even Gale might not be able to overcome it. Her knees crumpled, and she whispered that she had known it. Sharona wondered whether there was truly no way to save Lady Minerva. Mora's face filled with horror. If the Dispel had failed, the curse would rebound toward Gale. As the curse loomed over him, Gale faced the black mist with his hand raised. He realized that he had not expected this. Then the darkness above him suddenly enveloped him and poured downward, pinning Gale to the ground. Mora, Gimli, and Sharona were horrified by the sight before them. They watched as Gale was showered with the darkest miasma. Surrounded by darkness, Gale stood unmoved despite the noise around him. Then, swiftly, the miasma surrounding him dispersed. Mora was shocked. The curse surrounding Gale had not rebounded. Sharona wondered whether the Demon King's curses simply did not work on Gale, and Gimli realized that this seemed to be the case. However, Gale had yet to dispel the curses themselves. In other words, the fight was a draw, which meant their people had lost the battle. Gimli fell to her knees and clenched her fist. Back with Gale, his hands were tingling. He realized that a regular dispel would not work. It had worked well enough against that piece of the demon's heart, so he had assumed he could use it again, but a mere piece could not compare to the real thing. Mora, Sharona, and Gimli all paused upon hearing this. Gimli realized that Gale possessed another kind of dispel besides the regular one. Aboard that ship, Gale had cast a superior dispel, a spell that affected numerous targets across a wide area. There was another one as well, one capable of handling long-lasting curses and curses that ran deep. It was called Ultra Dispel. Unlike a regular dispel, it consumed a great deal more of Gale's strength. Gale had hoped to avoid using it, but it was time to get serious. Gale raised both hands. Still standing in front of Minerva, he closed his eyes and touched the head armor. He chanted Ultra Dispel. In his mind, it was the greatest dispel available only to master curse crafters, capable of reaching out to the most bottomless depths of despair and dejection. Gale concentrated on the head armor held in his hands while Sharona, Mora, the chief, Gimli, and Asgate watched him intently. A smile appeared on their faces as the head armor was removed, revealing Lady Minerva's face. Minerva opened her eyes and Gale was mesmerized. Mora realized that Gale had dispelled the demon's head. Gimli saw that Lady Minerva was only barely holding on to consciousness, while Sharona believed that Lady Minerva looked as though she would survive. She also figured that Gale himself was surprised he had managed to pull it off. Gale, however, was simply thinking that Lady Minerva was truly beautiful. He had met her in his dream, but the real Lady Minerva was even more beautiful, and his heart fluttered. Sharona found it surprising that this was Gale's main concern. Mora then remembered that Ultra Dispel took a great deal out of Gale, and realized there was no way he could perform it 3 more times in a row. Gimli agreed, acknowledging that Gale might be able to save Lady Minerva, but they could not allow him to suffer for it. The 3 women looked weary. Sharona wondered what Gale intended to do. Gale intended to dispel them. What else could he do? Whenever cursed items appeared, he was always there. Gale was a curse crafter, after all. Gale then held Lady Minerva's hand armor and chanted Ultra Dispel. The cursed armor fell to the ground. Gale moved on to the others, holding the armor behind her and then the breastplate, continuing until Lady Minerva was completely freed from it all. Gale exhaled. He panted, acknowledging that 4 Ultra Dispels performed so quickly had exhausted him. Sharona asked Gimli whether that meant the 1,000-year curse had finally ended. Gimli confirmed that it had. Mora marveled at how the 1,000-year curse had been undone in the blink of an eye and by a single person. Gale looked at Lady Minerva sitting in front of him. Her closed eyes slowly opened. Lady Minerva thanked him. Gale accepted her gratitude warmly. Lady Minerva smiled at Gale and giggled, revealing that she had not spoken to anyone in a very long time. Then she noticed someone else. Lady Minerva looked toward Gimli, causing Gimli to freeze. Lady Minerva smiled and called for Gimli to come to her. Tears fell from Gimli's eyes as she sniffled and reached out her hand to meet Lady Minerva's. Lady Minerva recalled that back at Promise Hill, she had only been able to meet Gimli for a short time in a dream. She had barely been able to bring her will across to Gimli at all. Gimli realized that it was no longer a dream. Mora wiped away her own tears. Lady Minerva smiled before slumping. As she lay on the ground, she revealed that she was terribly exhausted and needed to sleep for a little while. She assured Gimli that there was no reason to worry and believed it was simply a reaction to the cleansing. Freed from the 1,000-year curse, Minerva limply passed out, her cheeks reddened. Gimli squeezed her into a hug, overwhelmed that the moment had finally arrived. Sharon praised Gale, certain that he had never disappointed her. The two of them celebrated with a fist bump. Sharona then wondered how long Mora intended to keep weeping. Mora could not help it. Gale pointed out that it was a happy moment for everyone, not just Gimli. Mora agreed that this was true, but there was more to it than that. She touched Gale's hand. Gale looked down at their hands as Mora checked whether he was all right. She doubted that he was, considering that Gale had performed Ultra Dispel 4 times in a row, and she worried that doing so might permanently affect him. Gale admitted that he was pretty bone-tired at the moment, but it was only the sort of exhaustion that came from tiring himself out, so he believed he was fine. Mora was relieved and squeezed Gale into a hug. Gale closed his eyes before remembering that Asgate and the Elder were still pinned to the wall. He still needed to dispel their curses as well, and he needed Mora to let him move for a moment. Gale dispelled the chief's curse. The chief was at a loss for words to express how grateful he was, but Gale brushed off the need for thanks. If they could make good use of the Cursed Demon King items, Gale believed they could drive all the miasma from the land. The chief regarded Gale as the true savior of their entire people. Gale went on to explain that if they intended to use the cursed items for that purpose, he wanted to analyze them, improve them, and reproduce them. Mora pointed out that they would need to leave a few of them in place to dispel the miasma. Gale added that they could also serve as decorations. Sharona wondered whether Gale really needed to go that far, only for Gale to enthusiastically take the idea further by proposing that they mass-produce them. Sharona and Mora immediately tried to stop him, horrified at the thought of mass-producing such things. Sharona scrunched up her face, admitting that she could no longer keep up with Gale, while Mora readily agreed. Gimli laughed, certain that such behavior was exactly what one would expect from Gale. Gale walked up to Asgate and apologized for making him wait up on the wall. Asgate urged Gale to hurry, and Gale dispelled the curse. In Asgate's mind, their people had spent their whole lives trying and failing to dispel that binding curse, yet Gale made it look effortless. Mora decided that they should leave the creepy place already. With the curse now a thing of the past, Gimli was certain that they would be the last visitors the deep, dark cavern would ever see. The chief asked Asgate to help Lady Minerva if he was all right, but Asgate did not respond. When the chief asked whether something was wrong, Asgate explained that they had been given a precious chance to dive this far into the cavern, so he wanted to examine things a little before they departed. The chief considered it a very admirable idea, though he warned Asgate not to push himself. Asgate's face looked irritated, something Sharona noticed. Gale asked the chief whether he wanted Gale to carry Lady Minerva. The chief questioned whether Gale was certain, since Gale must already have been exhausted. Mora pointed out that Gale was much stronger than he looked, and she meant much stronger. Carrying a woman was no burden for Gale. Sharona then wondered what they would do with the Demon King's stuff and offered to carry it herself, since it would no longer curse her. Gale refused and decided to take it as well. He wrapped it in a cloth, hung it on his back, and carried Lady Minerva. The chief was amazed that Gale could so easily carry a sack containing 4 pieces of Demon King gear while also carrying Lady Minerva in his arms. Gale remained a constant surprise to him. Once they returned to the surface, the chief intended to call everyone together for a celebration. The Dark Elves no longer had a 1,000-year curse to worry about, and he wanted that day to mark the beginning of a tradition in which the 3 Dispellers would be praised for the next 1,000 years to come. Sharona was delighted at the prospect of another party. The entire ordeal had left her so stiff with fear that she desperately wanted a drink, and she intended to nourish herself with more of that elven ale. She wondered whether Gale had anything that could whisk them all directly to the surface. Gale laughed and explained that he had nothing quite like that. As Minerva settled into a light sleep, she began dreaming of distant memories and the warmth of the arms belonging to the young man carrying her. Fragments of memories and scenes flashed through her mind. A man with a sword shouted for a brave blade, and crackling lightning appeared from the sword. A loud crash followed, and the demon's head was severed. Lady Minerva closed her eyes as she weakly tried to move across the ground. She remembered how the man's heroic aura had blocked all physical and magic attacks and had even broken the Demon King's barrier. He had literally shattered the king's ambition, proving himself a truly worthy foe. After pouring all of her magical force into the Demon King, Lady Minerva no longer had the strength even to stand. She could only ask the man to kill her. He deserved to be the one they called the hero wrapped in shining armor. The man returned the sword to its sheath. Minerva noticed that the man was not finishing her off and wondered why he would not do it. The man questioned why he would need to in the first place. Minerva could hardly believe what she was hearing. She repeated the question in disbelief, angered that he would dare say such a thing to her. The man remained unfazed. Minerva explained that they were demons, and the crumbled figure before him had been the king of their kind. It was only natural for him to finish her off. Even if he later displayed her dead body to the masses, she would have no complaints. The man walked toward her and, to Minerva's surprise, picked her up. He smiled as he carried her, while the other party members smiled at them. Minerva wondered what he was doing, and another thought crossed her mind. She suspected that he intended to defile her body first and laughed at the possibility. The man made it clear that he had no intention of killing or assaulting her. Before coming there, the man had toured the dark elf homeland and spoken with the elves about various matters. Minerva was surprised that he had taken the time to lend an ear to their people. The man explained that no one could become a first-rate adventurer by fighting monsters alone. A good hero spoke with the residents of every new village or town he visited. The information gained in those conversations could often provide more protection than any armor and open a new path more effectively than any weapon. That was how he had learned that Minerva had been forced into aiding the Demon King to protect her species. He also understood that there was no longer any reason for her to aid the king. With a smile, he decided that they should return to the dark elf homeland. In Minerva's mind, that was the first and last time she ever spoke with that hero. She later heard that the man had died young. While Gale was no hero, the face of the curse crafter reminded her quite a bit of that man. Mora wondered whether she was imagining things or whether Lady Minerva was smiling slightly. Gimli was certain that Minerva was having a pleasant dream. Lady Minerva continued smiling. Meanwhile, Asgate remained behind at the battle site, watching them disappear farther into the distance. He muttered bitterly that he would rather be stained by all the miasma than breathe the same air as Gale any longer. He looked toward the throne and remembered the scene of Gimli hugging Minerva with Gale standing beside them. His teeth clenched as anger welled within him. He kicked the floor, consumed by resentment. Gale had taken everything that should have been his. Asgate cursed Gale, and could not stand the sight of him. If undoing the curse required Gale, Asgate would rather the curse had never been undone at all. Asgate suddenly gasped and questioned what he had been saying. Then he noticed something on the wall. A small hole had appeared there. He moved the throne aside, exerting his strength as he pulled it away. What he saw left him wondering. It was the Demon's Gate, and a creepy air emanated from within. Asgate had heard that the gate was somewhere inside the Demon King's castle, yet its entrance had been here all along. It made sense. Lady Minerva had not merely been taking on those curses. She had also been sitting there so that no one would ever approach the Demon's Gate. Then something appeared. An eye glared at Asgate. He fell backward in shock. It was an evil eye. The eye blinked as it watched him, revealing itself as the third eye of the demon. It declared that Asgate had done well to open the Demon's Gate and awaken it from its slumber. Asgate was stunned. He realized that one of the Demon King's parts had been inside the gate. The third eye explained that when the hero defeated the Demon King and his body fell to pieces, the third eye had managed to flee into the Demon's Gate before it was closed. It had made good its escape while the hero was occupied with Minerva. The third eye sneered at Asgate and recognized the strong grudge he carried. It saw Asgate as someone who could be perfect for its purpose. Asgate wondered what it meant. The third eye urged Asgate to accept the third eye of the demon into his body. If he did so, it promised that Asgate would be granted untold demonic force. At the beginning of Chapter 50, Gale and the others walked through the castle. Gimli noted that it was just as the Elder had described on the way there, as the Demon King's castle showed no sign of collapsing. The Elder agreed, imagining that it would soon be teeming with gargoyles again. Gimli was surprised by this, so the Elder explained that gargoyles were much like the mold, moss, and mushrooms that continued growing in damp forests. The thought disgusted Sharona. Meanwhile, Mora looked at the sleeping Minerva being carried by Gale. She pointed out that Minerva really did look heavy on him. Gale acknowledged that she was certainly not light. Sharona then offered to take something, and Mora added that she could carry a piece as well. Gale thanked them but assured them that he was fine. Sharona reminded him that he did not need to shoulder everything alone since they were all pals. Gale insisted that it was all right. Sharona and Mora glanced at each other. Gale explained that carrying the load made everything feel real, especially now that he had 4 pieces of the Demon King. Mora and Sharona gave him disapproving looks. Gale laughed out loud, giddily describing the pressure as a nice, warm hug all over and admitting that it was even somewhat calming. He continued walking enthusiastically. Mora quietly suggested to Sharona that they should simply let Gale carry everything the entire way, and Sharona agreed. Later that night, firecrackers burst across the sky. Another one exploded above what appeared to be a stadium. Gazing upward, Sharona grinned at the sight, while Mora also admired the firecrackers. Gimli was pleased that they were enjoying the display. The two of them looked toward Gimli as she waved at them, leaving Mora and Sharona blushing. Sharona remarked that Gimli really could look like a princess, while Mora found her cute. Gimli thanked them and looked up at the sky. She explained that the flowers of flame were products of technology created for war, an alternative to magic that had allowed the Dark Elves to continue surviving. The technology had originally been created to take people's lives and drive monsters away. Now, however, it had become a way to illuminate their joy on this day of freedom. The people had named it Flowerwork. Mora liked the sound of the name. Gimli chuckled, certain that this was the first time they had thought to use it for something other than war. They then heard someone laughing. Mora noticed Lady Minerva beside the elder and observed that she looked all right as well, though she had not expected her to have made a full recovery yet. Sharona agreed before turning her attention to the star of the show and the people gathering nearby. Gale was bent over on the ground, writing on something. He believed that he could now draw up plans, take measurements, analyze the materials, and improve the technology considerably. Mora reflected on how she had always known Gale was off the charts, yet he was now undoing Demon King curses. Gimli chuckled, acknowledging that she was the one who had asked Gale to accomplish all of this, but even she was genuinely surprised by what he had managed to achieve. Sharona looked at Gimli and realized that Gimli was free now as well. Gimli appeared confused, so Sharona clarified that Gimli had spent her entire life thinking about how to free her people. Now that she had accomplished that, she could finally do whatever she wanted. Gimli repeated the thought to herself, wondering what she actually wanted to do. She scratched her head, admitting that she was hardly sure herself. Still, it was a rather nice problem to have. Mora pointed out that until Gimli came up with a plan, she could always continue living normally. Gimli wondered what that would mean, and Sharona suggested that she could start by running her dinky little guild. Mora added that Gimli could also come up with some more stupid quests. Gimli acknowledged that they were right before leaning toward them and wondering if they were picking a fight with her. Sharona and Mora immediately denied it, then looked at each other and laughed heartily. Sharona stood up and raised her cup, offering a toast to Gimli finally shedding the thrall over her. She then called out to Gale, urging him to stop messing around with the cursed material and come over to them since he was the big star. Gale looked up from what he was writing, but instead wanted to finish the one thing he was working on first. Later, Gimli sat somewhere, enjoying the swishing wind. Nearby, Sharona, Gale, and Mora were having fun discussing something while Gimli remained lost in her own thoughts. Minerva soon arrived and remarked on what an exciting event it had been. Gimli noticed Lady Minerva and immediately knelt, but Minerva told her there was no need to kneel. Minerva chuckled as she enjoyed the fresh air and the pleasant breeze. Gimli fell silent. The night had been merry, and she and Minerva looked down at the people below. Minerva apologized for everything that had happened, but Gimli assured Lady Minerva that there was nothing to apologize for. Minerva reminded Gimli not to act so servile around her. Gimli agreed, but before she could continue, Minerva smiled and patted her head. She praised Gimli as a very well put-together daughter and allowed her, at least while they were alone, to call her mother. Gimli's eyes sparkled as she accepted, and the two embraced. Gimli then thought about something while Minerva smiled. Minerva explained that she had been born the princess of a cursed people. Because she possessed a natural resistance to miasma, she had taken on the Demon King's cursed items even while bearing children, and Gimli had been the most raucous of them all. She asked whether Gimli knew that. Tears welled in Gimli's eyes. Minerva chuckled and added that Gimli had also cared for her mother more than anyone else. Gimli sidled closer. Minerva continued by saying that now that she was here, her nights had become pleasant. They could finally bask in their freedom, and Gimli should live however she wanted. Gimli promised that she would, though she admitted that she had not thought of any plans yet. Minerva encouraged her to try living with whoever she wanted. Gimli was confused by this, but Minerva then asked whether Gimli was in love with that man, Gale Hamilton. Gimli's eyes widened before she blushed beet red. She repeatedly denied it, but Minerva caught her hand and pointed out that Gimli could not fool her or anyone else because her feelings were that obvious. Gimli continued trying to deny it, adding that Gale was human and would die much sooner than she would. Minerva agreed and explained that this was precisely why the Dark Elves were blessed with virtually eternal life. The Demon King and his parts were just as eternal. Although the 1,000-year curse was gone, the threat of the Demon King remained. Minerva looked up as she continued, noting that humans, meanwhile, lived much shorter lives, with far too little time compared to the Dark Elves. Their lives passed like the blink of an eye. Even Gale, the great man who had dispelled the Demon King's curses, could not overcome the limits of his own lifespan. Minerva pointed out that Gimli could therefore see why Gale's unique skills needed to be passed on. Gimli agreed that Minerva was right. Minerva then explained that this could be accomplished through bearing Gale's children. Gimli was confused, but realization slowly dawned on her, leaving her stuttering at the thought of having Gale's child. Minerva confirmed that she had heard correctly and eagerly looked forward to a lovely, healthy child. Gimli protested, insisting that her mother was jumping far too far ahead. Gimli looked back at Gale, Sharona, and Mora before pausing. She directed Minerva's attention toward Gale and the people around him, allowing her mother to see what she meant. Sharona was one thing, of course, but when Gimli looked at Mora, she saw her blushing at Gale. Gimli pointed out that Mora was no pushover at all. Minerva wondered whether Gimli truly minded Gale having 2 or 3 partners, since there was nothing indecent about it. Gimli scrunched up her face, noting that Minerva's generation viewed such things very differently from theirs. Humans were generally on the chase side, just as they had been centuries ago. There were some rare exceptions, but there was also another woman back in town who was angling for Gale, and Gimli had no idea what else Gale might have been up to. Minerva acknowledged that, even so, Gimli still had feelings for Gale. Gimli assured her mother that she did not resent him and clarified that it was not as though she hated Gale at all. She then buried her head between her arms in frustration. Minerva smiled and gently patted her head. While they were celebrating, something else was happening inside the Demon King's castle. The third eye asked Ascate why he felt so lost. Ascate looked at the floating creature. He could intellectually understand that the strange, creepy thing before him was real, but he still could not understand why he felt this way. It was as though he wanted to tear his own heart out of his body. Ascate revealed that he had always been in love with their princess, Lady Gimli. He recalled meeting the princess for the first time when they were children. The elder had explained that Ascate was around the same age as the princess and had asked him to serve as her faithful confidant. Young Gimli had then run toward Ascate excitedly and taken his hands, thanking him. When the princess smiled at him, Ascate had been surprised. He knew that his social position made acting on those feelings impossible. Even so, as long as the princess did not belong to anyone else, he could remain content. Seeing her smile had always been the one thing that made him happiest. Among their fights, Ascate always won. Gimli would watch him and recognize that she did not think anyone could compete with him anymore. She would praise him for how well he had done, and Ascate would beam at her. Even when Gimli was away, the princess's smile remained constantly in his thoughts. Then, after finally seeing her again, Ascate noticed something different. Gimli's smile now belonged to Gale. That ridiculous human had barged into her life as though he had every right to be there. Gale stood beside Gimli as if he deserved his place there, speaking to her so casually. Ascate could not understand how Gale dared behave that way and believed that the human should know his place. Ascate panted as the thoughts continued overwhelming him. For the first time, Gimli's smile brought him nothing but pain. The reason was simple. That smile was directed at Gale Hamilton, a man from a different race. Ascate could not stand even the thought of Gale taking the princess from him. Seeing the two of them together had made everything clear. The princess was his one joy, yet to her, his mere presence did not truly matter one way or the other. Ascate felt like nothing more than a face in the crowd, scarcely different from a pebble lying beside the road. He shouted Gale's name in frustration, consumed by envy because the princess needed Gale. Overcome with anger, he fell to the ground. With tears in his eyes, he looked up at the third eye. The third eye reminded Ascate that he had been given to the princess and questioned why he did not simply take her back. The third eye looked at Ascate. Ascate considered taking Gimli back, but he knew that Gale was powerful enough to dispel the curses from the poor Demon King items. The third eye suggested that if Ascate could not defeat Gale in battle, he could instead lure Gale to his death. The space hidden beyond the throne was where the true Demon King's castle lay. The king's parts exhibited their true worth there, far beyond what was possible on the surface. Ascate considered whether taking possession of the third eye and luring Gale past the demon gate would allow him to eliminate Gale from the picture. The third eye watched Ascate wobble and questioned whether he had truly resolved himself to this. Ascate held out his palm. His mind told him that he must not take the third eye for himself, yet the dark emotions he had suppressed for so long were about to burst forth and explode. He felt that he would rather not see Gimli smile at Gale instead of him. He would even accept a grimace if it meant making her his through force alone. The third eye agreed and revealed that Minerva had stated that the Dark Elves had been coerced into lending the Demon King their power. The truth, however, lay elsewhere. When they had first marauded their way across the forest, Ascate's Dark Elf ancestors, who had known little beyond the woods, experienced the greatest shock of their lives up to that point. In time, that shock transformed into excitement. The third eye explained that they had discovered the thrill of trembling over those weaker than themselves. The rush of torching a culture built up over generations had captivated them through that siren song, and they joined the monster race. They came to the Demon King in multitudes, spreading evil and violence across the land. They had come to believe that only through callous evil could one find the ultimate form of joy, and Ascate was a direct descendant of those people. Ascate accepted those goals without further hesitation. He remembered Gimli's smiles and thought about everything. He had grown sick of having his feelings remain unrequited for so long. The third eye understood the earnest feelings Asgate had held deep within himself and the relentless efforts he had made. It declared that the fault lay with the world for never rewarding Asgate. Now, it was time to correct that and make things as they should be. With the right power, it was entirely possible for Asgate to achieve it. Asgate equipped the third eye of the demon. He huffed and opened his eyes, which trembled violently. He slumped to the ground and groaned as the tentacles around him slithered and his body trembled. Dark shadows swirled around him as he cried out in agony. Meanwhile, back in Farmage, Liznet prayed. She found it vexing that all she could do now was stand there every day, facing in Gale's direction and offering prayers for his safe return. She groaned in frustration, regretting that she had not forced Gale to take her along. Not being able to see Gale left her feeling unbearably lonely, and she regretted having made such a poor decision. Suddenly, her heart throbbed. Liznet clutched her chest as her heart began throbbing faster. She realized that this was what Gale had warned her about. She still had not shaken off the lingering effects of the heart of the demon. She feared that she would only drag everyone down on their journey, yet the enhancements the heart had given her body and abilities had been truly breathtaking. The results had multiplied her capabilities dozens of times over. Everything had happened to her, but she still could not fully comprehend it. The power had been on an entirely different level, and even the madness within her had been incomparable to what she usually experienced. The most frightening part was that the heart of the demon she had equipped was only a piece of the whole, merely 1/6. If someone like her, with a clear mission in mind, were to take up a demon king part and use it for their own gain, she could only imagine how much power that part would provide. Back with Asgate, he gasped for air. The third eye praised him for his accomplishment. With some users, it expected them to die before they could even equip it, but Asgate's constant, unflagging discipline had earned him the body and spirit necessary to fully accept the Demon King. Asgate grinned, admitting that it was nice to have his achievements recognized, even if the recognition came from a personification of the Demon King. He then wondered about the third eye's goal and what providing him with all this power would give it. The third eye refused to discuss that matter, considering it unnecessary and boorish while Asgate was taking it in like this. Asgate and the third eye now fully shared the same fate. In time, Asgate understood the answer with his heart rather than his intellect. Asgate touched his forehead as it throbbed. A horizontal line appeared, and an eye emerged. Asgate now possessed a third eye on his forehead. Power teemed within Asgate, and he had never felt so omnipotent. He had devoted himself to the military arts for an untold amount of time, but now he felt that he had reached heights he had never even approached before. He understood that this was what the Demon King's parts could provide him. A bright light flashed. Asgate recognized the attack as a heat death ray, followed by an explosion. The wall where it struck crumbled. Asgate laughed, amused by the overwhelming, absolute power that was now his. He smiled and looked toward the throne. The Demon King had once sat there, and afterward, Lady Minerva had shut herself away atop it. Now, however, Asgate believed that he was the one who deserved the throne. Having seen how it felt to sit upon it, he turned his attention toward looking beyond the Demon Gate, which was now his domain. Meanwhile, somewhere outside the castle, the clanging of iron could be heard as something was being forged. Gale let out a breath. Sharona arrived and noticed that he was working hard. Gale acknowledged Sharona and explained that he had pleaded with the Dark Elf Forge Master to let him borrow the space for a little while. Sharona teased him about having to share a bedroom with her, all alone with the fetching lady. Gale smiled and showed no concern about it at all. His response struck Sharona, causing her to turn her back. Gale remained clueless as Sharona's heart pounded and her face flushed. In Sharona's mind, she felt that she should probably accept it soon. She was not entirely sure when things had become like this, but after thinking about it, she realized that she was starting to look very much like someone in love with Gale. Gale suddenly appeared behind her and asked how she was doing. Sharona was startled. She sniffled, composed herself, and then tossed something toward him. Gale caught it and wondered what it was, only to find that it was surprisingly light. Sharona proudly revealed that it was his very own orichalcum, or rather, an inferior copy of it. She explained that she had realized something while making it. This was practically Gale's territory, after all. Gale remained confused and wondered what orichalcum had to do with him. Sharona explained that she could see how demonic the material was in its construction. Only a small amount could be taken from the Demon King's castle, and after refining it, only this much remained. She then showed Gale a hammer. Gale asked about it, and Sharona brought the hammer down on the table. The hammer crumbled. Gale was surprised. Sharona explained that even a glance was enough to see that the material was incompatible with every other kind of material. It was practically impossible to shape, whether by hitting it, freezing it, or pounding it. She had no idea what to do with it, so she had spoken with the Dark Elf Forger about how to work the material. He had instructed her to put it into miasma to soften it, whatever that was supposed to mean. Gale was shocked to learn that Sharona had processed it with miasma and asked to borrow some of it. They used the material in a barrel, and the machine in front of them started. Gale decided that they would try it out and took the barrel containing the chunk. The chunks melted. Gale realized that the master forger had been right. Sharona was amazed that Gale had made it look so easy, but she worried that the material would become cursed now. Gale saw no problem with that. Sharona became frustrated, lamenting that Gale did not mind cursed junk, while she simply wanted some normal orichalcum to work with. She had thought asking Gale would give her a guide, but this would never work. It was such a damn pain. Gale found it unusual to see Sharona so completely lost. He patted her head and reassured her that he could help her process it whenever she needed and that he would try not to curse it along the way. He gave her a reassuring smile. Sharona's eyes widened before she looked away. She appreciated the offer, but she did not want to bother Gale for help every time. She secretly blushed. Gale assured her that she did not need to worry about it. Sharona immediately refused, determined to uphold her own pride as a smith. She had also heard a story among the legends of dwarf forgers about a man who had made orichalcum entirely by himself. If she wanted to prove that the legend actually checked out, she had to figure out how to do it on her own. She did not want to borrow Gale's help the next time. Gale apologized that he could not help with that. Sharona quickly clarified that she had not meant it that way. She only meant that having Gale let her vent like this helped her feel better as well. She then paused. Gale smiled and asked whether it really did, pleased that it helped. Sharona paused again before gathering herself. There was something she wanted to tell Gale. Sharona's face had turned red, while Gale remained completely clueless. He wondered what she wanted to tell him, prompting Sharona to stutter before explaining that, as craftsmen from different fields, they had spent quite a bit of time chatting about this and that concerning their work. She had begun to realize that those conversations were some of the most enjoyable times of her life. Gale beamed brightly and expressed that he found them fun as well. Sharona continued, acknowledging that he had known Mora the longest among them and that, after everything that had happened, she was sure he had earned Gimli's full trust. He would also be caring for Liznette for a while. Even so, Sharona felt that she and Gale were rather compatible too. Whenever she saw him in the forge, pouring everything he had into crafting cursed items, it inspired her to polish her own skills as well. Sharona stuttered again and fidgeted before quietly admitting that she thought it would be nice if they had a relationship where they both made an effort to encourage and improve each other. Gale fell silent, then indicated that he had not heard the end of what she had said. Sharona inwardly wondered how oblivious a curse crafter could possibly be. She brushed the matter aside and decided they should simply get back to work. After stretching her arms, Sharona watched Gale stand there in confusion. She sighed inwardly, realizing that she had once again played off her true feelings as a joke. It was a terrible habit of hers. The clanging of metal filled the forge. Sharona asked how Gale's work was progressing, and he paused to admit that he had reached something of an impasse. Sharona noted that such a thing was rare for him. Gale explained that the problem was not impossible to overcome, but the materials needed to be completely stable before he could apply any effects to them. Otherwise, doing so could be dangerous. The materials also came with a host of effects of their own, some of which could harm everyone around them. Sharona acknowledged that the effects would normally be easy for Gale to dispel, but these were Demon King items. Gale agreed and explained that he was trying to figure things out. He had a stockpile of useful tools back at his shop, but being on the road made things more difficult. Sharona paused as she tried to understand. Gale had equipment back home that could be used on the Demon King's items, yet she also needed to work out her own refining process soon. Gale was running short on supplies as well. Gale admitted that he could simply head home, though the journey would take a while. With enough time spent here, however, he might be able to work things out regardless. Sharona wondered why Gale was so confident about that and whether he could really work with materials made from Demon King parts. Gale believed that he could. Sharona remained unconvinced, questioning how he could finish his work both at home and here. Either option would work out, and with the travel time taken into account, they would require roughly the same amount of time. Gale agreed, recognizing that it was a difficult choice. Sharona found herself annoyed by how much this revealed the pride of a craftsman. She had been struggling with all these problems, while Gale had managed to make things work. Gale acknowledged that, but he wanted to do the job properly. Something about the current situation simply felt off to him. He could make do with the materials he had obtained from the gargoyle down below, but he wanted something just a little better. Sharona found his reasoning difficult to understand. Gale picked up the cape and noted how well it was coming together now. Sharona immediately reacted with alarm. He should not have brought out the cape he had made from the wings of the demon. The cape produced a sound resembling a heartbeat. Sharona muttered that it had a heartbeat as though it were alive and wondered whether it was really safe to take something like that back to Farmage. Suddenly, someone behind them asked whether they needed anything. It was Ascate. He made it clear that he was not speaking to the dwarf and that he had business with Gale at that moment. Gale realized that Ascate meant him. Ascate confirmed that he did and observed that Gale seemed to need some materials. Gale admitted that he did, at least to some extent. Ascate offered to give Gale everything he had gathered if Gale did not mind taking it. Gale was immediately excited by the offer, and could hardly believe that it was really all right. Asgate assured him that there was no need for their savior to be modest. Gale's eyes widened as Asgate held out the materials and asked whether they would be of any use to him. On the table were the formidable child's core and the Marvel demon's bones. Asgate explained that Gale would be able to find even better goods back underground. He then asked Gale what he thought and assured him that, if Gale needed anything else, he could tell him where to find it. Gale rushed in front of Asgate, eager for him to guide him there. Before Sharona could say anything to Gale, however, the door closed in her face. Sharona inwardly cursed Gale's complete lack of resistance. The moment someone promised him materials for cursed goods, he became a faithful lapdog. Thinking about Asgate's face, she sensed some kind of ulterior motive behind the situation. Yet Gale had simply strode off with the man without another thought. She could only regard him as a hopeless fool. Someone called out to Sharona. It was Mora, who noticed that Sharona had her brows furrowed. Sharona acknowledged Mora and Gimli, only for Gimli to point out that it was not just the two of them who had come. Minerva appeared behind them. Since waking up, she had been busy dealing with her compatriots, but she had finally wanted some time to sit down and speak with Gale. Sharona felt certain Gale would be glad to see Minerva come looking for him, but she explained that the young dark elf had just stopped by and had already left with Gale. When the three girls reacted to the news, Sharona tried to remember the young man's name before recalling that Gimli knew him. His name was Asgate. Gimli was surprised to learn that Asgate had taken Gale. Sharona explained that it had happened after Asgate showed Gale those materials. Minerva gasped. Gimli turned toward her as Minerva recognized the materials as things that could only be found in a very specific place. Gimli did not understand what Minerva meant. Minerva explained that the place was beyond the Demon's Gate. She then asked Gimli about what had happened after they rescued her, recalling that Asgate had left the scene with Gimli. Gimli clarified that Asgate had actually remained behind by himself for a while to explore the area. Minerva understood the implication. Mora asked whether Minerva was suggesting something. Minerva confirmed that she was. There had been a Demon's Gate where she was found. Asgate was a great man and a prominent member of their realm, but that distinction had also instilled in him an outsized sense of pride. Among everyone who had celebrated Minerva's return, Asgate alone had failed to attend the event, which had concerned her. Asgate had devoted himself heart and soul to finding the Demon King's parts. If a proud man witnessed an outsider, a human man in particular, succeed where he had failed, it was possible that he had taken it the wrong way. Minerva then considered another possibility. A faint memory from the distant past had begun to surface in her mind. While speaking with the hero who had defeated the Demon King and herself, Minerva had sensed a few tiny pieces of the Demon King's scattered body flying away and escaping through a gate into another realm. However, she had been exhausted from the battle, and the relief brought by the gentle hero's embrace had ironically lowered her guard enough for her to dismiss what she had sensed as nothing more than her imagination. Minerva now wondered whether, when the hero had spread the Demon King's parts far and wide, a tiny sliver of them had ended up in another world. Gimli became concerned and tried to call Lady Minerva's attention, but Minerva instead drew the attention of all three of them. She sensed that a great trial lay ahead for them, one even more daunting than what they had endured to dispel her curse. Minerva recalled how height, physiological urges, unexpected temptation, and even an extreme level of restraint could cause a person normally known for being decent and sensible to reveal a side that seemed as though it belonged to someone else. The Demon King possessed both power and authority, along with a cunning and devious knack for manipulating people's hearts and minds. He had once used those abilities to overwhelm them all, and Minerva feared that the same held true for the Demon King's scattered parts. Those parts could curse a person's body and control their mind. Even with all of Minerva's mental strength, she had barely managed to restrain her own destructive impulses. The curse could have eroded her mind and caused her to cast aside everything she held dear at any moment. The promised hill Gimli had seen in her dreams when they first met had been an escaped Minerva created for herself to preserve her sanity. If a younger dark elf had opened the Demon's Gate by coincidence and encountered whatever Demon King's parts might have been sealed within, the demon's sweet words could very well have seized control of his mind in an instant. Minerva told the others that they had to leave at once and return to the basement of the Demon King's castle. Meanwhile, inside the Demon King's castle, Gale followed after Asgate. He was amazed to see that there were now many more gargoyle statues than before. Asgate regarded the sight as nothing unusual in a place stained by miasma. He had not expected something like this to unnerve a curse crafter like Gale. Gale remained hesitant, but Asgate assured him that there was nothing to worry about. The gargoyles would not attack this time. Gale glanced at the statues and was surprised to find that Asgate had been right. He wondered why they would not attack. Asgate explained that beyond this area lay a long hidden dungeon filled with demons that would produce the kind of materials he had shown Gale. Gale could barely contain his excitement. They eventually reached the throne. Gale wondered whether the dungeon was there, and Asgate confirmed that it actually lay beyond the throne. He noted that hidden dungeons located underneath or behind royal thrones like this were practically de rigueur for a demon castle. Gale admitted that he had never been to any of the sides, so he was not sure what was considered normal. He moved the throne aside and discovered the gate. Gale recognized the atmosphere immediately, finding it familiar. Asgate recalled the wall cracking open. He had been held there the last time, and that was where the opening had appeared. Returning to the place brought back memories that he could not help but acknowledge. Asgate then praised Gale's performance during the final battle as truly magnificent. Gale wondered whether Asgate meant the moment he had undone the curse on Lady Minerva. Asgate confirmed that he did. The fate of the entire dark elf species had rested on that moment, and he did not think calling it a final battle was an exaggeration. Asgate himself had been caught by the wings of the demon almost immediately and pinned against the wall, unable to move. Gale listened quietly. Asgate continued by recalling how Gale had dispelled the Demon King's parts one after another while the princess watched, almost completely lost in wonder. Asgate had been able to do nothing but watch the princess, a memory that left him feeling humbled and pathetic. Gale's eyes widened. Asgate grinned as he considered their current situation. They were fortunate enough to have been granted a second round. Asgate smiled, leaving Gale confused. At the beginning of chapter 53, Gale questioned whether they were really going overtime. Asgate placed an arm on Gale and explained that they would now transfer together to the gate leading to the otherworld and beyond. The two of them entered. Gale stepped one foot through the gate before moving completely inside, and the two stood on the other side. Gale observed that the entire area was a dried-up wasteland, with nothing but cracked ground stretching out before them. Suddenly, Gale ran ahead after finding a bone belonging to a mid-level demon. Asgate recalled that there was a graveyard in that direction. Hearing that there was a graveyard immediately caught Gale's attention. Gale confirmed that it was the place where the better materials Asgate had mentioned could be found. Asgate confirmed it and led Gale onward, telling him to follow. Excited by the prospect, Gale thanked Asgate. They eventually stopped walking. A large hole in the ground lay before them. Gale was amazed to see a sinkhole so vast that he could not even see its bottom. Asgate explained that it was an otherworldly darkness that allowed no light to pass through and stretched endlessly. It led to the demon realm, the demon lord's homeland. It was called the Bell of Hell because the death throes of those who entered that deadly place sounded like eerie bell rolls. Gale understood. As the gate continued, they reached the graveyard. It was Gale's graveyard. Gale was surprised. Then Gale smiled as his third eye opened. The demon eye was something Gale recognized. Asgate grinned and confirmed that it was the demon lord's third eye in this otherworld. Through the Demon Lord series, it amplified magical power to the maximum. Even someone like Gale would be unable to break the curse of the Demon Lord, as Gale had done before. At this distance and at this moment, Asgate believed that no one could dodge it. He had been waiting for this moment. Asgate unleashed the unerring, fatal heat death ray. A gigantic fireball struck Gale and pushed him from the edge. Gale fell into the giant hole. Gale screamed as he fell into the hole while Asgate remained standing above, staring down at the place where Gale had been. Hearing Gale's scream at last filled Asgate with satisfaction, sounding like music to his ears. Suddenly, however, Asgate froze. He dropped to his knees, clutched his head, and began muttering as the curse spread throughout his body, starting from the brain near his forehead. He panted under its effects before suddenly grinning, dismissing the curse as something that was none of his concern. Meanwhile, Minerva and the three girls ran through the castle. Thanks to Minerva, they were able to take the shortest route through the dim, maze-like underground of the Demon Lord's castle. Mora was surprised when she spotted a gargoyle statue. Its presence meant they were almost there. She realized that they had reached this point faster than they had the first time and hoped that Gale could hold on. Sharona, however, considered the situation more carefully. The gargoyles should have been wiped out, yet they had spawned again, which meant they would have to deal with them once more. Mora grimaced at the realization. She decided to cast an agility boost on Sharona, who appreciated the support and sprinted forward using her blacksmith skill. However, their previous method of defeating the gargoyles had relied on Gale's curse-breaking. Sharona could lure the gargoyles in, but she had no way to finish them afterward. Minerva decided to handle them instead. She gestured with her hand and ordered them to vanish before chanting demon banishment. The gargoyle at the front was struck and began to disappear, followed by the others until every one of them had vanished. Minerva swung her hand again, causing another group of gargoyles to disappear as well. One gargoyle then sneaked up behind Minerva, confident that she could screech all she wanted. Minerva vanished, and the gargoyle disappeared with her. Mora was amazed that Minerva had instantly wiped out an entire swarm of gargoyles. Sharona was equally astonished by how the last one had been killed without Minerva even looking at it, recognizing it as the power of the Dark Elf leader. Gimli explained that Minerva was, after all, the Demon Lord's right hand and had been for many years. Mora reflected that if Gale's curse breaking was like gently removing a heavy coat from a traveler beneath the warmth of the sun, Lady Minerva's demon banishment was like blasting the coat away with tremendous wind pressure. Minerva explained that as long as the miasma remained, the gargoyles would eventually spawn again given enough time. Gimli urged them to hurry, while Mora admitted that she had never imagined Lady Minerva would be this powerful. Minerva explained that although the demon lord's underground was like a maze, they had to pass through it to reach the gate to the other world. If Ascate and Gale had passed through without fighting, the gargoyles might have remained immobilized, believing Ascate to be the demon lord's incarnation because of the demon lord series he possessed. Sharona reflected that passing through the area twice had made her realize how difficult it was to fight their way through and how much more difficult it was to pass through without fighting. They then reached the gigantic gate. Minerva muttered that the throne had indeed been moved and that they would now enter the demon's gate. Mora did not know what awaited them beyond it, but she had rushed there as soon as she sensed that Gale was in danger. With Lady Minerva as such a powerful ally, she believed their future should not be dark at all. As they passed through the gate, they looked around. Sharona was struck by the terrible miasma, while Mora sensed that its concentration exceeded even the deepest level of the demon lord's castle. Gimli also looked around carefully. Suddenly, Lady Minerva heard something and asked Gimli whether she had heard what sounded like Gale screaming. Gimli confirmed that she had and determined that the sound was coming from a distance. Mora recognized the sensitivity of a dark elf's ears and realized that they could locate Gale's position. Sharona gritted her teeth, worried by the meaning of the screams and what might be happening to Gale. The group immediately ran, with Minerva urging them to hurry. Back at Ascate's position, Ascate stood before the hole. He considered that, if possible, he would have preferred to hide Gale's remains, cover up the evidence, and leave the place, but this fortune had followed another stroke of good fortune. Suddenly, Minerva entered, followed by the girls. Minerva narrowed her eyes at Ascate and explained that although they had been too late, they had heard what seemed to be Gale's scream. She then noticed what was on Ascate's forehead and questioned him about it. Ascate reminded Lady Minerva that she had once been the demon lord's right arm and therefore should recognize the object as the demon lord's third eye. Mora immediately wanted to know where Gale was. Ascate opened his arms and indicated that Gale had fallen headlong into the vast darkness behind him. Sharona gritted her teeth and dashed forward, accusing Ascate of pushing Gale into the sinkhole. As Gale remained where he was, Sharona attacked him. Gimli and Mora called out to Sharona, who fell to the floor. Minerva called Ascate's name, and Ascate merely smirked. Gimli checked whether Sharona was all right. Sharona apologized for losing her composure. She still would not be satisfied until she punched Ascate, but rescuing Gale had to come first. Mora insisted that they had to do something and considered entering the hole to bring Gale back. Minerva immediately warned Mora not even to consider it. During her time with the Demon Lord's army, some individuals had been thrown into that place as punishment, yet none had ever returned. The hole contained a nest of demons, including high-ranking ones. Mora could only reject the possibility. Minerva explained that the demons toyed with human deaths and even used souls as playthings. They were powerful and malicious beings, and the place was teeming with otherworldly entities from the demon realm that had appeared alongside the demon lord. It was called the Bell of Hell for a reason. It was nothing short of an abyss. No matter how strong someone was, returning alive from there was impossible. Gimli muttered Gale's name. Ascate then questioned Lady Minerva and Gimli about what they intended to do, wondering whether they planned to begin a memorial battle against him there. He believed that the wise Lady Minerva should understand that even she was no match for him now that he possessed this power, making a fight unnecessary. Mora was surprised and looked toward Lady Minerva. Despite knowing how powerful Lady Minerva was, she remained silent. Ascate then mimicked their earlier despair, remarking that he had been only a moment too late to save Gale. In the end, they had all simply walked into the situation most advantageous to Ascate, like moths flying into a flame in summer. At the beginning of chapter 54, Sharona blamed herself. If only she had stopped Gale back then. She had sensed that something was wrong, but seeing how happy Gale looked had made it impossible for her to say anything. Gimli also blamed herself. If only she had never brought Gale there in the first place, none of this might have happened. Her judgment had clearly been wrong. Minerva believed the root of all this evil lay with her. If only she had not overlooked the demon lord's third eye escaping through the gate to the otherworld. Mora, overcome with gloom, began to mope, but the others had more important matters to worry about. There was no time for an argument when Ascate stood just in front of them. Gimli, Sharona, and Minerva apologized, after which Minerva asked what Ascate intended to do now. The third eye informed Ascate that he could still have pretended nothing had happened and continued serving Lady Minerva and Lord Gimli. Technically, that option remained available. However, now that Ascate's schemes had been exposed, it was no longer possible. They had only just celebrated Lady Minerva's revival, but the Dark Elf clan would soon have another celebration. That celebration would also serve as a rally for world conquest once again, as well as mark Ascate's ascension as the new leader of the Dark Elf clan. Minerva gritted her teeth. Ascate had been completely corrupted by the demon lord, both in body and mind. She madly mumbled Ascate's name. Asgate acknowledged that the Demon Lord and he would ultimately synchronize. That moment would mark the Demon Lord's complete resurrection, while Asgate would simultaneously rule the world as its supreme king. That moment was not far away. The legendary hero would not be revived, and the accursed Curse Master was already gone. No one remained capable of stopping Asgate and the Demon Lord's ambitions. Mora could not accept what was happening. Asgate found the human woman too noisy and considered throwing her into the Bell of Hell as well. If Mora was lucky, she might become a pair of corpses right next to Gale. Mora shouted toward the hole, desperately calling for Gale to come flying back at once, but Asgate declared that calling for Gale now was useless. Suddenly, a pillar of light shot up from below the hole. All the girls were shocked as Gale turned his head. Minerva wondered what had happened. From that space covered in darkness and nothingness, Gale mumbled in confusion about what was going on. Before he began collecting the rest of the Demon Lord series, he intended to burn all those noisy, useless elders, every last one of those old fossils. Gimli called Asgate a traitor. Asgate told Gimli that she could insult him all she wanted. Having such harsh words directed at him by Gimli, the princess of their clan actually helped him become the man who had betrayed his kinsman without regret. He encouraged her to say more and curse him even more viciously. Gimli glared at him. Suddenly, a voice declared that he was back. Asgate's eyes widened. The sound of flapping wings could be heard. Suddenly, a Gale with wings emerged from the hole. Gimli looked at Gale excitedly, while Asgate frantically wondered whether those were the cursed wings of the Demon Lord. Gimli reminded Asgate that while he was a man who betrayed his kin, Gale was always the man who defied all expectations. Gale flew toward them. Minerva could hardly believe that Gale had returned alive from the Bell of Hell. Asgate was equally stunned, unable to understand how Gale had managed to come back after falling into the Bell of Hell. Mora wiped away her tears, relieved that Gale had actually returned after she had called for him to fly back. Sharona noticed the object in Gale's right hand and questioned the sinister great axe he was carrying. Gale casually explained that he had simply picked it up down there. Minerva felt that she had seen the great axe somewhere before. Gale was ecstatic that everyone had rushed there for him. Mora explained that Lady Minerva had sensed something was wrong, while Sharona admitted that they could not simply sit still either. Minerva only wished that her premonition had been wrong. Asgate was fuming as Gale looked toward him. Minerva explained that Asgate had fallen into darkness and equipped the Demon Lord's third eye. He intended to eliminate everything in his way and rule the world with the Demon Lord's power. Asgate rejected the notion that he had fallen into darkness, believing Minerva to be quite wrong. He had simply realized something: the root of humanity was evil. Violence and power offered pleasures that could not be surpassed by anything else in the world, especially the pleasure of forcing others to submit through strength. Once a person possessed overwhelming power and could do whatever they pleased, everyone would become just like him and stop pretending otherwise. Minerva explained that Asgate had originally been a master of martial arts. Now he had borrowed the Demon Lord's authority while also gaining the home field advantage. Put plainly and without varnish, the situation was despair. Gale's return from a place he should never have been able to escape was certainly something to celebrate, but it only brought their situation from negative back to zero. Gale, however, considered himself lucky because unlike the darkness of the forest, the path inside had been clear, allowing him to return without getting lost. Minerva was stunned that Gale treated the Bell of Hell like a lucky zone. There should have been high-ranking demons blocking his way. Gale casually explained that he had dispelled them. Sharona clarified that she meant the axe. It was far more massive than even the scythe carried by the Grim Reaper. Gale explained that there had been a big guy down there who had declared himself beneficial, so he had brought the axe along. Sharona wondered whether the name of the being was actually I Am Beneficial. Mora repeated the name in confusion, while Gimli tried to remember it. Suddenly, Minerva realized who Gale had encountered. It could be the one who reigned in the furthest depths of the Bell of Hell, the owner of the Great Axe and the Great Demon Belial. Mora was shocked by the name of the Great Demon Belial. Minerva explained that Belial was the Demon Lord's confidant, known as the Gatekeeper of Hell. Gale excitedly explained that the Great Axe was a drop item. Since it was an axe, he had thought it would make a nice souvenir for Sharona. The girls stared at Gale in disbelief, seemingly unable to understand whether he thought he had been on a sightseeing trip. Sharona wanted to know what in the world had happened and asked Gale to explain everything in detail. Gale tried to remember what had happened. He had fallen into the hole and used his Demon Lord wings to steady himself. The wings softened the impact of his fall. He still felt that he had not completely finished researching the item, but he believed it had been the right choice to turn them into a curse tool and tuck them into his cloak for the time being. After reaching the ground, Gale walked around and sighed in relief. He looked upward and could hardly believe that Asgate would do something like this. Suddenly, he heard a snickering voice and wondered who was there. When he turned toward the source of the voice, a pair of clawed feet suddenly stepped forward. The creature identified himself as Belial, the one who served as the gatekeeper of the demon realm and a great demon. Gale questioned him about it. Belial praised Gale for reaching the furthest depths of the Bell of Hell and intended to grant him recognition for accomplishing such a feat. Gale corrected him, explaining that he had merely fallen headfirst. Belial laughed and moved beside the gate. He wondered how many centuries had passed since someone had attempted to open the gate of the underworld and enter the demon realm. His blood was now boiling, his arms ached for battle, and his heart leaped with excitement as he called Gale the Child of Man. Gale clarified that this was not quite what he wanted. In fact, he simply wanted to return outside through the hole. Belial urged Gale to come closer so that his arms could experience the sensation of tearing Gale's flesh apart. His mouth could taste the texture of Gale's blood, and his ears could hear the crushing of Gale's bones and experience the resulting joy. Gale raised his hands in front of Belial, leaving the great demon completely exposed. With both hands raised, Gale used curse-breaking, no wind up. A large magic circle appeared, and Belial was dispelled just like that. Gale thanked Belial for telling him that he was a demon. That made Belial someone Gale could dispel. Gale then looked at the great axe and decided to take the hefty drop item with him. Belial suddenly spoke to Gale in such a deep voice that Gale could not clearly hear the first part. However, he was fairly certain Belial had said that he was beneficial. Back in the present, Minerva wondered whether the beam of light they had just witnessed had been Belial being purified. Asgate could not believe it was possible. There was no way such a thing could have happened. Gale added that there was another reason he had been able to make it back there, and that reason was Asgate. It was thanks to none other than Asgate. Asgate demanded that Gale repeat what he had said. Gale then explained what happened after he fell. As he descended, he realized that he had reached what seemed to be the bottom of the Bell of Hell. Looking up, he saw the gigantic gate and wondered if finally opening it would lead him to the demon realm. He looked around and touched the rocks along the wall, testing them with his hands. He decided to use one protrusion as a foothold and another crack as a handhold. By using his arms and legs to climb his way back up, he might be able to make it out. However, even if he hurried and scrambled upward, he had no idea how long it would take, and he worried that his grip might give out along the way. The pitch-black surroundings also made it impossible for him to see. Suddenly, something growled and an eye spotted Gale. He froze, still thinking through his options, before hearing strange cries coming from all around him. It was not just the demon he had already dispelled. Other demons were lurking and flying around like bats. If he encountered them while both his hands were occupied, he would not even be able to use his curse-breaking. Gale suddenly realized something and jumped back to the ground. If he used the demon lord's wings to launch himself upward, he might be able to make it back in one go. In this other world, the Demon Lord series had its magical power amplified to the limit, making the idea worth trying. Gale pulled out the wings and equipped himself. He counted as he activated the wings of the Demon Lord, whose effect was called flight. Then he launched himself toward the entrance of the hole. Gale Hamilton soared high into the air. Back in the present, Sharona now understood. She recognized that Gale had mocked them as moths flying into a flame, and she intended to turn the proverb about loose lips sinking ships against Asgate. Asgate gritted his teeth. Minerva realized that Gale had fallen into the deepest and most dangerous part of the Bell of Hell, yet he had not only returned to this spot but was also carrying the massive axe of the great demon Belial in his hand. It was unmistakable proof that Gale had conquered the Bell of Hell. To Gimli, it did not matter how high-ranking the demons were. As long as they were demonic monsters, they were simply another target for Gale to dispel. Gimli realized that this man, Gale, did far more than defy expectations. He accomplished things that they could not even begin to imagine. Asgate snickered. Dropping Gale into the Bell of Hell had ultimately been pointless, so Asgate decided to unleash the power of the evil eye without any limit. He intended for them to die while realizing the true horror of the Demon Lord's third eye. Asgate took a huge breath of miasma, causing his veins to swell. Gale and his group watched in terror as his body grew larger with every exhalation. Asgate became monstrous in size before turning his enraged gaze toward them. Mora informed Gale that she would cast support magic on him. Although the terrain favored Asgate, their luck was that everyone had gathered there together and could combine their strengths. Sharona stepped forward as well. Even with Asgate's body enlarged, he was still like a child compared to a cockatrice or a kraken, so she would join the fight. Mora used muscle boost, massive power, and a magic circle appeared in front of Gale before disappearing. Sharona wondered what had happened, but Mora trembled as she realized that she could no longer use her magic. Minerva explained that, just as Mora and Sharona had sensed the moment they entered, the evil miasma drifting through the area was thicker than in the Dark Elves' village and even denser than in the Demon Lord's castle. After all, this was its source. The miasma drained not only magic power but also stamina, willpower, and even their thoughts. It sucked everything out of them. Gimli recalled that when she had become lost at sea and in the forest, her ability to think clearly had dulled as well. Yet this place did not compare. Here, a relentless, crushing emptiness kept washing over her. Minerva concluded that even the heroes might not have been able to defeat the demon lord if they had fought in this place. Gale inhaled the air. Sharona and Mora looked at him with concern, surprised that he had taken a deep breath of the miasma. Gale assured Sharona that he was fine and that the density of the miasma did not affect him. Compared to other jobs, he was a cursed crafter, so he was accustomed to it and had resistance. Furthermore, while Gale had been in the forge, he had kept something in his pocket the entire time that suppressed miasma, so they should leave it there. Mora was shocked but nodded and chose to believe Gale. Sharona realized that they were also receiving the benefits of the demon lord's heart at 1/6 its strength, so they should not have been that far behind Gale. Even so, they were still being struck by these status effects. She began to wonder if even Gale was affected. Ascate pulled out a weapon and stood before Gale. Gale held his great axe and the two faced each other. Gimli observed that both were determining how their opponent would begin. After a tense stare-down, Ascate swung his sword and let out a piercing screech. The ground trembled, and Gale froze in place while the girls covered their ears. Gimli recognized it as the so-called monkey's scream. She had seen Ascate use it many times before, unleashing the high-pitched shriek to cow his opponent before quickly closing the distance and seizing the initiative. Ascate used bullrush slash against Gale, but Gale dodged. Ascate attacked again and used dual-handed thrust. Gale countered with the handle of his great axe, and the clamor of weapons rang out. Sharona observed that the attacks came one after another like wave. Gimli recognized that Ascate was a master swordsman, so Gale naturally had his hands full simply defending himself. Sharona also realized that Gale had a rear-guard job and that the longer the battle continued, the worse it would become for him. Gale was not accustomed to fighting with such a huge, oversized axe either. They could see him panting heavily. Mora wondered what would happen if Gale equipped himself with the Demon King's heart instead of merely carrying it. Minerva immediately objected. Equipping 2 pieces of the Demon King on one's body was simply too risky. They knew how dangerous mixing chemicals could be, and the Demon King's curses were amplified many times over when combined. There was every chance that the combination would tear Gale's mind and body apart in an instant. Minerva had only equipped 4 pieces after careful planning and taking her time to apply each one herself. Even then, doing so had come at the cost of her freedom. In particular, the third eye, which attached to the head, and the heart, made from an organ that affected the entire body, both had powerful eroding effects when equipped. Gale would have known that. He had dispelled the curse and altered the heart himself, which might very well have been why he had not equipped it. As Gale leapt at him, the great axe slipped from Gale's hand. His eyes widened as Ascate launched a head-on slash. Mora reacted in alarm, but at the last moment, Gale caught the shaft of the axe and blocked Ascate's attack. Gale panted heavily as Ascate growled and pulled his sword away. Minerva recognized the clash as a fearsome one. Ascate grinned, acknowledging that Gale had to be a truly talented fighter to cause him this much trouble. He considered Gale talented enough that he hated having to kill him. Ascate urged Gale to listen and proposed that he switch sides and become his aide. Gale was surprised. Ascate continued by promising that once he conquered the world, Gale would enjoy a glorious party every night, with all the delicacies of the world to eat and all the greatest beauties to hold. It would become a land straight out of a dream in a moment of time, and Ascate wondered whether such a future could entice Gale at all. Minerva immediately became alert. Her ears had picked up everything Ascate was saying. She warned Gale not to even consider it, recognizing Ascate's words as the Demon King's whisper strategy. At the beginning of Chapter 56, Gale and Ascate continued clashing their weapons while Mora wondered about the whisper strategy. Minerva explained that no matter how gifted someone was in intellect or battle, they could not exercise those abilities to the fullest if they let their guard down. Ascate was trying to use sweet words to break his opponent's focus. He was smooth-talking Gale by pretending that he would become Gale's supporter, and Minerva warned Gale not to let Ascate trick him in the slightest. Gale became intrigued by the idea of a land straight out of a dream, causing Ascate to smirk. Minerva's brows furrowed as she wondered whether Ascate had allowed the Demon King's third eye to entice him and whether the same thing was now happening to Gale. Gale remembered Kush saying that he had achieved nothing for their party. Melissa had claimed that they were merely giving Gale some rear-guard charity. He also remembered Norris saying that Gale was nothing but a waste of their money and wondering what Gale's parents thought about him. In Gale's mind, Kush and the others had berated him and called him useless. Soon afterward, he had been kicked out of the S-rank party. But Gale also remembered Mora speaking with Sharona about their party's name. Gimli had asked for suggestions, and Sharona had proposed that whoever won would receive a free round of drink. Sharona had then asked Gale whether that sounded good. Gale had since formed his own party and met Mora, Sharona, and Gimli. He had also established his own shop in Farm Edge, where Liz was waiting for him at that very moment. Back at the shop, Liz was making sure there was not a speck of dust anywhere by the time Gale returned. Gale remained silent for a moment before smiling. He felt that he already had the things Asgate was offering in his life, so he looked toward Asgate and refused the offer. Asgate was surprised. Minerva could now see that the Demon King's plan had not affected Gale at all. It was almost like what had happened with the hero's party years ago. Back then, the Demon Lord had told the hero and his party that they were the first humans ever to set foot in his chamber. The blood staining their swords showed how they had stormed straight in after killing so many of the Demon Lord's minions. The hero's party might have been the Demon Lord's enemies, but he had to commend them for coming that far. The hero looked at the snickering Demon Lord, who seemed almost regretful about having to kill him. The hero took his stance. The Demon King then offered the hero a chance to switch sides and become his new right-hand man. Once the Demon King conquered the world, he promised that the hero would enjoy a glorious party every night, with all the delicacies of the world to eat and all the greatest beauties to hold. Before the Demon Lord could finish, however, the hero refused. Minerva was surprised that the hero had cut the Demon King off. The Demon King became offended that the hero had not even heard him out to the end. Back in the present, Minerva was reminded of the great hero by the Curse Crafter. Their weapons remained locked together while Gale smiled. Asgate regarded Gale as strong but lacking in intelligence. His hands were occupied, but that was exactly how Asgate wanted things. They were evenly matched, and Gale was now within range to experience Asgate's evil eye at full blast, with the power positioned only inches from his head. Asgate unleashed the unlimited power of the evil eye. A tremendous explosion erupted, and Gale was sent flying from the impact. Minerva and the others froze in horror. Asgate laughed, believing that he had won. Gale lay face down on the floor with his great axe beside him. He did not move and remained on the ground. Gimli feared the worst. In Minerva's mind, it seemed that the dark era had dawned anew. Asgate winced as his hand stung. Even so, he was astonished that a mere curse crafter had caused him so much trouble. Suddenly Gale's hand moved. Gale's voice questioned Asgate's description of him as a mere curse crafter. Asgate turned toward him as Gale stood up, determined to address the comment. Gale was shocked by what had happened, but then happily realized that Asgate would never find a job as rewarding to master. Gale smiled. Asgate was shocked that the unlimited evil eye had failed to affect Gale. Sharona and Mora became enthusiastic at the sight of him standing again, while Gimli wondered whether Gale had merely been thrown back by the impact. Minerva realized that the Demon King parts were far more powerful in this realm. If someone could tap into their power, there were hardly any opponents they could not defeat. However, things were different when the opponent had a Demon King part of their own equip. Gimli came to the same realization and wondered whether Gale was using the Demon King's wings to cancel out the third eye. Minerva admitted that she did not quite understand it either, as it made no sense to her. One thing was clear, however. Asgate's dreams had been all but crushed by that point. Asgate stood there and swung his weapon, unable to curse Gale to death. He suddenly exhaled more air, causing his body to throb as he grew even larger. Mora realized that the miasma Asgate had sucked in had made him even bigger. Gimli wondered whether Asgate still had room to transform further. Minerva knew that doing so would place an even greater burden on Asgate's body, and she could hardly believe that he was willing to go that far. Asgate charged forward, determined to tear Gale apart instead. Gale prepared to strike back, and the two rushed toward each other. Their weapons clashed. To Asgate's shock, his sword broke. Mora realized that the falchion had been made of orichalcum and that Gale had broken it. It was a blade forged from legendary or worth a castle, with a world-class hardness capable of protecting a full suit of armor against all manner of danger. Asgate cursed. From Sharona's perspective, there was no doubt that his blade had been made from orichalcum, the toughest material in the whole world. However, that only applied to the world they had come from. Its strength was not absolute in the demon realm. Sharona realized that if Asgate kept slashing away with an orichalcum sword, even it could become worn down enough to break in this realm, especially if Asgate continued bashing it against the axe of the archdemon Belial. In disbelief, Gimli began to realize that the winner of this duel might actually be Gale Hamilton, the curse crafter. Gale raised his axe. Sharona noticed that he had hefted the weapon upward. Asgate believed that Gale was about to cleave his head, but Gale suddenly tossed the axe away. Asgate's eyes followed the discarded weapon, leaving him puzzled. Sharona wondered whether Gale's hands had slipped or something similar had happened. She knew that Gale could not wield such a huge axe properly. Mora disagreed. From what she could see, Gale had thrown the axe away on purpose, though she could not understand why.